were also reacting similarly. All these masked singers were dumbfounded by what they heard. Fuck. What the fuck are these songs? Who the fuck is this guy? Did you come here to hold a union meeting, or what? Could it be a veteran singer? Or an old performing artist who sang? But that voice did not sound like it. It didn't feel that old. Damn, just what kind of a person did King of Masked Singers invite this time? What a weirdo. This was the evaluation of the clown by all the other masked singers. They were also speculating about the identity of the clown. A bel canto singer? Did he sing opera? Just like how Zhang Ye was curious about who they were. They were also extremely curious as to who the clown was, as well as the identities of the other contestants. For this unprecedented variety show, no one knew their competitors, so maybe this was where the real fun lay. Chapter 985. A Female Celebrity in Trouble. Chapter 985. A Female Celebrity in Trouble. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The next day, early in the morning, his parents had gone out to buy groceries. After washing up, Zhang Ye closed his bedroom door and stayed inside to make a list of songs. Although it was still some days away until the official recording of King of Masked Singers, he definitely had to make some preparations beforehand. Frankly, with so many songs in his head, he did not know which song he'd pick to sing when he got on stage. This song? No, it was too normal. That song? That wouldn't do either, as it was unsuitable for him. Or that song? That song was alright. So he shortlisted it as a backup. After working at it for 1 full hour, Zhang Ye was still not finished with the song list and was forced to lay the thought to rest for the time being. Since he did not have any inspiration today, he would stop thinking about it for now. He would decide on which song to sing at a later time. As such, he chose to practice his singing, as it was going to be his prime weapon. If his voice was not good and he did not sing well, it would be pointless even if he chose the best songs, since he wouldn't be able to move the hearts of the audience. Together with his stage presence, the musical arrangement, and the control of the live studio atmosphere, all of those might affect the audience's auditory and visual perception, which would then be reflected in the final score. He still had many things that he needed to practice in the coming days, so it was better to take it slow. He began doing vocal cord warm-ups to train himself. This was the same as martial arts. Just learning wasn't enough. One would still have to practice diligently. Otherwise, though Zhang Ye had eaten 500 fruits of charm, voice, and 500 singing skill experience books, he could not wield them effectively. Coupled with the audition at Beijing television yesterday, he realized that there were many other masked singers with astonishing voices. The pressure on him was great, so naturally he would have to do more prep work. Zhang Ye knew that if he went on stage in his current shape, he would definitely not win. Those singers were the country's cream of the crop, surely consisting of some professional singers who might already have been singing for 10 or 20 years. This was something that Zhang Ye could not compare with. 1 day, 3 days, 5 days. He did not do anything other than practicing and refining his vocals every day during this period of time. The octave his high notes reached, how long his falsetto could last, what the auditory feedback of his low notes were, how to control his breathing, and whether his modulations were mellow. He had to understand everything. Through experimentation, Zhang Ye gained a deeper understanding of his voice and singing techniques during these several days. Only by knowing his true skill could he exert his strength to the fullest. That would allow him to capitalize on his strong points and minimize his shortcomings. The promotions for King of Masked Singers were in full swing. On this day, a call from Hu Fei arrived. Zhang, we're going to film the promo soon. Okay, do you have any suggestions? Since you're the director, I shouldn't be making any suggestions. But if you need me to come up with a tagline or something, that's not a problem. As for how you want to film it, I'll leave it entirely to you. Are you really planning not to participate? Didn't I tell you already? I'd only be responsible for the pre-production. Brother Hu, I've been banned at long last, so why don't you let me rest a couple days? That won't do. Let's go together. You can give some advice while we're there. Where are you filming? Not too far away. Just around the Beijing area. Well, okay. This will only be a concept-based promo, so there's no need for the contestants to personally take part. We plan on creating an atmosphere like a martial arts conference, with masked experts from all walks of life facing off against each other in a battle to the death. We need the feel of experts fighting each other, so we've booked a training hall for the setting. The view over there is not bad, and the atmosphere is also suitable for what we want. We'll head there first to get a feel for the place and see if we can create the effect we want. A training hall? Yeah, that land is owned by the Lin family-style school. They're a martial sect with a real martial arts lineage, unlike some training halls that hold deceptive recruitment drives and demand joining fees. They don't usually welcome outsiders. There's an old film called Death Battle. Have you watched it before? The latter half of the movie was filmed there, so it's quite a famous place. The two houses that appeared in the movie became quite popular later on. Some tourists were even attracted by its fame to the point it nearly became a minor tourism spot. I heard that a film Ning Lan will be starring in will also be going there to do some on-location shooting in the next couple days. The Lin family-style school? He didn't know about them as he was not very familiar with the martial sects and schools of the Chinese martial arts world. Forget it, brother Hu. I think it's better that I don't go. What's the matter? If you're going to a training hall, I won't be joining you guys. But why? We're setting off tomorrow morning and can be back by evening at the earliest, so it wouldn't really delay anything for you. Hey, you're unemployed. What can be keeping you busy? It's better that I don't go. Didn't you just say that you would go? Man, would he have to tell him that it was because he was a notorious figure in the Chinese martial arts world? Even if he told him that, Hu Fei wouldn't believe it. Zhang Ye briefly discussed the concept for the promotional clip with Hu Fei and brought up some of his ideas before hanging up. Regarding the Chinese martial arts world, Zhang Ye's current stand was, if you people do not provoke me, I will not provoke any of you. Let's just stay far away from each other so that we can save the trouble of finding each other an eyesore. He would not worry about the promotional video. Since the promo was getting produced, it meant the broadcast of the show was approaching. Zhang Ye had to make the best of it and practice his singing. He practiced his singing for yet another day, as well as wrote down a few concepts regarding some musical arrangements. He was certain he wanted to go on stage with original songs, so his workload was much greater than everyone else. He had to arrange many of the songs himself, or at least come up with some ideas so that he could communicate them to the band members and music director who were invited to King of Masked Singers. The next day, between 8 and 9 o'clock in the morning, Zhang Ye was still under the covers, sleeping, when he heard his cell phone beep nonstop. They were notifications from the chat app, with messages coming in one after another, waking him up. Who was it? Why would anyone send so many messages in a row? Groggy, Zhang Ye checked his cell phone. Oh, so the message notifications came from the Celebrity Goof Group, where almost all of the Heavenly Kings, Heavenly Queens, and A-list celebrities were members. Since he was already awake, he casually browsed through the messages. With over 100 messages, Zhang Ye became more startled the more he browsed. The first morning message was actually sent by Ning Lan around 10 minutes ago. Ning Lan, please help. Dongfang, what happened? Xiaodong, what happened, Sister Ning? Fan Wenli, what's the matter? A lot of people appeared and responded. Ning Lan sent a bitter smile emote and said, we came to Lianjiago for filming this morning. Due to a minor misunderstanding, someone in our filming team offended the Lin family-style school. It blew up into a rather big affair, and now our equipment has been withheld by them, and they refuse to let us leave. Dongfang, Lianjiago. Chen Guang said, Old Ning, are you all right? Ning Lan, I'm all right for now. At this moment, Zhang Yuanqi appeared. Have you called the police yet? Ning Lan, already done. The police are here and are talking with them. But it looks like it's going to be pointless. We suggested compensating them monetarily, but they wouldn't accept. So is there anyone here who can help us out? Please contact me. Thanks. Zhang Yuanqi. I'll help you ask around. Ning Lan, hurry up. Zhang Yuanqi, don't rush me. I'm already making some calls. Everyone in the entertainment industry knew that Zhang Yuanqi and Ning Lan were close friends with a very good relationship. Although Zhang Ye had never met Ning Lan, who was an A-list celebrity in the film industry, in person before, they had chatted together in the group quite often. Zhang Ye was still reading the chat history at the moment. Zhang Yuanqi, I've checked with a few people for you, but they can't do anything about it. The Lin family-style school is a martial sect of the martial arts community whose unarmed fighting techniques are an intangible cultural asset. They don't have much interaction with the outside world, and the martial arts teachers that I approached were unqualified to talk to them. Old Jiang is in their circle, right? I'll help you at him. He's a member of the martial arts community. so he should be able to help out. At Jiang Hanwei. Then Zhang Yuanqi said, if he's not here, you can just call him. Xiaodong, who was on extremely good terms with Jiang Hanwei, added, at Jiang Hanwei, Uncle Jiang, Sis Ning has met with some trouble. Jiang Hanwei was also one of the chat members in the group, though Zhang Ye had not seen him say anything yet. Of course, this was partly due to the fact that Zhang Ye had recently joined the group. After 7 or 8 messages, Jiang Hanwei's name finally came up. I just saw this. I don't really have any connections with the Lin family style, and have not had any dealings with them before either. But I'll make a call to help you ask around, and see if they're willing to give me some face. Ning Lan. Thank you so much, brother Jiang. Jiang Hanwei. Don't mention it. Let me try making a call. Jiang Hanwei was extremely skilled in martial arts, though his status was a little bit more aloof in the entertainment industry due to his big brother status. But he knew many people and was highly respected by them. But in the Chinese martial arts world, Jiang Hanwei's reputation was not really that great, as he did not belong to any martial sect or school. He was previously a disciple of the Huashan sect, but was later expelled for reasons unknown. At most, he could be considered a former disciple of the Huashan sect, although that wasn't exactly much of a good reputation either. In the Chinese martial arts world, seniority and pedigree were emphasized with even more importance than in the entertainment industry. Even if the Jiang Hanwei stunt team had a sparkling reputation in the entertainment industry and around the country, many people in the real martial arts community refused to acknowledge him. A few minutes later, sure enough, Jiang Hanwei said, I called them, but they aren't willing to give any face to me. Xiaodong was a warm-hearted girl. Uncle Jiang, you have such a high status, yet they won't even give you any face? What gives them the right to do that? Jiang Hanwei said helplessly. The Chinese martial arts world is different from the entertainment industry. The martial arts community is a more sealed-off place. There are more rules as well. Once you've violated their taboos, they might really take it to the bitter end with you. Ninglan, I heard about your people stepping on their heavenly rock that was passed down by their ancestral founder. No wonder they risked their lives. Ninglan sighed and said, it was because one of our cameramen wanted to find a better angle to shoot from. But he didn't know that the rock held significance, so he crossed the fence and stepped onto it. We apologized, but it was no use. Everyone is trapped here now. We can't even retrieve our equipment. Jiang Hanwei advised. Try to think of another way. I have no means to handle this. I really can't do much to help you. Fan Wenli said. Even reporting it to the police doesn't work. Chen Guang. But still, they can't detain you like this. Xiaodong. Then what can we do? Ning Lan. The police is afraid to lock horns with them too. More and more of their sect members are gathering around now. Things look bad. Brother Jiang, you used to be part of the martial arts community. What do you think we should do? Jiang Hanwei. Even monetary compensation didn't work? Ning Lan. It didn't work. They wouldn't accept. Jiang Hanwei. Such a problem is not easy to handle. Xiaodong. At everyone, does anyone have a solution? Please rescue Sister Ning. This was the latest message in the group chat. Chapter 986. Zhang Ye steps in. Chapter 986. Zhang Ye steps in. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The Goof Group. This should be the coolest chat group that ever existed in the entertainment industry. Almost all of the big shot celebrities were in it, and any one of them could shake up the entertainment industry with just a stomp of their foot. This group was usually just a place for shooting the breeze, but if anyone encountered trouble, they could seek help from the group. Those who could help would definitely try their best, as they were always looking out for one another. After all, who wouldn't have times of trouble themselves? These celebrities always seemed like they were doing well on the outside, but there were still times they were vulnerable and needed to band together. Does anyone have a solution? Old Ning, you guys must control yourselves. You can't clash with them. Those people from the martial arts world are not to be trifled with. Every single one of them is very skilled. Who here can speak with the Lin family? Is there anyone else online? Ninglan's social ties within the industry were very good. Whenever her friends approached her for a guest role as a supporting character, she would always agree without hesitation and help out wherever she could. So as she ran into today's problem, everyone was very concerned for her. Reading this, Zhang Ye could no longer play dead. He sat up in bed and typed, Are Beijing TV's people there yet? It was Zhang Ye. The people in the chat group were taken aback by his appearance. Everyone already knew about the conflict between Zhang Ye and Jiang Hanwei, but no one expected that the two of them would appear in the group chat at the same time. Ning Lan immediately said, "Are you referring to the program team of King of Masked Singers? They're here too. They arrived shortly after us and got detained as well." Zhang Ye frowned. "They were detained too?" Ning Lan said, "The Lin family styles people probably thought that they were also part of our group." Zhang Ye made a noise in understanding. "Then I'll make a trip there." Ning Lan, "You're coming over right now?" Zhang Ye, "I'll head over straight away." Chen Guang asked, "Zhang why are you going over there?" Xiaodong said in surprise. "You can help them out, Teacher Zhang?" Zhang Yi said, "We'll see when I get there." Then he said to Ning Lan, "If that group of people tries to do anything to you guys, just mention my name." Ning Lan was stunned. "Mentioning your name will work." Zhang Yi said, "Probably." Ning Lan, "Okay, I'll wait for you. Thank you so much." Zhang Yuanqi reappeared and asked Zhang Yi, "You can resolve things?" Zhang Yi said, "More or less. I'm certain I can bring everyone and the equipment back safely." In truth, no one understood how Zhang Yi could have any influence over Lin Jiago. Even for a martial artist like Jiang Hanwei, the Lin family style was not willing to give him any face at all. "And you're talking about mentioning your name?" Xiaodong was still quite worried, so she sent Jiang Hanwei a private message. "Xiaodong, Uncle Jiang, is there really no other way?" There was a moment of silence from the other side. Then Jiang Hanwei replied, "Didn't that Zhang guy say he was going?" Xiaodong, "What use would it be even if Teacher Zhang goes? With that bad temper of his, what if he ends up fighting with them when he gets there? That would blow things up even more. All of those people know martial arts, and if they really beat up Teacher Zhang to a pulp, then..." Jiang Hanwei said, "Beat him to a pulp? That would be so wonderful." Xiaodong didn't know how to react. "Uncle Jiang." Jiang Hanwei pondered for a moment. The problem is that they'd have to be willing to act." Xiaodong didn't understand. What do you mean?" Jiang Hanwei did not bother explaining. "Nothing. At home." Zhang Yi immediately rose out of bed and got dressed. His mother asked, "You're up? Do you want breakfast?" "I can't eat now," Zhang Yi said helplessly. "My co-workers ran into some trouble, so I have to go take care of it." At this moment, a call from Beijing television arrived. It was Hogu. "Teacher Zhang, we ran into some trouble at Lianjiago." Zhang Yi grunted. "I heard about it." "You've already heard about it?" Hogu was surprised. Zhang Yi asked, "Is Brother Hu there too?" Hogu said, "Yeah, all of us have been detained here." Zhang Yi said, "Tell everyone to wait for me to get there." Hu Fei had asked him yesterday to go with them to film the promotional video for the show, but when Zhang Yi heard that they were going to one of the martial sects training halls, he turned him down. He didn't expect that he would still have to make a trip there in the end. Zhang Yi went out, got in his car, and drove straight for Lianjiago. Later that morning, 10:30 a.m., Zhang Yi drove very fast at a high speed all the way and reached the location in no time at all. He got out of his car and asked for directions before striding off. Before he even got there, he could hear bickering. At the grounds, a film crew and a program team were surrounded by a group of people. Ninglan's film crew consisted of around 18 people, while there were less people from the Beijing television team, numbering only around 12 people. Actually, the Lin family styles people who had surrounded them numbered between 20 and 30 people and were roughly equal in numbers to them. They were all wielding club-type weapons. But Ning Lan, Hu Fei, and the others did not risk leading everyone else to break through because they knew their opponents were all martial artists. The Lin family style was absolutely not a small sect in the Chinese martial arts world. Their master had appeared on a central TV science show several years ago, during which he performed his kung fu in the presence of an audience, and was recognized as a genuine martial arts master. Although their grounds and some of its facilities were made available for lease to the public in recent years to supplement their income, the Lin family style school was still the same old illustrious but reclusive sect of the Chinese martial arts world. Even if their opponents amounted to just 10 people, Ning Lan and the others would still be unable to overpower them in a fight, much less force their way out. A person on the film crew said, "Return our equipment to us." Furious, a Lin family-style unarmed specialist said, "In your dreams." That person on the film crew fumed. "We've apologized to you guys already. We understand that we were in the wrong as we did not know about the history of the Heavenly Rock. So how can you guys handle things this way? Just what do you people want? Ninglan tugged at that person on the film crew. Director Wang, let's refrain from saying too much. Director Wang said angrily. But they're really taking this too far. The Lin family-style disciples shouted. We'll talk about this when our master gets here. One of the Lin family-style disciples said, before our master gets here, no one is to leave. Hu Fei was also getting irked. Do you people know how to act reasonably? Ho Gu said in frustration. What does any of this have to do with us? Why are you surrounding us as well? The Beijing television team had really gotten themselves embroiled in an unfortunate series of events today. They had only just arrived and bumped into the film crew that was filming a movie here. As some of them knew each other, they went over to greet the film crew and chatted happily for a while. After all, they were by and large from the same industry, and it was only polite to greet each other when they met. But who could have known that something would happen right at the next moment? Hu Fei, Xiao Lu, Da Fei, and the others had all been surrounded from morning until now, deadlocked for the past few hours. The police were also here. Several of the local police officers were trying to smooth things over. Forget about it, and just let it slide, Master Chun. They've apologized to you all and even offered compensation. You can't keep them here forever, right? There has to be an end to all this. There was an unarmed specialist surnamed Chun who practiced the Lin family style. Master Chun seethed. The heavenly rock was handed down by our Lin family style's ancestral founder. It's the symbol of our sect. It's just as important as our name. They should have just stuck to their filming. We leased the place to them, so we wouldn't have kicked up a fuss as long as they did not damage anything. Besides, we even fenced the area around the heavenly rock. There was also a warning sign in place. Yet they had to step on it. That's the same as stepping on our heads. Can we take that lying down? Huh. Senior bro, let's not wait for Master to get here. Right. Let's beat them up before talking. This is so infuriating. Beat them up. Smash their equipment. The Lin family-style disciples were whipped into a frenzy. When the film crew heard that the disciples were going to smash the equipment, they got worried. Don't you dare. The digital film was inside the cameras. If they got smashed, that would be a huge problem. Meanwhile, the Beijing television team was also having none of it as their equipment was also being confiscated. Hu Fei said, What are you people trying to do? What are you doing? Ho Gu and Ho Di each rushed to stand in front of a female colleague to protect them. The police officers started to look uneasy. Calm down, everyone, calm down. Don't fight. Let's talk about this without resorting to violence. The Lin family style's people said. Angrily. What's there to talk about? There's nothing to say. They tightened their grips on their weapons. When Ninglan realized that things were going badly and was getting out of hand, she remembered Zhang Ye's words. She had no choice but to use this as a last resort. She immediately shouted, Zhang Ye is my friend. Zhang Ye. Why was Zhang Ye's name brought up? The film crew was shocked. The people from Beijing television were also staring at her in shock. However, they were made even more slack-jawed by what happened next. When the Lin family-style disciples heard those two words, Zhang Ye, they looked shaken and were instantly silenced. Huh? What was going on? Ninglan also didn't expect for those two words to be so effective. She immediately pointed behind her. These friends are from Beijing TV and are all Zhang Ye's co-workers. He'll be here shortly too. Some of the Lin family-style disciples looked at each other. Someone stuck their neck out suddenly and gritted their teeth. So what if Zhang Ye is coming? It doesn't matter who comes. Right? Don't you people even think about leaving this place today? Even if Zhang Ye comes here in person, he'd still have to. Ninglan sighed. In the end, it didn't work. But the next second, a voice abruptly came from behind everyone. Even if I come here in person, I'd still have to what? Zhang Ye was here. Ninglan turned around and said, Little Zhang. Xiao Lu said in surprise, Teacher. Zhang. When the Lin family-style disciples saw him, they all looked like they had just seen a ghost. Chapter 987. Why are they showing so much respect to Zhang Ye? Chapter 987. Why are they showing so much respect to Zhang Ye? Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Zhang Ye arrived. The Lin family-style disciples were cursing on the inside. Fuck. What is this plague god doing here? Shit. This is going to be bad. They were all in a subconscious state of panic. Although they had not participated in the recent Tianshan martial arts conference, how could they not have heard of Zhang Ye's notoriety? Ho Gu, Ho Di, and the others immediately ran up to him. Teacher Zhang, you're here. They've confiscated all of our station's equipment. What is this? Tell me what this is. Han Qi and Xiao Lu stamped their feet angrily. Hu Fei also looked over. Zhang Ye asked, is everyone all right? Hu Fei furrowed his brows as he looked at the martial artists. He said, we're all right for now, but they were planning to beat us up because of the argument we had. Even the police couldn't do anything when they got here. Zhang Ye said, I'll handle it. Hu Fei said, be careful. Zhang Ye nodded. Ninglan also came up to him. Zhang Ye locked eyes with her. As this was their first time meeting in person, they took the opportunity to size each other up. Ninglan was worthy of being an A-list movie star. She was elegant and looked very pretty as well. But at present, her clothing was a bit odd. She was wearing robes in the ancient style. Her sleeve was torn apart at the shoulder and was even smeared with mud and some blood. This look was probably required for a scene in the movie. Ninglan stretched out her hand. Teacher Zhang. Zhang Ye shook her hand. Sister Ning. Ninglan had gone through all kinds of difficulties in the industry. Even though she and the film crew were trapped here and their equipment had been taken away, she did not make a fuss. Instead, she laughed. As per your instructions, I mentioned your name, but it didn't seem to have worked. She turned around and looked at the Lin family-style disciples. Zhang Ye also looked at them. The Lin family-style? Master Chun, who was the group's leader, wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, that's us. Zhang Ye said calmly. I think I heard someone say that even if I came here in person, I'd still have to do something? That thought wasn't finished, so please go on and finish it. When they heard that, the disciples immediately fell silent. The Lin family-style disciples were instantly dumbstruck and started sputtering. Zhang Ye stared at them. You don't even have that tiny ounce of respect for me, do you? Respect? What respect did Zhang Ye command here? The Lin family-style disciples had even ignored the police, while the calls from Jiang Hanwei and other people in the industry try and clear up the misunderstanding went ignored as well. The Beijing television team could not understand. The film crew could not understand either. To them, Zhang Ye was just an A-list celebrity. But then again, Ninglan was an A-list celebrity too. She was even much more popular than him. Yet what use was that? In the martial arts community, they did not care about how famous you were, as the two fields were in different domains with basically nothing in common. However, the Lin family-style disciples' reaction confused everyone. There was a moment of silence from them. Eventually, Master Chen braced himself and stepped forward. He apologized. My deepest apologies, Master Zhang. My junior martial brothers don't know how to be polite. We didn't mean in that way. Zhang Ye regarded him. But it sounded to me like you really meant it that way. Master Chen gave him a nervous fist and palm salute. We wouldn't dare. Ninglan was stunned. Hu Fei was wide-eyed and tongue-tied. Da Fei, Xiao Lu, Han Qi, and the film crew were all dumbfounded. Damn, what was that supposed to mean? What was going on? The Lin family-style disciples had just been furiously calling to rough them up. But when Zhang Ye arrived, why did they suddenly turn into different people? Why was their attitude toward Zhang Ye completely different from their attitude toward them? Zhang Ye pointed to the people behind him and said, these are my co-workers. Ninglan's my friend. Before I came over, I told Sister Ning that I would be arriving very soon. I told her that if there was any trouble, she could just mention my name to you. Oh, but now I've realized that I don't even command that tiny ounce of respect. And you people were even planning to beat them up after they brought up my name? All right then. He stepped aside to vacate the area, revealing the people behind him. Then he swept his arm toward the film crews. Make your move. Do whatever you wanted to do. Master Chun was sweating profusely and was truly trembling. You must be kidding. Please don't joke around like this. Zhang Ye solemnly replied, I'm not kidding. Master Chen wiped at his sweat again. None of the Lin family-style disciples ventured out. Make our move? Rough them up while you're standing right here? Fuck, we haven't lived long enough yet. Before Zhang Ye's arrival, they could have done anything they wanted, such as scolding or beating them up, and no one could have said anything against that. That was because the Lin family-style had the right to do as they wished, since it was the film crew who offended them first. Even the police would not be able to interfere. This was similar to how the ethnic minorities had their own rules, culture, and traditions. You couldn't just go about doing whatever you wanted and not respect their rules while in their territory. But now that Zhang Ye had come personally, They knew that they couldn't back up their bluster. With Zhang Ye's status in the martial arts community, if they did not show him this basic respect, then it would be their Lin family style who did not observe the rules. Of course, the crux of the matter was that even if a few dozen of them combined their strength, they still wouldn't be a fucking match for him. Beat them up? That would be as good as digging their own graves. Zhang Ye said calmly, I already know the issue. Whatever my friends here were in the wrong about, they've apologized and offered compensation. Or maybe you people could request something you need since they were at fault. There would be no argument against that. Zhang Ye had always been a reasonable man. But wouldn't beating them up be going overboard? A bunch of martial artists bullying a group of powerless people? There are even women among them. Are you not ashamed of yourselves? The Lin family-style disciples were afraid to utter a word, but neither did they have an excuse. Zhang Ye immediately said, if you feel that their apology was not good enough, I will apologize to you all on their behalf, since they are my friends. He then cupped his fists and bowed. Master Qin went to stop him, flustered. Please don't, please don't. Another Lin family-style unarmed specialist hurriedly said, there's no need to do that. This isn't your fault. A female unarmed specialist also said hurriedly, Master Zhang, there's really no need for you to do that. They could not accept Zhang Ye's apology, nor did they deserve it. But with Zhang Ye showing his sincerity, much of their anger had dissipated. They suddenly felt that Zhang Ye was not as unreasonable as the rumors going around the martial arts community made him out to be. All of a sudden, they heard footfalls coming from behind them. Another person had arrived. It was a middle-aged man who was bald. He looked very tough, but had quite a tender air about him. The Lin family-style disciples instantly extricated themselves. Master! 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 The man of the hour had arrived. It was the Lin family-style's master of the current generation. The film crew and the Beijing television team were subconsciously nervous. When the master arrived, they thought there would be another twist of events. If the other party decided to be unreasonable, they would still be unable to leave this place. Yet somehow, the next development made them once again unable to react. Zhang Ye looked at him and gave him a fist and palm salute. Master Lin. The master of the Lin family style also looked at Zhang Ye. He gave a fist and palm and salute and said, Master Zhang. A rare guest. Zhang Ye said, I'm here to resolve things for my friends and co-workers. They are just common folk and do not know your rules. If they did anything wrong, let me apologize on their behalf. The master of the Lin family style refused to accept his apology as well and replied, There's no need, Master Zhang. I've already been informed about the matter. The heavenly rock was handed down by our Lin family style's ancestral founder and holds a great deal of significance to our Lin family. But you are right. We cannot blame the ignorant. In reality, it's no big deal. Besides, how can we not show you respect, Master Zhang? Zhang Ye said. Then allow me to thank you on behalf of my friends. They could refuse to give face to Zhang Hanwei, but they could not afford to snub Zhang Ye. In the martial arts community, Zhang Hanwei's status was on a completely different plane from Zhang Ye's. Zhang Hanwei was a former disciple of the Huashan sect, so even if he were an expert martial arts master, a former disciple was still a former disciple. His background was already tainted by that fact. Furthermore, some things that happened back at the Huashan sect all those years ago had given some people in the Chinese martial arts world a bad impression of Zhang Hanwei. But Zhang Ye was different. First, his kung fu skills were out in the open for all to see. He was someone who had previously forced a draw against a grandmaster. In the entire Chinese martial arts world, Zhang Ye was without doubt the strongest person below the grandmaster level. With his superb kung fu, even if those present today and the master of the Lin family style were to gang up on him, the few dozen of them would still not be a match for Zhang Ye. Second, Zhang Ye's identity as the successor to the Taiji fist that had been lost for over 100 years was held in very high esteem within the martial arts community. It had a whole other meaning altogether. Third, Zhang Ye had recently barged into the grounds of over a dozen large sects in succession and took them all down with astounding ease. Almost all of the sects of the Chinese martial arts world that could be counted as large had their plaques smashed by him. Even the Shaolin Monastery and Huashan sect had suffered Zhang Ye's violent wrath. Other than him, there was no one in the martial arts community with such a reputation. Even today, his legend was spreading throughout the martial arts community. However, even though there were many people denouncing him, as long as they did not have a blood feud with Zhang Ye, they would still prefer to avoid someone like him as much as possible. Afterwards, the master of the Lin family style glanced at his disciples and reprimanded. Master Zhang is a guest, but you're all holding clubs. Is this the way we treat our guests? When the Lin family style disciples heard this, they hurriedly put down their weapons. We're sorry, Master. Our apologies, Master Zhang. Since they were being courteous with him, Zhang Ye also behaved politely. Zhang Ye said, we should be the ones apologizing instead. An employee from the film crew was also quite enthusiastic to smooth things over. He came forward and said, I'm sorry, Master Lin. We really didn't know the story behind the heavenly rock. We'll be sure to take note of it from now on. Tell us if you require anything for the training hall, or we could also fork out some money to help you renovate the place. It looks like quite a few of the structures are getting worn down. The master of the Lin family style waved it off and said, there's no need for that. Since your side has apologized, consider things resolved. There's no need to bring it up again. Besides, Master Zhang has come all the way here. So how could I ask you all for compensation? Then he turned around and said to his disciples, what are you doing still standing there? Return their equipment. Yes, Master. Master Lin beckoned to Zhang Ye and said, shall we have some tea inside, Master Zhang? This way, please. Zhang Ye also gesticulated. You first. The two of them went inside to the innermost room. They left behind a group of dumbfounded people who were unable to accept what had just happened before their very eyes. Master Zhang. When did Zhang Ye become a master? What the fuck was that salutation? In addition, why was the Lin family style's people willing to show this much respect to Zhang Ye? Chapter 988. Martial Arts Master versus Martial Arts Master. Chapter 988. Martial Arts Master versus Martial Arts Master. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. In the compound. Inside the room, the tea had been brewed. Master Lin swept out his arm. Please have a seat, Master Zhang. Zhang Ye said politely. You first, Master Lin. You are the guest, so you first, Master Lin said. Zhang Ye nodded and dispensed with the niceties. He sat down. Around them, a few of the Lin family-style disciples were also present, but they looked quite nervous, or maybe they were being cautious, as they kept their eyes on Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye said helplessly, don't be so nervous. I'm just here to resolve things for my friends and co-workers. After I have my tea and finish filming the promo, I'll leave immediately. He knew what sort of reputation he had, so he made clear his intentions to put them at ease. And it was true. He was not planning on causing any trouble today. The Lin family-style disciples looked embarrassed. It's not that. We aren't nervous. Yeah, we're not. You're an honored guest, so we must show you hospitality. In truth, what they had just said was totally different from they were thinking. Not nervous? How can we not be fucking nervous? Over a dozen large sects, such as the Shaolin Monastery, Wudong Sect, Huashan Sect, Kunlun Sect, Amei Sect, Iron Palm Sect, and the rest, with a few centuries of history, were all taken down by you. In the entire martial arts community, who would not be on tenterhooks around you? Whose hearts wouldn't tremble if they saw you? For you to appear at our Lin family styles grounds today, how can we not be nervous? How big-hearted would we have to be? Just hurry up and leave already. Leave once you're finished with your business. We are terrified into panic just at the sight of you. When a junior martial brother of the Lin family style was given a signal to leave by his senior brother, he stole a glance at Zhang Ye before quietly withdrawing from the room and going outside into the training hall. There were still several fellow disciples inside the training hall who did not know about the events that had occurred outside. Little junior bro, how are things outside? Have those people been taught a lesson yet? Where's Master? Those disciples all asked about it. Instead, they witnessed their junior martial brother wildly gesticulate while panting. Quick, quick, quick. Don't say anything. Just hide our training hall's plaque. A senior brother was taken aback. What for? A senior sister said with wide eyes, why hide the plaque? The junior martial brother gave a bitter smile and said something shocking. Zhang Ye is here. Everyone in the training hall suddenly looked horrified. Holy fuck, why is he here? Heavens! Quickly, hide the plaque. Hide it. Hurry up and hide it. All hell broke loose as every one of them started panicking. This was what Zhang Ye represented. His name was dreaded in the martial arts community. Meanwhile, the people inside the room did not know what was going on outside. Actually, Zhang Ye's attitude was very clear and the issue was considered resolved. Both parties were very courteous to each other. There wasn't much conflict either. However, due to Zhang Ye's notoriety, several of those disciples took things into their own hands by hiding the plaque for safety's sake. Honestly, though, they couldn't be blamed for being overly cautious as it was always better to be safe than sorry. Zhang Ye's reputation was simply too notorious. As someone who could take the Huashan sect's plaque and make it into beaded bracelets to give away, they couldn't be blamed no matter how nervous they got. After 3 cups of tea, Master Lian suddenly said, "Master Zhang, I've long heard of your great name." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "My name isn't all that great. It's just infamous." The Lian family-style disciples started sweating. "Oh, so you know that yourself too, eh?" Master Lian also smiled. "I've long admired the martial art style of the Taiji fist. We've heard a lot about the Taiji fist since my master's generation, but we've never had the opportunity to see it for ourselves. Since you have graced us with your presence today, Master Zhang, and this is a rare opportunity, I wonder if we could exchange a few blows and learn from each other." Zhang Ye said, "You're too polite, Master Lian. Of course I don't mind exchanging a few blows with you." Master Lian was delighted and rose to his feet. "Then, Master Zhang, I look forward to it." Zhang Ye also stood up. "As do I, Master Lian." Master Lian instructed, "Clear the room." They did not go outside as there were too many people out there. Instead, his disciples quickly shifted the teapot, tea table, and assorted aside, then left the room in understanding. They knew full well that they were not allowed to stay behind to view this exchange between the 2 martial arts masters. They withdrew. Inside the room, the cleared space was about 5 or 6 square meters. It wasn't big, but it was more than enough. Master Lian gave him a fist and palm salute. "Please, Master Zhang." "Please, Master Lian," Zhang Ye said. Outside, a lot of the Lian family-style disciples were getting very curious. Thud, thump. They had started fighting, and sounds of their exchange constantly came from inside. "Who do you guys think will win?" "Our master will win, of course." "You really think so?" "Ahem, I guess our master will probably." "There's nothing to guess. It's an 80% chance that our master won't be a match for Zhang Ye." "It's not an 80% chance, it's a 100% that he won't be a match for Zhang Ye." "Sixth Junior Bro, why are you praising the enemy and putting down our master? Do you guys really think that other than grandmasters, there's someone who's a match for Zhang Ye?" 5 minutes later, the sounds of fighting stopped. When the door opened, Zhang Ye and Master Lian walked out one after the other. "Master! Master!" The Lian family-style disciples looked at them anxiously, wanting to know how it had turned out. Zhang Ye said, "I must take my leave and go to my co-workers, Master Lian." Master Lian said, "If there's any trouble, you can come look for me anytime." "Thank you. Take care, Master Zhang. No need to see me out." "Master Lian, goodbye." Zhang Ye left. Immediately, many of the Lian family-style disciples gathered around their master. "Master, how was it? Who won? Who was the victor?" Master Lian looked over them. "We drew." They were shocked when they heard that. "A draw? Master, you're that powerful? Even Zhang Ye was not your match." However, Master Lian shook his head as he looked out at Zhang Ye's retreating, distant figure. He smiled and said, "He did not even use 20% of his strength, while I'd given it my all. He was just giving me face and being polite." He then sighed and said, "Taiji fist is indeed worthy of its reputation." The Lian family-style disciples fell silent at once. 20% of his strength? Their master was not even a match for 20% of Zhang Ye's strength. It was no wonder that he could single-handedly challenge over a dozen large sects in succession. There were differences between the various grandmasters too. Rao for example. She could face 2 grandmasters by herself for a short period of time without being disadvantaged. Naturally, there were differences between individual martial arts masters as well. Zhang Ye, Yang Shu, and Master Lian were both martial arts masters. But even if Yang Shu and Master Lian were to team up to take on Zhang Ye, they might not be able to take more than 30 attacks from him. Whether it was their moves, physical attributes, or their concealed power, the gap was simply too great. All of a sudden, Master Lian spoke. "Master Zhang's associates are filming a promo today. Help them however you can. Sometimes, we only get to know certain people after we've met them. There's no need to believe the rumors floating around out there. At the very least, I dare say that Master Zhang is not that unreasonable man he was rumored to be. Was that so? Was he really? The Lin family-style disciples were still skeptical. Chapter 989. Why are you guys so afraid of him? Chapter 989. Why are you guys so afraid of him? Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Outside, the people from Beijing Television and the film crew were all busy working. Their equipment had been returned. Actually, there were not many scenes left for the film crew to shoot. After getting a few more takes, they were finished filming for the day. Cut. It's a wrap. Great work, Director Wang. You too, Sister Ning. The film crew started to pack up their equipment. Not too far away, Zhang Ye was strolling past at this moment. When the film crew saw him, the director and a few of the managers rushed up to him. Teacher Zhang, thank you so much. It was all thanks to you. Thank you. Zhang Ye smiled and said, not at all. I had to answer Sister Ning's call for help. Besides, my co-workers were also trapped here. In the name of reason, I had to make a trip here today. Ning Lan also smiled and said, if you hadn't come here today, Teacher Zhang, we really wouldn't have known what we to do. It seems like only you can earn their respect. Others couldn't do a thing. Zhang Ye waved it off. The key is that they were willing to give me face. The truth is that we were in the wrong this time. The director said, it was due our crew's negligence. I'm quite sorry about that. We even caused trouble for you and your friends from Beijing Television. Zhang Ye said, think nothing of it. Everything is fine now. The film crew shouldered their equipment and left one by one. Ning Lan was the last person to leave. She looked at Zhang Ye. So it really did help to mention your name. Zhang Ye smiled and said, I just happened to have some influence here. They were also willing to give me face. Sure. Ning Lan smiled a beautiful smile. When I encounter something like this in the future, I'll know what to do. Mentioning your name, Zhang Ye, will be sure to help. Zhang Ye started and quickly said, don't do that. You absolutely must not. Ning Lan was curious. What's wrong? Zhang Ye said nervously. In any case, just don't mention my name. I don't have that great an influence. Mention my name? You need to know where you are first of all. It might be alright if it's at the Lin family-style school or some of the other small sects in the martial arts community. Those places are more than likely willing to give me face. But if you went to the Shaolin Monastery, Huashan sect, or Kunlun sect and mentioned my name, then you'd be trying to die. The issue might have started small, but if you mention my name, the small issue will most assuredly get blown out of proportion. After a while, Ning Lan and the film crew left in a hurry to get to their next location. Zhang Ye then went to the Beijing television team. They had already begun filming the promotional video and were currently blocking out the scene. When Hu Fei saw that Zhang Ye had come over, he asked, you even have influence at this place? Zhang Ye gave a wry smile. More or less. Xiao Lu grinned and shouted, Teacher Zhang, you're so cool. Yeah. Da Fei said, you didn't see what happened just then. It was so dangerous. But after you arrived, the Lin family-style disciples just stayed silent. What the hell happened? What sort of title is Master Zhang? Hoge was extremely curious. Zhang Ye smiled and said, it's just a form of address, nothing more. Since Zhang Ye did not elaborate, no one could puzzle it out. Whatever it was, today's incident had astounded all of them. How could Zhang Ye have more influence than Jiang Hanwei in the domain of the Chinese martial arts world? When the police officers standing a distance away were finally certain that there wouldn't be any more trouble, they gave each other a look and had a quick word with the people from Beijing Television before turning to leave. They didn't even greet Zhang Ye. Certainly, they knew who Zhang Ye was. But his reputation with the police was the same as it was in the Chinese martial arts world. It was very notorious. Those two verses of shut are the doors for humans, / open is the entrance of a dog cage. And no matter how heavy the iron shackles clang at my feet, / no matter how high you raise the whip, had pushed the police into the public eye a couple years ago. They had nearly drowned in the people's vitriol. Zhang Ye had gone in and out of the police station a few times himself, so he had dealt with the Public Security Bureau on many occasions. As such, whenever the cops saw Zhang Ye, their first reaction would be to stay as far away as possible, since they knew how awful this guy could be. The shooting for the promotional video began. Hu Fei asked, Zhang, what do you think about this? It's fine, Zhang Ye said. Hu Fei asked, do you have any suggestions? Zhang Ye smiled and said, I'm just a bystander, don't ask me. Hu Fei laughed and said, with you, the director of the #1 rated TV show in the country, standing here beside me. Who else would I ask if not you? In the end, Zhang Ye had no choice but to offer some advice. He made a few filming suggestions, but did not say more than necessary. Zhang Ye had high expectations for the king of masked singers. After all, it was a show he would be competing in. But that was also why Zhang Ye did not want to get involved in the production too much. He wanted to give it some novelty since his upcoming battlefield wasn't going to be behind the scenes. Half an hour. An hour. The filming followed a packed schedule. Zhang Ye was observing things from a distance with folded arms. Some Lian family-style disciples were also nearby, stealing glances at Zhang Ye from time to time. Some of them looked at him curiously, while some of them glanced at him cautiously. But regardless of what their expressions were, there was always some fear in their eyes. Each one stayed as far away as they could. No one dared to get too near to him. Many of those from Beijing television noticed this, and it made them wonder even more. Xiaolu could no longer hold it in. When she saw one of the Lian family-style disciples, she suddenly went up to him and said, Bro. The unarmed specialist was startled. Xiaolu pointed in Zhang Ye's direction. Can I ask you something? Why are you guys so afraid of Teacher Zhang? The unarmed specialist said in embarrassment. We're not. Xiaolu asked, Really? The unarmed specialist wiped at his sweat. We're not afraid of him. Xiaolu said suspiciously. Oh, is that so? Then I must have been wrong. The Lian family-style's unarmed specialists could only smile bitterly in their minds. Not afraid? How could they not be afraid of him? In the Chinese martial arts world, who wouldn't tremble at the mere mention of Zhang Ye's name? Only people like you who did not know powerful Zhang Ye would dare to speak to Zhang Ye in such a manner. If it were the Chinese martial arts world's people, how many would dare to act rashly in front of him? Even those large sects with a deep-seated hatred for Zhang Ye might not necessarily dare to do so. They were constantly saying they wanted to denounce Zhang Ye. But how long had it been? Had any of the large sects taken action yet? They only dared to talk big. Heading to the metropolitan area. On the road. In the bus, the director was cursing at the cameraman who had stepped on the Lian family-style's heavenly rock. He had been scolding him the entire way back. What the hell were you thinking? Didn't you see that they'd fenced it? That cameraman looked down at the floor without speaking. He had been quite frightened. The director snapped. If Sister Ning had not asked Zhang Ye for help, all of our equipment would have been written off. Someone might have even gotten hurt. The cameraman said, It was my fault. Ning Lan said, It's over, so let's forget about it, Director Wang. The director said, Frankly, however, although Teacher Zhang Ye's reputation in the industry is not too good, but his influence is quite wide. Ning Lan owed Zhang Ye a rather big favor this time, so she wanted to help him out. She smiled and said, Why don't we add another character to our movie, and then invite Zhang Ye to play the part? The director gave her a wry smile. Do you think I don't want to? If Zhang Ye had joined the film a while back, the male lead's role would have belonged to him for certain. But ever since the air pollution documentary scandal, who has the courage to invite him aboard? He has offended too many people, and those people he offended this time are all, forget it. There's no point in talking about it. I'm actually quite impressed with Zhang Ye, but being impressed is just that. As a director, I have to be responsible to the company and investors who entrusted me with this movie. I must guarantee that the movie will get shown. If I asked Zhang Ye to join us in his current circumstances, who would be brave enough to show our movie? He wasn't some famous director. He was just a small-time director who hadn't debuted for too many years. He had to consider what others thought of him. Ning Lan asked, Is it that serious? The director nodded. Why else do you think Zhang Ye still can't get any new work even though he's an A-list celebrity? It's because no one wants to risk inviting him. Well, whatever. It seemed like she couldn't help him out this time. And so, Ning Lan did not say more. DDD. Suddenly, the chat app on her cell phone beeped with a notification. When Ning Lan finally checked the messages, she discovered that there were quite a few new messages in the goof group. A lot of people had pinged her. Xiaodong, Sister Ning, how are things now? Fan Wenli. They didn't hurt you, did they? Zhang Yuanqi, are you there? Hu Dongfang, old Ning? Why'd she go quiet? Might something have happened? Ning Lan quickly replied in the group. Thanks so much for your concern, everyone. The problem has been successfully resolved. Everyone is fine, and the equipment was returned to us. Xiaodong, ah? That fast? Ninglan sent a smiley face. Yep. When Zhang Ye came over, the Lian family actually gave him face and returned our equipment to us without another word. A movie star asked curiously, Zhang Ye? Chen Guang. Zhang Ye really went over? Xiaodong. They really gave face to teacher Zhang? Ninglan laughed and said, not only that. When he first arrived, those people from the training hall immediately fell silent. Even the Lian family style's master Lian treated him very politely. But as for why, I'm not quite sure either. Anyway, I owe Zhang Ye a favor now and have to find a way to repay him. A lot of the big-shot celebrities in the Goof group had not expected this. Many of them wanted to ask Jiang Hanwei what exactly was going on. That was because, in the entertainment industry, it was Jiang Hanwei who probably had the most ties with the martial arts world, so he should know why. But when they remembered the conflict between Jiang Hanwei and Zhang Ye, they knew it wouldn't be right to ask him. Therefore, they could only assume that Zhang Ye knew someone in the Lian family since they couldn't think of any other possible reasons. Chapter 990. The name of Zhang Ye is worth a 150 million. Chapter 990. The name of Zhang Ye is worth a 150 million. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. A few days later, the promotional video for King of Masked Singers was aired. The premiere was scheduled for broadcast on Beijing television on Saturday at 8 p.m. When the promotional video was aired, it immediately took the internet by storm. A lot of the viewers had their appetites whetted again. Take off your halo. Put on a mask. Return to the battlefield newborn. A gathering of the strong, no need for names. Fight a fair contest through music. A legend needs to be witnessed. Perfection can only be achieved through conquest. Set off a musical storm with your true power. King of Masked Singers. I'm coming. Impressive imagery. A surge of visuals amid literature and art. And then there were the lines that set people's pulses racing. This promotional video that only lasted for around 40 seconds left everyone with a deep impression. Widespread discussions started on Weibo. It's finally beginning. Every show Zhang Ye produces makes people champ at the bit. The promo was really blood-pumping. Take off your halo and put on a mask. So who will appear on the show this time? No one knows. Beijing TV hasn't revealed any names this whole time. I heard that they'll all be A-list celebrities. Are you serious? Any celebrities in the A-list or above are the top names in the country. Will they really shed their identities and put on a mask to verse other competitors? Winning is deserved, but if they lose, that would be so embarrassing. And if they lose to some newbies in the music industry, then it would look even worse for them. That's why I'm looking forward to it. Do you guys think there will be any movie stars joining? Yes, of course. A lot of movie stars can also sing great. Ha ha ha. They're crossing over to perform. That's what's most exciting about the show. I really can't wait for this show to start. I've been waiting for a month already. Hurry up and broadcast it. The only regrettable thing is that Zhang Ye is not the host. This is his show, but he ended up getting banned. He couldn't involve himself as the host and executive director. How damn maddening. Dong Shanshan is also pretty good. Yeah, I quite like Teacher Shanshan too. Soon after, a list was published. King of Masked Singers Crew. Executive Director, Hu Fei. Executive Producer, Zhang Ye. Music Director, by Yuan Fei. House Band, Miracle Wheels. Host, Dong Shanshan. Guessing Panel Guest Judges, Chun Guang, famous domestic singer. Zhang Xia, famous songstress. Amy, member of popular idol group Spring Garden. Chen Yidong, famous variety host. Yao Jinkai, famous crosstalk comedian. Wang Jueshu, famous lyricist and composer. The list was revealed. The viewers burst into an uproar. They already knew about some of the people on the list, such as Zhang Ye being the executive producer and Dong Shanshan being the host. But they had never heard any news of most of the other names on the list. By Yuan Fei, Chen Guang, the Miracle Wheels. These were all famous people from the music industry. Even the Miracle Wheels were invited. How cool is that? They're one of the best bands in the country currently. The music director is by Yuan Fei. Boss Bai received an Overseas Music Achievement Award just last year. Yeah, it was for his work in the development of our country's music industry. A lot of it was to the credit of Boss Bai. He also has very high artistic standards. For him to come and take the role of music director for King of Masked Singers The show's professionalism and degree of excellence will be elevated to another level. Why did Chen Guang join as a guest judge? Damn, I was hoping to see old Chen wearing a mask. Ha ha ha. Old Chen must be scared and unwilling to take the stage. Come on. In the music industry, among the male singers, how many people can compare with old Chen? In terms of singing and popularity, Chen Guang is top class. Would he even need to participate? Grandma Zhang Xia will be there too. Yeah, there's definitely a need for the presence of a bel canto singer. I like Amy. The one that surprises me most is Yao Jiankai. Ha 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 ha. Old Yao has actually come to do a TV show too. There's no doubt he did so because of Zhang Ye. It's not like anyone has been able to get him on their shows in the past. I adore old Yao so much. The crosstalks he did with Zhang Ye were all perfect. They're the perfect duo that appears only once in a century. With him as a guest, the studio atmosphere would surely be enlivened. Hi. If only Zhang Ye could also be on the guessing panel as a guest judge too. That would make things even more wonderful. They're all big names. This guest lineup is so cool. Wouldn't Beijing TV have spent a lot on this? I don't know, but isn't that to be expected? Has the title sponsorship been finalized yet? How much are they getting for it this time? Subsequently, just as the netizens were discussing this, news regarding the title sponsorship of King of Masked Singers was released. This announcement once again set everyone off talking. After several rounds of bidding, the title sponsorship of the show was won by a very large domestic beverage corporation. The exclusive title sponsorship fee, 150 million renminbi. What? How much? Holy crap, 150 million yuan. This is insane. This has broken another record. Heavens, it's even more than The Voice? The Voice only got 100 million for the title sponsorship fee. This title sponsorship fee was really too frightening. When the industry heard about this news, it also caused quite a sensation. Domestically, there had not been any variety shows that had ever sold a title sponsorship for such a terrifying figure. However, when they found out about the details, a lot of the industry insiders could only wryly smile without saying a word. They heard that in the bidding war for the title sponsorship of King of Masked Singers, it was a knockdown, drag-out fight with more than a dozen companies taking part at the beginning. They bidded until the end when the three remaining companies were unwilling to give up and nearly even came to blows. How did it end up like this? Why was it able to get such a high price? Even the other variety shows had a lot of big names on their shows. Although the guest lineup could not be compared to the King of Masked Singers guest lineup this time, they were still quite good. For example, a recent large-scale singing talent show broadcast on Dragon TV had a title sponsorship of merely 50 million renminbi. And that was even with all of their invited guests being more popular than Dong Shanshan. But why was King of Masked Singers able to sell theirs for 150 million renminbi? How could they do that? Some people could not understand, but some clearly understood. It was probably because of one name. Not the name of a guest, not the name of the host, and not the name of a participating celebrity. It was the name of Zhang Ye. To many advertisers, Zhang Ye's name alone was worth the 150 million renminbi. As long as Zhang Ye's name was in the executive producer's role in the crew, they would be willing to spend that much money. Since Lecture Room started, Zhang Ye's path in the television industry officially began. Then, he moved on to make Zhang Ye's talk show, The Voice, and A Bite of China, proving on more than one occasion his production skills. He was currently regarded by everyone as the best producer in the industry. The genre of show Zhang Ye worked with? It didn't matter. Who would be directing the show? It didn't matter. Who would be the host of the show? It didn't matter. As long as it was Zhang Ye who produced the show, that was all they needed. Even a food documentary like A Bite of China that did not have a host could go on to top the nationwide viewership ratings. Moreover, it topped those nationwide viewership ratings over a dozen times in a row. So what else could be more important than him? Zhang Ye's name was the greatest guarantee. Having gone through the days of not being shown any interest when the idea for The Voice was hatched, and the low regard for A Bite of China before its broadcast, Zhang Ye had shattered people's expectations over and over again. He had now come to this point in time when no one would ever doubt his production skills. To put it plainly, even if this fellow produced a shit show, there would still be someone willing to pay for the title sponsorship and believe that the show would become popular. This was what you called star power. Therefore, for them to have managed to secure this 150 million in title sponsorship money, Other than the advertiser being optimistic about the show and their trust in the appointment of the celebrity guests, more of it was to the credit of Zhang Ye's name. As a show that had yet to be broadcast, it was getting hyped to a ridiculous extent and was being talked about non-stop by the viewers every single day. Together, with Zhang Ye's name on it, there was almost no chance for the viewership ratings to do badly. The advertiser was not dumb. With such a channel publicizing their brands, they simply couldn't let such a good opportunity slip out of their hands without a fight. So the title sponsorship fee was naturally pushed even higher. It had broken all records. The record for the highest title sponsorship fee for a domestic variety show was once again broken. Importantly, this was just the exclusive title sponsorship fee. There were still many remaining advertisement spots, so with everything added together, it might even cross 300 million renminbi in total. And this was not yet taking into account the exclusive online broadcast rights fee. After the announcements, at an industry dinner party, did you hear about the title sponsorship fee for King of Masked Singers? Yes, I did. It's insane. This is a good thing. Zhang Ye has broken the record for the title sponsorship fee once again. With the standard raised, it will only get better for future shows, since the general title sponsorship fees across the industry should raise as well. Oldly, you're overthinking things. No matter how many times the record is broken for the highest title sponsorship fee, it's got nothing to do with us. That's right. A show that our station just made went to lobby for title sponsors with heaps of confidence, but was only offered 10 million renminbi in the end. The title sponsors even reeled off a long list of conditions. Yeah, it's the same for us too. AI, it's not easy at all. Just look at King of Masked Singers. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't jealous of them. There's no point in being jealous. There's only one Zhang Ye around. No one else is going to get the same treatment as him. Chapter 991. The first song has been decided. Chapter 991. The first song has been decided. Translator, leg editor, leg. Under public attention. The countdown to the recording of King of Masked Singers begun. There were 3 more days. There were just 3 days remaining. At home, on this morning, Zhang Ye was feeling unwell after getting up from bed. He felt a little dizzy, but was more bothered by a tickle in his throat. However, he did not think much of it. It might have been due to the added pressure in recent days or the long duration that he'd spent practicing that led to him catching a slight cold. He believed that he would recover after taking some medicine. His mother, who had made prepared breakfast, suddenly said, "Son." Zhang Ye said, "Ah." His mother smiled and said, "I discussed things with your dad yesterday. We're planning to sightsee and vacation in Hainan for a while. The two of us haven't really traveled much all these years." His father, who wasn't too keen on going, asked, "Are we really going? Didn't we already agree to it?" His mother stared hard at his father. Zhang Ye found them funny and said, "Go on then. It's good to get out and have some fun." His mother made a noise in agreement as she looked at him. "Will you be paying for us?" Zhang Ye replied, "Of course. I must." His mother said, "Great. Shall we book the tickets then?" Zhang Ye said, "Go ahead. Go and have fun with Dad. I'll take care of all the expenses. Will you be fine staying at home by yourself?" His father was a little worried. His mother sneered, "Our son is a grown-up. Does he still need you to worry about him?" Zhang Ye smiled. "Don't worry about me. If I get hungry, I'll order something to eat. I won't starve to death." His mother said, "We'll be back in a couple weeks. And you better find a job quickly." "Okay, I will," Zhang Ye responded. His mother was the impatient type who would act as soon as she made a decision. In that sense, Zhang Ye had inherited a part of her character. After booking the airplane tickets and the hotel, his parents packed their luggage and headed for the capital's airport to catch their same-day, afternoon flight. They left just like that. At night, Zhang Ye cooked a packet of instant noodles for dinner, then took some medication for his cold before turning in early for the night. When Zhang Ye got up from bed the next day, he nearly fell down on the spot. He was feeling a bit dizzy, and his legs were a little wobbly. Only now did he realize that his cold had gotten worse, and that he even had a fever. Damn, no way, right? Why are you chaining me up at this key point in time? Zhang Ye didn't know what to do. He was scheduled for a rehearsal today at Beijing Television, where he was supposed to discuss the songs with the musicians and the arrangements. But Zhang Ye probably couldn't go any more in his current condition. So he took the clown's cell phone and called Han Chi, his liaison, to apply for time off. Han Shi was very worried when she heard. Teacher, are you alright? I'm fine. We start recording the show tomorrow. I'll be able to make it tomorrow. You're one of the contestants scheduled for the first round, so it's too late to make any changes at this time. I know that. Let me visit you. Where do you live? There's no need. Then please get some bed rest. It won't make much of a difference to discuss tomorrow's rehearsal. Okay. After hanging up, Zhang Ye struggled and crawled out of bed quick as he could. He ransacked the drawers and found a bunch of cold and fever medicine and popped them all in one go before lying back down to sleep. He was hoping to recover from the cold quickly. Otherwise, it would be really stupid if it affected tomorrow's competition. Many outstanding singers had come to compete on the stage of King of Masked Singers. Although Zhang Ye did not know their names, but when he saw their stage presence and heard their voices, he knew that every one of them was going to be a strong foe. Even if Zhang Ye faced the competition in his best condition, he might not necessarily win, much less if he had to perform when he was down with a cold. He could not even guarantee that he would not be eliminated in the first round, so he was feeling rather anxious. He had to recover as soon as possible. If he lost in the first round and was forced to reveal his identity, how could he advance in this industry in the future? But things don't always go as planned. Sometimes, the more you hope something will get better, the more it gets worse. Friday, on the day of the recording. The interval between this world's recording of a television show and broadcast was much shorter than Zhang Ye's previous world. Due to having a live audience at the recording studio, it was impossible to keep a lot of news and competition results a secret. They would be leaked to the public. Therefore, in consideration of the possibility that, if the interval between recording and broadcast was dragged on for too long, the show's intended effect would be affected. As such, the King of Masked Singers program team compressed the interval even further by recording the show on Friday and then broadcasting at 8 p.m. on Saturday. The entire turnaround time was only a day, but even though there was enough time to do it this way, there was no allowance for any problems to arise. Everyone had to be extremely careful and focused, because if there were any recording accidents or problems, they would be unable to get the episode to air on the following day. That would then become a massive problem. Around 5 in the morning, it was still dark out. Beijing Television's King of Masked Singers program team had all arrived. Inside the recording studio, the entire place had been renovated. Anyone would be astonished once they saw the stage, lighting, studio, and heard the audio system, as they were all the best that anyone could get in the industry. The program team, which secured the 150 million renminbi in title sponsorship, had also reinvested a lot of that money back into the show. They were essentially willing to dump any amount of money into it. They would either not make a splash, or they would amaze everyone with their show. Beijing Television's executives were also very cooperative on their part. This was the most important show for Beijing Television this year, without any other shows even coming close. So the station's and program team's efforts were fully concentrated on it. Brother Hu, Teacher Sunset Glow has arrived. This early, she wasn't too satisfied with the rehearsal yesterday, so she changed part of the arrangement and wanted to come rehearse with the band one more time. She's already in the second rehearsal room. That's fine. The official recording will begin at 1 p.m. Let's hurry and get our preparations done. Okay, understood. Where's Teacher Zhang Ye? He didn't come? He's here. I just saw him come in after getting out of his car when I went downstairs. Is that so? But I didn't see him. I didn't see him either. Maybe you were mistaken. It was a BMW X5, the car that Teacher Zhang drives. Let's not worry about Teacher Zhang for now. The biggest variable right now is Teacher Clown. Where's Han Shi? Little Han. Has Teacher Clown arrived yet? He's here. Little Han went to bring him here. Has he recovered? I don't know. Go and check it out. If Teacher Clown does not make it for the recording, that'd be trouble. There's no way we could find someone to replace him at this time. Backstage, outside the rehearsal room, the clown again arrived wearing his mask. No one saw when he came in either. When Han Shi came out to bring him in, the clown had already changed into his costume. His mask already covered his entire face. Han Shi said in surprise, Teacher Clown, you've recovered? The clown was silent for a moment before saying, I'm all right. The moment he spoke, that hoarse and broken voice was immediately unveiled. Han Shi was stunned. Sir, you're... A little while later, the rehearsal room door opened. When Sunset Glow emerged from inside and saw that man in the clown mask standing at the door, she was startled for a moment before giving him a smile with her eyes from under the mask. She had heard the clown singing those working-class songs in the video clips and was also extremely curious about his identity. She wondered what kind of wondrous song this 50-year-old driver with a beautiful voice would perform this time, so she tried to explore the enemy's plans. "Teacher Clown, what song did you choose to perform?" she said with a purposely disguised voice, as she did not wish for her true identity to be exposed. The moment the clown spoke, she also got stunned. The clown said in a hoarse voice, "Haven't thought of it yet." Sunset Glow said, "Your voice." The clown spread his hands. A serious cold. Sunset Glow immediately said, "Don't talk anymore. The less you can speak, the better. Have you gone to the hospital yet? Did you get a cortisone injection one yet? No, your case is too serious. Even a cortisone injection is useless." Han Chi stamped her feet in worry. What can we do now?" Suddenly, Hu Fei, Ho Gu, Xiao Lu, and the others rushed over. When they heard about the condition of the clown's voice, their expressions changed slightly for the worse, and everyone fell silent. Da Fei clenched his teeth and said, "Let's get a replacement, brother Hu." Hu Fei said, "How are we to make any changes?" "It's too late for that." Xiao Lu exclaimed, "This is bad. The show's gonna start recording this afternoon." Hogu was getting anxious. However, the clown just looked at them and smiled. He was obviously very sick, but his mental state seemed to be much more better than theirs. "I'm fine. I can still sing," Han Chi said anxiously. "But how can you sing like that?" The clown ignored her and went straight into the rehearsal room. "Let's rehearse." A coughing fit consumed him. When he walked in, everyone looked at him and found that his footfalls were a little light and swaying. When the Miracle Wheels band members saw him, their hearts pounded. The music director, Bai Yuanfei, immediately came forward. "Are you all right?" The clown smiled. "Yes." Bai Yuanfei nodded. "Then, let's rehearse." The Miracle Wheels drummer said, "How can you sing in that state? You'll definitely be eliminated even if you insist on singing." The guitarist sighed and said, "You sing bel canto, the clown, but you can't possibly sing pop, songs, or rock." "I can sing them all," the clown said. The guitarist said, "You really can't sing like this." The clown said staunchly, "Even if I can't, I must." Lose. Elimination? Zhang Ye was not afraid to lose. If he really lost, so be it. He was not a sore loser. But what he couldn't accept was that he did not even have the courage to get on stage. Having worked for so long in the industry, what sort of difficulties had he not encountered? What calamities had he not been through? He could lose, but even if he lost, he still wanted to lose while standing on stage. This was who Zhang Ye was. He had a bit of the wolf in his bones. The word retreat didn't exist in his dictionary. When he thought of all this, Zhang Ye suddenly knew what song he was going to sing today. The melody and lyrics of a song naturally surfaced in his mind. He wanted to tell the audience who he was, where he came from, and where he wanted to go. Zhang Ye immediately picked up pen and paper and started to write out the song. When music director Bai Yuanfei and the musicians saw this, they were in disbelief. Bai Yuanfei gasped and said, "Why, you're even thinking of singing an original?" Zhang Ye nodded. The bassist face-bombed and really had to hand it to Zhang Ye. "You're still thinking of singing an original in your current state? This is too hard. Why don't we choose something simpler instead?" The guitarist also disagreed with Zhang Ye. Besides, the audience might not even be convinced by it. How many people would accept a song that they've never heard before? How many would accept it after only hearing it for the first time? That's still a question mark. Your voice is already not up to mark today, so if you still insist on taking such a risk, you'll definitely get eliminated. But Zhang Ye just looked at them with determination and handed them the score. "My first song must be this one." Chapter 992, A Madman. Chapter 992, A Madman. Translator, Leg. Editor, Leg. At Beijing Television. Behind the closed doors of the rehearsal room, guitar strums, bass strumming, a song's melody repeated over and over. Except there was no singing. That was because Zhang Ye was no longer able to sing. The condition of his voice had gotten so serious that he had almost lost his voice, though he could still speak. But when he sang, half of his vocalization could not be heard at all. Even so, he still hummed along and tried his best to coordinate with the band. They finished rehearsing the first song, then followed up with rehearsing the second song. After 2 hours, the band members and program team staff felt sorry for the sight of the man wearing a clown mask standing on stage who looked like he was on the verge of collapsing. Bai Yuanfei couldn't bear it anymore. All right, that'll do. However, Zhang Ye said, fine, let's do it one more time. Bai Yuanfei was fretting over him. You're already in this state, so don't push yourself. Go to the hospital. Zhang Ye waved it off. I'm fine. Let's try again. He even got down from the stage to discuss things with the band's guitarist. He pointed out some issues. I want cough, cough, guitar here. I don't want other instruments. Then he pointed to another part and said with much difficulty, I will sing a cappella here. The guitarist hurriedly said, I got it. Please don't speak anymore. Zhang Ye nodded. Let's do it one more time. Sorry for the trouble. Once, twice, and yet again. This had always been Zhang Ye's way. He set very high standards for himself and would never allow any shortcomings in his pursuit of the arts. Even in his current poor health, he still had to carry on to the best of his ability. Bluff his way through, make do, not pushing himself to the limit. That was not his style. Han Qi, who was seated in the audience, unwittingly started to tear up. The rehearsal ended. Han Qi quickly rushed on stage to help the clown down and quickly returned to the waiting room. The station called for a doctor, who's arrived. Zhang Ye nodded. Thank you. Her heart aching, Han Qi said, Please don't speak anymore. Right after they left, Hu Fei arrived with a group of people. Hu Fei said in worry, How was it? Bai Yuanfei forced a smile and said, We're done rehearsing. The guitarist looked very touched. I've never come across person as hardworking as him. The healthy competitors only rehearsed 2 songs 7 or 8 times yesterday, but he rehearsed 2 songs 23 times despite being sick. I've really never seen a person like him before. He's really risking his life that way. Hogo asked, Can he sing? Will he be able to go on stage? Da Fei said anxiously, We're going to start recording very soon. Bai Yuanfei pondered for a moment. Don't worry. He can definitely take the stage. Even if the sky falls, with the type of person he is, he'll remain standing on stage to finish singing before collapsing. Besides the clown, the other 5 singers scheduled for the first round were ready to go. In the waiting room of Sunset Glow asked, How's the clown doing? Her liaison sighed and replied, I heard that he just finished rehearsing, but that he just couldn't make a sound. That's such a shame. Her liaison said, Yeah, he'll definitely get eliminated. In the waiting room of Petal Shower, her liaison asked, Teacher, how do you feel? I'm feeling great. Petal Shower smiled. I can't wait to start. Her liaison said, That's great then. We'll crush the other singers for sure this time. Petal Shower suddenly asked, I heard that one of the masked singers has fallen sick? Her liaison acknowledged, That's right. It's so serious that he's having difficulty vocalizing. The rules state that 2 people will get eliminated in each round, so he'll definitely be one of the 2 today. He might not even be able to finish performing his first song, much less the second. The other competitors had also heard about the clown's health and felt that it was unfortunate. Even though they found the songs the man had sung a bit weird, his singing was still very strong. There was no one else who could sing better than him in bel canto. Ordinarily, he would be a very formidable competitor. But now that he had lost his voice after coming down with a serious cold, it was obvious that it would be a fatal blow to him. Whether or not the clown would be going on stage to perform, his chance at moving on to the next round was as good as gone. In the infirmary, Zhang Ye was waiting here. Han Qi said anxiously, Doctor, please take a look at him, please. Zhang Ye was sweating profusely and beads of sweat were trickling down his forehead. No one could see his face underneath the mask, but it was obvious that he did not look good. The doctor frowned as he made his way over. Open your mouth. Zhang Ye did as he was told. Say, push your tongue down. The doctor took out a thermometer and placed it into Zhang Ye's mouth. Then he wore his stethoscope and moved the chest piece around Zhang Ye's chest. At this moment, the thermometer beeped to signify it was done taking his temperature. The doctor retrieved it from his mouth to check. A fever of 40 degrees. The doctor looked alarmed. Han Qi paled a bit as well. Hu Fei and some others on the program team pushed the infirmary door open and came over. Even Dong Shanshan, who had just finished doing her makeup, rushed over in a hurry when she heard about the emergency over here. Dong Shanshan asked. How is he? Doctor, Hu Fei asked. Is he going to be all right? Without a second thought, the doctor suggested, get a substitute. It's impossible for him to go on stage in this state. Hu Fei gasped. How serious is it? The doctor showed the thermometer at them. He has a fever of 40 degrees, a severe viral cold, inflammation of the tonsils, and even has pneumonia symptoms. What say you? What? It's this serious? This? Then he really isn't going to be okay. The doctor looked at Zhang Ye and commanded, the ambulance is just outside. You must immediately follow me to the hospital to get treatment. Don't even think of taking the stage. That is impossible. Zhang Ye shook his head and said, there's nothing wrong with me. The doctor said furiously, you're in that state, and you still say that there's nothing wrong with you? Anyone else who has a fever as bad as yours wouldn't even be able to get out the bed, yet you can still get here for the rehearsal? You even managed to rehearse for over 2 hours? You don't want to live anymore, do you? Only now did everyone realize the shape the clown was in when rehearsing just now. They heard a determined voice come from behind the clown mask. I'm fine, the doctor said angrily. Follow me to the hospital right away. Hu Fei also knew that this couldn't continue, so he promptly said, Teacher Clown, I can go on. You don't have to say more, interrupted Zhang Ye. The doctor lost his temper and shouted, you can't even stand straight right now, and you have nearly lost your voice. Go on stage. What stage? Zhang Ye looked at him. Give me a cortisone shot. The doctor said, an injection probably won't improve your health. Zhang Ye said weakly, give me shot. He was frequently losing his voice when speaking now. As a result, there were some words that didn't even come out. It made his speech sound a bit broken, although everyone still understood what he was trying to say. Teacher Clown, Zhang Ye waved his hands to stop them from talking. The doctor gazed into Zhang Ye's eyes. Are you sure? Zhang Ye nodded. Do it. The doctor had no other choice. Let me tell you this first. As you're in grave condition, if you are injected with corticosteroids, the damage and side effects will be much greater than on others. Zhang Ye said a single word, understood. The doctor grit his teeth. All right. He then turned around. Don't crowd around in here. Everyone, please go outside. Hu Fei and the others hesitated, wanting to speak, but eventually left the room. However, Han Qi did not depart. She stayed behind with Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye loosened his collar some and exposed his neck. The doctor prepped the medicine and adjusted the dosage. Han Qi stood right next to him, biting her lip, not saying a word. 5 minutes later. Are you ready? Yes. I'm going to inject you now. Okay. The doctor pinched Zhang Ye's neck and soon started injecting the shot with care. Zhang Ye's eyelids twitched as he felt a sudden gush of intense pain. He was the type who was most afraid of going to the hospital. Ever since childhood, he would look scared whenever someone brought up the hospital. As such, he would self-medicate at home whenever he was sick. But this time, he couldn't do that. He needed to have a voice to sing. After the injection was administered, the doctor helped massage his muscles. A while later, the doctor asked, try to make a sound, please. Zhang Ye attempted to sing a line. Land as pretty as the picture. His voice was still not back. The doctor shook his head. It didn't work. Han Qi hurriedly said, forget it. Teacher, just forget it. But Zhang Ye put forth, it's slightly better. Give me another shot. The doctor said angrily, you think this isn't for drip? We're talking about injecting you with steroids here. Do you know what side effects this could cause? Just one shot is enough to make you suffer. Shoot me up again. Zhang Ye yelled. The doctor clenched his teeth. It's none of my business if something happens to you. Zhang Ye said, do it. A second injection was administered to him. This injection was even more painful than the previous one. Zhang Ye's hands were even trembling. The pain did not come from being pinched, but rather spread from his throat to his chest. The injection was done. Zhang Ye was sweating even more profusely. After he rested for a while to let the steroids take effect, he tried to sing again. Land as pretty as a picture. It was much better, but still not enough. He couldn't hit the higher registers. Zhang Ye closed his eyes. Another. Han Qi immediately deterred. No, you absolutely must not. Zhang Ye looked tranquil. Again. Han Qi shouted. Teacher. Zhang Ye yelled without any explanation. Do it. The doctor did not argue this time. In silence, he looked at the man in the clown mask, turned around, and picked up the syringe. Han Chi could not watch any longer. She turned around and ran out after opening the door. Hu Fei had already gone back to the stage to oversee things, but quite a few of the others had remained outside the infirmary. Ho Gu, Xiao Lu, Da Fei, and the others were all waiting there. How are things? Can he sing? What are things like, little? Han Chi didn't utter a word. She just squatted down and started crying. Little Han, you? Everyone looked each other in the eye and suddenly felt their hearts grow heavy. A short while later, the doctor pushed open the infirmary door and came out. Everyone gathered around him in haste. Doctor, is he better? How is Teacher Clown? The doctor scanned the group and proclaimed, if something happens to him in the future, don't call me. I've treated a lot of celebrities before, as well as given them cortisone shots, but this is the first time in my entire life that I've encountered a madman who's not afraid to die. Just what kind of person has your program team invited this time? Chapter 993, The Show Begins. Chapter 993, The Show Begins. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. In the King of Masked Singers recording studio. The audience was already seated. The recording was about to begin. Presently, the first judge walked onto the stage and took a seat, followed by the second one, then the third. Wow, it's Chen Guang. It's Chen Guang. Grandma Zhang Xia is here too. Ha ha ha, old Yao. Why did old Yao style his hair into a pompadour one? Did he grow out his hair? Amy, I love you. I've finally seen her in person. The recording did not begin yet. Yao Jinkai and Chen Guang were both smiling and waving at the audience. Amy was chatting with Zhang Xia. The two other judges, Chen Yidong and Wang Zhuishu, were also sharing a laugh, discussing the competition that would be taking place soon. It was not just the audience who was looking forward to the start of this show. Even the judges were greatly anticipating it, as they did not know who the participating masked singers were. Would any of their old friends be competing on the show? At this moment, Dong Shanshan, who was dressed in a women's suit, stepped onto the stage. Her fashion today was different from before. She not in her usual sexy short skirt or long dress. Instead, she was dressed in a more gender-neutral, more conventional petite suit today, with her hair up, and even wore a pair of golden-rimmed glasses. This style had completely changed her air, and was in consideration of the show having only one host, so it would be unsuitable if Dong Shanshan dressed in the way she used to. That wouldn't help her solidify her stage presence, as the clothes of a host had to befit the stage. All such details were carefully observed in their production. Quite a few of the male audience members started screaming, Shanshan, she's so beautiful. She looks really pretty in those clothes. Yeah, it really suits her nicely. She's got class. The atmosphere in the studio was heating up. The staff were doing their final preparation work in the recording studio. Hu Fei made last checks with his team. Lights? A lighting technician replied. Okay. Hu Fei asked, cameras? Camera 1 okay. Camera 2 ready. All cameras on standby. Hu Fei said, Shanshan, do a mic test. Dong Shanshan blew into the microphone. Hello, okay. The miracle wheels also went on stage. They had done their sound checks earlier and only needed a final confirmation check. Everything was ready. Hu Fei nodded and said, all right then. All departments, take note. The 1-minute countdown begins now. 30 seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. It was time. The recording began. A camera jib crane captured the panoramic view of the studio. The stage lights twinkled as countless spotlights suddenly focused simultaneously on a door. The door opened up and a woman in a suit, wearing a red mask, slowly walked out. Her high heels clicked with every step she took. In no time at all, she elegantly stood at center stage. The woman raised her microphone and spoke into it, and a very shrill voice came out. It was obvious that this was being resynthesized through a voice transformer. Welcome to Beijing Television's mystery music show, brought to you exclusively by Bright Fruit Cocoa, King of Masked Singers. The audience instantly rose from their seats with cheers and applause. After the advertising messages consisting of a few hundred words were read, the woman turned around all of a sudden and hooked her hand behind her head. By the time she turned around again, the mask she had been wearing was off. She gently put on a pair of golden-rimmed glasses and exposed her beautiful face to everyone. I am your host, Dong Shanshan. Her voice was now back to normal. With this opener, the audience was instantly stoked. A mask. A synthesized voice. The reveal. This is what King of Masked Singers is about. At the guessing panel, Zhang Ye smiled. Interesting. Amy clapped. This is fun. Chen Guang's heart was beating very fast. I'm anticipating this more and more. Wang Zhuishu laughed. Old Chen, do you think we'll bump into any old friends here? Definitely, Chen Guang said, but we may not recognize them. Backstage, Zhang Ye was hooked up to an 4-drip in the waiting room. Han Qi stayed right beside him and helped him keep the bag aloft. The recording had already started. In the waiting room was a TV he could use to watch the entire recording. You can go back, little Han. No thanks. I'm fine, really. Can't you tell? Please stop talking. That's why I'm saying you can go back. Come back and call me when it's almost my turn. I would like to rest for a while by myself. That okay? Don't make me talk anymore. All right. Han Qi had no choice but to leave for now. She went out and closed the door behind her. Only Zhang Ye was left in the waiting room. Now he finally clutched his chest. He could feel a pain in his chest as he took several deep breaths and coughed. He couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself at his current situation. He knew that this was not pain from pneumonia, but the acting up of his old injuries. He did not know if it was because of the cortisone shots, or if he had caught a cold this time because of a lowered immunity stemming from his old injuries, or if it was due to the inflammation of his wound, which in turn aggravated his old injuries. But he was feeling extremely uncomfortable right now. His lungs hurt, even just breathing. In the end, he still could not escape from the injuries he'd received during the National Martial Arts Conference 2 months ago. Initially, he was quite all right. But as those injuries were internal and were received from Grandmaster Chun Xi's concealed power attacks on him, followed by the concealed power injuries that he suffered when he went on a consecutive rampage against the dozen over-large sects, the injuries were there all the while. Injuries like these required time to heal, and they might even kill him if they were serious. Rao Aimin's younger sister and brother-in-law had died a year after suffering internal injuries caused by Zhou Tianping's concealed power attacks on them. And it wasn't just him who was affected. Rao Aimin herself carried some internal injuries, while the Huashan sect leader, Qin Shi, was even worse off. It was rumored that he hadn't been seen in public for over 2 months. A lot of people had suffered rather serious injuries during that intense battle. Old injuries. A cold. A fever. This was Zhang Ye at his weakest. It was also the time when he was in the worst shape, yet he was immediately about to take part in the first competition round of King of Masked Singers. Having been thrown into such circumstances, Zhang Ye was forced to bite the bullet. Because he was the type of person who never believed in fate. He wanted to sing. So today, he wasn't going to let anyone stop him. In the studio, a smile hung from Dong Shanshan's face, and she said in a steady rhythm, "This singer, the first to make an appearance, has a very clean voice and wide vocal range. Let us welcome King of Oddity." King of Oddity? What kind of name was that? Everyone stared at the door curiously. At the guessing panel, the judges had already started to make guesses. Chen Guang smiled and said, "King of Oddity." Yao Jinkai blinked and said, "Could this be Zhang Ye?" Zhang Xia was tickled pink. Amy nearly burst out laughing. Zhang Ye? Just because there was the word oddity in the name, it has to be Zhang Ye? These two people were indeed longtime partners. All they did was mock each other. That remark was also picked up by the cameras, but everyone knew that old Yao was just kidding. Wow, he's coming out. That costume is so cool. Oh, Dong Shanshan walked away from center stage and stood in a corner of the wings. The first masked singer came out onto the stage. His mask was quite peculiar, with nearly every color of the rainbow, while the mesh he wore covered his entire head and even hid his neck. He took a few steps forward and stood in the middle of the stage. The famous variety host, Chun Yidong, said in shock, "How are we supposed to guess like this? We can't even see their hands since they're wearing gloves." Yao Jiankai said, "We can see their socks though." Wang Zhuishu laughed and said, "Are you going to identify them from their socks?" Amy was already curiously leaning forward just to get a tad bit closer. Who could this be? There's not a single clue as to who it is. Zhang Xia was also analyzing the singer. Are they tall? The lights abruptly dimmed. The entire studio quieted as everyone stared at the singer in anticipation. The music played. A very playful melody rang out. King of Oddity closed his eyes and started swaying his head. He wasn't nodding to the beat of the music, instead thrashing his head from left to right. Then, his legs started moving too. He was dancing to the music, except that this dance looked quite funny. His voice immediately came out the moment he opened his mouth to sing. You ain't doing good. But you ain't saying so? I think you're truly an idiot. You say, I say. When everyone heard the short rap intro at the beginning of the song, they immediately knew what song this was. It was a relatively popular song in recent years, titled Idiot, and was originally performed by a female Taiwanese singer. However, King of Oddity's performance of this song differed from the original. The tempo was clearly faster, and there was more portamento to it. The first verse of the song finished. The audience immediately started applauding. Zhang Ye concluded, "It's a young man." Shen Guang said, "Right, he's definitely not above 40. Amy solemnly stated, "It's a man." Wang Zhuishu laughed and looked at her. "I can make that out too, you know." As King of Oddity sang faster, the studio's atmosphere became increasingly lively. The rhythm was great. It made everyone tempted to sing along. Shen Guang evaluated, "This guy is great at performing live. He's probably a professional singer." Zhang Xia shook her head. "Not necessarily." Wang Zhuishu sighed and said, "He sings really well. But who could it be?" Amy suddenly said with a start, "Io. Could it be that, what's his name again? Chi, the Taiwan Music Awards winner." Wang Zhuishu denied her. "No. I've written songs for Chi before, and this singer's figure does not look like his. I think. You are. Truly an idiot." The song ended. Everyone was applauding in the studio. Amy was also clapping in excitement. "Great. That was great." Zhang Xia's evaluation was very high too. "Are there any singers in the industry whose portamento and sense of rhythm are so good?" Wang Zhuishu said anxiously. "Who could this person be?" The audience was guessing as well. "I like him so much. That was really nice to listen to. Is this guy a singer? Or an actor? Are there any actors who can sing this well? I don't know anyone who can. He does sound a little familiar, but I can't remember who it is. I'm so anxious. Please just reveal his face. When does the identity reveal happen? I really want to know who this guy is. He has to lose before he reveals his face. Then I guess I'd better forget about it. The first singer's this good? This is so exciting. This show's better than I'd imagined. Yeah, I initially thought that I could guess their identities as soon as I heard them. 'Cause they're all famous, you know? Shouldn't this be super easy? It was only after I heard them that I realized it was completely fucking impossible to guess who it was. Who's the next singer? Who's next?" King of Oddity smiled and bowed before leaving the stage. Dong Shanshan returned to the stage and said, "The next contestant has a very beautiful sounding name and a very beautiful mask. Let us welcome Petal Shower." Backstage, there was a knock on the door. Zhang Ye took a deep breath. "Come in." Han Chi came in. "Teacher, you can start prepping now. We're on the second contestant, while you're the fifth to go on. We have at most 15 minutes. Zhang Ye nodded. "Okay." Then he stood up and pulled out the intravenous needle from his arm. "Let's do this." Chapter 994. The Clown Takes the Stage. Chapter 994. The Clown Takes the Stage. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. In the studio. When will the moon be clear and bright? With a cup of wine in my hand, I asked the clear sky. In the heavens on this night. I wonder what season it would be. This was Petal Shower's performance of Zhang Yuanqi's song. To be exact, she was singing a song that was written for Zhang Yuanqi by Zhang Ye. As soon as she started singing, the entire studio audience was in shock. Zhang Ye could also hear her singing from the TV in the waiting room. Petal Shower was still singing in falsetto for the entire song. Almost no one else would risk singing that way. This was because the pitch changes while singing in falsetto were too minute and would make it sound too monophonic. A lot of the syllable enunciations in falsetto were not easy to control, in addition. But Petal Shower's vocals and her handling of the technique were very special. Her falsetto was truly different from all others. This was her absolute killer move. A few of the guessing panel's judges were also shocked by her performance. When it was over, Dong Shanshan came on stage together with the first performer, King of Oddity. The three of them stood at center stage and faced the guessing panel. Dong Shanshan smiled and said, "Judges, what do you think?" Zhang Xia praised. Petal Shower's rendition of the song was very good. Petal Shower bowed slightly and used the microphone fitted with the voice transformer to say, "Thank you, Grandma Zhang." Zhang Xiao blinked. "You're addressing me as Grandma, so does that mean you're quite young?" Petal Shower said, "Isn't Grandma your official title?" The audience laughed. Amy was startled and said, "Are you Sister Yuanqi? You're using that falsetto on purpose to throw us off, so that we won't be able to recognize you." When Petal Shower heard that, she immediately imitated Zhang Yuanqi's posture and physical mannerisms. The audience was tickled. Zhang Xia instantly laughed and said, "You're definitely not Yuanqi. Yuanqi isn't this playful." Chen Guang looked at King of Oddity. "Do we know each other?" King of Oddity looked back. "More or less." Chen Guang asked another question. "Do you have my cell phone number?" King of Oddity kept silent for a bit. "Yes." The audience burst into an uproar. Amy walked over to snatch Chen Guang's cell phone. "Give me your cell phone. I want to browse through your contacts." Chen Guang's hair stood on end. "I want to look through it, but I can't seem to recognize him. There are over 100 people involved with music in my contacts." Next, it was time for the live voting round. The competition format was divided into 2 rounds. In the first round, 6 contestants would face off in separate one-on-one singing duels, with the winners advancing to the next round to fight for the spot of Masked King. Of the 3 defeated contestants, 1 would be chosen to be placed on the safe list and remain in the competition, while the other 2 would be eliminated. The eliminated contestants could then either choose to reveal their identities or not do so and just leave the stage. 2 contestants would be eliminated per episode. How cruel this competition format was. Dong Shanshan pushed her gold-rimmed glasses up and announced, "Can everyone please pick up their voting devices and vote for the contestant you like most?" The voting started. On the big screen behind them, both of the contestants' tallies rose. There were a total of 500 judges in the studio and a total of 500 votes to be cast. The audience voted excitedly, their eyes glued to the big screen. Finally, the tally stopped. King of Oddity, 137 votes. Petal Shower, 362 votes. 1 voter abstained from voting. That vote was invalidated. Dong Shanshan said with a smile, "I hereby announce, the first contestant to advance is Petal Shower." Petal Shower bowed slightly and glanced in the direction of the judges. Chen Guang was looking right at her. Their eyes briefly met before both quickly looked away. Dong Shanshan said to King of Oddity, "Let's have King of Oddity proceed backstage to rest and prepare for the next round." King of Oddity did not show much of an expression. He nodded slightly to the judges and audience before leaving the stage. Some of the audience members were happy with the result, while some were feeling regret. "I really like King of Oddity. I still think that Petal Shower sang better. Her singing was incredible. This is so fun. This show is much more interesting than The Voice." Ha ha ha, you can't put it that way. Compared to The Voice, this is a different genre. But I agree that this is super exciting indeed. I'd also like to know where the fuck this group of people who can sing so well jumped out from. Which big names are behind the masks? Petal Shower has to be a big name. That's right. On stage, the second group's singing duel began. Sunflower in the Starlight versus Sunset Glow. Piercing screams once again rang out in the studio. "The sun is my name. Heaven is my faith. The earth is my refuge. Humanity is my enemy." An amazing voice filled the studio. The clown was in the studio by now and was waiting behind the door. Hu Fei deliberately rushed over and asked, "How are you?" Han Chi hurriedly said, "Director Hu, don't make the teacher speak." Hu Fei nodded and looked at the clown. "Just do your best. It doesn't matter whether you win or lose. That's not important anymore. That you've endured till now to go on stage is good enough, honestly." Da Fei also came over. "Yeah, if you can't continue singing, just walk off the stage. That'd be fine. No one would blame you." The clown smiled but did not speak. In truth, none of them knew that the clown's present health was far worse than they could imagine. It wasn't as simple an issue as a cold or a fever. He'd been injured by a grandmaster's concealed power attacks, as well as the attacks by the martial arts masters and disciples from over a dozen large sections. Right now, Zhang Ye was very weak physically. He could hear the roar of the audience from here. The voting had begun. Sunset. Glow. Sunset Glow. Sunflower. Sunflower. Everyone was shouting the names of the singers they supported. Zhang Ye, however, was not paying any attention to it. He did not have the energy left to care about the other contestants' results. Just trying to stay standing was already sapping him of all his strength. Finally, the voting ended. He heard Dong Shanshan announce, "Let us congratulate Sunflower in the starlight." Sunset Glow had lost, and lost by a very small margin, only a mere dozen votes or so. At this moment, the recording inside the studio temporarily halted. Dong Shanshan verified something with Hu Fei through her earpiece. "Director, yes. Is the next contestant able to make an appearance?" "He's fine." "Okay, I understand." The audience and judges in the studio looked curiously at Dong Shanshan, unsure of what was happening. The recording continued. Dong Shanshan said, "Our next contestant is feeling a little unwell today, but he still insists on coming out to perform. Let us welcome the clown." "The clown?" Zhang Xiao was taken aback. The audience turned to the direction of the door and clapped enthusiastically. Behind the door, Hu Fei said, "You can do it." Han Qi, who felt sorry for him, encouraged, "Teacher, you can do it." Da Fei clenched a fist and held it up. "Come on, Teacher Clown." A female employee added, "Hang in there and finish the song." "You can definitely do it," someone else said. Many people from the program team were moved by the clown's tenacity and unbending will. They knew deep down that someone who could take 3 cortisone shots would definitely not be a normal person. This was someone who wanted to get on stage, even if it risked his life. They did not know why this person went so far to do this, why he was so hungry for the stage, why he did not fall even though it was clear that he was already on the verge of collapse. The light came on. The door opened. Zhang Ye touched his mask and then walked forward slowly, step by step. The closer he got to the stage, the more determined his steps became. Applause rang out again. "Wow, that's a really nice mask." "The clown. What's with the way he's walking? Is he really that sick? Why is he still pushing himself to go on stage then? Man, it seems like it's really quite serious. Can he even finish singing one song in that condition?" "I don't know." When the audience saw him, they started whispering. Some of them even pointed in the direction of the stage. The person wearing the mask of a clown was taking a long time to walk the 20-odd meters to the center of the stage. Zhang Xiao frowned. "Can he really do it?" Chen Guang said, "I heard that he has a fever and a very bad cold." Amy was taken aback. Ah, they were also singers and had encountered such situations themselves. They knew exactly what it felt like to sing in such a state, and judging from this person staggering onto the stage, it didn't look like it was just a simple case of a fever and bad cold. Chen Yidong said, "This is going to be difficult for him." Wang Zhuishu said, "Let's hope he can persevere to the end of the song." In each of the waiting rooms, the other 5 contestants were watching him on TV. At the center of the stage, Zhang Ye finally reached it and stood there. He gently closed his eyes. The lights shut off. The studio quieted down instantaneously. The notes of a flute suddenly drifted across the studio. It was followed by a few notes from a piccolo. The music started, but Zhang Ye did not move, nor did he open his eyes. Persevere to the end of the song? He had been hearing similar words countless times since he'd made his way here from backstage. Did you guys misunderstand something? Do you think that I took 3 cortisone shots and came here carrying my old injuries just because I wanted to finish singing the song regardless of whether it was good or bad? Not only will I finish singing it, I will sing it well too. So what if I lose my voice? So what if my old injuries have acted up? Those are not reasons. I won't look for any excuses, and I don't need anyone's pity. All this while, I've walked alone by myself. So I cannot falter here, because I know that if I did, no one would help me up. As such, I can only keep walking onwards and onwards to the place I want to reach. This is probably the reason why I'm standing here. The dazzling lights were shining from every direction. The cameras were aimed at him. The audience was watching him. The guessing panel was watching him. The other 5 contestants were watching him. Beneath the mask of the clown, a pair of eyes opened without warning. That sorrowful and hoarse voice from under the mask suddenly resonated through the entire studio. "I am a wolf that comes from the north, padding through the boundless wilderness. The mournful northern wind blows by. The slow sand brushes by." Chen Guang was stunned. Amy froze. Zhang Xiao was shocked. What song was this? Why hadn't they heard this song before? A wolf? A wolf that comes from the north? Zhang Ye had already thrown his entire self into the song. He was not performing with the spirit of aloofness that the original version of Wolf had. He was using his imperfect voice to sing who he was right now. A wolf, an injured wolf. An injured wolf that still wanted to move forward. Zhang Ye raised the microphone. I can only clench my cold, cold teeth. Respond with 2 long howls. Not for anything else, but for the beautiful plains found in legends. This was the portrayal of him today. It was also the portrayal of him after several years in the entertainment industry. He was tired. He was scarred and wounded. But he had to keep walking. Amy was mesmerized. Zhang Xia was dumbstruck. Meanwhile, Chen Guang had his eyes firmly fixed on him as though he wanted to rush onto the stage to take off the mask and find out who he was. Mournful, wintry winds. Clench your cold, cold teeth for the beautiful plains found in legends. The plains that you have in mind, what are they like? Is it worth pushing yourself to stand on stage in that condition and sing with that hoarse voice of yours? Even Yao Jinkai, a music industry layman, was moved. The judges all knew that this man must have a story to him. However, no one other than him would know what this story was or understand it. Zhang Ye sang on, his eyes drooping heavily. I am a wolf that comes from the north, padding through the boundless wilderness. The mournful northern wind blows by. The slow sand brushes by. I can only clench my cold, cold teeth. Respond with 2 long howls. Not for anything else, but for the beautiful plains found in legends. All of a sudden, the clown faced the sky as he howled. A whoa. He was mimicking the call of a wolf. This sustained howl lasted for a good 9 seconds. The studio atmosphere was instantly raised. Chen Guang stood up. This was the first time he'd done so today, while listening to a song being performed. Amy did not stand up, though she did clutch her head and exclaim, "Oh my God!" Zhang Xia was beyond curious. Who on earth is this? Zhang Ye simply stopped caring about the state of his voice. Cracking? Trembling? Unable to hit the high notes? Breaking? Loss of voice? He did not care about any of that. The thought of not being able to continue singing or his voice suddenly disappearing did not even enter his mind. Not for anything else, but for the beautiful plains found in legends. Chapter 995, The Clown Wins. Chapter 995, The Clown Wins. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The music stopped. Applause rang out from everywhere. Many of the audience members were fired up. That song's unbeatable. It's too damn nice to listen to. Could that participant be Chen Guang? Puffed. Old Chun is sitting right there at the judges' panel. Then how can his singing be this good? And that song was so amazing. It sounded like it was specially written for the condition that he's currently in. Which entertainment company is this big shot from? I don't know. However, there were also those who were not convinced by his performance. The song was alright, but his voice is terrible. Yeah, his singing wasn't good. In any case, I don't feel it. Was his singing good? I don't think so. Maybe it's because it's my first time listening to the song, but I didn't feel anything special. I still think that the previous singers sang much better, and that this guy's singing isn't good enough. No single work could appeal to everyone. The audience had many differing opinions regarding the clown's performance, but there were only cheers from the judge panel. Chen Guang shouted, "Great!" Amy clapped with all her might. "Fantastic! Is there such a person in the music scene?" Zhang Xia was also getting very excited. Yao Jinkai liked the song very much as well. Who is it? Chen Yidong glanced to his side. Even if Chen Guang went on stage with a serious cold, he wouldn't necessarily sing better than him, right? He was already greatly disadvantaged by losing his voice due to the cold, but the clown has infused that greatest flaw in his singing into the song. I must admit that it made the entire performance just spectacular. Chen Guang said frankly, I definitely can't sing as well as him. At a concert 3 years ago, I sang while I was down with a cold, and it turned into a hell of a mess. Wang Zhueishu nodded and said, still being able to sing this well even after the voice has been affected by a cold, there shouldn't be too many people in the music industry who can achieve something like this. They were all left guessing, yet they didn't even know where to start guessing from. Backstage, in King of Oddity's waiting room, King of Oddity looked at the producer in the room and pointed at the TV. He said, "Are you sure this guy was the one who sang that as a 50-year-old pro driver, I'm All Smiles song?" The producer gave a wry smile and nodded. King of Oddity was floored. Damn, I really believe that you were a bel canto singer. How did I fall for your nonsense? In Sunset Glow's waiting room, Sunset Glow got the goosebumps listening to the performance. That was a really good song. So this was who the real clown was. So this was what his true style of singing was. This fellow had indeed just been putting on an act back then. On stage, the man in the clown mask lowered the microphone, bowed slightly, and turned around before walking slowly off stage. Before he could leave the stage, Han Shi and 2 Beijing television employees were already running over to support him. But the clown waved them off by gesturing that he did not need any help. He had finished singing. This song was called Wolf 1 and was performed by Kai Chin 2 in his previous world. Zhang Ye felt very good and mustered up an exhausted smile. He felt that even if his voice was at its best, it wasn't likely that he could have performed the song better than he had. He did not know how the judges felt or how the audience would judge him, but he was very satisfied with it himself. In the wings, Han Shi was going crazy. Teacher, you sang so well. It was so good. Zhang Ye said, thanks. Dafei also came over after being astonished by what he heard. He even said with some disbelief, you could still sing that well even with your voice in that state? If there weren't any problems with your voice, how well would you have sung? On stage, Dong Shanshan spoke. Next, let's invite today's last contestant, who has a very tough-sounding name. Let's welcome the Yak. Zhang Ye had seated himself near the stage. As he still needed to go on stage in a little while, he did not return to the waiting room. The Yak appeared from the other side of the stage. The Yak wore a cow mask, with horns, and looked very cute. This was Zhang Ye's opponent this round. The audience applauded. A while back, Zhang Ye had listened to the Yak's performance on some video clips. His evaluation of him was that his singing was not bad, but it was only at an average level. He should be considered the one with the weakest singing among all the others in the first round. But since this was a competition, nothing was decided until the very end. No one knew who might suddenly decide to show their prowess and light up the venue. In the music industry, singing did not mean everything as it was only a foundation for success. The stage lights shut off. The performance began. Deep emotions, as water, like smoke. Bring me before your very eyes. You are drifting between the clouds. Although the Yak was named the Yak, the song he performed was rather emotional and did not match the mask, which had a wild look with a hint of cuteness. I don't know where you came from, nor am I clear about where you're headed. The flames of passions. Whoosh. Extinguished. The song he was singing wasn't incredibly mainstream, but it was still very nice to listen to and a treat to hear. An adult man in a Yak mask singing a love song was a stark contrast and also quite eye-catching. All of the people's attention was on the Yak. Even Han Shi and the program team staff watched with interest. Meanwhile, no one noticed that Zhang Ye was sweating even more profusely now. Even though he was sitting in a chair, he was already struggling hard to hold it together. He wasn't listening to the Yak's performance anymore. He had opened up the game ring's inventory to retrieve a stamina potion instead. This was an item he had received a long time ago. There were still over a dozen bottles left in the inventory. Back when he was working overnight to help Beijing Television with their quit smoking PSA, he had depended on this potion to help him pull through the night. Now that Zhang Ye was unable to hold himself together for much longer, he had no choice but to chug a bottle of it. The potion took effect very quickly. Part of his stamina was immediately restored. He could sit straight at least. The Yak was coming to the chorus of the song when a mistake was suddenly occurred. His falsetto cracked, but he recovered from it very quickly. What kind of singing performance was the most difficult? A live performance was the most difficult, because you never knew what might happen, and you could never redo things. Be it good or bad, you only had one chance. The song ended. The performance finished. The audience members were still very absorbed in the performance and were applauding enthusiastically. Great. That was so touching. This guy has a very identifiable voice. Great song. It was really nice. Of course, there were also some in the audience who thought that it just an average performance. Dong Shanshan reappeared. On stage. All right, let's invite the clown back on stage. A moment later, the clown returned to the stage and stood with the Yak, each on either side of Dong Shanshan. Dong Shanshan smiled and said, Judges? If you were to vote, who would you vote for? Zhang Xia grabbed the opportunity. Let me speak first. Needless to say, the Yak sang quite well even though his falsetto cracked, right? But his overall performance was very good. The Yak nodded. Thank you, teacher. Zhang Ye said. On to the clown next. I don't really know what to say about him. I'm sure that he has a very high artistic level, and he's definitely a big shot judging from the way he moves, as well as his posture and onstage presence. That might not be the case. I feel that he could be a newcomer, interrupted Wang Jueishu. Zhang Xia asked, can a newcomer sing that well? Wang Jueishu replied, the newcomers these days are all really amazing. Chen Guang added, I think that he might not be a part of the music scene and could be a movie star instead, because the other contestants have clues that we can make our guesses from, and there are still some possible candidates that come to mind. But as for this guy here, I simply have no memory of anyone like him. Famous variety show host Chen Yidong spoke up. If I voted, I would vote for the yak. The yak bowed ever so slightly to express his gratitude. The clown just stood there calmly. Chen Guang stayed silent for a second. From an artistic point of view, the clown's performance was absolutely wonderful, and I would evaluate his rendition of the song to be perfect. On a personal level, I'm also fully in support of the clown. But from a professional point of view, my vote must still go to the yak, even though there were some minor mistakes in his performance too. The yak bowed to show his thanks. Wang Jueishu gave it some thought. I'd vote for the yak. The yak bowed again. Thank you, teacher. Yao Jinkai declared. I don't understand what being professional or unprofessional is. All I know is that the clown's song touched me, so I'd certainly give him my vote. Zhang Xia hesitated for a bit and sighed. I guess I'd vote for the yak. Han Chi was getting anxious in the wings. Have the judges gone blind? One of her colleagues said. Yeah, I also think that the clown sang very well. A different colleague said. They're analyzing it from their professional point of view. The clown sang well, and the song is good too, but there were too many mistakes in every line that he sang. Han Chi said angrily. But teacher clown has a cold. The colleague sighed. Hi. But this is a competition. Han Chi could not accept this. She really could not accept it. Meanwhile, Zhang Ye, on stage, did not say anything. Dong Shanshan said, well then, audience members, please pick up your voting devices and vote for the singer you like. The critical voting round began. But what made Han Chi's blood run even colder was that the clown's vote count immediately fell behind the moment the voting started. The yak, 20 votes. The clown, 11 votes. Their vote count kept rising. The audience members were exchanging words among themselves. Who should I vote for? The clown for sure. The clown's song was so touching. But he made singing mistakes. The judges said so. Yeah, the judges are still the professionals at the end of the day. I should just vote for the yak then. Although the yak's singing did not move me as much, his singing was still very good. At least there weren't as many issues with his singing. I don't think that the clown made any mistakes. I believe he used what's called artistic license. The yak, 70 votes. The clown, 61 votes. The yak was leading all the way. Han Chi urged, go up, go up. Perhaps someone heard her please. The clown's tally actually started catching up bit by bit. The difference was only 8 votes. Then it became 5. Then 1. At the final moment, the voting ended. The yak, 217 votes. The clown, 219 votes. The remaining voters abstained from voting. Several dozen votes had not been cast. That made it the biggest group of audience members to abstain from voting today. The clown won. A narrow victory of 2 votes. Han Chi was thrilled and heaved a sigh of relief. He won. He really won. At least there wouldn't be any more worry that he would get eliminated today. But as for becoming the masked king of this first episode, judging from the audience's enthusiasm and the judge's emphasis on the professionalism of one's singing, Han Chi and the program team staff knew that the clown would definitely not be able to compete for the position of the masked king in the first episode. Since the judges valued voice quality greatly and the audience also placed a great deal of importance on having a flawless voice, even if the clown still had stamina left to take the stage for his next song, it was impossible that he would clinch the round with his already badly strained voice. Chapter 996, A Last-Minute Song Change by the Clown. Chapter 996, A Last-Minute Song Change by the Clown. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. In the waiting room, Han Chi said, we're already through to the next round. Zhang Ye nodded. No matter how you perform the next song, we can still proceed to the second episode. Teacher, why not consider not performing the second song tonight, since your health is? Zhang Ye smiled at her. Han Chi said, The second round battle for the crown of the Masked King will be taking place immediately. According to the broadcast order, the elimination round for the 3 singers who were defeated will take place first. However, today's recording order was changed, so we'll record the Battle of the Masked King round first. You're slated as the last of the 3 to appear on stage, but if you really can't bear it anymore, let's just give this round up. I'll communicate this to the production team since we won't get eliminated even if we withdraw now. Zhang Ye did not say anything. Han Chi's earpiece crackled. Ah, it has already started. Petal Shower's figure appeared on the TV as Dong Shanshan handed her the stage. The moment Petal Shower appeared, the audience suddenly rippled with excitement. This was because her previous performance left a deep impression on them, and they liked her very much. Hence, the atmosphere exploded right as she took the stage. Han Chi sighed and said, "It definitely wouldn't be a problem with your skill. We'll battle them after you've recovered from your cold." She took a pause. So rest a little longer. I'm gonna head out. Zhang Ye gave a noise of acknowledgement. The doors closed. No one else was left in the room. Zhang Ye weakly propped himself up and watched the TV. When did we start putting on a facade? When did we start forgetting to tell the truth? When did we start forgetting how to love someone? When did we start forgetting how to admit we were wrong? Petal Shower was performing a rock song that required her to sustain her falsetto. The range on her falsetto was simply extraordinary, and her technique was well-honed too. Her voice was completely different from Zhang Ye's voice that scattered through the registers. It was a very clear tone, and she could hit her falsetto range as and when she wanted to. The audience had truly never heard someone sing in such a way. It was quite refreshing. Waving hands, screaming. The atmosphere in the studio was heating up. Next, it was Sunflower in the Starlight's turn to take the stage. BOM, BOM, BOM. It was a fast-paced English song. The high notes were very strong. It was highly lethal. The moment he opened his mouth, he sang in a high pitch and with great explosiveness throughout his performance. Watching the TV, Zhang Ye could see that a lot of the audience members were so pumped that they stood from their seats. From inside the waiting room, he even seemed to hear the faint sound of screaming coming from the studio. Then Zhang Ye looked away and turned off the TV. The room suddenly became quiet, similar to what Zhang Ye was feeling at the moment. When Zhang Ye stood on stage after his performance and faced the judge's comments about the weaknesses in his singing, he did not say anything. Right now, he did not want to say anything either. After he drank another stamina potion, he finally mustered up enough strength to open the game ring interface. He activated the Lucky Halo, upgraded, with much difficulty. His reputation points were starting to decrease rapidly. -100,000. -100,000. He tapped on the lottery draw, 1. He straightaway added 500 additional stakes to the 100,000 reputation points per spin of the lottery draw. The wheel began to move. The needle started spinning. 1 revolution. 3 revolutions. 5 revolutions. Zhang Ye looked calmly at the wheel as the needle came to a rest in the skills category region. When he opened the golden treasure chest, the item majestically appeared from within. Piano Skill Experience Book, 501. Increases players' piano skill experience. It turned out otherwise indeed. Zhang Ye laughed at himself, a self-deprecating chuckle. The lottery was not omnipotent, and the Lucky Halo did not necessarily help him achieve whatever results he wanted, as it did not have sapience. It was only a tool that could help increase his luck stat. Zhang Ye was thinking of getting some sort of medicine to treat his cold or an item to treat his injuries from the lucky draw. However, Zhang Ye was not even sure if the lottery draw system had anything similar to the items he wanted, so he did not hold out hope that he would really win them so coincidentally. He had only intended to give it a try so that he could stop wondering if it would happen at all. This wasn't too bad. This was a rather good outcome, actually. Zhang Ye consumed all the experience books. The door opened. Han Chi and a program team producer walked in. "Teacher Clown, it's almost your turn to go on stage. Can you hold together? If not, then this round." Zhang Ye stood up. "I'm fine, let's go." Han Chi quickly said, "Let me help you." "There's no need." Zhang Ye shook his head. On the way to the studio, he reached into the game ring's inventory once again. This time, he took out 5 stamina potions and gulped them all down. Very good. He could still hang in. There. Zhang Ye smiled. He was suddenly full of fighting spirit. Along the way, he saw a lot of the program team staff. Hu Fei was being astonished by petal showers and Sunflower's passionate singing. When he saw the clown, he immediately turned around and asked with concern, "Are you going to be all right?" Han Chi answered for him, "The teacher will be fine." Hu Fei nodded. "Just try your best." Ho Ge said, "You already performed amazingly." Da Fei added, "Don't force yourself. The outcome isn't that important anymore." In reality, it was not that the outcome was unimportant, but that there was no suspense. Han Chi had listened to the two contestants' performances, as had Hu Fei, Ho Ge, and the others. Judging from the audience's expressions and outpouring, it was quite clear that today's masked king would definitely be either one of them. As for whether Petal Shower or Sunflower was better, that was still hard to say. Anyway, it definitely wouldn't be the clown. Be it his health, voice, or the audience and judge's judgment, it was unlikely that they would let him, a singer whose voice was not in a good state, take the throne of the masked king in this first episode. It was already made clear in the previous round between the Yak and him. Although the clown's performance had moved many of the audience members and judges, he still just barely won and nearly got eliminated. Hu Fei reported the time. "Get ready. There's only a minute left." Music director by Yuan Fei also came over, wishing to have a last-minute discussion with Zhang Ye. "Since your body can't handle it, lower the song by an octave and don't sing the high notes. Just finish singing the song. That'll be enough." Zhang Ye smiled. "Try my best. Don't force myself. Just finish singing the song." Zhang Ye suddenly said something in his hoarse voice that shocked the program team staff. "I'm terribly sorry, but I'd like to switch songs." Everyone was stunned. Bai Yuanfei exclaimed, "What?" Ho Ge nearly toppled over. "Switch songs." Hu Fei was also panicking. "Why would you switch songs at a time like this? You're about to go on stage." "Teacher." Han Chi was also stunned. No one knew what the clown was thinking. Bai Yuanfei said, "It's too late for that. There isn't an arrangement. The band isn't prepared either. Who'll play your accompaniment if you take the stage like this? You didn't even rehearse it. Why, you're taking a huge risk." At this moment, the Miracle Wheels band members came over. The guitarist said, "Switch songs?" The drummer said, "That's not actually necessary, right? You stand no chance of becoming the masked king now, so why would you do that? Your health and voice are in this state. Why are you still trying so hard?" Zhang Yi bluntly asked, "Do you have a piano?" Bai Yuan Fei was taken aback. "We do." Zhang Yi nodded. "That's enough. What's the meaning of this? You even know how to play the piano?" Chapter 997. I am a beautiful, beautiful wild rose. Chapter 997. I am a beautiful, beautiful wild rose. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. In the studio, host Dong Shanshan announced, "Let's welcome our next singer, the clown." Applause sounded. The clown came out on stage looking very lonely. Chen Guang sighed. "This is the worst time to come on stage." Wang Zhuishu nodded. The two contestants before him should have squeezed the atmosphere dry. Amy asked, "Who do you guys think will be the masked king?" Zhang Xia pondered and said, "Petal Shower's chances of winning are the greatest." Chun Yidong disagreed. "Just based on the first round of songs alone, Sunflower is definitely going to be the masked king." Zhang Xia said, "Petal Shower handled some parts of her singing really well. Who can compare with Sunflower's tenor?" Chun Yidong said. The judges all had differing opinions and started disagreeing with each other, yet no one mentioned the clown. The audience did not keep him in mind either. The two contestants before him had both performed passionate, fast songs with high notes. They were songs that fired up the atmosphere, which was why many in the audience were still clinging to the earlier performances. Sunflower's singing was so intense. I still like my Petal Shower. Haha, when did she become yours? Anyway, I'm already a diehard fan of Petal Shower. Do you know who she is? I don't know. That's why I'm curious. The clown has already taken the stage. He won't be able to sustain his voice anymore, so he's more like a supporting act in the first battle to be masked king. He only advanced because he got a lucky win. Yeah, the masked king will definitely be either Petal Shower or Sunflower. Obviously. Must we spell it out? Seems like these two people have stage names related to flowers. All that's left to see now is which flower has the greater skill. The lights suddenly dimmed. When the audience and judges finally realized that the next performance was about to begin, they were surprised to discover that the house band had already left the stage. Where had the band gone? Where was everyone? All of a sudden, they realized the clown was sitting in front of a piano. playing the piano and singing at the same time? Everyone froze. Chen Guang, Zhang Ye, and the others were also surprised. They had all seen the clown's state and knew that it couldn't have been faked. He was indeed quite sick and had to force himself to stay standing. But what was this? In that state of his, why would he still want to play the piano himself? Playing the piano was unlike playing a keyboard. It was pressure-sensitive one and required strength to play it properly. You already have no hopes of fighting for the throne of Masked King, so what are you trying to do? What are you thinking? No one in the crew or judging panel could understand. The audience was also unable to understand. You pushed so hard to finish your previous song. Why are you trying so hard for the second song as well? The judges and audience, and even the program team's staff, knew one thing though. If you could get on this stage, you must at least have some level of fame. At the minimum, you had to be someone that a lot of people knew. To be able to get to that level, you couldn't possibly lack a stage to perform on. Even if you gave up today, there would still be other platforms and stages welcoming you with open arms. So why are you risking your life like this? Just why? However, no one knew this one thing. There were no other stages for the man under the clown's mask to perform on. Banned. Frozen. Suppressed in the news. Ostracized by industry peers. Jobless. Old injuries acting up. A serious cold. It was the worst period that he was going through, as well as the time he felt the most vulnerable. No one appreciated him. He had sunk to a supporting act. The piano sounded. A flowing, watery melody reverberated throughout the studio. The judges were stunned. The audience was stunned. The piano's melody carried sadness, a sorrow that silenced the entire studio. The spotlights shone down on him. Everyone's gaze fell to where he sat. Zhang Ye played the piano oblivious to all around him. The melody flowed from his fingertips ceaselessly, with every note representing a part of his sadness. He should have been the most beautiful thing in this world. He should have been the most beautiful wild rose too in this world. But right now, he could only wear a mask and hide all of himself beneath it. In this place where no one appreciated him, he would sing a song that perhaps only he knew, with that hoarse voice of his. These days, seasons fly by, flowers bloom aplenty. Winds wander, clouds float by, nature shut behind the door. To be plucked uneasily, I slowly realize. Bloomed already, but no one coming is completely expected. Han Chi was stunned in the wings. Teacher, music director by Yuan Fei, was watching slack-jawed. Zhang Xia was stunned. Amy could feel herself getting the goosebumps all over her body. This. Zhang Ye closed his eyes and sang softly. In the night, I'll sway with the wind and rain. When I see the break of dawn, I'll shed some tears. I'm a beautiful, beautiful wild rose. Not letting spring arrive in vain. Blossoming till it's dark, infatuating passers-by. As I calmly watch myself wither away. Wild rose. A withering but beautiful wild rose. Chen Guang stood up impassioned. Zhang Xia stood up. Amy and the other judges all stood up in a free zone of excitement. This song. Zhang Ye continued playing and singing with his eyes still closed. I'm a beautiful, beautiful wild rose. Hating the heavens for being unfair. Plucked of my buds. Stripped of my heart. Sadly given away as just a rose. Plucked of his buds. Stripped of his heart. Sadly given away as just a rose. Han Chi stared blankly at the stage, not knowing when her tears had started falling. She tried to wipe them away but found that she couldn't stop them from flowing. Many of the audience members watched the stage, hypnotized, feeling felt like someone had pierced through their hearts. The figure sitting at the piano looked very sad and lonely. However, there was a hint of a smile on his face when he finally opened his eyes. His singing was still as rough and hoarse as before. But this time, he didn't even have the strength and voice to hit the high notes anymore. Yet this represented the current Zhang Ye. Having had his hands and feet bound, getting his mouth muzzled, this was the current him. Ground's my bed, sky's my blanket, meteors are my tears. At times awake, at times drunk, the geese have made their return. In turn happy, in turn sad, the spring's light isn't bright. No regrets, no burdens, sweet dreams drift away like the stream. Willingness is a patch of color adorning the world, but unwilling to touch on what is right and wrong. I'm a beautiful, beautiful wild rose. Not letting spring arrive in vain. Blossoming till it's dark, infatuating passers-by. As I calmly watch myself wither away. Blossoming till it's dark? Even if no one were to appreciate him? Even if no one found him? even if he was withering away? Listening to this, Zhang Xia's eyes reddened. Why are you still smiling? Why are you still smiling at this time? Suddenly, the piano music stopped. The man sitting at the piano was out of strength. The hand he was using to play the piano was no longer able to play the complex melody as it became more and more sluggish. He was forced to simplify the melody and use the simplest combination of notes to accompany his singing. I am a beautiful, 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 beautiful wild rose. Hating the heavens for being unfair. Plucked of my buds. Stripped of my heart. Sadly given away as just a rose. There were no high notes, but those hoarse and sad vocals cut deep into everyone's hearts. Han Qi was crying. Xiao Lu was crying. A lot people were crying. The emotions of many of the audience members exploded at this moment. The entire audience stood up. The atmosphere had hit a fever pitch. Supporting act? No. No. You're the true lead. You're the most beautiful flower of all today. Chapter 998. Birth of the First Masked King. Chapter 998. Birth of the First Masked King. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The music stopped. The performance ended. Suddenly, someone in the audience shouted, "The clown! The clown!" Another person shouted along, "The clown!" Han Qi was wiping her tears away while shouting, "Teacher Clown!" Amy raised her arms over her head and shouted, "The clown!" Xiao Lu screamed, "The clown!" Executive Director Hu Fei clenched his fists tightly in the wings. It was fantastic. This song was fantastic. This guy was fantastic. The clown! The clown! The clown! The clown! The shouting increased and slowly became more similar. Such a scene was nearly impossible to describe in words. Eyes now open, Zhang Ye was stunned for a bit. He stood up from the piano and struggled a little to bend forward slightly in the direction of the judges and audience. It was supposed to be a bow. Zhang Ye did not expect that his song would stir up such a huge clamor in the studio, as all he wanted was to express his inner feelings. He did not even expect that anyone would understand the things in the song because it was not a popular song with the masses in his previous world. Not everyone knew this song, and there were also some people who disliked it. The Midday Sun performed the original version. Wang Bao was the songwriter and wrote the piece with a piano accompaniment. The version that Zhang Ye sang was an adaptation from the original version with some modifications of his own. For example, the last verse with the beautiful, beautiful, beautiful repetition was implemented by Zhang Ye based on his understanding of the song. It was subsequently covered by Han Hong, and her version was the one that most people had probably heard. Zhang Ye liked this song greatly when he was still in his previous world. As he was neither handsome nor had great qualifications, those who knew that he wanted to join the entertainment industry were always persuading him to give up the thought. It was only when he had joined the entertainment industry that he had a much deeper sentiment for this song. Everyone liked garden roses and thought that they were the most beautiful flowers of all. However, he knew that he was not a garden rose. He was just a wild rose shrub that thought of itself as very beautiful, yet went unnoticed by all around him. So he wanted to switch songs for this performance. Even if he sang badly, he still wanted to change songs at the last minute. The crowd was very excited. They were shouting. They were screaming. Some of them were even crying. Applause thundered as everyone stood up. Are they applauding me? Are they crying for me? When Zhang Ye saw this, he suddenly felt quite touched. He wanted to use a poem to express himself like he used to, but knew that he couldn't do so. Dong Shanshan returned to the stage. Let's thank the clown for his performance. Zhang Ye glanced at her. Dong Shanshan's smile seemed a bit unnatural. Please welcome Sunflower in the Starlight and Petal Shower back to the stage. She then stopped. A lot of the audience members were momentarily stunned when they realized that the host was crying. Petal Shower was the first to get back on the stage. When she saw Dong Shanshan crying, she immediately went to pat her on the shoulder and gave her a quick hug. Dong Shanshan smiled while wiping away her tears as she said into the microphone, I'm sorry that I got a little emotional. She turned to look at Hu Fei, off in the wings, and said, Director, please edit this part out. Hu Fei raised his hand and gave her a thumbs up. He didn't blame her at all, instead comforting her. Dong Shanshan apologized. Please pardon me for being unprofessional. By now, Sunflower in the Starlight had also come back onto the stage. He patted Dong Shanshan on the shoulder in encouragement like a senior would. Zhang Xia spoke. It's all right, Shanshan, I cried too. There's only one thing that I want to know right now. She stared straight at that man in the clown mask and asked, "Who are you?" The clown did not say a word. Zhang Ye fired off. "For someone who's in such bad shape, with a fever and cold, you can still sing like that and put in so much feeling into it. If you told me that you weren't a professional singer, I certainly wouldn't believe it. But I really can't think of anyone who matches you in the entire music industry," Wang Zhuishu said. "Maybe it's because of his cold that his voice changed. That's why we can't tell who it is. Or could he be a newcomer? But how can there be a newcomer who's like him?" The judge's thoughts were scattered. Someone had previously thought that he was from the acting industry, but that thought wavered now. Another felt that he could be a big shot from the music industry, but they soon hesitated about that thought too. Who was it? Who the fuck was this guy? The audience also had an important question right now. They really wanted to find out the identity of the man underneath the mask. By this point, Dong Shanshan had recomposed herself. "Before the final voting starts, would our panel of guest judges please cast their votes first? Who do you think should be crowned as the masked king tonight?" Wang Zhuishu gave it some thought and answered, "I think I'll probably still vote for Petal Shower. Her singing was very good and her technique was wonderful. It's practically without any faults." Petal Shower bowed. Chun Yidong said, "I'll vote for Sunflower in the Starlight. Combining the 2 rounds of singing, I feel that he truly deserves to be the first masked king." Sunflower nodded and said into the voice-transforming microphone, "Thank you, Teacher Chun." Han Chi clenched her fists tightly in the wings. Why? Why is it not the clown? What the hell are you guys thinking?" Before, Han Chi did not really like this clown person. Since their first interaction, the clown been constantly teasing her. Everyone thought that he was some experienced but very mischievous veteran of the music industry. But as she came to know more about the clown, she became completely moved by him. She felt that it was very fortunate for her to be the only liaison in the program team for the clown and was very honored by this as well. He was a wild rose, a flower that was different from everyone else. The audience also made some subtle criticism. What the heck? Are those 2 deaf? They should totally have voted for the clown. The clown's song was amazing. I think the same. It's so good that it's beyond description. You can't say that. Sunflower sang better. I still prefer to support Petal Shower. It was only normal to have differences in opinions. It was impossible for everyone to think the same. Music itself was perceived based on each individual's opinion and life experience. People who listened to the same song could not possibly have the same emotions about it at the end. Perhaps only those who have had similar experiences could understand Zhang Ye's Wild Rose. Then, Chen Guang spoke. Chen Guang looked at the 3 masked singers. "On a professional basis, I would definitely choose between Sunflower and Petal Shower. Their voices, singing techniques, and appeal cannot be faulted. They're impeccable. In the first round, I made my decision following this set of standards, even though I really liked the clown's first song, Wolf. But right now, I would like to apologize." "Apologize? What are you apologizing for?" The judges were taken aback. The audience were also startled. Chen Guang said loudly, "To claim that I was judging on a professional basis was totally unprofessional of me. My decision might be a little willful and rash of me, but I can't not be rash. If I were to vote, I would definitely cast this vote for the clown and only the clown. There's no why. There isn't a need for a why either." Han Chi was pleasantly surprised. Someone was supporting him. Someone was finally supporting Teacher Clown. Yao Jinkai also spoke up. "Let me say this first. I do not fully know what being professional or unprofessional is, nor am I a person from the music industry, nor have I dabbled in music before." He smiled and said, "If my longtime crosstalk partner were here, his evaluation would probably be more professional than mine. But I can only follow my heart, so if I chose, my choice would be the same as old Chen's. I would 100% cast my vote for the clown without any hesitation. I don't know how good his voice is, and I also don't know how well it was sung. All I know is that this song, Wild Rose, has moved me. This song has totally said what I wanted to say." Amy stood from her seat and cleared her throat. "I hereby announce that from today onwards, I have become a fan of the clown." She looked at the clown and said anxiously, "Who are you? I really like you a lot." The clown gave her a slight bow. Zhang Xia said, "I will also cast my vote for the clown this time. Singing well requires a good voice, good technique, and all kinds of other factors. But ultimately, Music has to be able to move people, and feelings are above all that. Petal Shower and Sunflower have both achieved that, but the clown has undoubtedly done it best today with his song. His second performance essentially disregarded all the so-called technicalities and techniques of singing and was of such a high level as well. This sort of infusion and projection of emotions, this turning of the disadvantage of a bad vocal condition into something that helped make the song even better, it's absolutely not something that can be learned. This has surpassed any techniques around. The judges finished with their evaluations. Dong Shanshan said, "Well then, let the voting begin. Will the 500 audience members please consider who you think is best and cast your votes so that we may witness the crowning of our first masked king?" Han Chi felt extremely nervous. Many of the program team staff were debating. "I like the clown." "Me too. He tried so hard. I just wish that the voting would end quickly so that the clown can get off the stage and rest." The audience had already picked up their voting devices and started to cast their votes. On the big screen, the tallies were being compiled in real time. Petal Shower was at 10 votes, 20 votes, 30 votes. Sunflower's votes were also increasing very quickly. 20 votes, 30 votes. Rise higher. Sunflower's votes went up. Oh, Petal Shower's in first place. The clown. The clown. The clown has taken the lead. He's in the lead. He got overtaken. The competition was very intense. The judges looked at the screen in astonishment. The audience was staring at the same thing, not blinking. A lot of them were chanting for their favorite singer's stage name. The three contestants' stage names in the standings kept switching positions, each replacing the others at the top. A lot of people expected this, but could not predict who would end up as the final winner of this round. The suspense was too great to bear. Finally, the voting phase ended. Dong Shanshan immediately said, "The voting stops now." On the big screen, the tally suddenly stopped. Those who did not vote within the time limit were considered to have abstained. Everyone looked at the big screen. Sunflower turned around. Petal Shower leaned sideways and looked. Han Chi glanced at the big screen nervously. Only Zhang Ye did not turn around. He stood there very composed, or maybe he only had enough strength to remain standing. The results were out. The masked king was crowned. The crowd was instantly stoked. The clown. The clown. The clown. The clown. Han Chi was so emotional that she started crying again. She screamed and hugged a male colleague next to her. "He won. Teacher has won." Sobbing, she smiled through her tears. That male colleague on the program team coughed in embarrassment. "Congratulations." Chapter 999. A few words from the clown. Chapter 999. A few words from the clown. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The clown won. Applause rang out in the studio. The judges were also cheering for him. The clown raised his voice-transforming microphone to say a few words. His first words were, "Thank you." His next words came after some thought. "Thank you." Zhang Ye had braced himself and taken the stage to perform. He never considered singing just well enough. No, he wanted to do his best on every song he sang, to relate all that he wanted to say, and to finish doing the things that he wanted done. Just like the time he released the documentary live at the Central TV press conference by himself, he did it to the best of his ability. Even if he landed himself in a tight spot because of his actions, he did not care as the consequences were unimportant to him. He was the same today, not thinking about winning some spot as the first masked king. He personally knew that he was in very bad shape too, and that he was very lucky not to have been eliminated in the previous round. So when he saw some of the audience members crying, when he saw that many of them were moved by his song, and when he realized that he had actually been voted as the first masked king of the show, Zhang Ye honestly felt very good. His face was covered. His voice caught, but there were still people who understood him. His voice could still be heard by others. This was good. This was really very good. And so he wanted to thank them. As such, he said thank you twice. Applause thundered. "Great. You're the best. The clown. The clown. You sang so well." With that, Zhang Ye exited the stage. There was still another segment to be recorded, the elimination round, to send away 2 contestants before the first episode's recording of King of Masked Singers could be concluded. In the next episode, the rules of the competition were different from the Chinese version of King of Masked Singers. The masked king would not have to reveal their identity, but that position was also not going to be theirs forever. The masked king from the previous episode would still have to participate in the next episode's competition and could even get eliminated from it. Meanwhile, the two contestants who were eliminated from the first episode would be replaced by new masked singers to compete in the show's new episode. However, Zhang Ye no longer had any strength to watch the rest of the recording. He was utterly exhausted after having spent all his energy on stage. Han Qi and many of the program team staff surrounded Zhang Ye to help him off the stage. Teacher Clown, how are you doing? You sang so wonderfully today. Will there be a vehicle coming to pick you up? Why don't you let little Han send you back instead? Zhang Ye thanked them for their kindness, but did not let anyone see him off. After everyone left, he found a place to change out of his costume and even took off his socks. Then he took his bag with him before activating invisibility, upgraded, and departed from Beijing television. In the vicinity of the parking lot. Teacher Zhang Ye? Teacher Zhang, you're here? Brother Hu and Teacher Shan were looking for you earlier. Yeah. When they saw your car parked here, they looked for you for a while, since you didn't answer your phone when they called. So you were here watching the recording all this time? Are you leaving now? A few of his former colleagues spotted him out here. Zhang Ye smiled and nodded at them, but did not open his mouth and speak. He was afraid that he would give himself away. Those co-workers of his did not notice anything unusual about it. Back when they were working in the same office, Zhang Ye was not someone who really liked to talk much. It was only when the topic of work came up, or if there was a quarrel or fight with other people, that he had no lack of words to say. So no one thought much of it, nor was there anything for them to contemplate. Take care then. Goodbye, Teacher Zhang. Zhang Ye waved goodbye to them and caught his breath before struggling into his car. After fastening his seat belt, he took out another stamina potion from the game ring's inventory and drank it. He managed to perk himself up and drove back home in a hurry. Back at home, Zhang Ye collapsed into his bed and coughed a couple times. He could feel his cold becoming less severe. It might have been due to the cortisone shots that he had received at the Beijing television infirmary taking effect, although his chest throbbed, and he could feel slight shoulder and middle back pain in the places he had been injured. But Zhang Ye was smiling. He had been crowned masked king. That was enough for him. It was worth all the pain and injuries he endured. Perhaps because Beijing television had finished recording the show, Zhang Ye's cell phone suddenly started ringing. His cell phone was still in his pants pocket as he hadn't taken it out since he'd gotten back home. He had to prop himself up while he looked for his pants that he had changed out of. He retrieved the cell phone from them. He took a look at the caller ID and saw that it was Yao Jiankai calling. Zhang Ye cleared his throat to try to make himself sound as normal as possible. He answered the call. Yao Jiankai greeted. Zhang, what's up? Zhang Ye replied. I'm lazing about. What's with your voice? Why do you sound so sleepy? Are you in bed? Yeah, I just got back and hit the sack. I didn't see you at the recording studio today. Why didn't you come? Haha, I saw a really amazing singer today. He sang so wonderfully. Zhang Ye laughed. Really? You're the executive producer, right? Come on, share with me, who's that guy? You must definitely know something. Don't try to fool me. Zhang Ye blinked. I honestly don't know. I didn't follow up with or participate in the production work at all. I thought that you'd know for sure. You didn't hear that guy's song, but it was so good that I can't describe it in words. Also, nobody had ever heard the songs he performed before. Perhaps his talent agency had them written specifically for him before the competition, so going along that line, a newcomer would definitely not enjoy such privileges. He must be a big name, and it's definitively a big name who's a supporting pillar of their agency. That's why he could enjoy such treatment from them. They're all good songs, and I believe it would cost quite a bit to even buy the copyrights to them. Zhang Ye smiled and said, I guess so. Yao Jiankai said, Oh well, I'll let you get back to sleep. I'll ask around some. He hung up. Soon after, Zhang Xia also called. The moment the call connected, Grandma Zhang said, Little Zhang, I have just 2 questions for you. Who is Petal Shower? Who is the clown? Zhang Ye chuckled and said, Old Yao just called me as well to ask about this. I really don't know, as I'm only in charge of the overall production. I did not oversee any other parts of the show and did not participate in those roles either. Zhang Xia did not believe him. That's impossible. Even you do not know? I really do not know. Zhang Ye lied without blinking. All right. Zhang Ye suddenly remembered something. Oh right, Grandma Zhang. Did Sunset Glow get eliminated? Zhang Ye felt that Sunset Glow was someone that he knew personally, and Petal Shower also felt somewhat familiar to him. although he couldn't be sure. As for Sunflower in the Starlight and the other contestants, Zhang Ye did not have any idea about them because he probably did not know them, but it could also turn out that he was familiar with them. Nothing was certain here. Zhang Xiao replied. Sunset Glow did not get eliminated. Thanks. Old Yao. Grandma Zhang. I'm sorry about this, but I really have to keep it from you two for now. I will apologize to you two at a later time. No one knew that Zhang Ye had anonymously joined the King of Masked Singers competition. Not even his parents and Old Wu were informed about it, so he wasn't planning on telling anyone else. The main issue here was that he was afraid that if he lost, it would be too embarrassing for him. He had thought about it before, that if he were to lose, he wouldn't reveal himself and would just exit the stage. Chapter 1000, Hero and Zero. Chapter 1000, Hero and Zero. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The next day, it was a Saturday. Early in the morning, the internet stirred with activity. It's going to be broadcast soon. My King of Masked Singers is coming. I wonder if Zhang Ye's new work will create yet another miracle in the viewership ratings. After all, the show isn't directed by Zhang Ye this time, so everything is still a big unknown. I'm just waiting for tonight. I'm so looking forward to it. Who are the first episode's contestants? Did anyone attend yesterday's live recording? I heard that the first episode's Masked King is someone called Petal Shower. Why did I hear that it was someone called Water Buffalo who became the first episode's Masked King instead? Is there even a contestant called Water Buffalo? Damn, are you people for real? Who's telling the truth and who's lying? Can someone please give it to me straight? In any case, those who went to the live recording said that the show is very, very good. Really, it shouldn't be too bad. It's Zhang Ye's creation after all. Will there really be big shots joining the show to sing? I don't know. Online news was always a mixture of truth and lie. Some people who had not even gone to the live recording would confidently tell others just who the Masked King was and who had been eliminated in this episode's recording. In the confusion, the netizens could not tell truth from fiction, so they had no choice but to wait until the night to find out during the premiere episode. Later that morning, Jiaomen, Rao Imin's house. Qinshan was doing her homework. Old Yang, how do you do this question? Yang Shu looked at her. Solve it yourself. Qinshan said unhappily. Tell me how to do it. Yang Shu shook her head. Your aunt won't allow that. Qinshan said in annoyance. Zhang Ye always helps me do my homework. I can't control what senior bro does, Yang Shu said. But I can't help you do your homework because that's only going to do you harm. Qinshan. These days, all of Yang Shu's meals were taken care of by Rao Imin. The only condition for this arrangement was that Yang Shu had to tutor Qinshan every day. Yang Shu was a very dedicated and serious person and would carry out what she promised. She really was keeping her eyes on Qinshan to supervise her and tutor her, although she definitely would not help her do her homework. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Qinshan looked to the door and asked, "Who is it?" Zhang Ye's weak voice came from outside. "Open up." Yang Shu instantly became spirited and ran over. She opened the door and greeted him joyfully. Senior bro. However, she was startled at the sight of her senior martial brother. Zhang Ye looked very pale and seemed like he was on the verge of collapsing. It was as though he would die the very next second. When Zhang Ye saw his junior martial sister, his legs turned even weaker as he wailed. Help me stand. I can't stay upright anymore. Yang Shu was horrified. Senior bro, what happened to you? Zhang Ye cried. I can't take it anymore. Quickly let me lie down. Yang Shu was extremely anxious. She quickly propped Zhang Ye up and led him carefully into the house. She hurriedly helped him to the sofa in front of them to lay him down. Stay strong. You must stay strong. Yang Shu was getting really anxious as she knelt down to remove Zhang Ye's shoes and quickly covered him with a blanket. Qinshan blinked several times as she looked over. Zhang Ye, what's with you? Lying on the sofa, Zhang Ye whined. I'm gonna die. I can't make it. Where's old Rao? Call old Rao out now. His breathing was very shallow, and he seemed about to die. Qinshan. Yang Shu's eyes reddened. Senior bro? Senior bro, you must hold on. I'll go and get Master Rao immediately. Then she shouted upstairs in panic. Master Rao, come down quick. My senior bro isn't gonna make it. Quickly save my senior. Bro. She looked at Zhang Ye again and asked, who injured you? I will get revenge for you. Revenge? Avenge your sister. Zhang Ye rolled his eyes and said, "This bro isn't dead yet." Footfalls thudded from upstairs. Rao came trotting down the stairs. "Why the shouting?" Yang Shu cried. "Master Rao, please come quick. My senior bro isn't gonna make it." When Rao saw Zhang Ye lying on the sofa wailing, she was amused. "What is going on here? Who crushed you?" Yang Shu did not know Zhang Ye that well, but how could Rao not know him? She and Zhang Ye had known each other for a very long time, and she knew exactly what this fellow's style was. When she saw him behaving in that manner, she knew that he was definitely not in any serious trouble. She made her way over to him and nudged him with a foot. "Stop playing dead. You a piece of broken porcelain." Zhang Ye groaned, but did not move. Yang Shu said anxiously, "Please take a look at my senior bro." Rao shook her head as she sat down on the sofa and prodded him. "Go on, Scutchin." Zhang Ye obediently shifted closer to the backrest of the sofa. Rao reached out and took his pulse. 8 or so seconds later, she scanned Zhang Ye. "Your old injuries, eh? I'm not going to make it." Zhang Ye groaned and whined still. Rao asked, "Didn't your injuries get better, kid? Who did you fight recently?" Zhang Ye insisted, "No one." Rao sneered. "Impossible," Zhang Ye realized. He might as well tell her. "A few days ago, I sparred and exchanged several dozen moves with the master of the Lien family style." Rao looked at him. "You haven't even fully recovered from your old injuries, yet you still went to spar with a martial arts master? You even exchanged several dozen moves? You're suicidal." "Serves you right." Zhang Ye was exasperated. "My colleagues and friends had been detained by their people. When I went over to sort out the problem, they gave me face and immediately released them upon my request. After that, their master said that he would like to spar with me. So how could I turn him down? Where would I show my face if I did that? Hurry up, old Rao, get me treated quickly." Rao told him, "Go to the hospital and get a checkup first." However, the instant Zhang Ye heard the word hospital, he panicked. "I'm not going there. I'm telling you this right now. I'm not going to the hospital." He lay there even deader than before. Yang Shu said anxiously, "Senior bro, just listen to Master Rao." "I absolutely will not go," Zhang Ye said firmly. Qinshan pouted. "Zhang Ye, you're such a coward." Zhang Ye stared at her and said, "Who's a coward? It's just that I'm too famous. If I go to the hospital, it would definitely cause a stir, understand? Forget it. A little kid like you wouldn't understand even if I explained it to you." Qinshan smirked. Her. No matter what anyone said, Zhang Ye would never go to the hospital. He'd slept from yesterday until today and had almost recovered from his cold and fever. The most serious issue he currently faced were his internal injuries. He would still face this situation again in next week's competition if his internal injuries were not properly treated, and everything would be in vain. As his parents were on vacation, there was no one at home to take care of him. Zhang Ye could no longer bear with it. So he decided to head straight to Rao place, knowing that she knew traditional Chinese medicine and massage one. Rao said in a speechless manner, "Rascal, are you becoming completely dependent on me now?" Yang Shu said anxiously, "Master Rao." All right, Rao said. "I'll help you on account of you getting the injuries because of me." She then walked away and found pen and paper to write down a prescription for a traditional Chinese medicine. She handed it to Yang Shu. "Little Yang, go and pick these herbs. I've already written down the items and quantities that I need." Yang Shu took it from her. "Okay." She turned around and said, "Senior bro, I'll be back immediately. You must hold on." Zhang Ye waved his hands. "Hurry up. Take a taxi there and back. Don't go by the 3rd ring road. I got caught in traffic there when I was coming here." Yang Shu ran out of the house. She slammed the door closed. Zhang Ye laid there and made yet another request. "Old Rao, I'm hungry. Can you make some red braised pork for me?" "Oh yes, and chicken soup too. I must nourish myself a bit." "Qinshan." "Rao, Zhang Ye asked again, "Do you have any chicken wings? If you don't have any, can you go to the market to buy some and cook some red braised chicken wings for me? I haven't eaten those in a very long time." Qinshan said angrily, "Zhang Ye, why are you so weak? These are internal injuries we're talking about. I can't move at all." Zhang Ye lamented, "I haven't eaten anything in a day. There's no one to take care of my meals either." "Qinshan." "Rao, Zhang Ye was just going to impose himself here and lie on the sofa without moving. No matter who tried to pull him away, he would not get up. He just kept groaning and whining while asking for things to be done. This fellow acted completely differently on and off the stage. Sometimes, the difference between a hero and a zero was just down to a difference of circumstance. Chapter 1001. King of Masked Singers premieres. Chapter 1001. King of Masked Singers premieres. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Noon. At Old Rao's house, the place was full of the smell of medicinal herbs. Zhang Ye yelled while lying on the sofa. "Is it done yet?" Yang Shu speedily answered. "Senior bro, it's almost ready. It's almost ready." Zhang Ye howled. "Hurry up. I can't take it anymore." "Master Rao, please hurry." Yang Shu urged from the kitchen. Rao shouted across the living room. "If you make another sound, trust me, I will throw you out. Concocting the medicine requires proper heat. What are you so anxious for? It's still being bubbled." Zhang Yi stopped pestering Rao out of fear and turned to Qinshan, who was doing her homework. "Qinshan, fetch me a glass of water. I'm thirsty, so be quick." Qinshan said, "Not gonna. In that case, I won't help you do your homework in the future." Zhang Yi harumphed. Qinshan became flustered. "Zhang Yi, are you really that weak?" Zhang Yi rolled his eyes. "Get me some water." Qinshan begrudgingly went to get the water for him and nearly even had to feed it to him. Zhang Yi lay there all relaxed and gulped down 2 mouthfuls. Then he said, rather displeased, "Why is the water cold? Bring me warm water next time, understand?" Qinshan got annoyed and ran to the kitchen to complain. "Aunt, who does Zhang Yi think he is?" But Yang Shu said, "Senior bro's old injuries have relapsed, and he's a sick person now. Why are you arguing with him?" Qinshan was exasperated. "But he's such a bully." From the living room, Zhang Yi shouted again. "The food isn't done either? Why is it taking so long? I've been hungry for a whole day. Does anyone care about me?" Yang Shu immediately replied, "Senior bro, I'll serve you the food." Only Zhang Ye's junior martial sister would readily be at his beck and call to take care of him. "Senior bro, sit up and eat." "I can't move." "I'll feed you then." "My junior martial sis is the best." "Open your mouth." The chicken wing is not too bad. Try some of the red braised pork." It's good too, but a bit salty." "Ah, a little salty? Then what should we do?" "Forget it. I'll make do with it." Rao could not stand watching this any further and took a few steps out of the kitchen and said to Yang Shu, "Ignore him. This fellow's just trying to score some pity points. Just place the food on the table. I'll see if he wants to eat or not." Qinshan added angrily, "Old Yang, don't care for him." But Yang Shu did not listen to them as she continued spoon-feeding Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi lay there comfortable as a lord, opening his mouth and swallowing the food, then opening his mouth again with the next spoonful already waiting for him. After they finished eating lunch, the medicinal herb concoction was ready. His junior martial sister spoon-fed him again. But after just 2 mouthfuls, Zhang Yi cried out that it was too bitter and refused to drink anymore. "Senior bro, this is not something a human can drink. If you don't drink it, how can you heal your injuries? What's inside this? A soil dragon. What's that? An earthworm. The hell? Are you guys trying to poison me?" With great difficulty, Zhang Yi finally finished drinking the medicine. Rao then began to treat him externally. She gave him a traditional Chinese massage to help with his qi and blood circulation. But with just 2 massage rubs, Zhang Yi cried out again. The entire time the sun was shining, there was not a moment of peace in the house as every one of them took care of Zhang Yi. It wasn't until evening that this fellow finally ceased his antics. This was because the King of Masked Singers premiere episode was about to begin. Zhang Yi had taken over the whole sofa and occupied it by himself, lying there with his legs up. Be it Rao Qinshan, or Yang Shu, they could only move some chairs over and sit beside him. On Beijing television, the commercials ended. Yang Shu said, "It's starting." Zhang Yi said, "Turn up the volume." His first uncle's house. His first uncle and aunt brought out a fruit platter. In the living room, Zhang Ye's 3 cousins were all sitting there watching the television. They had arranged to meet up today to watch the King of Masked Singers premiere episode together, as it was a new show planned by their cousin. "Wow, it's starting. It's finally starting. The first contestant has appeared." "What? King of Oddity? What sort of name is this? Holy shit. Ah, he sang so well. The pitch changes were really nice. Who is he? Greater China's Chui Long. It's not him. It's definitely not him. The figure doesn't look like him at all. Then could it be CK? The voice sounds super similar. The three cousins were excited and astonished by what they were watching. His first uncle and aunt were seated near them and glanced at the screen. With this, they were immediately hooked on the show and joined in with their own guesses. Peking University. In one of the female dormitories, Yao Jinsai's daughter, Yao Mi, did not go home for the weekend, instead staying in her dorm together with a few of her roommates to watch the broadcast of the King of Masked Singers. The more the merrier, they thought. Somehow, they'd gotten a hold of a 29-inch LCD TV, and they'd even hooked it up to an antenna in their dorm. There were a total of 11 people in the room, and all were watching the television in excitement, some of them even singing along. It's good. It's so good that I'm crying. I really love Pedal Shower. There isn't anyone else in the music industry with such a falsetto. Who exactly is she? The panel of guest judges couldn't guess either. Mimi. Huh? Your dad has spoken. Your dad sure is funny. He definitely deserves to be a big shot in the crosstalk world. It's sad that our Professor Zhang isn't around. It would be even more exciting to watch then. When will Teacher Zhang come back and teach us again? Has he really been banned? Did the air pollution documentary affect him that greatly? How could they ban Teacher Zhang? Media College. At the teaching staff's quarters, Suhong Yan, once Zhang Ye's student counselor, was also watching the show on Beijing television with some of her colleagues. This is really great. Their singing is much more professional than those on The Voice. It's gotta be. The selling point is different. The selling point of The Voice of China was its grassroots contestants, while for King of Masked Singers, the contestants are already famous singers, so of course their skills aren't the same. Frankly, the creativity of this show is great. Only someone like our media college's Professor Little Zhang can come up with a show like this. Sunflower sang well. He's quite good, but I still prefer Sunset Glow. How did she lose to the others? Will she get eliminated? Who's going to be crowned Masked King at the end of this episode? It blew up on the internet as well. Overwhelming exclamations and responses started appearing all over Weibo. This is really worth goddamn waiting for. So this is King of Masked Singers. Damn, it's 10,000 times better than I expected. So this is what this show is all about. This group of people can really sing well, right? I bet they're all professional singers. And A or B-list big-name celebs. Who knows who King of Oddity is? I really like King of Oddity too. His voice is really pleasant and his singing is pretty good, but compared to Pedal Shower and the others, he doesn't quite measure up. Pedal Shower and Sunflower, on the other hand, are gods. 4 contestants have already appeared on stage, and each one is more amazing than the last. The next person is coming on right now. The Clown. I heard a rumor that he was this episode's Masked King. That can't be. Probably a rumor. Right, someone even said that Water Buffalo was the Masked King. Your sister's the Water Buffalo. There's not even a fucking contestant named Water Buffalo. Look at how he's walking. He can't even stand straight. Is he sick? The broadcast now cut to a different scene at an earlier time. It was showing the moments in the infirmary. Zhang Ye probably did not even know that while he and the program team staff were in the infirmary, someone had actually lugged a video camera in and recorded many of the scenes that had occurred inside. A fever of 40 degrees. A severe cold. Inflammation of the tonsils. Give me a cortisone shot. Are you sure? Do it. Give me another shot. Shoot me up again. Do it. 3 shots. A total of 3 shots. The man in the clown mask did not even make a sound. The scene cut again, back to the moment when the clown appeared on stage. At this moment, everyone who was watching the program in front of their televisions gasped in shock. Some of the music industry insiders were also surprised by this. A madman. This person must be insane. This. He's really risking his life. Why is he still singing when he's like that? How can he even sing? Yeah, he's definitely not going to be the Masked King. Those must have been rumors. True. It's hard to walk around or even speak with a voice like that, much less sing a song. Can he even make any noise? He won't finish singing, right? How could he possibly finish singing in that condition? It wasn't just the clown who had behind-the-scenes footage edited into the show. There was also behind-the-scenes footage for the other masked singers. For instance, Pedal Shower when she was rehearsing her songs and Sunflower's comments on the other singers' performances while he was in his waiting room. But clearly, the clown's behind-the-scenes footage was more shocking than the others. The program team definitely knew this, so they purposely edited this scene in. However, when the clown took the stage and started singing, a lot of people got a great shock. Petal Shower's falsetto had shocked them. Sunflower in the Starlight's tenor had shocked them. Sunset Glow's gentle and soothing voice had shocked them. But those were completely different from the shock the clown thrust upon them. The clown's song shocked them because it was pure and resonated with their souls. I am a wolf that comes from the north, padding through the boundless wilderness. The mournful northern wind blows by. The slow sand brushes by. Everyone's had a dream before. Everyone's pursued those dreams before. But for the sake of that grassland, that dream, a person like the clown faced the biting winds while wounded and continued limping forward. No one could say that they had gone that far themselves. So they were shocked, touched. Who is he? This guy has such stage presence. A wolf that comes from the north? Doesn't that sound so cool? Does it sound that great? I think it's just average. Me too. I'm not really moved. And his voice is too hoarse. That's why it's good. What do you guys know? This singing is filled with so much emotion. The song itself is good too. What song is this, goddammit? Why haven't I heard before? At old Rao's house, Zhang Ye watched his on-screen self and had mixed feelings about it. Yang Shu was fascinated by the song. This song is really good, really. Rao, did not say anything. Actually, she seldom watched television shows, but ever since she became Zhang Ye's agent, she started paying attention to them. Chen Shen pointed at the television and said, "Just look at him." Rao said, "He insists on taking the stage while badly sick. This perseverance and resilience is not something that just any ordinary person possesses. This man's not bad." Zhang Ye was elated when he heard. Hee, good enough. Yang Shu immediately said, "My senior bro is also someone with strong perseverance." Rao glanced at Yang Shu and pointed to Zhang Ye, who was lying crooked on the sofa like a slob. "You talking about this guy?" Yang Shu was stumped. She wanted to speak up, but hesitated and hung her head in silence, apparently rather embarrassed by him. Zhang Ye couldn't defend himself. Chapter 1002, The King of Masked Singers is on fire. Chapter 1002, The King of Masked Singers is on fire. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. On TV, the clown had narrowly defeated the yak. The netizens started an endless debate. Was there even a need to think? Of course the vote goes to the clown. It actually got decided by just a few votes. This song that the yak performed was much worse than the clown's. Yeah, what were the live audience members thinking? Even a fool should be able to deduce which was the better song. How could the clown have nearly lost this round? Next up, the three defeated contestants proceeded to the elimination round and battled each other. The three contestants were King of Oddity, Sunset Glow, and the Yak. This segment was recorded after Zhang Ye had left the studio that day. He had not watched it yet, and was naturally interested as he stared unblinkingly at the television. King of Oddity kicked off the elimination round of performances. He stuck to his beautiful portamento technique and rap, and he performed well. After him was Sunset Glow. Do you remember what we used to have? Holding hands and living simply. We weren't yet 18 then, but we'd still speak our minds to each other. It was a love song, a slow but tasteful love song. In this second round of performances, Sunset Glow performed rather stunningly. There were no higher pitches, none at all, but she still managed to capture the hearts of many in the audience. The three contestants took their turns and finished performing. Eventually, the results of the voting came out. Sunset Glow easily remained in the competition, while the Yak and King of Oddity were both eliminated. Take it off, take it off, take it off. The live audience all stood up and started shouting. Chen Guang also stood up. Amy also said excitedly, "Who are you?" Dong Shanshan smiled and said, "You can choose to reveal your identity, or you can choose to exit the stage with your mask on." King of Oddity laughed a little and thought for a moment. Then he grabbed his mask and took it off with everyone's attention on him. When the television audience saw the face beneath the mask, many of them were startled. Chen Guang was stunned. Little Chi, King of Oddity, smiled and said, "Hello, senior bro." Amy also knew him personally. "Oh my god, how could it be you?" Chi. It was Chi Yi, who was from the same agency as Chen Guang. The internet also blew up. Damn, it's our Chi Yi. Why is it him? Man, that's a C-list celebrity. In the music industry, Zhang Ye was considered quite a big name some years ago. When he first debuted, he was known as a pretty boy to many and had also won an award for Best Song. He had a glorious past and surely counted as one of the top 30 people in the music industry at that time. But later, for reasons unknown, he stopped releasing albums and switched to acting in movies. Although he was also very popular in the film industry and is a C-list celebrity now, a lot of people still felt it sad that he did not continue his singing career. Why would he be participating in this show? Has Zhang Ye gone back to singing? He sang really well. His singing is as good as before. Ah, my little Zhang. This was an extremely popular celebrity idol. What's more, Zhang Ye was a C-list celebrity as well. After the astonishment faded, everyone thought of something. For someone who was so popular and good at singing, and had been even a professional singer, if this was any other singing show, he definitely would have been saved for a much later appearance. But on the stage of King of Masked Singers, Zhang Ye had actually been eliminated in the first episode? What the fuck? Then who the hell could the remaining masked singers be? Thinking of this, the audience's curiosity suddenly erupted. King of Oddity turned out to be Zhang Ye. Then who was the other one? Who was the yak? The camera cut to the yak. Dong Shanshan asked, "You can choose to reveal your identity, or you can." "I choose not to reveal my identity," said the yak before Dong Shanshan could finish. The audience was taken aback. Amy asked anxiously, "Why not?" Zhang Xia persuaded, "I don't think it matters much as those who reveal their identities are definitely not considered losers. There aren't any losers at all here today. Also, we really wish to know who you are." Wang Zhuishu added, "You sang really well." But the yak did not say anything. Dong Shanshan nodded and said, "Okay, we respect your choice." The yak bowed to the audience and then mysteriously departed from the stage just like that, still wearing his mask. Perhaps no one in the audience would ever know who this man was. The netizens were all vexed. "Reveal your identity, damn it. Asterisk faints asterisk, why didn't he reveal himself? How very suspenseful. Who could that guy be? Asterisk flips table asterisk, I'm so pissed." Everyone could only feel that way. If the contestant did not want to reveal their identity, there was nothing they could do about it. It's time for the next round. Right, it's time to battle for the first episode's Masked King. Who do you guys think has the best chance of winning? Sunflower, of course. Definitely Petal Shower. Right, it's basically just between these two. Although I also like the clown, his voice is really not in good shape. It sounds quite hoarse, and judging from the earlier voting by the live audience members, the clown stands no chance. But why are there people saying that the clown was crowned the first episode's Masked King? That's not possible. It's probably just a rumor. When he's like that, how can he fight for the throne of the Masked King? Yeah, whether he can even sing his next song at all is questionable. At Old Rao's house, Zhang Ye had been through the final round of this episode's competition and already knew the results, so he didn't have much interest in the latter part of the show. As he watched, his eyes began to droop and he fell asleep unknowingly. By the time he opened his eyes again, it was already the next morning. He had fallen asleep on the sofa, and someone had covered him with a blanket. The sky was bright, and the chirping of birds drifted in from outside. Zhang Ye got up from the sofa and went to the bathroom. He could feel that his body was in much better condition now. It seemed that Old Rao's medicinal herb concoction was actually quite effective, and he didn't drink it for nothing. The front door opened. Young Shu came back carrying some things. "Senior bro, you're up? Where'd you go?" "To buy breakfast for you." "Oh, by the way, here's today's newspapers." Zhang Ye felt rather happy deep down inside. It was worth taking in this junior martial sister of his. Just look at all that she had done. "Where's Old Rao and Chen Chen?" "Master Rao took the kid out for morning exercises," Yang Shu replied. Zhang Ye nodded, then flipped open one of the newspapers. Zhang Ye participates in King of Masked Singers. King of Masked Singers premiere episode. Zhang Ye gets eliminated. The clown crowned first Masked King. Wild Rose search term trends to top spot. King of Masked Singers premiere episode a hit. Trending #1 on Weibo. Who was the clown? Speculation on Petal Shower's identity. The newspapers were all full of news regarding King of Masked Singers. While eating breakfast, Zhang Ye browsed through Weibo and realized that there were also an overwhelming amount of discussions online. That was so fun. King of Masked Singers' first episode was so damn interesting. Much love to Petal Shower. Much love to the clown. I love him so much. The clown was so cool. That last song, Wild Rose, made me cry for real. Me too. I am a beautiful, beautiful wild rose. I was totally pulled in and have already listened to it more than 10 times. Each time I hear it, I shed some tears. Poor Chi. Chi is supposed to be a really good singer and very popular too. How did he get eliminated? The yak is such a coward. He was too scared to even show his face. Yeah, what a cheat. Even now, no one knows who he is. When will the next episode be broadcast? Hurry up. I can't wait. I want to continue listening to the clown sing. His songs are so amazingly touching. The next Masked King will definitely be Sunflower. Get lost. It'll definitely be our petal shower. Who's the most popular right now? A poll shows that most people are interested in the clown. The clown? He only won because of luck. Nonsense. Go and check out today's top Chinese music chart. Zhang Ye decided to do so. He found out that on the music industry's authoritative top Chinese music chart, 7 out of the top 10 spots were taken by songs that were performed on King of Masked Singers. Number 10, King of Oddities, Idiot. Number 9, a new song by a big name of the music industry. Number 8, Sunflower in the Starlights, Like Smoke, as Water. Number 7, Sunset Glows, My Past Lover. Number 5, The Clown's Wolf. Number 4, Petal Showers, On a Little Night Like This. Number 3 was the song that Zhang Ye wrote and composed for Spring Garden, Superstar. This song had already been charting for some time. Number 2 was also another song performed by Petal Shower. Then, impressively, at first place was Wild Rose. Even on the monthly rankings of the top Chinese music chart, although Wild Rose had only charted for a day since getting published last night, it had already shot up on the monthly chart to 11th. In only a single day? In the short span of barely a day, Wild Rose had been shared and recommended like crazy. Zhang Ye was sitting in the apartment and eating breakfast when he suddenly heard the tone-deaf singing of some men floating in from outside the windows. I'm a beautiful, beautiful wild rose, hating the heavens for being unfair. There were already people who knew how to sing the song, so you could imagine just how quickly the song had propagated through the masses. Even Zhang Ye himself had not expected this. A slightly more niche song from his previous world had such a great influence and spread so quickly over here. Such news was very encouraging to him. Together with the newspaper articles and looking at the heated discussions online, Zhang Ye could already feel it clearly. King of Masked Singers was on fire. Chapter 1003, Rankings and Viewership Ratings. Chapter 1003, Rankings and Viewership Ratings. Translator, Leg. Editor, Leg. Later that morning, his mother called him. Son, what are you up to? Oh, I'm at Old Rao's place. How's your trip with Dad going? It's quite nice and cozy here in Hainan. Oh right, I watched that new show of yours. Haha, so how was it? It's fantastic. Your dad could not get enough and rewatched it. Which contestant do you like on the show? I like Sunflower in the Starlight. Oh, what about Dad? Your dad likes Petal Shower. Son, what's the matter? Ahem, nothing. AI, enjoy your vacation. After hanging up, Zhang Ye didn't know how to react. He initially thought that at least one of his parents would like the clown, but as it turned out, neither of them mentioned him. He did not even have a chance to brag a little. What a failure. But that was just the first episode. Besides, his physical and voice conditions were not optimal during the recording of the episode. Zhang Ye was not worried at all since there were still plenty of opportunities to showcase himself in the future. As long as he did not get eliminated from the show, he would be able to bring out the songs he wanted to sing one by one. Which song should he sing for the next episode? An emotional song? A happy song? A song using his head voice? Or something touching that would stir the hearts of the viewers? He had to prepare 2 songs. What a headache that was. Zhang Ye paced up and down Old Rao's living room as he started thinking and planning for the next round of competition. Now that he did not have any work or activities to keep him busy, he focused all his effort and time on the King of Masked Singers because this was his only way out after much brooding. He was left with no choice but to hide behind a mask and use a different method to roam the world with his pride. Yang Shu looked at him and asked, Senior bro, are you feeling better? I guess, Zhang Ye instinctively replied as he continued pacing. At this moment, keys jangled from outside. Old Rao was back. Yang Shu turned around and immediately opened the door. Master Rao, Chen. grunted. Where's Zhang Ye? Yang Shu said, Senior bro? Isn't he right here? She turned around to point, but he was not there anymore. Zhang Ye was no longer pacing around the dining table. He's not up yet. Looked to the sofa. She saw Zhang Ye lying on the sofa, groaning and whining like he was about to die. Zhang Ye pleaded, Old Rao, get me a cup of water. Said, Fuck off. But I'm thirsty. Get it yourself. Chin-chun, get it for me. I can't move. Yang Shu's jaw dropped. Within the industry, at a television station, if we had known, even if we had to pay 30 million renminbi for the breach of contract back then, we should still have headhunted Zhang Ye from Central TV to join us. I'm sure that Central TV would have let him go for 30 million renminbi. Hi, it's useless to say anything now. Zhang Ye's ideas are really creative. Yeah, just him alone would be enough to sweep aside all of the production teams. In the industry, the king of masked singers is definitely going to catch fire and will most likely subvert many of the things that we already know. Yeah, just look at today's top Chinese music chart. It's ludicrous. I have quite a few friends in the music industry and heard that there was an uproar there too. Songs performed on the show, which were broadcast just last night, actually charted on the top Chinese music chart today, and many of the songs were covers too. They even occupied 7 of the top 10 spots on the chart. This is simply unbelievable. In the past, we had to go everywhere just to promote a new song. The companies would even have to throw money around in order to get an interview or get on a variety show. But now, they've achieved the same thing with just a TV show, and it even went further than that. The ratings for Wild Rose are too scary. Who is this clown person? I don't know. Which big name in the music industry is he? He even managed to sing that well while sick. Wild Rose has already stormed through the charts. It's already #1 on the daily top Chinese music chart today. In a few more days, I suppose the monthly #1 spot is as good as theirs. How scary. This is insane. What a subversive variety show. Hi, Beijing TV has really gotten the most out of it this time. There's no helping it. Zhang Ye is a Beijing local, after all. Damn it. With him there, who the hell can still vie with Beijing TV? Has the viewership rating for their show been released yet? Not yet, but it should be out sometime soon. Let's see what their viewership turns out to be first. Surely it won't be breaking another historical record, right? At an entertainment company. Little Xiao. Director Zhou. Did you watch The King of Masked Singers? I did. What are your thoughts on it? The contestants on the show are indeed very strong. I think that I may have identified one of them, but I'm not very sure. As for the others, I don't know since I really couldn't guess who they were. You're our company's highly prized newcomer. I have quite a good relationship with the King of Masked Singers executive director, Hu Fei, and already communicated with him. You can go and try out for the show. Do you think I'm good enough? You're also a professional singer, so you need to have confidence in yourself. This show will definitely become popular. Rather, it has already become very popular. Many companies are eyeing for a slice of this pie right now, and they're all vying to send their celebrities to the show. If we don't act quickly, we likely wouldn't have another chance. All right, I'll do as you say. At Beijing Television, in the King of Masked Singers program team office, a lot of people from the other program teams came by to visit. Old Hu, you guys were really impressive this time. Hi, not really. Your show has already become so popular, yet you're still being so humble. Hurry up and treat us already. You must definitely do so. We won't show up if the restaurant is too low class. Let's wait until the viewership ratings are out. It looks like the show is very popular, but we still don't know how the results will turn out. Come on, you. The online discussions are already so overwhelming, and everyone in the industry is talking about your show. If your viewership rating is bad, I'll twist my head off and give it to you. Then I'll be hoping you're right. Previously, they were the program team for Do You Remember? Although that show was quite good too back then, but all it was quite good. Hu Fei and the program team staff had never enjoyed such treatment before. A deputy station head and a station executive even made a visit to their office and sat around for a while before heading back to their own office for the day. Quite a few of their Beijing television colleagues also came by to congratulate them, while a lot of media reporters bombarded the program team with calls. Hoga said excitedly, "We're famous." Hodi proclaimed, "I can't believe we got to see a day like this. I feel like I'm living a dream." Shaolu was still getting used to this. Did any of you receive any calls? I got 2 calls this morning from the other TV stations, looking to headhunt me. They offered me an annual package of 500,000 yuan. I was totally shocked. I've never even seen 500,000 yuan in my lifetime before. Dafei exclaimed, "Damn, why? Didn't anyone headhunt me?" Xiaolu laughed and quipped, "'Cause you're ugly." Dafei. Everyone laughed. Hu Fei smiled and said, "Actually, we shouldn't be getting so carried away. For those of us who were involved, we know that this is all to the credit of Teacher Zhang." Han Shi gave a wry smile and said, "Teacher Zhang is just too amazing." Han Shi was a newcomer who had just transferred to the current program team. During the few times that Zhang Ye had come over, she had only seen him from a distance and did not have an opportunity to speak with him. At her level, she felt that she was not qualified to speak with him yet. This was Zhang Ye they were talking about, a big-shot A-list celebrity and a very famous figure in the industry. As a result, she could only watch from afar even though she was a die-hard Zhang Ye fan. However, Han Shi did not know that she had already interacted with Zhang Ye many times. Suddenly, hasty footfalls came running. One of the program team employees rushed into the office and shouted excitedly, "It's here. The viewership ratings are out." Hu Fei quickly said, "How did we do?" Ho Gu immediately tensed up. "How much did we get?" Xiao Lu said anxiously, "What's our nationwide ranking?" When that person handed the viewership ratings chart to Hu Fei, everyone instantly gathered around him. "Let me take a look. Don't block me. How much did we get? Just how much is it?" Then, the numbers on the form appeared before everyone's eyes. When they saw the numbers, shock jumped onto the program team's faces. The nationwide viewership ratings for the King of Masked Singer's premiere episode was 2.51%. They were the #1 show nationwide. They led by double the #2 show's viewership rating. The office fell silent. 1 second. 2 seconds. Suddenly, ear-piercing screams rang out. #1. We're #1 nationwide. Holy shit. 2.51%. It's really become popular this time. Our show's really a hit. Heavens. This is ridiculous. It's even higher than The Voice's premiere episode rating. Oh my god. Han Chi jumped for joy. Xiao Lu was shrieking with excitement. Cries of joy. Cheering. The office devolved into chaos. Hu Fei suddenly said, "Quick, inform little Zhang about this." Dafei quickly replied, "Let me do it. I'll give Teacher Zhang a call." Beijing television burst into an uproar. The industry was shocked by the viewership ratings. This was just the premiere broadcast, the first episode of the show. But this episode has already fucking achieved a viewership rating of 2.51%? What does this mean? Do you all intend to fucking break the 4% mark? How can it possibly be so high? Chapter 1004. The Clown Gets Called Out? Chapter 1004. The Clown Gets Called Out? Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. At Old Rao's house, Zhang Ye was still playing dead on the sofa when he received the call. "Dafei, it's out." "Yeah, it's out." "How much?" 2.51%. How much again?" The premiere episode's viewership was 2.51%. Is that figure from a draft report? It's not. This is the actual viewership rating. Teacher Zhang, we've gotten first nationwide. Our premiere episode has taken the #1 spot in the nationwide viewership ratings. You're so incredible. Dafei called his co-workers over to the phone. Xiao Lu ran over and shouted into the phone. "Teacher Zhang, you're so amazing. So amazing. Hurry over. Brother who says that he'll be treating us to a meal, and the station head has announced that they'll be holding a celebratory banquet just for our program team, right after they gave us a letter of commendation and published it to the entire station. We're just lacking your presence now." Zhang Yi laughed and said, "I won't be joining you guys today. I still have some things to attend to." After hanging up, Zhang Yi kept quiet for a second before suddenly belly laughing. #1 nationwide. 2.51%. Another record has been broken. In fact, Zhang Yi wasn't too sure how the show would perform before it was broadcast. It wasn't because he was not confident, but just that he was unable to put his finger on it. After all, the King of Masked Singers back in his previous world did not have that great of a viewership rating. It only managed around 1 to 2% tops. Zhang Ye had studied the shortcomings of the show closely in order to make the changes to the version in this world. Thus, he could not predict the results until the final moment when the results were released. From the looks of it, the viewership this time really did not disappoint him. In fact, it even exceeded the expectations that Zhang Ye had set for it by a great deal. It looked like the king of masked singers that he had made revisions to had been accepted by everyone. This was no doubt a boost to Zhang Ye, as even though he was neither the executive director nor the host, he was still part of the show. If the show became popular, Zhang Ye's popularity would get higher as a result. He immediately went to check the celebrity rankings index, hoping to see how much his popularity score had gone up by. He felt that it would surely be a sizable amount. However, when he checked the list, he was shocked to discover that his popularity score was actually dropping, although it was still within the A-list. Damn, what was happening? Then, with a jolt, Zhang Ye facepalmed as he suddenly remembered that he was performing with a mask on, and no one knew that it was him who joined the competition. Therefore, it was impossible that he would be credited with any popularity as Zhang Ye. Having not been on screen for some time, and without a job, the A-list celebrities ranked behind him had started catching up relentlessly, while Zhang Ye's popularity score was sliding back. Zhang Ye could only smile helplessly at this. After his fever yesterday, he was probably feeling a little mixed up right now, but that didn't really matter. He would just have to leave this issue of his popularity score aside for now. He was sure that on the day that he revealed himself, all of that accumulated popularity would come back to him. Thinking of the arrival of such a day, Zhang Ye could no longer control his laughter as he wondered when he would achieve that explosion in popularity. But first, he would have to continue singing and not get eliminated midway through the show. Tired from laughing, Zhang Ye took a breather and suddenly realized that everyone in the apartment was looking at him. Rao Aimin was looking at him. Chen was also staring at him. Zhang Ye rubbed his face. "Why you looking at me?" Rao Aimin narrowed her eyes. "Rascal, you're quite full of energy when you're laughing, aren't you?" With that, Zhang Ye immediately collapsed back onto the sofa and said weakly, "It's the last gasp." Rao Aimin sent a kick flying at him. "So you were only pretending earlier? Io, what are you doing? Get up. Don't kick, don't kick." Chen shouted angrily. "Zhang Ye, you're so shameless. I thought that you were actually seriously injured. I even want to get you a cup of water. Why are you not behaving like a proper adult?" Zhang Ye got chased around the apartment. "I'm always the one being ordered around. Can't I be the one to order you guys around for once?" "Io, old Rao, you're hitting me for real? Do you think I won't retaliate? Do you think that I can't beat you? You're more seriously injured than I am." However, the facts had already proved that even if Rao Aimin's injuries have not recovered, even if her injuries were more serious than Zhang Ye's, he still couldn't beat her. This fellow was actually much better, his injuries under control and regaining 40 to 50% of his stamina. He now had the foundation of a martial arts master, and his strength and stamina levels were maxed out after having eaten all those level 1 fruits from the lottery draw. Once his injuries were alleviated and did not affect him as much, Zhang Ye's resilience and recovery rate would naturally be different from normal people's. Medicinal herb concoction 3 times a day. Traditional Chinese massage twice daily. By the second day, Zhang Ye could already do some simple exercises. By the third day, the rasp in Zhang Ye's voice started to disappear. By the fourth day, Zhang Ye attempted singing 2 high notes and could practically hit them, except that he couldn't sustain them for long. If he did, his voice would end up trembling due to his vocal cords tightening. By the 5th day, the side effects from the cortisone shots had almost subsided. The doctor was right about the severe side effects of a cortisone shot, let alone the fact that he had received 3 shots. Even for someone with Zhang Ye's physique and condition, it still took him 5 days to recover from it. If it were a normal person, they would probably have taken more than a month to recover. Their voice. His body was back to normal for now. His voice had just about recovered. However, Zhang Ye was still undecided on what songs to sing, and with the second episode's recording of King of Masked Singers coming up, he was starting to panic, too. Everyone knew that he was someone who always set very high standards for himself, so he would be much more stringent when it came to choosing a song. He couldn't even be a little unsatisfied with it. Which song should he choose? He had absolutely no idea whatsoever. Reuse the song he had rehearsed before he switched songs last time? No good. Or should he bring out a classic? At this moment, a heated discussion erupted online. It will be Saturday in another 2 days. They'll be recording tomorrow, right? I'm so looking forward to it. King of Masked Singers is so good. I love the clown the most. Who do you guys think will be crowned as the second episode's masked king? Petal Shower. Sunset Glow sang really well too. It's just that a lot of the audience members could not understand. It's definitely going to be Sunflower, without a doubt. Why didn't anyone mention the clown? He's already been crowned as the first episode's masked king. And besides, everyone knows that his crowning was not exactly well-deserved. He only got it because he was being opportunistic. What do you mean by that? Can't you tell? For someone as sick as him, everyone would surely pity him. A lot of people voted for him out of sympathy. Didn't any of you realize that? The clown's singing and voice were totally appalling, even though he was really suffering from a cold too, which we won't talk about. His technique actually laid in his lyrics, claiming he was some wolf from the north looking for some beautiful plains, or how he's a beautiful, beautiful wild rose, but for the unfair heavens. He only won on the technicalities of his song lyrics, which he used to apply to his circumstances at that moment. It's no surprise that he won the vote to become masked king, but he definitely has no chance in the second episode. Finally, there's someone else who noticed it. I also noticed it. Yeah, those two songs by the clown were good, and I wondered who wrote them too, but I can't help but feel that it wasn't a proper victory. He only did it by gaining pity points. Is that so? I thought it was quite a proper win. That's because you're still too young to understand. That's quite true, to be honest. You can even say that the clown's performance that day was the worst of the 6 participants, but his lyrics were good and he totally took advantage of that. If he really were to sing another song, even if he didn't have a cold and his voice was in the best possible shape, he still couldn't compare to Petal Shower and Sunflower. He probably wouldn't even last in a competition against Sunset Glow and the Yak. That's what I think too. There are 2 possibilities. Now, one is that the clown's voice has not recovered yet, and he'll continue playing the sympathy card, but the audience does not get convinced. That would mean he is almost guaranteed to get eliminated. The second is that the clown's voice has recovered and he performs to his best. But without the sympathy card, how many people will actually like his songs and singing? Rather than talking about his chances of becoming the second episode's masked king, I think the clown will find it hard to even stay in the competition. On the top Chinese music chart, Wild Rose was already sweeping aside every other song on the charts. Number 1 on the daily chart, number 1 on the weekly chart, number 3 on the monthly chart, but already making its way up to first place. The performance of Wolf was quite good and did well on the charts too. But what was surprising was that in the official poll created by Beijing Television's King of Masked Singers program team, the support for the clown was dipping. First, Petal Shower. Second, Sunflower in the Starlight. Third, Sunset Glow. The clown was ranked 4th, followed by the eliminated King of Oddity, who wasn't too far behind the clown. A lot of people had been affected by the discussions, or rather a lot of them had the same opinions regarding the clown and felt that he had won the first episode only because he got lucky. Some negative news also sprung up after that. How far can the clown go just by relying on sympathy? Sources claim that replacement masked singers on the King of Masked Singers' second episode will include a talented singer. The clown facing elimination? Wild Rose sweeps the charts. The clown sweeps the floor. A singing competition or a songwriting competition? Playing the sympathy card on King of Masked Singers gets called out by netizens. The clown, a flash in the pan? The clown revealed, might be an unknown rookie. When a person gets popular, gossip will fly. With the King of Masked Singers so popular now, it was difficult to avoid the doubting voices. But these doubting voices from the media and people regarding the clown was something that was still rarely seen. In the era of speculation, lies, and sympathy cards, people were getting even more sensitive to it. Together with people fanning the flames behind these claims, everyone started believing it the more they heard them. They thought that it was rather true, since if it weren't for those lyrical verses that resonated with everyone's emotions at that time and gained their sympathy, who would have actually cast their vote for him? Perhaps the King of Masked Singers program team also had such thoughts. Frankly, a lot of people did not even bother listening to the clown's voice or heard anything special in his voice. Everyone was purely moved just by the lyrics of those 2 songs. I just dislike people who try to gain sympathy this way. Yeah, it's so disgusting to watch. Didn't he just get those good songs? Because of his company? It's not like he really has the talent to win. The opinions were getting more and more skewed. Zhang Ye found out about this news and these opinions the night before the recording was about to take place. Depending on lyrics? Trying to gain sympathy? He just smiled and did not get bothered by it. He settled his mind, then continued to select songs. Chapter 1005, The Clown's 2 Songs. Chapter 1005, The Clown's 2 Songs. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Friday. At around 8 in the morning. Near the side door of Beijing Television's main building, Han Qi was standing alone at a spot she felt would not be eye-catching. She looked around from time to time and seemed to be waiting for someone. Not too far away, Xiao Lu and Dafei were chatting and laughing as they walked over. Little Han. Xiao Lu was surprised to see her here. Han Qi smiled and said, Sister Lu, Brother Fei, good morning. Dafei wondered, what are you doing here? Han Qi blushed and said, I am waiting for Teacher Clown. Dafei asked, the clown's rehearsal is scheduled for 9 a.m., right? Han Qi nodded. Yes. Xiao Lu smiled and said, then you better hurry. The other singers finished rehearsing yesterday, except for Teacher Clown. Her smile then withdrew and she said with melancholy, the public opinion during the past 2 days hasn't favored him much. A lot of people are already doubting the clown for not winning the competition properly, saying he relied on the lyrics to remedy his situation and even chastised him for trying to gain pity points. We will start recording the show in the afternoon. When he takes the stage later, he'll definitely face a great deal of pressure and the audience will probably be affected by public opinion during the voting. Han Qi said angrily, what do they mean relying on lyrics? They don't know a thing. Just be a bit more attentive in regards to that. Also, the condition of Teacher Clown's voice is another problem, so follow up with him on that. Then Xiao Lu and Dafei went into the main building. Han Qi was left feeling both angry and worried. It was really infuriating. What would those media people know? What would those netizens know? How could they criticize Teacher Clown? Han Qi continued to look around as she waited for her target. She was here to intercept the clown today. He had always been either appearing at the station or in front of her without getting noticed every single time. So Han Qi decided that she would just come out to the entrance to wait for him. She really wanted to know who the man behind the clown's mask was. She was confident that with her past interactions with him, if the clown stood in front of her, she would be able to recognize him as quite a few of the clown's distinct traits came to her mind. Celebrity, professional singer, charming, short-haired, around 30 years of age. In front of her, a celebrity and 2 of his assistants were walking over. Han Qi immediately locked her eyes on him. No, not him. This man was invited to come for an interview today. Another person was coming, but it wasn't him either. He was a host at Beijing Television. In the end, she did not manage to spot the clown, but instead saw her idol. In the parking lot, Zhang Ye got out of his car and walked straight toward the building. On his way over, there were quite a few people who greeted him. Teacher Zhang. Hello, Teacher Zhang. Good morning, Teacher Zhang. Good morning, Director Zhang. Not only the king of Masked Singers program team, even the other departments and program team staff who saw Zhang Ye were friendly to him. The king of Masked Singers that Zhang Ye produced had allowed Beijing Television to achieve the top spot in the nationwide viewership ratings of television shows for the first time ever. Even if they were not staff from the king of Masked Singers program team, they still felt extremely excited. Due to the domino effect, the other program teams experienced a slight viewership increase for their shows. This proved that the king of Masked Singers was leading Beijing Television to move on to a bigger stage and journey to becoming a leading provincial satellite station. Naturally, a lot of the Beijing Television staff were willing to recognize Zhang Ye's merits because everyone knew that if it were not for Zhang Ye's contributions, even with the skill of all the program teams in Beijing Television combined, it was impossible that they could come up with a show that performed so outstandingly. Zhang Ye smiled and nodded at them. He arrived at the entrance in the blink of an eye. Han Qi was already extremely nervous. She straightened instantly and mustered up her courage to greet him. She did not have any expectations that Zhang Ye would reply to her. Teacher Zhang, good morning. When Zhang Ye heard that, he was surprised for a moment. Only then did he see Han Qi, to whom he smiled and said, morning to you as well. Then he went upstairs without saying anything else. But Han Qi got very excited. Teacher Zhang spoke to me. He spoke to me. She was truly a diehard Zhang Ye fan and was the type who would argue with anyone if they said bad things about him online. She was in a very terrible mood today due to teacher clown's situation, but when Zhang Ye greeted her with a morning to you as well, her mood immediately improved and she became much more spirited. So she continued waiting. Why hadn't teacher clown arrived yet? 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. It was almost 9 a.m. and time for the scheduled rehearsal, but the clown was still not here yet. Han Chi quickly called the clown, but no one answered the phone. As such, she had no choice but to call to music director Bai Yuanfei. She anxiously said, Teacher Bai, teacher clown has not arrived yet, and as he might not be feeling too well, do you think we can arrange something regarding the rehearsal? On the other end of the line, Bai Yuanfei said in surprise, The clown? But he's already here, isn't he? Han Chi exclaimed, Ah. Bai Yuanfei said, We're already rehearsing. He already arrived? What the hell? When did you even arrive? Don't tell me you can teleport? Han Chi nearly fainted as her attempt to intercept the clown ended in vain. The clown was simply too mysterious. Could it be that he had entered from the back door or through the cafeteria's stairway entrance? Why are you doing things so randomly? Han Chi's curiosity almost exploded. Like a lot of the viewers in the country, she really wanted to know who the clown was. Why wouldn't he show his face? Why did he have to hide his identity so carefully? Was there any reason why he couldn't show his face? That not even the program team staff could know about it. Could it be that he was very, very ugly? She immediately set herself thinking. Who were the ugly celebrities in the entertainment industry? Crosstalk comedian Tang Dazhang? Korea's Lee Anson? Or those athletes from the sporting world? Whatever it was, in Han Chi's eyes, those who had scolded Zhang Ye were all ugly. See, this is what you call a diehard fan. In the rehearsal room, this was a rather big set allocated to them by Beijing television. Other than musical instruments, there were cameras set up around the place. Some rehearsal scenes would probably end up being edited and broadcast in the episode. The entire time after the masked singers arrived at Beijing television would be fully recorded, unless the contestants personally requested for them not to do so. For example, not placing any cameras in the waiting room. If that happened, the program team would respect the singer's wishes like what the clown had just done. By the time Han Chi came over, the clown had indeed already arrived. Music director Bai Yuanfei said, Let's rehearse once more. The Miracle Wheels nodded. The house band lineup for today was magnificent, with about 8 old folk music teachers invited as well. Han Chi did not go over to disturb them. She just found a seat in the audience and listened attentively. The music started playing. The band members looked at the score given to them by the clown and started playing the accompaniment. The clown was wearing his mask and standing on stage, humming softly along with the music. He practiced his song by humming in a nasally voice the entire process. Han Chi's heart skipped a beat. Shit. The teacher's voice had not recovered yet. They finally finished with the rehearsal of the first song after a long, very time. The clown said, Thanks for helping me, teachers. Han Chi was surprised. Listening to teacher clown speak, he sounded like he was in better shape than last week. He even spoke with his disguised voice. He was purposely hiding his voice. Or was it because his voice had not fully recovered yet? Bai Yuanfei said worriedly, Is everything gonna be fine? The clown nodded. The song is a bit difficult, so I can't do a proper practice run. The band guitarist asked, Was it because of the side effects from the cortisone shot? You really risked your life. With 3 shots, even the gods would not be able to bear with it. The drummer sighed while shaking his head. The clown said, That's why I have to save my voice for the actual performance. All right, Bai Yuanfei said, We'll rehearse this way for now. You don't have to sing. It's fine to just hum along. Try your best to maintain your stamina. Let's start with the rehearsal of the second song. However, the second song went beyond their expectations as they spent almost 2 hours before just barely getting through the rehearsal. Every one of the band members were extremely tired from it. What song was this? Why was it so complex? Was this even necessary? Could it be that his voice was unable to recover in time? So he decided to use the accompaniment to make up for it, using the music's charm to cover his mistakes? Hi. The band members no longer held much hope for the clown in this round of the competition. Chapter 1006. The Clown vs. Pedal Shower. Chapter 1006. The Clown vs. Pedal Shower. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Later that afternoon, the recording was about to begin. Backstage, The contestants started to draw lots to decide the order of their appearances and opponents in the first round. There were two replacement masked singers here, whose names and strength were unknown. As such, everyone placed a great deal of importance on this draw due to their results being affected by who their opponent was and in which order they would appear on stage. This was in direct relation to whether they could still remain on this stage or if they would advance further. In the clown's waiting room, the door opened. Han Shi and some of the program team staff came in. "Teacher, it's your turn," Han Shi said nervously. She was hoping that the clown would draw a good lot, the best being number 6, and would mean that he would be the last to sing. The clown reached his hand into the box. The camera focused onto him immediately. At the same time, the other contestants could clearly observe the ongoings at the clown's waiting room in real time. Sunflower in the Starlight had drawn number 3. Petal Shower was number 1. New replacement masked singer God of War had drawn number 4. These were the results of the draw so far. Sunflower's opponent was to be God of War. During the drawing process that was shown live from God of War's waiting room earlier, all the other contestants saw how God of War practically broke down. At first, the man's voice sounded rather cheerful, but he ended up exclaiming no, no, no for the longest time after the draw. This was because anyone who had watched the first episode of King of Masked Singers would know exactly how strong an opponent Sunflower was. One was Sunflower, the other was Petal Shower. They were both opponents that no one wanted to be matched against. It was now the clown's turn for the draw. Everyone was glued to their TV. The clown's hand withdrew from the box, holding a small ball in his hand. The numbered side of it was then turned to the camera. Number 2. He had drawn number 2. He would be the second one to appear on stage, and his opponent was Petal Shower. Han Shi similarly broke down as well. No, no, no. He would be appearing at the beginning, and his opponent was going to be Petal Shower. This was the worst lot that could be drawn. In the waiting room of the other replacement masked singer who had not drawn lots yet, he let out a long sigh of relief after seeing the clown get matched with Petal Shower. That would mean that Sunset Glow had been confirmed as his opponent. Petal Shower was currently the contestant with the most popularity in the prediction poll on the official website. Hundreds of thousands of people had voted that she would be crowned the second episode's Masked King, with Sunflower in second place with 110,000 votes. This was the reason why no one was willing to FAC off against these two in the first round. They had already gained a good standing in popularity. Even if they made some mistakes and did not perform up to their potential, the live audience voters might still cast their votes for them, as there would be emotion involved in their decision. Competitions have always declared themselves to be fair, but how could there possibly be absolute fairness? The door closed. The program team staff left the waiting room. Han Shi said in panic, "What should we do now?" But the clown did not say a single word. Petal Shower was indeed a strong opponent, and he honestly did not wish to face her for his first song today. Yet this was exactly what happened. The studio issued an announcement to start the countdown to recording. Han Shi was in despair. Petal Shower enjoyed a very good reputation, while the clown was attracting doubt from too many people. They could not win this. There was no way they could win. When the house band and the program team staff found out about this matchup, they pitted the clown. They knew there was no chance he could fight for the throne of the Masked King now, and thought that he should be thinking of how to remain in the competition instead. The studio was packed. The audience gazed at the stage in excitement as recording began. After Dong Shanshan took the stage and recited a string of advertising messages, she smiled at the guessing panel. "Judges, after the first episode, do you have any guesses on who the contestants are?" Zhang Xia smiled and said, "I have no idea who's who." Amy giggled and said, "Even at the moment when King of Oddity took off his mask, I still could not believe it. With the costumes wrapping them up so tightly, and wearing a mask, who could guess who they are?" But Sunset Glow's voice sounds a little familiar to me, so I'll just continue observing for now. Backstage, Sunset Glow was watching the television. When she heard that, she raised a half smile. "This is not good. Did Amy really recognize me? I've already deliberately changed the tone of my vocal register." Chen Guang laughed and said, "I'll observe a bit more today." Dong Shanshan asked, "Judges, are there any contestants you have a good feeling about?" Wang Zhueishu smiled and said, "I still have my money on Petal Shower." Chen Yidong said, "I think Sunflower is good. He has a great chance of becoming the Masked King today." Chun Guang added. If we're talking about singing, Sunflower and Petal Shower really do have the greater chance of becoming the masked king. But this is a competition after all, so it's hard to tell. Zhang Ye nodded. Petal Shower is very good. I feel like I definitely know her. Yao Jiankai looked at Chun Guang and joked. Old Chun, could your wife have come to join the competition? Chun Guang's eyes twitched as he replied hurriedly with a smile. I still believe that Petal Shower is Sister Zhang. Amy laughed. That's possible too. Everyone was making wild guesses. In truth, a lot of people really weren't thinking about the contestants as any of those famous big names in the music industry. They were all still confused. After the atmosphere warmed up, the competition got underway. The audience was also getting more and more excited. Hurry up. Petal Shower. Petal Shower. I wonder what kind of song Sunflower will sing today. I like him so much. Why didn't any of the judges mention the clown? I guess the program team must have informed them before the recording started. Yeah, the voices of doubts are getting stronger, and they're all about the validity of the clown winning Masked King on the last episode. No one really dares to bring up how he went on stage sick and could still sing in that way anymore. The judges probably know it themselves too that they were only moved by the clown songs last week out of sympathy due to how the lyrics were befitting of the circumstances. Didn't Grandma Zhang Xia and Chun Guang also say that if it were really down to singing technique, other than the two replacements today, the best would definitely be either Petal Shower or Sunflower? The clown was indeed just being opportunistic. The first episode's Masked King should have been Sunflower. Oh, come on. It should have been Sunset Glow. Let's see how it goes this episode then. It's starting. People in the audience were debating endlessly about their favorite singer or who they supported. However, the clown's name was starting to get mentioned less and less. Dong Shanshan's voice reverberated through the studio. Let us welcome our first performer today, Petal Shower. Immediate applause rang out. Wow, she's the first one to perform. Petal Shower, I love you. This is great. The first one to sing is our Petal Shower. Quite a few people were shouting and screaming, raising the intensity in the studio. During the first episode, when the contestants were underneath masks and had yet to sing a song, people had no idea how good they were. When the contestants first appeared on stage, the applause was lukewarm at best. However, this time was different as everyone had watched the show once. In fact, there were even some people in the audience who were attending the recording for the second time. The atmosphere was clearly different than last time. Under everyone's attention, Petal Shower walked on stage. Applause thundered once again. You got this. Come on. You're the true Masked King. Just from this reaction alone, it could obvious how popular Petal Shower was. Even the program team staff and the other contestants who were backstage and slated to appear later could only smile wryly to themselves. She was already this popular after singing just 2 songs in the first episode? How could they still compete with her? They should just crown her Masked King straight away. However, they were willing to admit that Petal Shower was indeed a strong foe. Thinking of this, all the other masked singers felt some sympathy for the clown for having drawn today's worst lot. The lights dimmed. The bowed notes of a violin floated through the air. The audience hushed, with some of them closing their eyes to listen. Petal Shower gripped the microphone and opened her mouth softly. A gentle falsetto drifted out. It was her signature technique on this stage, as well as the audience's familiar sense of shock. Lies repeated 100 times. In return, just a false promise. A mask that's been worn a lifetime. Why can't I become the person I want to be? The audience knew from the moment they heard it. This was Face. It was a very slow and touching song. Amy forced a smile and said, "How nice. She's singing it better than me." Zhang Xiao looked at her. "It's not like you to sing endearing songs in the first place," Amy said to convince her. "There's almost no one in the music industry who can sing like this." The range of her falsetto is enormous, so I'm a 100% sure that Petal Shower is a professional singer. She's most definitely a big name too. Wang Zhuishu agreed. That's right. And I have a feeling that this woman must be such a big name in the music industry that we couldn't even start imagining it. But as long as she doesn't speak with her normal voice, there's no way that we can guess who she is. Yao Jiankai was enjoying the singing. Whoever faces her is really down on their luck. Chen Yidong said. As long as Petal Shower does not make any mistakes, it'll be difficult for anyone to beat her. Her falsetto is so amazing that I don't think there's anyone who has a better technique than hers. Petal Shower sang a cappella. Ugly. A pretense. This is what my face is. The performance ended. Petal Shower lowered her microphone and took a slight bow in thanks. Applause immediately rang out. Even the backstage contestants were clapping for her. The audience was screaming from every corner. It's so good. I used to not like this song, but Petal Shower sang it really well. That's what a charming singer can do. She's definitely going to win. Yeah, there's no need to listen to the next contestant. Right, it doesn't matter who comes next. Petal Shower. Petal Shower. Petal Shower's performance today was as good as her last one. There were no mistakes and no voice cracking, although it wasn't as stunning as her first performance in the last episode. Perhaps this was due to the choice and genre of the song, but she still managed to perform it up to her level, and it was still as enjoyable to listen to. But the most crucial point was that the entire song was sung with a varied falsetto, which further increased the charm of the song. After all, none of them had ever heard of anyone who would dare to sing like this. Due to it being very difficult to sing in falsetto, not too many singers had the capability to do so, nor would they dare to do something like this live. Due to such curiosity, this rendition of Face by Petal Shower had once again infected the studio. Whether it was the audience, the judges, the backstage contestants, or the program team staff, none of them felt that she could lose. Chapter 1007, A Song Without Lyrics. Chapter 1007, A Song Without Lyrics. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The studio was filled with the sound of applause. The first song had raised the atmosphere to the highest point. None of the other participating singers hoped that they would be the next to appear, but the clown was already standing at the door. Hanchi gave a bitter smile. Teacher. The clown grunted in acknowledgement. Hanchi hesitated, then said, Let's aim for the next song instead and focus on that. Don't try so hard on this song, and preserve some of your stamina for later. After all, your voice has only recovered a little, and you still can't perform to the best of your ability. We just need to ensure that you don't get eliminated. The clown smiled, but did not speak. Dafei came over. It's your turn soon. The clown nodded. Executive Director Hu Fei took some time to go over. He was worried about the clown's voice, and even more worried that the recent public opinion would strike a blow to him. How do you feel? The clown said. Great. Hu Fei sighed. Ignore what the media is saying. The clown said. All right. Hu Fei said. Ignore them and don't let it get to you. Just sing the best that you can. The clown shook his head. I don't mind what they're saying on the internet and news. Right? Just sing as you would usually sing. Your lyrics are your greatest weapon, so you can't just toss them aside. It's also a part of your strength, Hu Fei comforted. The clown smiled and said, I do understand that. When the program team staff heard this, they felt relieved. He was indeed worthy of being someone from the entertainment circle, as his mental fortitude seemed to be much stronger than most people. Even with so much pressure stemming from the public, he was able to easily brush it aside. This was something that most other people could do. Good on you, Teacher Clown. Don't let the gossip get to you. Even if you lose today, no one will take you lightly. From the stage, Dong Shanshan filtered in. Then, let's welcome our next contestant, the clown. The clown exhaled, took a step, and walked out onto the stage at his own pace. Han Chi felt a heavy sense of frustration as she watched the clown walk off toward the stage. He was doomed even before he could take the stage or utter any lyrics. This feeling deflated her. The audience was stunned. Right now, many people were watching in shock as the clown slowly walked onto the stage. What? The next one up is the clown? Damn, why is it him? Can he get any more unlucky than that? Yeah, if it were any other opponent, the clown might still somehow advance to the next round, especially if it was either of those two replacement masked singers, since no one knows how well they can sing yet. But now that his opponent is Petal Shower, what competition is left? His voice is not recovered yet, right? Even if he were to bring out another two sensational songs, or if his company wrote him another two songs with lyrics that could move the heavens, it's not likely that anyone would get convinced like last time. This round really boils down to their skills. It's no use even if the clown's voice has recovered. I really do like his lyrics, though. I was here for the last episode's recording and gave him my vote at that time. But if I were to disregard the meaning behind the lyrics, I doubt that the clown could even clinch third place. He's even being called out in the media right now. The previous masked king should not have been him. The audience was pointing at the stage and making lots of noise. However, Zhang Ye was seemingly unaware of the situation. He quietly walked to center stage and closed his eyes as though he did not hear anything. He had witnessed this sort of spectacle too many times before, so much that he could not even count the number of times it had happened. Chen Guang looked at him and sighed. Zhang Xia said, "Things are very disadvantageous for the clown." The pressure from public opinion was too great and was practically the death sentence for the clown. The lights dimmed. This was the signal that the next performance was about to begin. Petal Shower did not return to her waiting room. She watched him from the wings. Backstage, Sunset Glow, Sunflower, God of War, and the other contestants were also watching TVs without blinking. They were actually rather curious about what song the clown would be singing today. The music started. The notes of a piano played. But it wasn't Zhang Ye playing the piano today, because this song was too difficult and Zhang Ye would not be able to concentrate on playing and singing simultaneously. Even during the rehearsals, he did not practice the singing as he was afraid that his voice would be unable to hold up. Yes, he was really going to challenge such a difficult song today. The title of the song was displayed on the teleprompter overhead the stage. Opera, dedicated to love. The judges blinked. The audience could not understand either. Opera? What is this? Never heard of it. Are you going to sing another original? Do you intend to win us over with your lyrics again? All of a sudden, right as the piano played the melody, the clown opened his mouth. Oh, woa, oh, The judges were shocked. The audience was shocked. The other contestants were also shocked. When these vocals came out, a lot of people could feel themselves getting the goosebumps. It was falsetto. The clown was actually singing in falsetto too. Holy shit. Did the clown actually intend to compete against Petal Shower through the falsetto? No way. There was absolutely no way. He would definitely just be singing in falsetto for the first two verses before switching back to his normal voice. Petal Shower looked up to the stage at the clown in surprise and could not react. Hawk. Ah. Wah. There were no signs of his normal voice at all. It was all in falsetto. The audience was dumbfounded from listening to this. Zhang Xia was also dumbfounded. This singing, this falsetto. Amy squealed. How is this possible? Wang Zhueishu was also dumbfounded. Chen Guang was dumbfounded too. Right after Petal Shower finished performing, some people were saying that there wouldn't be another person who could sing in falsetto the way she did. But just a few minutes later, a great slap was buffeted across their faces with a loud smack. Another person had appeared, and it was even a person who could also wield his falsetto technique in such a superb manner. The best aspect of Petal Shower's varying falsetto range was its exquisiteness. But the clown's falsetto was better in terms of vocal weight. It won in terms of carrying power and emotion and carved into everyone's hearts like a sharp knife. It left everyone unprepared for the shock they were receiving. What was going on? Just what was happening? Han Shi and the program team staff were in similar states of disbelief. No one had expected that the clown would sing this way, nor could they have expected that he had such a good falsetto. This was terrifying. This singing technique was simply terrifying. Zhang Ye continued singing. Aawa. Aha. Aha. All of a sudden, he raised the pitch of his falsetto so high that it felt like it had pierced through the roof. Hearing this, the audience found it hard to hold their feelings in any longer. Oh my God. This. Can it get any more amazing than this? Heavens. What about the lyrics? Where are the lyrics? Yeah. Why are there no lyrics? How can there be no lyrics? Zhang Ye was still singing. There was only one word on the teleprompter. The audience was once again shocked by the clown's choice of song. There were no lyrics. This was a fucking song without any lyrics. The house band musicians were dumbstruck. Music director by Yuan Fei looked like he was at a total loss for words. They finally knew why the clown had not opened his mouth to sing during the rehearsal. They finally knew why the clown only hummed through the song when rehearsing. It was because this fucking song had no lyrics in the first place. Was there even a song like that? Could a song really have no lyrics? There wasn't any sort of a song in this world, not a single one. But in Zhang Ye's previous world, this song titled Opera, dedicated to love, truly did not have any lyrics. The original version was performed by famous Russian singer Vitas I, and was simply known as Opera 2. Later, it was covered by Terry Lin 3 on the music show I Am a Singer. His performance shocked the entire audience, and he got a very good result. And today, Zhang Ye had brought this famous song from his previous world and presented it here on this stage. It did not just shock the audience. It terrified everyone in the audience, because no one in this world had ever before heard a song with no lyrics. Everyone knew current public opinion basically doubted the clown's win in the first episode, saying he used the meaning of his lyrics to win and that it was not a proper victory. But today, the clown had come on stage once more and actually sang an entire song with no lyrics. This was clearly a response to those people. This was clearly a face smacking, and it was even a very harsh slap. His singing was simply amazing. There were no lyrics in it whatsoever, but why? How could this singing floating through the studio stir up image after image in their minds? Why? Why did they get the goosebumps from listening to his singing? The audience was terribly shocked, especially when the clown suddenly paused, then continued singing in a falsetto that increased in pitch for a good 5 to 6 seconds, even incorporating some portamento. With that, many in the audience could not longer hold it in and started to stand up while screaming. They were going crazy. The audience had gone crazy. Meanwhile, Hu Fei nearly passed out onto the floor. Before the clown went out on stage, Hu Fei tried to comfort him as he was afraid the clown would be affected negatively by public opinion on how he had used lyrics to win. The clown's response to Hu Fei and the program team was still very fresh in their minds. He had stated very firmly that he did not mind it at all. Everyone who heard him say that had believed him at the time. But now, the program team staff nearly vomited blood. Didn't mind? Didn't mind. Your sister, fuck. You minded it a whole fucking lot, alright? Chapter 1008. Who on earth is this? Chapter 1008. Who on earth is this? Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. There were two versions of this song that Zhang Ye was familiar with. One of them was the original sung by Vitas 1. The other was by Terry Lin 2, who made some changes to it. These two singers had a very wide falsetto range, although their singing styles were completely different. Today, Zhang Ye did not imitate either of their versions. This was because, similar to the differences between those two, Zhang Ye's falsetto was different from Vitas's and Terry Lin's. If he had purposely imitated their style, he would only be at a disadvantage and cause this song to lose its essence. Therefore, Zhang Ye also adapted it to suit himself and used his own style to interpret this song. His falsetto voice was even firmer and more carrying than Terry Lin's and Vitas's techniques, so he tightened the control of his high notes so that they would not sound too breathy. But he had to push his falsetto out and let it soar to the skies. This song was too difficult. Even for Zhang Ye, he had to expend all of his energy just to fully concentrate and focus on the singing. As a result, he had his eyes closed for the duration of his performance without even looking at the judges or audience once. Ah, 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 oh yeah, ah. He did not look at anyone, but everyone was watching him in utter shock. Zhang Xia saw an image of a dancer dancing and their sweat dripping on a stage that was within a grand and majestic palace. Amy also pictured an image. It was a forlorn, empty alleyway without any signs of people other than a person injured all over whose clothes were stained with fresh blood. That person had thrust their chest out and was gazing up at the moon and singing. In the audience, a female audience member felt like she was in an endless expanse of greenery, not knowing where to go or which direction to head toward. All of a sudden, singing drifted towards her from afar. She started running with all her might toward it. As she ran and ran, she saw her late mother waving at her while smiling and calling for her to return home. She suddenly started to cry and couldn't stop. The clown's singing felt like it was saying something. It felt like it was stirring up all kinds of emotions about love onto this stage. Dedicated to love. This was exactly what the song was about. It was as though he was telling everyone that even if they were scolding him or if he didn't have an audience, he would still give his all and dedicate himself to the stage. Aha, ahea, oh ah, aha. All kinds of images were conjured up in the minds of many of the audience members. Han Qi saw it. Hu Fei saw it. Yao Jinkai saw it. Petal Shower saw it. Sunflower saw it. Sunset Glow saw it. The audience also saw it. So they were shocked. So they were moved. There were no lyrics. Not a single verse. However, even though this song had no words, it felt like it said thousands of words. In fact, it conveyed more than what thousands of words could say. Several of the judges suddenly recalled the criticism in the news and online. They were suddenly very angered and felt that it was extremely insulting. Would a singer who could sing such a song need to rely on using lyrics to gain sympathy? How could that be? How could that be possible? So what if there weren't any lyrics? He could still shine in radiant splendor. That was the charm of music. That was this singer's charm. Backstage. In Sunflower in the Starlight's waiting room. Sunflower watched the television and did not say a word. In Sunset Glow's waiting room. Sunset Glow abruptly turned to the side and gave a wry smile to the camera inside the room. If he makes it to the next round, I wouldn't want to face him. In God of War's waiting room. God of War looked helpless. What sort of people were these? Who the fuck was this group of freaks? In the studio. The music stopped. In the middle of the clown's a cappella falsetto, he ended the song amid sorrow and love. He sustained the falsetto for a very long time, and in a very high pitch. As it came to the end, it got lower and softer until there was no sound. Silence. It was so silent it was scary. It wasn't until the clown raised his head and bowed in thanks that the audience knew the performance had ended. Applause then seemingly thundered with a sudden explosion. The audience was shouting his name in a frenzy. The clown. The clown. The clown. The clown. This was a song that could move people. This was an unprecedented song. Other than shouting, they could not find another way to express their emotions. Dong Shanshan came on stage. Let's invite our previous singer, Petal Shower. Petal Shower walked slowly up onto the stage and nodded at the clown. Her eyes were locked on him, as though she were hoping to discover a clue to find out who he was. The clown nodded back at her. Dong Shanshan smiled and said, "Well, the panel of judges. I don't know how to describe what I'm feeling right now. The clown, you're so wonderful." Amy did not wait and stood up before Shanshan could finish speaking. The clown gave a slight bow and said, "Thank you, Teacher Amy." Amy quickly waved it off and said, "Don't you call me that. I don't deserve to be addressed as a teacher in front of you." Wang Zhuishu was completely convinced. He definitely has to be a big shot in the industry. There's no doubt. The clown smiled but did not respond. Dong Shanshan said, "Oh, Teacher Wang, who do you think he is?" Wang Zhuishu said, dejectedly, "The problem is I don't really know who this big shot is. I don't even have a potential candidate in mind." Chen Yidong said, when he sang Wolf and Wild Rose in the last episode, he was in very bad shape and had lost his voice. Still, he managed to sing those songs in such an astonishing way. At that time, I was already wondering how good this guy's singing would be if his voice had recovered. I finally heard it today. He's really amazing. Seriously, you've really shocked me today. The clown's voice came from underneath the mask and went through the voice, transforming microphone. "Thank you," Zhang Xia suddenly said. "But there's no such person in the music industry." The judges looked to Zhang Xia. Zhang Xia analyzed. Petal Shower sang her female falsetto to a perfection. Although I can't guess who she is because she did not reveal any of her real voice, I at least have some candidates in mind, and it's possible to make a guess. However, I really can't guess who the clown is. I've been in the music industry for a few decades now, yet I've never heard of any male singers who could sing in falsetto like this. There just isn't anyone I can think of. So I guess, yeah, I can only guess that this man is probably not part of the music industry. Yao Jiankai said in surprise. "You mean to say that the clown is not a professional singer?" Amy instantly shook her head. "That's impossible. Can an amateur singer sing that well? If so, then professional singers would die out." This was how she was. She wasn't afraid to use whatever description she liked. Zhang Xia said, "I can only guess." Wang Zhuishu asked, "Just who are you?" The clown smiled without saying a word. Wang Zhuishu asked, "Can you tell us your age? Let's narrow down the range of our target." Dong Shanshan quickly stopped the discussion. She smiled and said, "Teacher Wang, the contestant will not be answering any questions that are too specific. You must rely upon your own guesses." Chen Guang spoke up. "Then can I ask a not-so-straightforward question?" Dong Shanshan nodded. Chen Guang thought for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Are you above or below the B list?" The audience was immediately energized. The judges felt that this was a very good question and pricked up their ears. As Dong Shanshan was not sure if this question was acceptable, she quickly communicated with the program team staff through her earpiece. However, the clown was already answering the question. The clown said calmly, "Above." The entire studio flew into an uproar. At least a B-list celebrity? In other words, he was at least a B-lister? Petal Shower looked at him with interest. Chen Guang was dumbfounded. Zhang Xia gasped. The masked singers backstage were also extremely shocked. They thought that King of Oddity, who had been eliminated last episode, was a big name since he was a C-lister. But who could have expected that the clown, who hadn't been recognized by anyone, and even thought by some to be a newcomer, would turn out to be an even bigger name, at least a B-list celebrity? Everyone was stunned by this revelation. The audience was making a ruckus. Who is it? At least a B-lister? There's over several dozen possibilities. But the range isn't that large either. Holy shit, is he really a B-lister? He might even be an A-lister? Heavens, he's that much of a big name. Dong Shanshan was stunned too. Clearly, she did not expect this either. Amy instantly got excited. Above the B-list, that's a very small range of possibilities. So why can't I guess who you are? The clown smiled. He thought to himself that of course they couldn't guess who he was. Yao Jinkai gave Chen Guang a look. Are you Chen Guang's twin brother? And the one on stage is the real old Chen? You guys are just teasing us, aren't you? Chen Guang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I'm an only child, Brother Yao, Zhang Xia said. Besides you, who else can sing as great that? Chen Guang gave a wry smile. I don't know. Even if I go all out with my falsetto, it's quite impossible for me to sing better than him. Controlling my falsetto is not a strong point of mine. At least a B-list celebrity? A falsetto that has reached the peak of perfection? Who is it? Who the fuck could this big shot be? Goddamn it. Chapter 1009, Voting. Chapter 1009, Voting. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. It was almost time for the voting segment. This was the most anticipated part of the show. Dong Shanshan's hosting style was improving. She could take control of a situation and her hosting had become very good as well. After all, she was someone whose grades were much higher than Zhang Ye's during their media college days among their entire class. A lot of people constantly focused on Dong Shanshan's looks, her figure, and her long legs, but neglected to consider her skills as a professional host. On the stage of King of Masked Singers, she knew quite well that she was just a supporting role and acted as a link between the event proceedings and flow of the show. As a result, she neither had to steal the show nor the lines. But when it came time for her to speak, she would definitely not allow others to ignore her. Dong Shanshan smiled and said, I can see that a few of our judges are confused. The audience laughed. In reality, they were confused too. Wang Zhuishu said, Yeah, I have no clue at all. Chen Yidong said, It's the same for Petal Shower. I can't figure out who she is. Yao Jinkai gloomily said, Is this a singing show or a game show? I'm not good at using my brain, and my head is already swelling from all that thinking. Dong Shanshan told them, To improve your concentration and refresh your mind, please drink bright fruit cocoa. Then she winked at the camera and emphasized, It's free of preservatives too. With the title sponsor of the show being Bright Fruit Cocoa, she promoted it very naturally and seamlessly. The judges and audience found it funny. It was time for the judges to vote. Chen Guang declared, I'll not vote. There's no way to make a choice. Zhang Xia also found it very difficult. She said, Both of them sang in falsetto and had flawless performances. It is indeed hard to choose. I won't be surprised no matter who wins today. Amy immediately said, I like the clown's performance more. I became his fan last episode, and I really like him so much. Even though the clown song did not contain any lyrics, I imagined a lot of images because of it. His voice and the song were so vivid that it brought all those images to mind. From the difficulty of the performance and song, the clown's opera is undoubtedly the more stunning performance for me. The clown said, Thank you. Wang Zhuishu thought for a long time before saying, I'll still give my support to Petal Shower. Although the clown has moved me as well, I still prefer the way that Petal Shower expressed herself with her singing. Petal Shower's mask concealed her face quite closely, with her entire head covered up so well that no one could even tell what hairstyle she wore. It was the same for her expression too. They could only see from her eyes that she was probably smiling. Thank you, Teacher Wang. Yao Jinkai expressed. I think that the clown is a little bit better. Dong said, Petal Shower is good too. Hi. It's so difficult to choose from between the two of them. Dong. Shan smiled and said, then let's leave the final voting to the 500 audience members and let them decide the winner. Looking into the audience, she said, everyone, please pick up your voting devices to cast a vote for your favorite performance today. The audience immediately got down to action. Some of them voted without any hesitation at all. Some of them were hesitating and couldn't come to a decision for a very long while. It's too difficult to choose. Yeah, the two of them were incredible today. If the two of them had gone against any of the other singers, I would definitely have voted for them. Why did these two big names have to compete against each other so early in the first round? How am I supposed to vote? They both sang so great. Agreed. Their ability to sing in falsetto is too close to call. Both of them are wonderful. Then we can only judge based on the songs that they sang. Hi. I suppose I have to go with my gut then. I still think that the clown's singing was more breathtaking. I think so too. A song with no lyrics? There's really no one else who can sing like this. Petal Shower's singing was so full of emotion. Personally, I still prefer her. All competitions were like this. Everyone had their personal preferences. Even for the best singer or song, it was impossible that everyone would like it due to everyone being different. For example, age, gender, and experiences would all create differences in the personality and perception of a person. This is very commonplace. Backstage, several of the masked singers who hadn't appeared on stage yet took a vote as well. The producer who was accompanying them asked for their opinions. Who do you all think will win? Sunset Glow pondered the question for a moment. The clown. Sunflower in the starlight shook his head. It could be either one of them since they're both so equally matched. God of War did not hesitate. The clown. The other new replacement masked singer called Lord Peacock said, I'm optimistic about Petal Shower. In the studio, the voting had already begun. The judges were all staring at the screen. Han Chi, who was standing in the wings, was getting extremely anxious as she clenched her fists so tightly that her nails cut into her flesh. She was shouting in her head, the clown. The clown. It has to be the clown. However, the clown did not turn to look at the screen. He did not seem like he cared. It was the same for Petal Shower. She gazed forward and did not turn around. Their mental fortitude and stage presence were very strong. Just by their attitude, people would not believe it even if they were told that the two of them were not big shots. They indeed had the demeanor of a big shot, unlike those new singers who would often try to show off their talent or make a commotion when they became too focused on the result. The audience was shouting the names of the singer they supported. Petal Shower. The clown. The clown. Petal Shower. The clown. 5 votes. 10 votes. 100 votes. Their two tallies were very close and evenly distributed. Without a doubt, this was definitely the most intense pair of contestants for this episode's matchup. The two of them had given a near-perfect performance for everyone. Finally, the voting ended. The results were displayed on the big screen. When the audience saw the result, they exclaimed in surprise. The judges were astonished too. Petal Shower's tally, 241 votes. The clown's tally, 259 votes. Everyone thought that their tallies would probably be quite close or even separated by only 1 or 2 votes. But towards the end of the voting, the clown's tally gradually pulled away from Petal Shower. In the end, he led Petal Shower by 18 votes. The clown won. Petal Shower immediately applauded. She looked at the clown and gave him a gentle hug with open arms. Zhang Ye hugged her back for courtesy's sake. Suddenly, he heard Petal Shower whisper to him, I won't lose next time. Zhang Ye was stunned. This voice. When the masked singers spoke into the microphone, the signal sent back would be transformed by a voice transformer before getting transmitted over the speakers. But of course, their voices would not be changed during the performance, as that would sound very strange. But when they spoke, the program team staff would make some adjustments to their microphones. That was why Zhang Xia kept saying that she had not heard Petal Shower's real voice before. However, when Petal Shower whispered into Zhang Ye's ear, it was not said through the microphone. It was just her voice coming from directly underneath her mask and not transformed through the voice transformer. Perhaps she had completely forgotten about disguising her voice. It sounded familiar. This voice sounded really familiar. Zhang Ye had felt that there was a very high chance that Sunset Glow was probably someone he knew. But when he heard Petal Shower's real voice, he was sure that he definitely knew this woman. Who was it? Which friend was she? His mind went blank all at once. When he realized that they definitely knew each other, Zhang Ye was afraid to speak. He just nodded and smiled to express his understanding. He was afraid that if he opened his mouth, Petal Shower would instantly recognize him. Although he was confident that nearly no one could guess who he was on this stage, as almost no one would think to link him to this character. This felt extremely nice. Offstage. The moment Zhang Ye came off the stage, he saw a dark figure rushing toward him. We won. We really won. Han Chi was exclaiming incoherently in her excitement. Zhang Ye felt his heart warm. You're more excited than I am? Han Chi said. But of course. The singer you won against is Petal Shower. She had the highest fan base among all the masked singers. Nobody in the media and audience thought that you would get through to the next round. Everyone was doubting you. So how can I not be excited? How could I not be excited? This is so unreal. When the program team staff saw the clown, they gave him a thumbs up raised high in the air. Music director Bai Yuanfei looked at Zhang Ye and smiled and nodded at him. The clown was astonishing today. The audience's understanding of the clown had been flipped on its head. This was the clown after his voice had recovered? This was his true skill? No, that was not it. He still had not fully recovered yet. As someone who came down with a bad cold, fever, and inflammation of the tonsils, and even took 3 cortisone shots, how could he possibly recover so quickly? If he had really recovered, then why did he not sing during the rehearsals? Instead, he saved his energy so that he could use it on stage? From that, it could be assumed that the clown's voice was still not in the best shape. With this thought, a lot of people were stunned by this conclusion they had arrived at. Damn, could he perhaps be even more amazing than that? Could he perhaps still sing better than that? Chapter 1010, The Clown's Second Song. Chapter 1010, The Clown's Second Song. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Backstage. In the waiting room. When Zhang Ye came back, he turned around and asked, Water? Han Chi was caught off guard. Huh. Zhang Ye cupped a hand and raised it to his mouth. Only then did Han Chi understand what he meant and quickly went to get a bottle of mineral water for him. When Zhang Ye finished drinking the water, he didn't say a word. Han Chi said, Teacher, for your next song. Zhang Ye shook his head and pointed at his throat, then waved his hand to signal that he could not say anything right now. In truth, it was not that he could not talk, it was just that he wanted to let his throat rest to the fullest extent. Having sung opera, his voice had reached its limits. If he sang it a second time, he might not even finish the song. Singing in falsetto was very tiring and caused the muscles in his nasal cavity and throat to tighten up. Moreover, he had only just recovered from his illness and stabilized his old injuries. Han Chi understood, then got anxious. Then what about your next song? Zhang Ye smiled and gave her a thumbs up, indicating that she need not worry. He would not fight a battle that he wasn't sure of winning. As he had already anticipated this situation, he had arranged the order of his songs this way. The second song style was decidedly unlike the first songs. Otherwise, there would be no way for him to sing it. There was still about an hour's worth of rest left, and he felt that he could use it to recover. In the studio, the competition was continuing. Sunflower Under the Starlight had already stepped out on stage. Set aflame. I'm burning. I want to see blood flowing. Set aflame. I'm burning. I want to send souls flying. Sunflower had chosen a rock song and performed similar to the way he had in the first episode. The only difference was that this song was not as thrilling as his previous two. The audience was still very excited, but seemingly not as excited as they were during the first episode. Next, it was one of the replacement singers' turn to appear on the stage. A very tough-looking masked singer appeared before the audience. God of War. His mask had a postmodern style of design and incorporated many different artistic elements in it. With a black-gray color as the foundation, he looked like a singer with very explosive power. He looked just as his name suggested. The moment when this person opened his mouth to sing, a high-pitched voice sounded out. Oh, you're the sun in my life, lighting my path forward, giving me endless power. By rights, if the audience was seeing a new contestant appear for the first time, they should anticipate it a great deal. But for some reason, today the audience's reaction was not that great. Everyone was surprised and still applauded, but it did not match up to the masked singer's expectations. Some of the audience members even started talking about something else. Who do you guys think the clown is? I really don't know. For those male celebrities above the B list, who else could sing so swell other than Chen Guang and those heavenly kings? That opera was damned fucking godly. Yeah, who the fuck has ever heard a song without lyrics? I've fallen in love with him. Me too. The clown is amazing. I'm looking forward to his next song. Indeed. And his voice has almost returned to normal. We couldn't tell from the last song since it was sung in falsetto, but if he sings using his real voice, we'll definitely know who he is. God of War finished singing. The voting began. Sunflower in the Starlight received 222 votes. God of War had 177 votes. About 100 members of the audience abstained and did not cast a vote. Sunflower in the Starlight won, but did not seem too happy about it. God of War gave a bitter smile, since he could obviously feel that some of the audience members were not paying attention. Then it was time for the last pair of contestants to come on stage. The first to come out was the other replacement singer, Lord Peacock. Surprisingly, he sang a ballad song that was very pleasing to the ears as well as very popular. The next to take the stage was the last singer for today, Sunset Glow. She maintained her style with the choice of a very calm song that she performed rather beautifully. Her performance today was even better than in the first episode. A song of yearning, full of bitterness. A scene of loving, full of sadness. Sunset Glow had an overwhelming victory in the final vote. Sunset Glow, 302 votes. Lord Peacock, 115 votes. There were still over 80 people who had abstained. The program team staff could only smile wryly. Zhang Ye looked to the judges next to her. What's going on today? Chen Guang had figured it out. The first pair's match was so spectacular that the audience's emotions have all been released. Amy smiled and said, everyone has stopped paying attention to the other matches as they are trying to guess who the clown is. After all, he revealed that he's at least a B-list celeb, which has decreased the range of possibilities. Chun Yidong coughed and said, I'm already browsing through the list. His cell phone screen was illuminated and showed the latest celebrity rankings index on it. He was scrolling through all the celebrities on the B list and trying to match someone with the clown. If even the judges were doing so, what could be expected of the audience? Everyone had been shocked by the clown's non-lyrical song. The filming of today's show was done according to the broadcast order. Next up would be the elimination round. Of Petal Shower, God of War, and Lord Peacock, only one could remain on the show. Petal Shower was the first to perform. But after she stuck to using her stunning falsetto to finish singing the song, there was no doubt about the winner. God of War sang with all his might. Lord Peacock did not hold back either. However, Petal Shower still clinched the victory with an absolute advantage. There was no other outcome as she had the highest support base among all the contestants on King of Masked Singers, and her singing was flawless as well. Unless a heaven-defying big-name singer came along, it would be very difficult to shake her. Take it off, take it off, take it off. The audience shouted in unison. God of War hesitated for a while. Dong Shanshan looked at him. God of War, please make your choice. Eventually, God of War smiled and simply took off his mask. When the audience saw who he was, they exclaimed in surprise. Brother Howling. It's Brother Howling. Damn, it's him. I totally didn't expect that. I thought that it was his voice earlier when I heard it. Brother Howling was a nickname given by the netizens. His real name was Li Donghua, a somewhat obscure name. But this man was last year's champion on a singing talent show that rode on the coattails of The Voice's popularity. Due to his singing style belonging to the type of screaming in which his voice would frequently explode in the extreme pitches, the netizens gave him this nickname. Since he was a very talented singer who came through the ranks of a talent show, a lot of people recognized him to be an elite singer. No one had expected that he would actually come onto the King of Masked Singers stage. So he's still not good enough. Brother Howling got eliminated immediately in his first appearance. He couldn't even make it past this episode. Who said that he was an elite singer? The professionals did. Hi, not everything stands up to comparison. Yeah, I did not think this way in the past, and felt that Brother Howling was a fantastic singer. But when compared with people like the Clown, Petal Shower, and Sunflower, he's still not at their level. Is this the difference between an amateur and a professional singer? God of War had the explosiveness, but the firmness of his voice is leagues away from Sunflower's control of his But Brother Howling is a champion who came up through the ranks of a talent show. How could he have lost so terribly? What about Lord Peacock? Take it off. Take it off. The audience started to shout again. After some time, Lord Peacock also chose to take off his mask. Wu Hafan. Ah, it's him. It's Wu Hafan. Damn, wasn't he overseas? When did he come back? Wu Hafan was another very popular celebrity. He was a professional singer who had won the Best Newcomer Award in the Greater China region 2 years ago and was nominated for the Most Popular Celebrity Award last year. He was dashing and was one of the best-looking people in the music industry. However, his singing and performance abilities had never been acknowledged or gotten the attention of the audience. This was due to the fact that he had always been singing relatively mainstream and catchy songs. So Wu Hafan can also sing quite well. Yeah, I really did not expect for him to come and compete. If I knew it was him, I would have voted for him instead. Damn, he's my prince. Our Wu Wu got eliminated just like that? No, a lot of the female audience members' hearts were shattered by this reveal. Many of them stood up and started shouting Wu Hafan's name. But Wu Hafan just laughed it off as he raised his microphone and said, "Actually, I am only here to participate and learn from my seniors. After this contest, I can say that I've indeed learned a lot from them." Then he gave a wry smile and said, "They really are amazing. I lost fair and square and have no objections." Amy said in regret, "Little bro, I knew it was you the moment you opened your mouth and sang." Wu Hafan laughed and said, "Hello, Sister Amy." Amy looked very young, just like the other members of Spring Garden. However, they definitely were not as young as they looked. Amy sighed, "What a shame." Wu Hafan was fairly cheerful. "It's all right, Sister Amy." Amy said, "You chose the wrong song today. With your talent, you can easily sing much better than that." Dong Shanshan suddenly smiled. "Actually, there's still a chance for the eliminated contestants to make a comeback." Amy was taken aback. "Ah." Both Brother Howling and Wu Hafan looked at her. Dong Shanshan smiled and said, "Before the grand finals begin, there will be a revival round for the eliminated contestants to compete for a spot in the grand finals." Wu Hafan grinned. "I'll be back." At once, Amy replied, "All the best, little bro. You can definitely do it." Chen Guang said, "All the best to you too, God of War. Your vocals are really good. Let's talk later if there's a chance." When Brother Howling heard that, he got very excited as Chen Guang had always been his idol. "Thank you, Teacher Chen. I'll be very honored to hear your advice." Chen Guang quickly said, "It's not so much giving advice to you, but rather for us to learn from each other." The contestants exited the stage. Then it was time for the second episode's battle for Masked King. Thinking of this, the judges were invigorated. Some of the audience members shed their inattentiveness and concentrated fully on the next segment. It was here. It was finally here. If the unmasking round was just a sideshow for many of the audience, then the following round was clearly the main event. The clown would be appearing on stage again, and no one could guess what song he would be singing this time around. Chapter 10:11. I Want to Walk from South to North. Chapter 10:11. I Want to Walk from South to North. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. In the studio, everyone was waiting in breathless anticipation. The house band took their place and was joined by a group of folk musicians. Intrigued, Chen Guang said, "Folk music?" Amy wondered, "And what is he going to sing?" Zhang Xia had already stopped talking. She was carefully observing the stage and waiting for the clown to start singing. Famous host Chen Yidong sat up straight. "I've been waiting for him for a long time. It's finally his turn again. As long as he uses his real voice, we can match it against those celebrities on the B list and above, and we'll most likely guess who he is. I don't even wish to find out who Petal Shower and Sunflower are anymore. All I want is to know who the clown is." Famous lyricist and composer Wang Jueshu, who had a list of names in front of him, said, "For those on the B list and above, ruling out all the female celebrities and those who cannot sing, there are only a few dozen possibilities left. I don't believe that I can't find out who he is. Even if he continues to hide or change the tone of his voice, there has to be a limit to how much he can do it. He can't possibly change it too much." But unbeknownst to him, he had already excluded that man right from the start. Yao Jinkai interjected, "What if he's actually a woman?" Amy burst out laughing, cross-dressing. The clown walked on stage. Instantly, the sound of applause flooded the entire studio. It's starting, it's starting." It's the clown. Hurry up and sing. I've been waiting for him. Me too. Ever since his match with Petal Shower in the first round, I haven't had any interest in anything that happened afterward. Sunflower didn't manage to perform up to his potential either. The key is that we know he's at least a B-list celebrity now, so that's really intriguing. Right, who could it be? Let's just listen to him sing first. He's recovered from his cold, and his voice seems to be back too. We couldn't hear him properly earlier because he sang in falsetto, but once he starts singing in his real voice, we'll definitely get a hint of who he is. Yeah, let's listen first. We have to find out who he is, or else I won't be able to sleep. That first song called Opera was wonderful. Rather than wonderful, it was spectacularly scary, okay? Yeah, even the godly Petal Shower was crushed by him. The contestants backstage were thinking the same. Petal Shower was waiting with her eyes closed. Sunflower in the starlight was staring at the TV. Sunset Glow did not blink as the names of a number of male celebrities popped into her mind, but all were shot down by her one by one. Center stage. Zhang Ye gripped the microphone as he glanced over to the judging panel and the audience. From the unbridled stares of the crowd, he could read many things. Everyone was waiting for him to start singing to find out who he was. A smirk emerged from the corner of his mouth beneath the mask. Do you guys really think that you'll be able to identify me? Do you really think you can hear my voice and guess who I am? The spotlight sparkled. Everyone was focusing on him. Zhang Ye could already feel himself falling in love with this stage. Here, no one recognized him. Here, no one knew who he was. He had come alone and would leave alone. This was a really great feeling. The music played. First, the notes of a dizzy gently floated in. Next, a gouging melody harmonized with it. They were obviously folk music instruments, but the tune that played was clearly rock, its rhythm standing out. Just this intro alone was enough to give the audience a high. Startled, Chun Guang said, "This is rock." Amy was stunned. Surely not. Folk music paired with rock. It's definitely rock. Chun Guang himself was a rock singer, and he'd definitely know it if he heard it. He was absolutely sure that this was a rock song, which was the reason why he was startled. He had never heard of someone using a rock rhythm in folk music, and there wasn't even a drummer or guitarist playing. Weren't the folk musical instruments just for supporting accompaniment? They were used for the main melody instead? Could it even be played this way? Could rock actually be done in such a way? Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. Ding dee. Ding ding. Under the gaze of over 1,000 sets of eyes, the clown tightened his grip on the microphone and placed it close to his mouth. His voice instantly resonated through the studio. I want to walk from south to north. I want to walk from day till night. I want people to look at me, but not know who I am. It was really rock. He was really singing a rock song. You want everyone to look at you, but not know who you are? The audience was stunned. If you see me a little tired, please pour me a bowl of water. If you've fallen in love with me, then please plant a kiss on my mouth. The title of the song was displayed on the screen overhead the stage. Fake Monk 1. What song was this? It was another song that no one had heard before. What the fuck? From where did you get so many originals? The judges were all going a bit crazy, especially Wang Jueshu, who was a famous lyricist and composer in the industry. He knew a lot of people, and as long as it was a slightly more well-known lyricist or composer in the scene, he knew them. Just from the beginning of this song, he knew that it was absolutely not a simple piece and definitely not a song that could be written by a newcomer. So what was going on? Just what on earth was going on with these songs that would give anyone who heard them the goosebumps? I have this pair of feet and legs. I have this far and wide journey. I want the all of everything, but not hate or regret. If you want to love me, don't fear regret. 'Cause one day I'll be going far away. I don't want to stay in one place, nor want others to follow me. Chun Guang was about to erupt. Just who the hell is this? This song was so good. The lyrics were so good. The clown had already performed 3 songs on this stage, but the one that Chun Guang liked best was the one he was currently listening to. Although it was his first time listening to it, Chun Guang could already feel the rock and roll blood in him surging with excitement. Wang Jueshu quickly scanned through the list of names. Which guy is it? Which celebrity could it be? Amy asked anxiously. Have you found out yet? Yao Jinkai said. Is there anyone that matches his profile? Chen Yidong was also checking who could sing from the list of celebrities. On the B list and above. Li Yu? No, it's definitely not him. Old Hua. It's not his voice either. Old Li. but he's currently on tour in Hong Kong. Who? Who is he? Wang Jueshu said in exasperation. Why don't any of these names match? The clown used his explosive and impactful voice to continue singing. I want to walk from south to north. I want to walk from day till night. I want people to look at me, but not know who I am. The audience was infected by the music. This song was exceptionally fit for the stage. Everyone could see him, but did not know who he was. With Fake Monk, he had once again shocked the audience. A lot of those in the audience no longer knew how to describe their current feelings. The clown was still singing. In fact, his voice was getting even higher. His real voice was different from that of his falsetto. It was not as clear, but when used in this song, it was the perfect combination. I just want to see how pretty you are, but not know you are suffering. I want to obtain heaven's rains, but with none of your tears. I don't want to believe there are really demons or fight anybody. The clown walked forward a few steps and pointed upward. Don't try to figure out just who I am, and don't try to see through this lie of mine. Every word in the clown's lyrics seemed to be sung to them, but also felt like they were sung for himself. In the waiting room, Petal Shower exclaimed, "He's singing great." Sunset Glow said in astonishment, "He can even sing rock?" The already eliminated god of war who had came through from a talent show was also convinced now. Losing to someone like that was nothing to be ashamed about. Suddenly, he felt a little lucky that he had faced a slightly less capable Sunflower today. If he had been matched against the clown in the first round, he might even have lost 500-0 during the voting. That would truly have been embarrassing, and he might not have had the courage to take off his mask if that had happened. Freaks. These were truly a bunch of freaks in the music industry, especially the clown, who was the freakiest of the freaks. Amy was already standing up, slapping the table in front of her and shouting, "Io! Just which senior came to this stage to tease us?" The clown sang with a smile. "La la 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 la. I want people to look at me. I want people to look at me." The music came to a stop. It was silent on stage. With a pause, the clown closed his eyes and used his slightly magnetic voice to sing in a cappella. "I want people to look at me, but not know who I am." He sustained the last few notes before breaking off. The song ended. The clown straightened and smiled, slightly bowing. A burst of cheers erupted. "Oh, bravo. I love him to death." "Me too. Isn't this song just fascinating? How does he sing so well? Who the hell is the clown? Why can't I figure out who he is even after listening to his real voice? I want to know. So badly that I'm going to go crazy. His falsetto is unmatched, and his real voice is this amazing too. The main thing is that his song is good too. It's really good. The clown. I dare you to take off your mask. Do you dare? Oh damn. I really want to know who the fuck he is." Backstage, Petal Shower was nodding in approval and clapping. God of War, who had already taken off his mask, was also clapping. He clapped so hard his palms turned red. "Bravo. This song is so perfect." Then he looked at the camera and said to himself, "I'll definitely come back in the revival round. It would be such an honor to share a stage with this godly senior." Han Shi was shouting excitedly inside the studio. "The clown! The clown!" The audience was screaming, "The clown! The clown! The clown!" The clown had left the stage. Dong Shanshan retook the stage. "Thank you for performing, the clown." She had wanted to calm the audience down before inviting the second contestant to come out on stage. The next contestant was Sunflower in the Starlight, who was already waiting in the wings. However, the audience's emotions could not be calmed at all. "The clown! The clown! The clown!" A lot of people were still screaming. Dong Shanshan had no choice but to keep quiet and wait for the audience to calm themselves down. Sunset Glow, who was third in line to take the stage to battle for Masked King, smiled wryly when she saw this. The clown was much too popular. How could they possibly compete against him? A song without lyrics, and a rock song. At least for today, the stage belonged to the clown. With those two songs, there was basically no question about who would be crowned as the Masked King today. Among the present audience members, at least half of them had already become fans of the clown. The skills required to sing the song with no lyrics? The spirit and idea behind Fake Monk. Even if Zhang Ye had worn a mask and come on stage, she might not necessarily have been able to beat him today. Chapter 10:12. The Clown's Live Rendition of Our Villagers. Chapter 10:12. The Clown's Live Rendition of Our Villagers. Translator, leg editor, leg. After leaving the stage, the clown walked off with the audience cheering him on. Han Chi was almost jumped in excitement. Teacher, that was a really great song. With his performances complete, Zhang Ye could finally talk without hesitation. It wasn't too bad. I think I did all right. He felt rather satisfied. The song was not that easy to sing. In fact, it would be easier to sing some other songs that required the belting of high notes. In contrast, this song's high notes were not that obvious, and there weren't many pitch changes either, so that made it very difficult to sing and would require a greater skill to execute well. It was a song that didn't exist in this world. But in Zhang Ye's previous world, Fake Monk was a very illustrious song by Cui Jianwan. It was a decades-old song and enjoyed quite the high status within rock music and music industry. It was known by virtually everyone, and later often performed by many people on various variety shows and singing talent shows as one of the more classic songs around. Celebrities like Tan Weiwei 2, Phil Chong 3, Jeff Chong 4 had all covered it before, even Yu Qian 5. It could be seen from this alone just how important and enchanting this song was to people of that era. Zhang Ye also liked Fake Monk a lot. The original version of the song used folk music instruments for its accompaniment as well. As one review had praised, Fake Monk had gone against tradition in the name of tradition with its accompaniment. Zhang Ye retained this arrangement as well as adding in some other things according his own understanding before presenting the song on this stage. On the way back to his waiting room, a continuous stream of program team staff were giving him the thumbs up. Some of them even approached him to ask for a photograph. Teacher, can we take a picture together? Please take a picture with me, Teacher Clown. I like you so much. That song was great. The song had touched quite a few people, especially the older ones who had a rush of emotions evoked from listening to the song. Thinking of those songs the clown sang during the audition in front of the program team, everyone nearly vomited blood. How glorious it is to be an oil worker. As a 50-year-old pro driver, you are all smiles. Bullshit. That was all just pretentious shit. This was the real clown. This was who the clown really was. While Zhang Ye took a few pictures with the employees here, Sunflower in the Starlight's voice came from the stage behind him. His song selections today didn't seem that good as he couldn't perform to the best of his ability. Living in this tedious world. What am I meant to do? Vastness, loneliness, companionship. However, a lot of the audience were still happy with Sunflower's performance and trying to guess who he was. As Zhang Ye was not exactly considered as part of this world, and he wasn't too familiar with the people here, he gave up on trying to guess. At least he was quite sure that he wasn't familiar with who Sunflower was, although nothing was definite since they were all wearing masks. So on this point, Zhang Ye himself did not want to confirm anything. 10 minutes later, we're here, dancing in the wind. Sunset Glow also finished singing. The applause was enthusiastic. There were cheers coming from everywhere in the audience. Dong Shanshan came on stage at this moment and said, "Let's welcome the clown and Sunflower in the Starlight back onto the stage." Sunflower, who had been waiting in the wings and listening to Sunset Glow's performance, returned to the stage very quickly. Meanwhile, the clown made his way back from the waiting room and took a bit longer to get back. As Sunset Glow was the last contestant to perform, the judges started giving their opinions about her singing first. Zhang Xia said in astonishment, "I've come to realize that Sunset Glow's singing is really amazing. She has performed perfectly to her potential. I listened to those 2 songs in pure satisfaction." Sunset Glow laughed lightly and said, "Thank you, Grandma Zhang." Wang Zhuishu agreed. Sunset Glow seems to be the type of singer who slowly warms up as her voice silently starts to infect us. When you first hear her sing, it doesn't seem like much, but it really does get much better every time we listen to it. It can really touch people's hearts, so that's really good. I've come to rediscover Sunset Glow today, and I believe that she's definitely a professional singer. Chun Guang added, Sunset Glow's weapon is not belting out high notes, but sentiment and subtlety. There aren't many like her in the music industry. Amy stared hard at her and had a niggling feeling that she was very familiar. Do we know each other? Sunset Glow laughed. Guess. Amy said in annoyance. The problem is that I can't guess at all. The audience laughed. Yao Jinkai could sense something, so he said with a chuckle, Amy, from what she's saying, I think the 2 of you must know each other. Amy said, I already have a candidate in mind, but I can't be sure. She stared at Sunset Glow and said, "Are you the person I'm thinking of?" Sunset Glow shook her head. "I don't know who you're thinking of." Amy looked at her and said, "I'm very close to that person. So close that we've even shared the same skirt before. But that person's voice isn't as low as yours, and her singing style is different too. Did you change your vocal register on purpose?" Sunset Glow stopped answering and just laughed. Amy immediately said, "That won't do. I better give her a call now and see if she answers." Amy then took out her cell phone on the spot and dialed a number. Do-do-do. Do-do-do. After 5 or 6 rings, Amy set her phone down in shock. She didn't pick up. "Could you really be her?" Zhang Ye laughed and said, "Stop speaking in riddles. Just tell us who it is." But Amy did not speak. Next was Sunflower's turn. Chen Yidong was still praising Sunflower as usual, with only the utmost praise for him. But Zhang Xia said, "Sunflower still sang very well, but I'll reserve my opinions on his song choices for today." Sunflower chuckled and just nodded. Amy analyzed. "From his accent, I think he's a singer from Hong Kong." Wang Zhuishu said, "Yeah, I feel the same. There's a 70 to 80% chance. Although his accent isn't that obvious, the pronunciation habits of singers from Greater China are very difficult to change." Amy bluntly questioned, "Are you a singer from Hong Kong?" The synthesized voice of Sunflower sounded. "The director won't allow me to tell." The contestants' answers were all very conservative as they did not want anyone to so easily guess who they were. Finally, the conversation shifted to the clown. Dong Shanshan asked, "Do our judges have anything to say about the clown's performance?" Chen Yidong said, "There's nothing much left to say. All I can say is that I'm convinced." Wang Zhuishu smiled wryly and said, "He's definitely an excellent singer. The 2 songs today were good in both lyrics and melody, but the singing was even better. There's absolutely nothing to pick on. It was amazing." Amy asked anxiously, "Teacher Clown, which industry senior are you really? Can you stop teasing us like that? Just hurry up and let us know already." The clown laughed. Amy quickly asked, "Then can I ask you a question?" The clown thought about it for a bit before nodding. Amy pointed at herself and asked, "Do we know each other?" The clown hesitated for a moment, then gently nodded. "We do." Amy scratched her head. She was going crazy. "Who on earth are you?" Chen Guang quickly followed up. "Then do we know each other?" The clown coughed and then nodded again. Chen Guang was going crazy too. "Among the people I know, there's not a singer who has a style like yours. I'm generally quite familiar with all the mainland China singers, but there are some singers from Greater China I don't know. Could it be that you're from Hong Kong?" Zhang Xia waved it off and said, "That can't be. How can he be with that kind of an accent?" Chen Guang said, "He might have deliberately hidden his accent." Amy also said in surprise, "Oh yeah, he might really be from Hong Kong. We might know each other, but there's also a possibility that we don't know each other well." Then she asked the clown, "Are you a celebrity from Greater China?" Wang Zhuishu asked, "Where are you from?" Chen Yidong also continued questioning, "Right? Where is your hometown? Can we ask that?" Everyone was looking at the clown, wanting to know the answer. Dong Shanshan was about to help him fend off the questions, but no one could have expected that the clown would raise his microphone and start singing through the voice, transforming microphone in Cantonese. "My old home, hey, is right in this hamlet. I was born and raised here in this hamlet." The people in the audience were floored, but the more the clown sang, the more animated he became. "Though our village isn't much, we have hills, rivers, and forests. The villagers are friendly, and everyone gets on well. So many things have happened inside this hamlet. Thinking back on them, it's especially funny. If you friends are interested, I can show you around, and have you meet our villagers." Amy burst out laughing. Chen Guang was floored. Zhang Xia, Yao Jiankai, and a few others cramped up with laughter. Beside him, Petal Shower's shoulders were shaking uncontrollably. She was obviously laughing beneath her mask as well. "Your old home is right in this hamlet. Does Hong Kong even use the term hamlet at all? Get lost. Just get lost. Who wants to meet your villagers? And besides, doesn't your Cantonese sound too non-standard?" The audience was doubled over in laughter. I can't take it. You can even come up with these sort of things on the fly? I'm dying of laughter. Huh. Bro, what are you trying to do? Imitating a Hong Konger like that? I can see right through you and know that you don't have a rural residence. Why is the clown such a tease? Who is he really? I don't know. The program team staff were also amused. They thought to themselves about how these people did not see for it themselves when this person sang that as a 50-year-old pro driver, I am all smiles song. He was truly an out-and-out troublemaker who could really come up with all kinds of nonsense. He pretended to be a worker once, and now, he's even pretending to be a citizen from Hong Kong? Zhang Ye said with a laugh. He's definitely not a singer from Hong Kong. Amy had to take her hat off to him. Senior, don't pretend anymore. Really, stop pretending already. Yao Jinkai said. If that's the accent of a Hong Kong singer, then I'll be flying out to Australia for a concert tomorrow. That Hong Kong accent of yours was way too pretentious. Amy laughed. Ha ha ha. Chun Yidong said. This personality of his has confused me even more. Amy said while laughing. Yeah, this makes it even harder to guess who he is. A Cantonese version of Our Villagers 6 from Zhang Ye's world had tickled the judges and audience funny. Here, finally, the voting began. The audience picked up their voting devices. The clown. The clown. Sunset glow. Sunflower. A lot of people were shouting the names of the contestants that they liked. When the judges and contestants looked at the real-time tallies on the big screen, they couldn't help but give a wry smile. Right from the start, the difference between tallies pulled away. The clown was far ahead. In the end, the results were decided. Sunset glow, 142 votes. Sunflower in the starlight, 101 votes. The clown, 257 votes. The second episode's masked king was crowned. It was still the clown. The clown continued to hold the title of masked king. The audience erupted into cheers. The judges stood up and gave him their applause. Chapter 10:13. The clown gets popular. Chapter 10:13. The clown gets popular. Translator, leg editor, leg. Saturday. At Zhang Ye's maternal grandma's house. Today, Zhang Ye came over right after picking up his parents from the airport after they returned from their Hainan vacation. His grandparents had asked for their children to gather today for a meal as they missed them, with the food already prepared. In truth, Zhang Ye was planning to send his parents home first to sort out their luggage and rest for a while before coming over, but their flight was delayed. When they finally arrived, it was already 5 in the afternoon. Then, he got recognized at the airport by some fans and was trapped there for a long time. With the protracted delay, Zhang Ye was forced to go over right after picking up his parents. Brother, little Yi. Grandma, first uncle, little sis. Why are you so late? Hi, the flight got delayed. First aunt and uncle, how was the Hainan trip? It was quite good. The air there was particularly refreshing. First aunt, I'll take your luggage for you. Look at our Dandan. She's becoming more and more sensible. The entire extended family had essentially gathered by now. The moment they met each other, they started prattling and babbling on. Zhang Ye greeted his grandpa and grandma, then enjoyed some time chatting with them. Shortly after, his 3 sisters approached him all a-twitter. His third sister giggled. Brother, are you still unemployed? Zhang Ye rolled his eyes. Yeah. His eldest sister blinked and said, Why haven't you caused any trouble then? Cause what trouble? Zhang Ye asked, not understanding. His second sister said, In the past, during times like these, you would always come out to scold and bombard those people who had offended you. It's not your style to keep quiet like this. Zhang Ye didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just why do you 3 have such a terrible impression of me? Why would I scold people without a valid reason? I'm no longer the same as before. His third sister looked down her nose at him. Come on, you. His grandma tapped her in disapproval. Young girl, how can you speak to your older brother in that manner? His third sister shouted. Quick, come and see. Grandma's playing favorites again. Everyone laughed. Zhang Ye was currently the most precious child at home. If his parents even dared to say a bad thing about Zhang Ye in front of his grandparents, they would glare at them, much less his 3 sisters. Zhang Ye was also quite enjoying these rare family get-togethers. The competition yesterday had really tired him out. Not only had he worried about his vocal cords, it also took a lot of his concentration. He appreciated getting a rare chance to relax like this. Dinner was ready. They split into 2 tables as there were too many people. His first uncle suddenly asked, Little Yi, I heard that the show you produced is getting quite popular these days. His third sister immediately said, It is not just quite popular, it's very popular. His mother swallowed a mouthful of food and said, You don't say. The singers they invited this time are incredible. Their singing is each better than the last. I think that Sunflower and Petal Shower are pretty good. His first aunt said, I like Sunflower too. His second aunt said, their songs are too complicated, so I prefer Sunset Glow. His eldest sister spoke up, the clown's very good too. He was voted to be the masked king in the first episode. His second sister shook her head and said, the clown isn't that good. The media's talked about how he won in spite of his talent. His third sister suddenly banged the table. I nearly forgot. The second episode of King of Masked Singers is about to start. It's already 7:50. Quick, turn on the TV. Oh yeah, let's watch it. Yeah, we nearly forgot about it with all that talking just now. Little Ye, who will become Masked King today? Watch for yourselves. It's definitely going to be Petal Shower. I think it'll be Sunflower. Sunset Glow's chances are quite high too. Almost everyone in the family had watched the show, and they all had their own favorite singers they supported. The only thing that made Zhang Ye feel dejected was that no one seemed to be supporting the clown. This fellow felt quite helpless as he wondered if it was because of the songs he selected being a little too non-mainstream, that the song's target audience was too niche. Should he attempt a more mainstream song for the next episode then? Speaking of which, as he was not considered to be someone from this world, all the songs that he brought out had never been heard before by the people of this world. This was his disadvantage, as well as his advantage. He had to slowly figure it out with every step that he took, without having any past experience to fall back on when choosing. Selecting which song to perform was very much like a test to him. He would wait and observe what happened today, to see what the reaction was after today's episode. On Weibo, it was whirling online. It's about to begin. Holy shit, Petal Shower's popularity has reached 300,000 votes. That's too fearsome. She's been chosen internally as the masked king for this episode, right? More or less. The disparity is too much. Did any news get leaked? Who got eliminated? Who took off their masks? The clown is sure to get eliminated, yeah? There's no hope for him anymore. There's been too much negative press about him, with both the media and people bombarding him. Actually, I feel that the clown is decent. Although his singing wasn't that good, that was due to him performing with a cold. We should try understand that. He only became masked king because of the pity votes cast by people like you. So what if he had a cold? This is a competition. It has to be fair. Let's see how it goes. It doesn't matter what the clown does in this episode. Everything will depend on the performance of my Petal Shower. Suddenly, a Weibo user appeared. That person posted with a chuckle. I'll tell you guys something unfortunate. The clown has retained his crown as the masked king for this episode. Can you please stop teasing us? That's impossible. Don't go around spreading rumors. Anyone can be the masked king except the clown. He's been criticized so badly it's impossible for him. However, someone else appeared out of the woodwork. The Petal Shower you guys thought would be the favorite was eliminated by the clown in the first round. AI, just watch for yourselves. I don't have the heart to strike you guys with another blow. Are you kidding? For real? Even if the clown resorted to his previous tricks or sang a song with even better lyrics, it's still impossible that the audience would buy it a second time. I don't believe it. I also don't believe it. Petal Shower's popularity has exploded, with Sunflower in hot pursuit behind her. Even Sunset Glow's popularity is much higher than the clown's, so how can it be possible for him to be the masked king? Don't believe the rumors. Don't believe the rumors +1. Don't believe the rumors +1,000. Nobody believed it. Then the second episode of King of Masked Singers was broadcast for everybody's viewing pleasure. The first contestant to sing was Petal Shower. Wow, my Petal Shower is coming on. She's gonna sing. She's gonna sing. I love listening to her singing. It's still her style of singing. I love her to death. Masked King, she must definitely get crowned as this episode's Masked King. It has to be her. The clown is next. Ha ha ha, it's so unlucky for him. Yeah, there's no more suspense in this matchup. Online, wave after wave of exclamations erupted as the netizens all praised Petal Shower's singing. Next, the clown took the stage. When the clown began to sing, Weibo fell silent without warning. At Zhang Ye's maternal grandma's house. His 3 sisters were dumbfounded. His parents, uncles, aunts, and everyone else's hair stood on end when they heard him sing. His cold is gone. Why doesn't this song have any lyrics? I can't handle this. I'm getting the goosebumps. What's going on? What's with this song? Zhang Yuanqi's house. A couple of her good friends in the scene had come over for a dinner party. The latest episode of King of Masked Singers was playing on the television, and they were analyzing it. Zhang Yuanqi smiled and said, "Who do you girls think Petal Shower sounds like?" Ning Lan, sitting cross-legged, said, "I can't tell since I'm not involved in the music scene." The Heavenly Queen's manager, Fong Weihong, swirled her glass of red wine. "This show is quite popular and is very fun to watch. Sister Zhang, you can tell who she is?" Zhang Yuanqi laughed. "I have a rough idea of who she is, but I can't be sure." Then they heard different singing drift from the television. At the start, they were not paying much attention to the show as they chatted among themselves. But gradually, their conversation came to a halt. Fong Weihong was dumbfounded. Ning Lan looked at the television in shock. Zhang Yuanqi was slightly stunned as she turned to look at the television. "Oh, oh." The voice filled the entire room. Fong Weihong exclaimed, "Who the heck is this? Oh my god." Ning Lan was also in extreme shock. "Can this singing be any better than it is already?" Fong Weihong asked, "Which song is this?" Zhang Yuanqi replied, "There's no such song in the music industry. It's an original." There were no lyrics, not a single line, but they were completely caught off guard by the images that were conjured up in their minds. A lot of the netizens on Weibo were going crazy. Many of those who had called out the clown last week for using lyrics to gain pity points were now feeling as though their faces had been slapped swollen. This was done on purpose. This man was definitely fucking with them on purpose. A song without lyrics. Holy shit, he sang it to such a godly level. So this is what the clown's real voice sounds like. Damn it, this song made me cry. Is it that good? How come I don't feel that way? I didn't feel anything either, but his singing was amazing. Didn't feel anything? You have to calm yourself when listening to this song. I was also moved by it. This song is simply an enjoyment to listen to. Who said that the clown needed to rely on lyrics to win? Fuck their granny. This face smacking is ruthless. I can already feel the pain on those media people's faces. This song is fantastic. Not even a single line of lyrics. Who is this guy? Who is he? Many netizens threw a fit in an instant. Within the music industry, at an entertainment company, a vice president was eating with his company's staff and some fellow industry professionals. When they heard that voice coming from the television in the room, they were all dumbfounded. 1 second, 2 seconds. The vice president shouted, "Little Lee, go and check who that is. You must figure out who he is. If he's not contracted to any company, make sure to sign him to our company at all costs." The secretary, Little Lee, hurriedly replied, "Understood." But it didn't take long before the question asked by the panel of judges was shown on television. Are you above or below the B list? Above. The table of people went quiet. The vice president laughed bitterly. Never mind. Don't bother trying to find out who he is. It's impossible that a big name who's at least a B-lister like him would not have a company. A musician in the industry and seated at the table gasped. Which famous person in the music industry went to compete on the show? King of Masked Singers was very popular. It was so popular that many of those in the music industry, whether they be established singers or newcomers, including even the heavenly kings and queens, were watching the show on TV. A lot of people were shocked by the opera the clown had sung, but without exception, no one was able to guess who the clown really was. Chapter 1014, Becoming Famous. Chapter 1014, Becoming Famous. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The tables had turned. Countless people who were previously calling out the clown and showing disdain for him fell silent when opera was performed. The media outlets vomited blood at the turn of events. Quite a few people were touched by this song, while there were many others who did not get affected by it. But even those who did not like this song could not say that this man's singing was not good. His falsetto had reached the stage of perfection. B-list. There are only a few possibilities on the B-list and above. Fuck, who is this guy? I think I've become a fan of his. Me too. From hater to fan. He's amazing. Ah, the clown won. He beat Petal Shower. Poor Petal Shower. Yeah, if Petal Shower had faced any of the others, she would have won. Could the clown have really been crowned Masked King? Quick, quick, quick. When will the clown sing his next song? The show continued. However, the audience seemed to have been affected by the lyricless song. A minority of the audience was not even interested when the other contestants came on nor cared about the identity of whoever was taking off their masks. They were simply waiting to watch the clown sing his second song. Finally, the second episode's masked king battle began. The clown was the first to perform. He was using his real voice this time. I want to walk from south to north. I want to walk from day till night. I want people to look at me, but not know who I am. The moment Fake Monk was performed, it made quite a few viewers' pulses race. It's someone famous. This definitely has to be a famous person in the music industry. I don't like this song. It doesn't sound good. It's clearly very good. I like this song a lot. It's so good on a spiritual level. Me too. I love this song to death. Petal Shower was unexpectedly sent into the elimination round, and Sunflower did not fulfill his potential either with a very average choice of song today. There's no one else who can compete with the clown on today's stage. Fake Monk is a good song. This song alone can sweep everyone aside. He put so much emotion into his performance. I'm not so smitten with the song. Although the lyrics were very well written, the melody was run-of-the-mill. But for some reason, when the clown was singing this song, it kinda got to me. If I was at the studio, I would definitely have voted for him. This guy is super charismatic. Within the music industry, quite a few key decision-making people were shocked. On a phone call, "Old who, go and watch Beijing TV. What's the matter? I'm recording a new song right now. Go and listen already." The latest episode of King of Masked Singers is really godly. Who's godly? The clown. With that voice of his, how godly can his singing possibly be? Go and listen to it then. Listen to what his voice sounds like after he recovered from his cold. When did such an experienced veteran appear in the music scene? Go listen to it, and tell me if he's one of our old friends. At Zhang Ye's maternal grandma's house, his mother and aunts did not feel much for this song, but his father and uncles were mesmerized. His second uncle said, "This song is so well written." His third sister suddenly shouted, "I'm defecting." His eldest sister did not get what she meant. His third sister replied, "I'm not going to give my support to Petal Shower anymore. From today onwards, I will support the clown." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "You can understand this song?" His third sister said, "I don't understand it, but I like it anyway." His eldest sister said, "I like opera. His singing is so amazing." "Brother, who is he? Hurry up and tell us." "I don't know either," Zhang Ye said happily. His second sister said, "You must know who he is." Zhang Ye smiled, but did not say anything. His father suddenly spoke up. "Little Yi." Zhang Ye turned around. "Yes." His father said, "Get 2 tickets to the live recording of King of Masked Singers for your mom and me." Zhang Ye was stunned. "What for? Do you plan to go and watch?" His father nodded. His mother immediately said, "Right, get us 2 tickets." This was his mother's usual behavior. Zhang Ye was already used to it. But his dad, who was a calmer and more traditional person, had almost never asked for anything from Zhang Ye before. Since his dad surprisingly made such a rare request today, he naturally agreed to it. Zhang Ye nodded. "All right." His third sister's eyes lit up. "Brother, I want to go too." Seeing this, his second sister went over and tugged Zhang Ye's arm and said coyly, "Brother." His eldest sister coughed and also said a little embarrassed, "Me too." They tugged at Zhang Ye for a long time before he finally smiled and said, All right. Everyone will get a ticket each." As the matter of the tickets was settled, the Masked King battle on the television came to an end as the 3 singers finished with performing. His family immediately shifted their attention back to the TV, wanting to see who would be crowned Masked King this episode. But they got a surprise instead. The clown opened his mouth to sing again. This was a song he came up with on the spot. "Are you a singer from Hong Kong? Where is your hometown?" The netizens were made speechless at the next moment. Their jaws dropped as they saw the clown raise his microphone and singing passionately into it. "My old home, hey, is right in this hamlet. I was born and raised here in this hamlet. Though our village isn't much, we have hills, mountains, and forests. The villagers are friendly, and everyone gets on well. So many things have happened inside this hamlet. Thinking back on them, it's especially funny. If you friends are interested, I can show you around, and have you meet our villagers." This Cantonese song blinded everyone who heard it. A group of people were doubled over in laughter. Ha 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 ha. I can't take it. How can he be so funny? Where is this Joker from? Can he really be a celebrity that's above the B-list? Judging from his manner, this fellow is probably bullshitting. You even proclaimed yourself to be from Hong Kong? Hong Kong, your sister. Aren't you just making things up? Ha 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 ha. I guess he's lying about being at least a B-lister too. That's also possible. There isn't any celebrity above the B-list who matches his profile. Masked King. The clown has been crowned Masked King. Amazing. He really deserved the win this episode. Yeah, the clown was truly without equal today. I'm looking forward to the third episode. The next episode will be even more exciting. Yeah, Petal Shower and Sunflower were not in good shape this episode, but they'll definitely fight back in the next episode. That was really exciting. Why I can't find Fake Monk online. Opera can't be found either. What's going on here? They're originals, so they can't be found online. Oh, does the clown intend to sing his originals for the entire competition? No way, right? His company or his musician friends should have only written these 4 songs that were good enough for him to perform on stage. Once there are no more originals left to use, he'll have to start covering the songs of other singers. The broadcast ended. Night fell, but the discussions online and in the homes of the country's people did not stop. The day after, Sunday, the viewership rating for the second episode of King of Masked Singers was out. It was a figure that would send the industry into an uproar again. 2.98%. At Central TV, Department 1, director Zhang Ye was silent. Scowling, Zhang Yuan lost his temper with his subordinates. How many episodes has our new show been broadcasting for already? Why are you all just unable to bring up the viewership ratings for it? Just have a look at the viewership ratings for yourselves. The Department 1 staff did not dare make a sound. There's nothing we can do even if the viewership ratings are poor. It was all because of your insistence on fighting that lawsuit with Zhang Ye and freezing him that led to this. If our station had not forced him away, the King of Masked Singers would definitely have been ours. What's the point of blaming us now? On the top Chinese music chart, the songs that were performed on the King of Masked Singers were doing brilliantly on the chart. The Clown's Opera and Fake Monk had already climbed up to the top 3 spots of the daily chart, while Petal Shower and Sunset Glow's songs from yesterday's television broadcast had climbed into the top 6 spots. The songs were on fire. The entire music chart had almost become wholly occupied by the King of Masked Singers' songs. The entire music industry's attention was now focused on King of Masked Singers. And the most unexpected thing was that the clown's Cantonese song he performed at the end of the episode called Our Villagers had also shot up to the top 15 songs on the daily rankings. Many of the netizens were repeatedly playing it, laughing as they listened to it each time. The song was hilarious. It was totally a prank. At home, Zhang Ye's popularity score was still slipping on the celebrity rankings index. In contrast, his reputation points in the game ring were increasing rapidly. It seemed that with glancing minute, his reputation points would shoot up. Since no one knew that he was the clown, the popularity gained by the clown would naturally not be added to his name. But the game ring did not have this limitation. Everyone who liked the clown would give Zhang Ye additional reputation points without fail. This was great. He would just carry on like this. It looks like this bro's decision to cross over into the music industry was the right one. Chapter 10:15, Zhang Ye proposes. First half. Chapter 10:15, Zhang Ye proposes. First half. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Monday. In the morning, his parents arranged to have a day out at the summer palace with 2 neighbors. Zhang Ye was bored and stayed home to practice his songs over and over again. As Mother's Day fell on this weekend, he incidentally thought about the song for this week, and if he should perform one that transmitted a message of love for mothers. However, he did not have a specific idea of what to sing yet since there were still 5 days to go, and there was no rush to decide that quickly. He checked the show's official website. The clown's popularity has leaped to first place. First, The Clown, 470,000 votes. Second, Petal Shower, 410,000 votes. Third, Sunflower in the Starlight, 320,000 votes. Fourth, Sunset Glow, 290,000 votes. Although the clown had jumped from 4th to 1st in the popularity poll, the gap was actually not that much. Besides, Zhang Ye had won the crown of the Masked King twice in a row. His momentum was ruthless, which made it difficult for him to lag behind in the competition. Quite a few people were leaving comments on the official website. Who does everyone think will get crowned as Masked King in the third episode? The clown, of course. I love his songs so much. I doubt it'll be him. Yeah, he's already gotten it twice. Right? Everyone knows how strong he is and will therefore have higher expectations. The audience might be disappointed if he doesn't perform his next song perfectly, or if his chosen song is not that great, or maybe even if his next song is not another original. Considering all that, it's going to get quite difficult for the clown for the rest of the competition. We can't expect that every one of his songs are originals and that they'll be that good, can we? Then does that mean Petal Shower's chances are better now? Sunflower and Sunset Glow have some hope now. They're all pros and can sing really well, so that makes it really difficult to say who'll win. Reading the reviews, Zhang Ye turned things over in his mind. He thought that the netizens were correct. In his current position, it was indeed very difficult for him to make any additional progress, as no one person could keep getting crowned as Masked King forever. It wasn't a matter of singing skills, but the expectations of the audience. However, luckily for this fellow, he still had a trick up his sleeve. A very classic song from his previous world had yet to be revealed by him and was meant to be a backup. From the looks of it, he had to choose a more generic song this time, perhaps one that everyone would like the moment they heard it. Which song? It was really difficult to choose. All of a sudden, his cell phone rang. The caller ID displayed, Wu Ziqing. Zhang Ye broke into a grin and answered immediately. Old Wu. The gentle voice of a woman came from the other end of the line. You sound like you're in a good mood? Haha, more or less, Zhang Ye said. Isn't today Monday? What's the matter? Not working. I just got back from a business trip and took a day off to rest. Zhang Ye knew that she had gone on a business trip for many days. It was related to the aftermath of the air pollution documentary. At that time, Wu Ziqing had helped him hold off endless pressure from all sides and kept the air pollution documentary online for an extra day or two. She'd offended a lot of people and then left Beijing on a business trip. He didn't need to ask to know for sure that she must have gotten implicated in this matter. Did the air pollution documentary cause you a lot of trouble? She laughed. It's already been settled. It wasn't too troublesome. On these official matters, Zhang Ye did not know much. But since old Wu said it was already settled, then it must have really been settled. Unlike Dong Shanshan, who was always deceptive, old Wu would give it to him straight. Zhang Ye felt reassured. You're at home? Yes. Zhang Ye asked. I'll go over to look for you then. Sure. What would you like to eat? Zhang Ye bluntly said. Deep-fried mandarin fish and sautéed pig's kidney. You know how to cook them? Yes. All right. Wait a little for me, Zhang Ye said. Okay, then I'll go and buy the groceries. Having not seen old Wu in a while, Zhang Ye was very much so looking forward to seeing her again. He took a shower and changed his clothes, then groomed himself in front of the mirror for the longest time before finally going downstairs to his car and driving off. Perhaps due to the morning rush hour, there was a small traffic jam outside. Before a traffic light intersection, more than 100 vehicles were stopped and could not move. At this moment, Zhang Ye heard a man singing from a car beside his that had its windows rolled down. I want to walk from south to north, / I want to walk from day till night. Has Fake Monk really become this popular? It's only been 2 days, and there were already people who knew how to sing it? But then again, big bro, the traffic is all snarled, and you're still thinking of going from the south to the north? I'd bow to you if you could even make it to the traffic lights up ahead. But there was still a chance that you might be able to go from day till night. All the best. At 10 a.m., Taoran Pavilion's East Gate, old Wu's place. In the villa, Wu Ziqing was sitting on the sofa and reading the papers. The door opened. When Zhang Ye entered the house, he immediately took a look at his girlfriend. The weather was getting warmer and warmer, and old Wu was dressed in a more relaxed qipao today. It wasn't the type of long qipao she wore in the spring and autumn, but the short version of it. The color was very plain, but at the hem of the qipao above her knees, a pair of supple thighs were exposed and looked particularly alluring. The chest region fabric in the top half of her qipao looked like it full to bursting. Zhang Ye swallowed hard. Old Wu. Wu Ziqing turned to him and said with a smile, You're here? There was a traffic jam. Otherwise I'd have gotten here even earlier. Zhang Ye walked over. What are you reading? News regarding King of Masked Singers. She flapped the newspapers in her hand. You've watched the show too? I have. It's quite good. Zhang Ye blinked and asked, who do you like? The clown and petal shower, I guess. They're both pretty good. Zhang Ye was very happy. Look at this, just look at this. It was still his girlfriend who had good insight. Sitting down on the sofa, Zhang Ye took the newspaper from her. Let me have a look. After flipping through a few of the pages, he didn't feel comfortable enough. He turned his head and glanced at old Wu's thighs, then coughed and unceremoniously laid down onto them. Half of the back of his head was cushioned by the qipao, while the other half was lying directly on her thighs. His left ear vaguely touched her skin, and he could feel the cooling smoothness and softness of it. How comfortable. Zhang Ye was enjoying it to the fullest extent. Wu Ziqing did not say much and just smiled. What have you been up to recently? Zhang Ye read the newspaper while lying down. He remarked, I've just been staying at home. Wu Ziqing said, there aren't any TV stations willing to hire you? Yeah, Zhang Ye replied. Wu Ziqing gave a noise of acknowledgement. I'll make some arrangements for you later. There's no need to, there's really no need. I've worried you enough already, and even given you a lot of trouble. There's no need to bother yourself with this problem for the time being. This bro can solve it by himself. Zhang Ye put the newspaper down and looked up at her. He did not manage to immediately see Wu Ziqing's face. From his angle, all he could see was old Wu's dress protruding out in the region of her chest, and his view of her face got blocked. I've been doing something that's been keeping me quite busy, so I can't actually find time to deal with other work. But as for what it is exactly, I'll keep it a secret for now. Haha, you'll know about it in time anyway. Really, just watch what I can do. Have I ever let you down before? All right, I'll wait and see then. Since Zhang Ye wanted to keep her guessing, old Wu did not continue with a line of questioning. This was how the two of them had interacted for the duration of their relationship. Keeping it simple. Trusting each other. Chapter 1016, Zhang Ye proposes. Second half. Chapter 1016, Zhang Ye proposes. Second half. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Before noon. A little after 11 a.m. Zhang Ye was still lying across Wu Ziqing's thighs with his shoes off. He was jiggling his arched legs and browsing Weibo on his cell phone with one hand. He would turn his head to the left for a bit, and after he got tired in that position, he would nudge his neck upward. His neck, ears, and face were all resting on a soft surface that felt far more comfortable than laying on a pillow. Zhang Ye was enjoying it so much that his eyes were just a thin line. That was how good it felt. That was how blissful it was. Old Wu was conversing with him all this while. The issues with the air pollution documentary have almost blown over. Okay, but you should stay low for a while. You've offended too many people this time, so some time needs to pass. No problem. I was already mentally prepared for this. The new policies have become much stricter, so take caution. Be it writing poems or novels, it will be best if your works don't involve too much pessimistic content or mention things like death or massacre in the title of the poem. New rules. They're not out yet, but it should happen sometime soon. All right, I understand. Is Ninglan your friend? I guess so. I do know her. She's wrapped up filming for her new movie, and it's been sent in for review. But it was not approved due to some scenes violating the policies. Then what can be done? We've already told them to cut those scenes. Mostly, it was Wu Ziqing who did all the talking while Zhang Ye listened. There were some matters that not even the talent agencies of celebrities could know about, but Zhang Ye would get first-hand information of it ahead of time. He was the only person in the entire entertainment industry who had such a privilege. As he listened, Zhang Ye's neck got tired from the laying, and he switched to a different position. This time he blinked before turning his head to face old Wu's stomach, rolling his body over as well. With that, his face was now directly facing her qipao slit, and his eyelashes reflexively stirred as they came into contact with the fabric at the slit. This was how close he was to her. His heart was pounding. He also started breathing a little faster. He now felt old Wu shift. Then her long hair cascaded down and fell next to his ears and face, making him itchy. Old Wu bent over and said, "All right, it's time to make lunch." Zhang Ye said, "There's no hurry. Let me lie here a bit more." Old Wu did not say anything. This made Zhang Ye even ballsier. After laying there for another 5 minutes and having finally seen enough, Zhang Ye got up from her legs and sat up on the sofa. He breathed in through his burning nose and felt a little heated. Wu Ziqing slowly stood up. "Go wash your hands and wait for lunch." Zhang Ye said. I can help you cook? There's no need. Old Wu headed to the kitchen and got down to business. It was an open kitchen on the first floor. Zhang Ye's gaze did not leave her. He simply switched to a different spot on the sofa and faced the kitchen as he stared at Old Wu, who was busy cooking. Having not seen her in a while, Zhang Ye really missed her quite a bit. He felt that it was not enough no matter how much he looked at her. After looking at her face, he looked at her hands. After looking at her hands, he looked at her legs. After looking at her legs, he looked at her feet. After looking at her feet, he looked back up at her hair. It felt to him that every part of her was just too beautiful. How he loved her. How he really wished to marry her. Zhang Ye remembered asking Old Wu last year about getting married in the next year. She had not rejected him at the time, and it was now the next year. His thoughts were suddenly aroused again. Wu Ziqing was definitely someone he wouldn't find anywhere else in his entire life, even if he tried his hardest. If he did not hurry, she might get away from him at some point in the future. Although Wu Ziqing was much older than him and was in the civil service, Zhang Ye was an A-lister now. Moreover, he had many statuses, such as associate professor at Media College and Peking University, poet, writer, famous host, famous TV show director, famous TV show producer, famous crosstalk actor, and so on and so forth. So he should be quite compatible with her, right? The only thing was that there would be a conflict of interest. Zhang Ye was from the entertainment industry, and Old Wu happened to manage the entertainment industry. Upon reflection, there were certainly a lot of problems with this. Would the SARFD allow it? Would Old Wu's family agree to it? Even Old Wu herself, would she agree to it? Zhang Ye was utterly clueless and was in a bind. Would it work out? Would it not? Would it work out? This problem weighed heavily on his heart for a long time. Suddenly, a delicious smell reached his nose. Only then did he realize that the food was served. Wu Ziqing smiled. Lunch is ready. Let's eat. When Zhang Ye saw the food, he exclaimed as he walked over. Wow, just looking at it makes my mouth water. Have a taste. Old Wu undid her apron and placed it on the back of a chair. Then she sat down. I don't usually eat kidney flowers so I seldom cook them. Try how they taste. Zhang Ye grabbed some of the piping hot kidney flowers with his chopsticks and blew on them for a while before eating them. Ooh, it's delicious. This cooking was the best. How could it be so delicious? During these days his parents were away at Hainan. Zhang Ye would either order takeout or cook himself a simple meal of instant noodles, whichever he could make do with. That made him lose interest in eating recently, as he did not have an appetite for whatever other food he came across. But when he sampled the food cooked by Old Wu today, he nearly burst into tears. It was so delicious it was worth crying over. He gobbled up the food at once and rambled as he ate. It tastes great. Ooh, it's so delicious. The deep-fried mandarin fish is delicious too. Ooh, it's so savory. Wu Ziqing smiled gently. Eat slowly. I can't. Zhang Ye did not listen as he ate even faster. Eventually, he realized that he was almost full, whereas Old Wu had barely touched her food. Eat some too, Old Wu. I will, Wu Ziqing said as she ate her portion slowly. Zhang Ye sighed and said, if only I could taste your cooking every day, how nice would that be? Old Wu said as she slowly ate her food. You can come over to eat anytime. Zhang Ye looked at her. You're usually busy working, and I have many things to handle too, so it's not easy to find a day where both of us have free time. Besides, even if we were free, it still isn't appropriate to come by your house so frequently. What happens if the neighbors see us? How would you explain it if your relatives and friends came to visit? A strong desire suddenly overcame him. Zhang Ye readied himself. As he picked up some kidney flowers with his chopsticks and put them into Old Wu's bowl. He did not know where he found the courage, but he said very suddenly, Old Wu, why don't we get married? Wu Ziqing was startled, then broke into a half-smile. Zhang Ye asked, shall we? Wu Ziqing said, is this a proposal? Ahem. Yes, it is, Zhang Ye said. She pointed at the kidney flower in the bowl with her chopsticks and said, this is the first time I've seen someone use a kidney flower to propose. Zhang Ye felt extremely embarrassed. Other people would either use a diamond ring or roses to propose. At the very least, he should have followed that classic scene in the movies of breaking off the pull tab of a soda can to use as a ring for the proposal, right? But just see how great Zhang Ye was to even try to propose with some kidney flowers. In fact, this fellow did not think or plan much at all. He was someone who did something whenever he felt like it. Despite being quite witty most of the time, he was actually quite a dense person when it came to romantic affairs. About that, Zhang Ye just grinned as he did not know what else to say. Should he go out to buy a ring and come back afterwards? But that would be too late. Wu Ziqing did not say a word. Zhang Ye was quivering inside. Old Wu lowered her head to continue eating. She picked up the kidney flour from her bowl and put it into her mouth. After chewing a little, she swallowed it, then ate some rice. Hey. Moment later, Wu Ziqing looked up at him. She calmly spoke. Okay. Zhang Ye was stunned. What do you mean by okay? She said. Didn't you propose to me? Zhang Ye said in a startled manner. Yes? Wu Ziqing replied. So I've agreed to it. Oh, you've agreed. Zhang Ye could feel the blood in his entire body coursing hotly. He used his pinky to pick his ear and said in disbelief. Old Wu. Can you say that again? Old Wu smiled. I've agreed to it. Zhang Ye slammed his chopsticks onto the table, at a total loss for words. He had acted on impulse today and did not have any hope of achieving anything definite. All he had was only the strong intent in his mind, which was what made him propose. For anyone who was even a little prepared, they would never propose with kidney flowers. But he could never have expected that old Wu would actually say yes. At this moment, even that mouth of Zhang Ye's that could bring someone back to life was unable to muster up any words to express himself. Ha ha ha. He did it. His proposal was a success. Whoever said that roses had to be given when proposing? A kidney flower was still a flower. Chapter 1017. A masked singer's identity is exposed. Chapter 1017. A masked singer's identity is exposed. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Friday. On the day of the recording. In the morning, while his parents were still sleeping, Zhang Ye strolled downstairs, bought breakfast, and brought it home. Then he woke his parents up. For breakfast, even humming a little ditty as he did. Our people are so happy today. He had been humming this tune for several days now. His mother wondered, what's gotten into you? Zhang Ye asked why. His mother said, you're like a completely different person these days, buying breakfast and doing the laundry. Did something happen to you? Tell us if you have any problems so that your dad and I can mentally prepare. I'm so unused to seeing you this hard working out of the blue. Zhang Ye laughed. What problems could I possibly have? Mother's Day is coming up, so of course I've got to do a little something for you. His mother did not believe his drivel. Is it money you need? I still have some money in my account. Tell me if you need to borrow some. Don't feel embarrassed. His father nodded and said, right, your mom is rich. Zhang Ye was floored. Why would I need to borrow money? His father said, there's no shame in asking. Zhang Ye saw red. I don't feel ashamed. His mother asked, so how much do you need? I need. Why would I need anything? You two have confused me. Zhang Ye did not know what to say or how to react. He spoke. All right, you two should eat breakfast quickly. I have to go to Beijing TV now to see how the production is going. I've already told them about your ticket requests, so you two can head over right after breakfast. All right, we understand. I'll get going first then. You really don't need any money? I really don't need any. He shut the door behind him. Zhang Ye was both amused and annoyed as he headed downstairs to drive off to the office. But before he could drive out of the entrance to the neighborhood, he received a message on his cell phone. He received a 10,000 renminbi transfer from the account with the last 4 digits of XXXX. This account number looked quite familiar and probably belonged to his mother. Zhang Ye really had to take his hat off to her. She was serious about lending him the money. He was currently unemployed and had never taken any commercial appearances, so didn't have too much money. But at the same time, he didn't exactly spend money. He wondered to himself just how lazy he was in his parents' eyes. All he had done was buy breakfast and do the laundry for 2 days, but his parents were already starting to get suspicious of him. Where could he seek redress from? He had just been really happy for the past several days since his proposal had succeeded, with old Wu agreeing to marry him. Even when Zhang Ye was promoted to the A-list, he did not feel as excited as now. This was Wu Ziqing we were talking about here, the wife he had been dreaming of all this time. By achieving it just like that, he felt like he was dreaming. Even though the details of wedding planning, how to introduce their parents, and of when exactly to get married had yet to be decided, the decision to get married was already set in stone. Old Wu could no longer slip out of his grasp. As such, Zhang Ye felt the load on his mind being lifted. He was now full of energy and had never been so full of fighting spirit before. This sort of attitude naturally affected his daily life. It even ended up making his parents misunderstand him. Some people would give presents or money during Mother's Day. But not only did he not give anything to his mother, he even received a sum of money from her. Hi, whatever, he should just accept it. Since it was a token of love from his parents, Zhang Ye shamelessly accepted it. It just so happened that his car needed some maintenance, so the money would come in handy. At Beijing television, in the rehearsal room, Zhang Ye had long since changed into the clown's mask and costume. Musicians. Hi, Teacher Clown. Teacher Clown, you're here? When they saw the clown, the band members went up and greeted him with great enthusiasm. The clown choked his voice and said, "You guys aren't busy, are you?" The guitarist said, "No, Teacher Petal Shower's rehearsal isn't for another hour. Although we finished rehearsing with her yesterday, she said that she still needed another round or two of rehearsals to help her get into the rhythm." The clown said, "Then can you give this hour to me?" The guitarist smiled and said, "Sure." The clown said, "I would like to rehearse another 2 songs." He handed the scores to them. Music director by Yuan Fei and the band members were stunned. Curious, by Yuan Fei asked, "Didn't you rehearse 2 songs yesterday?" The clown said, "I would like to add 2 more songs as backup since I haven't decided which songs to sing yet. I'm still considering." "You really are striving for perfection." Then Bai Yuan Fei looked to the band members. The band members thought for a while before readily agreeing. "No problem, let's do it." Among the masked singers, only the clown had truly gotten to know the band members. Be it Wild Rose, Wolf, or Fake Monk, all those songs suited their tastes quite well. Since they had all started out by dabbling in rock music, and since only the clown had performed a rock song on this stage, they naturally felt that they had something in common. In the audience, Han Chi watched them nervously. The rehearsal began. During this rehearsal, the clown once again did not sing the lyrics and just hummed along to the music. He mainly wanted to get a grasp of the rhythm to refine any details and problems with the arrangement. Zhang Ye was the type of singer who liked to do things spontaneously and would habitually surprise and shock the audience. As a result, he did not like to reveal the lyrics beforehand, as that would make his performances meaningless. To the other singers, this sort of rehearsal was simply unbelievable. How could he just go on stage without even singing once? Only a person with such strong self-confidence as Zhang Ye would dare to do that. Back when he was still hosting, this fellow was famously known as a madman. He even had the courage to go on a live broadcast without preparing any lines or script to speak from. There was no one like him in the entire industry. An hour later, Petal Shower arrived. Zhang Ye ceded the rehearsal room to her. Following, Sunset Glow came to do her sound checks. Just when everyone was preparing for the afternoon's recording session, something happened in the outside world that no one could have expected. Zhang Ye, along with the other masked singers and the King of Masked Singers program team, were dealt a sudden blow. A masked singer had revealed his identity. The origin came from Weibo. After King of Masked Singers became popular, many people started guessing who the masked singers were. The Clown, Petal Shower, Sunflower, and Sunset Glow had continually dominated the last 2 episodes of the show, and had undoubtedly garnered the most attention from the audience as well. The netizens were all guessing as to who they were. I really can't figure out who the clown is. He's the hardest to guess. At least a B-lister? But there's no one that matches. He might only be joking, and is probably not a B-list celebrity. Could Petal Shower be Zhang Yuanqi? No. How is the singing of Spring Garden's Xiaodong? She sings very well. But since I haven't heard Xiaodong singing these types of songs before, the chance of her being Petal Shower isn't that high. Sunflower in the Starlight has to be a singer from Hong Kong, right? I'm 90% sure about that as well. A Hong Konger who can sing this well? Liu. It's possible. Or it could also be Li Nianha. Liu was a big-name A-lister in the past. Although he has dropped to the B-list now, he is still extremely popular. Would he have come to compete? Surely not, right? He hasn't sung any Cantonese songs yet, so we still can't identify him from his voice. Everyone made all kinds of guesses. Finally, someone went straight to Liu's Weibo to ask if he was Sunflower. In truth, there were several netizens who went to ask some of the other Hong Kong singers if they were Sunflower. Their guesses did not focus on Liu alone. Perhaps even those netizens did not expect Liu to actually reply on Weibo. Liu posted on Weibo, "You could even guess that?" He actually admitted to it. This came without any warning. With that reply, It exploded online. The media reacted like they had been injected with adrenaline. It is Liu. Damn, Sunflower is Liu. A former A-lister? What a big name. Oh my god. They even managed to invite Liu to the show. He must be the most famous singer on King of Masked Singers. That's impossible. If he really is Liu, with his talent, if there aren't any other big shots of the music industry like Zhang Ye or Chen Guang on the show, shouldn't he be crowned Masked King every episode? Would he even have any competition? So why has he not come within reach of Masked King even? Though the third episode is about to air. Are you dumb? That's because he hasn't sung any Cantonese songs yet. Yeah, Cantonese songs are what Liu is best at. He can still perform on par with those singers by singing Mandarin songs. If he had sung Cantonese songs instead, the throne of Masked King would definitely have been his. I'm really looking forward to it. It's really Liu. I'm a brain-dead fan of his. I will definitely support him. I'll be attending the recording today as I won a ticket from a lucky draw. Ha 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 ha. No matter what song Liu sings, I'll vote for him. I've always liked his songs and movies a lot. A while later, Liu posted on Weibo again. I'll perform 2 songs to my best for everyone today. Thank you for your support. The fans went crazy. That's for sure. We'll definitely give our support. My idol, I love you. Teach them a lesson. Right? Teach them a lesson. The Masked King's crown will surely be yours. We'll all vote for you. So it's Sunflower who is the hidden god-tier contestant. So will there be any suspense in this upcoming episode? Chapter 1018, Petal Shower Gets Mad. Chapter 1018, Petal Shower Gets Mad. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. This had come about too suddenly. It came so suddenly that even the King of Masked Singers program team was caught off guard. Hu Fei immediately flew into a rage. What the fuck is he thinking? Ho Gu said angrily. What is Teacher Liu trying to do? Da Fei could not understand either. Why did he admit to it just like that? No one really said anything much at all. Everyone was just wildly guessing. No one could have been so sure that Sunflower was him. Xiao Lu's expression shifted. Isn't he trying to make trouble then? We told them before the show went into production that the contestants are not allowed to expose their identities. Even if others can guess it, they can't admit to it until the moment they take off their mask. It's written in the contract and the contestant is obliged to cooperate. What the hell is Teacher Li trying to do? This will be tricky to handle. How can we deal with this? We can't hide it anymore. Can we say that his account was hacked? Would anyone believe that? He's totally making trouble for us. We're about to start recording. Is Sunflower really Liu? Yes. In reality, most of the program team staff did not know who Sunflower was. But after they saw the Weibo post, and then looked at how Hu Fei, Ho Gu, Da Fei, and some others reacted to it, they knew that it had to be true. Sunflower in the Starlight was definitely the famous singer and movie star from Hong Kong, who had been popular for many years, Liu. Hu Fei yelled, "Is Sunflower here yet?" "Not yet." The employee who was assigned to liaise with Sunflower replied. Hu Fei immediately picked up his cell phone and contacted him. The call went through, but it was Liu's assistant who picked up the phone. Hu Fei bluntly said, "Assistant Su, please inform Teacher Liu to delete his Weibo post. It's not too late to remedy the situation. Let's try to do whatever we can to turn this situation around as much as we can." Assistant Su said, "But why?" Hu Fei explained matter-of-factly. "Our show's selling point is that all of the contestants are masked. It's also stated in the contract that they are not allowed to reveal their identities to anyone. Otherwise, how can we still make the show? If everyone already knows about Teacher Liu's identity, what's the point of wearing a mask? Can we still produce the show that way? This will greatly affect the show's recording and broadcast. Besides, it's also unfair to the other contestants since with Teacher Liu's status and reputation in the music industry, and with him being established, how can the other contestants possibly hope to compete against him? Would they even need to sing anymore? Teacher Liu might even get crowned as Masked King in every episode from now on. No one production would always be smooth sailing. There were always shows that encountered celebrity problems, people acting like a diva, finding fault with little things, or arguing. A lot of these problems were unpredictable, but if they happened, it could usually be resolved with some communication. However, the program team and Liu's assistant were unable to come to an agreement. After Assistant Su listened to his speech, she said, Director who? First things first. It was the fans who guessed Teacher Li Yu's identity and not us who actively volunteered the information. Teacher Li Yu has never been one to speak against his conscience or to ignore his fans. Even if you want him to lie, he won't be able to do it, which was the reason he admitted to it. Second, you said that it would affect the show, which I agree with. However, it is a positive effect here. With Teacher Li Yu's reputation, your show's viewership rating will definitely increase. So I don't understand what it is you're unhappy about. With that, Hu Fei flew into a rage. What sort of pretense is this? Do you think we're stupid? Hu Fei said, don't you talk to me about that. Our program team decides how the show is designed and how the arrangements are made. Am I the director or are you the director? Delete that Weibo post immediately. Assistant Su said, I can't make that decision. I can only inform Teacher Li Yu about it, so I don't know how things will turn out. I'm hanging up then. Do. The line was suddenly cut. Hu Fei's face darkened as he let out an angry huff. Next to him, Hogu had heard everything. He said angrily, if he doesn't want to cooperate, then let's just disqualify him. Da Fei said, right, it was Li Yu who violated the contract first. Hu Fei looked at them and said, how can we disqualify him? It's going to be such negative press that it'll certainly affect the viewership rating. Isn't he getting too cocky? Xiao Lu said, I actually used to have quite a good impression of Teacher Li Yu. How can he do this? He's really being too disrespectful to the others like this. She held up her cell phone screen, which was displaying Weibo, and said, look, not only did Li Yu give away his identity, he even publicly asked for votes and for everyone to support him. Isn't that as good as asking the audience who will be here today to vote for him? This. Music director Bai Yuanfei and the house band's members rushed over upon finding out. When Bai Yuanfei heard what happened, he said, the way I see it, we might as well cancel the recording today and just crown him as masked king. We won't even need to record the show from now and just give him the trophy for the finals as well. Bai Yuanfei did not care about Li Yu's status at all, as he also was a very big name in the music industry. The idea behind the show was to wear a mask and compare who can sing better without caring for an individual's popularity or looks. Now that Sunflower has revealed himself, he's even asking for votes. What competition is left? If Hu Fei had known this was going to happen, he would never have invited Li Yu onto the show. Bai Yuanfei said, now that the other contestants have found out as well, I don't even know how to explain to them. Director Hu, why don't you talk to them instead? Suddenly, Xiao Lu cried out. There's an outcry on the internet as well. Everyone's heart pounded as they jogged over to have a look. Online, there was a constant stream of news updates. Sunflower's real identity exposed. Li Yu joins the King of Masked Singers. King of Masked Singers cut and dry champion. Sunflower in the starlight. In the short span of an hour, just one single hour, the popularity of Sunflower in the starlight on the official website had soared from third place to first. Sunflower, 1.1 million votes. The Clown, 670,000 votes. Petal Shower, 540,000 votes. Li Yu was already way out in the lead. This was how popular he was. This was the result of his fans swarming in with their support. Most important, there were many of Li Yu's good friends in the industry who helped him drum up support. A famous movie star from Greater China said, haha, so Li Yu has gone to compete in King of Masked Singers, and he's actually Sunflower. He sings really well, so everyone, please give him your support. Another celebrity said, Teacher Li, I'm cheering you on. And here I was thinking about why Sunflower could sing so well. So it turned out that it was you. That completely answered my question. Since you didn't take it seriously the first 2 episodes, I believe you'll be serious in the 3rd episode? Who can compete with you then? Remember to get crowned Masked King as much as possible. Quite a few celebrity friends voiced their solidarity for Li Yu. And in turn, it created even greater support for Sunflower. His popularity votes kept rising. Meanwhile, Li Yu's fans started something. Go Teacher Li. Love you to death. What was wrong with the last 2 episodes? Why wasn't Li Yu crowned as Masked King? There must be some conspiracy on the show, right? Does the live audience there even know how to appreciate music? How could they crown the clown as Masked King? Who is he to deserve that? Can he even compare to Teacher Li Yu? Sunflower sang really well. Right, the clown, Petal Shower, and the others are nowhere good enough. That sunset glow is nothing either. I don't even get it. How did she beat Teacher Liu by so many votes last week? That must have been because Teacher Liu did not take you guys seriously. Haha. Now that we know Liu is Sunflower, do you guys think he'll become Masked King for every episode from now? Definitely. That's a must. Teacher Liu is incredibly popular. The opinions were totally skewed. The people were also giving him their support. Sunflower in the Starlight was garnering more and more support. But this action of Liu's had created a negative impact on the king of masked singers. He was basically destroying the show that they all had worked so hard to make. His action was all for his own selfish purposes in a bid to create an advantageous situation for himself. But for the show and the other contestants, what he did was full of malice. But there were also people in the industry who were understanding of the situation. At an entertainment company, Fang Weihong found Zhang Ye. Sister Zhang, Sunflower is Liu? Zhang Ye said, I heard that it. Fang Weihong spread her hands. He admitted it himself? What does that mean? It means that old Li cannot afford to lose, Zhang Ye replied. A female celebrity from the same company who was beside Zhang Ye added. He did not get crowned as Masked King for 2 episodes now. So Liu couldn't bear that any longer and decided to expose himself in hopes that it would aid him in becoming the Masked King? But would the program team allow that? Ever since Teacher Li dropped off the A-list celebrity rankings, he has been a bit anxious to make himself famous again. He must intend to make use of this show to get back into the A-list. Since King of Masked Singers has gotten really popular, his team must have given him that idea, I guess. Fang Weihong shook her head. Even if they know he's up to no good, there's nothing they can do. With his popularity, as long as he doesn't sing badly, he'll certainly become the Masked King. Unless the other contestants can come up with spectacularly outstanding performances or also give away their identity, there isn't really any way they can compete against him. At Beijing television, in the dressing room, Chen Guang frowned. What's there left to do now that this has happened? Wang Jueishu grunted. Is he really Liu? Chen Yidong was having his makeup done by a makeup artist. Perhaps it won't affect the show as much as we think. The live audience members might not necessarily be Liu's fans. In the dressing room next to them, Zhang Xia kept shaking her head. Looks like we'll be welcoming a new Masked King today. Amy said, I really couldn't tell from Sunflower's singing that it was him. Backstage, in a small conference room, Hu Fei, Ho Gu, and the others had gathered the show's contestants except for Sunflower for a meeting. When they all got there, Hu Fei immediately apologized. Sorry about this, everyone. I did not handle this problem well, so let me first apologize. Sunset Glow's light voice came from under her mask. Are we still carrying on with the competition? Hu Fei sighed. We'll still go ahead and record the show, that's for sure. We've also considered disqualifying Sunflower from the show, but the fallout of that would be too great, which we know the station will definitely not approve of. A new replacement masked singer asked. Then does that mean we deserve this? It was a man's voice. His stage name was Yesterday's Daylily, and he had a yellow flower on his mask. It was both quite unique and odd at the same time. Hogu quickly said, That's not what we mean. We understand that this is very unfair to all of you as contestants, but the other new replacement masked singer was a woman. Her stage name was Spinach. Spinach said, Could we get Teacher Liu himself to back out from the competition then? Hu Fei said, He's currently staying in his waiting room and completely unwilling to communicate with our people. Yesterday's Daylily said, Isn't he cheating this way? Da Fei, influenced by Zhang Ye, was more straightforward with his speech. Right, he's cheating, and we can't do anything about it. Petal Shower did not say anything. Sunset Glow was just listening. The clown was drinking tea and thinking about something else. Yesterday's Daylily said, This is a variety show where we pit our talents against each other. It's either we win or we lose. Does he have to go that far with those underhanded methods? And he's even a big-name A-lister. Former A-lister, Spinach corrected. He was knocked off the list by teacher Zhang Ye. Yesterday's Daylily snorted. Serves him right. With his behavior, he can't compare to Zhang Ye at all. They're on totally different levels. The two of them were not very big names in the entertainment circle, or might even be newcomers to the industry, but they talked about this matter without any care or scruples. Hu Fei apologized again. I'm so sorry. Spinach said, Director Hu, it's not like this is your fault. Yesterday's Daylily added, We're just unhappy with his unscrupulous methods. We'll definitely record what we must, but his behavior has broken the rules of the show. Is there no way we can make him answer for it? Hu Fei did not say anything. Petal Shower finally spoke up. When she opened her mouth, what she said shocked everyone at the table. The program team can't disqualify him, and Sunflower won't take the initiative to pull out of the competition. Hu Fei said, well. Petal Shower nodded and went on. Alrighty then, why don't we just eliminate him instead? Everyone was dumbfounded. Eliminate? Get who eliminated? Sunflower? Liu? Damn, who can possibly do that? He's already revealed who he is. Even if he sings like shit, there will still be people in the audience voting for him. Petal Shower tacked on. When we draw lots later, I'll switch lots with whoever gets matched against Sunflower. Petal Shower then got to her feet and left the conference room. Sunset Glow looked at her and giggled. Spinach gasped. Yesterday's Daylily was too stunned to react. Ho gu, Da Fei, and the others looked at each other. Eliminate Liu? That would of course be the best way out. But then, could that really happen? Would Petal Shower be able to do that? Could she really beat Liu, who had already revealed himself? Fine. Even if there was a 1% chance of that happening and Petal Shower really won, what about the round after that? Liu would surely still win in the elimination round. Who could stop him? The clown also chuckled. He was becoming more and more certain that Petal Shower was an old friend of his. Her temper was exactly what he liked. Chapter 1019, Showdown. Chapter 1019, Showdown. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. At Beijing Television. In the recording studio, the audience gradually arrived and entered the studio. Zhang Ye's parents and 3 sisters did not have to line up to get in. Xiaolu had gone out to bring them in via the staff entrance. She politely invited them to the back row where it was less conspicuous. She even gave each of them a bottle of water and some snacks. Zhang Ye's 3rd sister said, "Thank you, Sister Lu." Xiaolu smiled and said, "You're welcome." His 2nd sister asked eagerly, "Sister Lu, is Sunflower really my Liu?" "Liu is yours," his eldest sister said in annoyance. His 2nd sister said, "But I'm his fan." Xiaolu simply acknowledged, "It's him. Didn't he already say so himself?" His 2nd sister slapped her own thigh and exclaimed, "That's great. I didn't come here for nothing then." His 3rd sister shouted, "I like Liu too. He's so handsome." His eldest sister said, "Didn't you say that you support the clown?" His 3rd sister replied, "Hee, I've defected." Zhang Ye's father said, "Xiaolu, go on and get back to your work. There's no need to stay here with us." Xiaolu said, "All right then. You can find our staff anywhere, so if there's anything you need, just approach one of them." Just as she was about to leave, she spotted some people coming in and holding LED placards with Liu's name on them. She immediately went up to them and said, "Hey, you guys can't bring that in." Those girls were very unhappy to hear that. "Why? You can use the contestants' stage names, but not their real names. If the cameras capture it, it will mislead the audience." How would it mislead the audience? Everyone already knows that Sunflower is Brother Liu. This won't do. You guys can't bring the signs in. Why are you being so troublesome? If you're here to attend our show, please respect our show's rules. Otherwise, we have to write to deny entry to you. I'm going to bring it in. What about it? Who are you trying to scare? A squabble broke out. Several employees and security guards immediately ran over to take control of the situation. Just one post from Liu on his Weibo had caused so much trouble to the program team's work. A well-planned king of masked singers was now screwed up by him from the inside out. In a backstage hallway, the other program team staff also had a squabble, this one with Liu's assistant. Hogo asked, "When are you all going to delete that Weibo post?" Assistant Su was being quite unreasonable about it. "Are you all just going to keep harping on that? You all have already affected the show from being recorded normally." Da Fei said angrily. Just because of one person, the program team is now busy putting out fires. The other contestants were also badly affected by this. It's you who needs to get this clear. This show does not belong to you all, nor is it here to serve one person. Can you guys give some respect to others? Assistant Su pointed at him and said, "Young man, don't speak to me in that angry tone. When I started out in the entertainment industry, you weren't even born yet. Do you think that the appearance fee that your show is paying us is a lot?" Teacher Li only agreed to join the show because he thought you all were sincere. He doesn't usually participate in these mainland China variety shows. The viewership that Teacher Lee alone can bring to your show is greater than everyone else combined. You broke the rules. Teacher Lee is helping your show get more popular. Their argument got fiercer and fiercer, with both sides' tempers flaring. The employees on the program team felt a little grossed out by such behavior. They really could not accept that Lee Yu could suggest that they were doing this for the good of King of Masked Singers and their program team, when it was so blatantly obvious that he was just using them for his own gains by violating the rules with underhanded methods and asking for votes. Wasn't this too hypocritical? A former A-list celebrity would actually resort to something so despicable? All of a sudden, Hu Fei came walking over from afar. Don't bother trying to reason with them. It's about time to start recording, so let's get down to work. He did not even look at Assistant Su as he led the others away. Ho Gu said angrily, "Brother Hu, aren't they pushing it too far like that?" One of the staff members said, "I just heard from my friend that Lee Yu's team has been buying and running PR campaigns to help promote their cause." There were already several media outlets predicting that the overall champion of King of Masked Singers would be him. All those reports were due to them dumping money to create hype. They even bought and ran campaigns here at Beijing TV. It was no wonder the media had reacted so quickly. It was no wonder the public opinion had switched over to Lee Yu so one-sidedly. Hu Fei told them, "I've already reported this to the station. From now on, Beijing TV will no longer have any dealings with Lee Yu and his team." However, that would be something for the future. But right now? What were they going to do about the show right now? Now that they had arrived at this point, they could no longer use any unseemly means to kick Lee Yu off the show. They were forced to let him continue taking part in the recording. Even if he were to take the crown of Masked King for every episode from now, they would still have to continue recording the show as usual. Lee Yu and his team had probably accounted for this, which was why they were so daring and unscrupulous in their methods. The drawing of lots began. The contestants were all sitting in their individual waiting rooms and watching their TVs. The first person to draw lots was Sunflower in the starlight. But after knocking on his door for a long time, no one responded until the female producer shouted from outside, "It's time for the drawing of lots." The door immediately opened with that. Assistant Su allowed her and the cameraman to go in. The female producer was furious. "So you people were inside all this time? Then why didn't you open the door just now? Why did you act like you didn't hear us? What kind of people are these?" Sunflower's mask was already on, and he was no longer indifferent as before. When the cameraman came into the waiting room, Sunflower's laughter rang out. "Am I the first to draw lots?" The female producer said, "Yes, please draw lots to decide your order of appearance." "Okay." Sunflower put his hand into the box and took out a ball. Number 2. It wasn't exactly a good or a bad position. The female producer nodded, then turned around to leave without saying another word. The other contestants could observe the entire process on their televisions. Yesterday's Daylily let out a quiet curse. Spinach's face sank. She started complaining incessantly to the employee assigned as her liaison. She was not worried as this part would not be broadcast. Sunset Glow was silent. Petal Shower was calmly drinking from her thermos, possibly something she had brought to soothe her throat. With the mask covering her face, any expressions she made could not be seen. The clown was just as calm. Before long, the draws to decide the order was complete. Number 1, Spinach. Number 2, Sunflower in the starlight. Number 3, the clown. Number 4, Petal Shower. Number 5, Sunflower. Number 6, yesterday's Daylily. Spinach was on the verge of tears. First to appear, and her opponent was going to be Lee Yu. There was practically no chance of winning. For a moment, she even thought about not going on stage. What battle could be fought against Lee Yu, an elite singer who had cheated? However, someone pushed open the door to her waiting room not long after. It was someone wearing a flower mask. Petal Shower extended the ball in her hand and said with a smile, "Want to switch?" We're really switching?" Spinach was startled. She thought that Petal Shower had just been making a passing remark back in the conference room. The camera linked to the internal transmission cut to the scene in this room. The other contestants could all see this. When Sunflower saw this, his eyes narrowed. What was the meaning of this? Switching their order of appearance? Petal Shower intended to meet me in the first round? He found it a little funny and let out a laugh. He already knew about Petal Shower's singing. She could sing very well, and her falsetto was very good too. However, She was at most as good as him. Now that he had revealed himself, and with the media talking about it, he knew that no one could beat him in this episode, in the next episode, and even the following episode. Even if the other contestants revealed themselves, he didn't feel that he would lose. He believed that he was the contestant with the best fan base on this stage. When the program team staff saw this, they did not say anything. There were no rules stating that the contestants could not change their order of appearance. They just needed the contestants themselves to agree to the change. Spinach stood up quickly. Big sis, is this really all right? Petal Shower nodded. It is, although my number isn't that good either. Do you still want to switch? Petal Shower's number was matched against the clown. However, when Spinach heard that Petal Shower wanted to switch numbers, she immediately nodded furiously like a chick pecking at seeds. Yes, let's switch. Okay. On camera, Petal Shower and Spinach switched the little balls with their numbers. Spinach said gratefully, "Thank you, big sis." "You're welcome." Petal Shower twirled her hair and took large strides while walking away without any hesitation. Everyone knew that Petal Shower had been angered. However, no one thought that she would win because they all felt that her opponent was too strong. Further, her opponent's identity had been revealed as well. In the clown's waiting room, Han Chi was also very angry. Today's main attraction should have been the clown. Teacher Clown had taken the throne of the Masked King in 2 consecutive episodes, and his popularity was the highest as well. In this 3rd episode, he was initially the favorite to win. But with that stunt from Li Yu, the people's attention immediately shifted to him instead. No one cared about the other contestants anymore, whether it was the clown, Petal Shower, or Sunset Glow. They had all become supporting characters to Little Yu, as everyone was shouting that Li Yu was the true Masked King. Han Chi said aggrieved, "If Sunflower gets eliminated, that'll be such a face-smacking." The clown chuckled. Yeah. Still, Han Chi got discouraged again. However, that's going to be impossible. The clown laughed. "It's not impossible." Han Chi said, "Do you think that Teacher Petal Shower can win?" The clown thought for a moment before answering. "I don't know who she is, but I have an inkling of who she might be. And I'm saying if she is the person I think she is," he then paused, "then the serious her will definitely win." Han Chi was surprised at this. "Really?" Zhang Ye nodded. But the prerequisite had to be that Petal Shower was that woman. Could it be her? Zhang Ye stood up. "Come, recording hasn't started yet, so let's go to the studio to watch." Han Chi said, "I heard that Petal Shower has made a last-minute change for her choice of song. I wonder if the band can accommodate her." Zhang Ye laughed and said, "Then all the more reason we ought to cheer her on." The other contestants had the same thoughts as him. Sunset Glow, Spinach, and yesterday's Daylily also went to the studio to watch. Faced with Li Yu's despicable behavior, they no longer cared about their victory or defeat against each other. They were all hoping for a miracle, that Petal Shower would beat Li Yu, then for Li Yu to make some mistakes in the elimination round and get eliminated as a result. But what were the chances of that? None of them wanted to think about it. Chapter 1020, Petal Shower surpasses the gods. Chapter 1020, Petal Shower surpasses the gods. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. In the recording studio. The recording had not started yet. The equipment was still being tested. But in the audience, a lot of people were already starting to warm up. "Li Yu, Li Yu, Li Yu, Li Yu," someone shouted. As a result, a number of others joined in and shouted. Zhang Ye's 2nd and 3rd sisters stood up and shouted along with the others. Before Sunflower in the Starlight even sang or appeared on stage, his popularity was already through the roof. There were also many in the audience who were not Li Yu's fans, but when they saw what was going on, they got influenced by the atmosphere and started anticipating him as well. They were beginning to think that Sunflower would definitely be the Masked King today and thought that none of the other contestants could compete against him. He's really popular. Right, that's Li Yu we are talking about. Looks like Petal Shower, the clown, and the others will just be filling in today. This former A-lister is indeed deserving of his reputation. Why isn't it starting yet? Will Li Yu be singing Cantonese songs today? If he sings in Cantonese, he'll have no match. Zhang Xia, Chen Guang, Yao Jinkai, and the other judges had already taken their seats at the guessing panel and were whispering among each other. Although they knew exactly what had happened, as well as how Li Yu was a sore loser, They were still very uncomfortable with his underhanded behavior that was as good as cheating. With the trouble that you stirred up, how can the others continue competing? Who can compete for the masked king against you? Will there be any point to this competition? It might as well be an individual stage for you to perform on. Yao Jinkai asked. Have the lots been drawn already? Zhang Xia said, seems so. Xuan Yidong smiled and said, the first to perform will be spinach, followed by sunflower. Amy spoke up. It's no longer that order. I heard that Petal Shower swapped places with spinach. She'll be the first to perform now. Chen Guang was startled. Huh. The others did not know about this either. Zhang Xia was taken aback. What's happened? Amy coughed. Seems like Petal Shower has gotten angry. Angry? She initiated a challenge against Sunflower? Indeed. With Li Yu's antics, who wouldn't get angry? Chen Guang smiled wryly. Zhang Xia said, she wants to stop Sunflower from being crowned as the third episode's masked king by bringing him down. Wang Zhuishu sighed. Her courage is admirable, but Petal Shower's just about as talented as Sunflower. Although I've always liked her, I'm still not optimistic about her chances against Sunflower. Who can beat Sunflower today? Petal Shower won't be able to do it. The clown's even further out of the equation. Then he turned to the camera and said, please edit this part out. Suddenly, Dong Shanshan walked onto the stage with a smile after exchanging some quick words with the program team staff through her earpiece. When the audience saw this, their cheers loudened. He's about to come on. It's starting. Li Yu. Li Yu. Dong Shanshan said amid the cheering. Welcome, everybody, to the King of Masked Singers brought to you by our sponsor, Bright Fruit Cocoa. She bent her knees and gave a playful curtsy to the audience. I'm your host, Dong Shanshan. Along with the explosive viewership ratings and the show becoming a hit, Dong Shanshan's popularity soared. But today, it seemed like no one was paying any attention to what clothes or glasses Dong Shanshan was wearing and what hairstyle she had. There was only one thing on everyone's mind. What song would Sunflower be singing, and how he was going to get crowned Masked King? After a string of advertising messages, Dong Shanshan handed the stage over. Then let's invite our first singer today, Petal Shower. Petal Shower walked out onto the stage. A few of the other contestants were standing in the corridor leading to the stage. Spinach said, Big sis, all the best. Yesterday's Daylily said, please defeat Sunflower. Sunset Glow and the clown were watching Petal Shower from behind. Zhang Ye felt that Petal Shower had turned into a different person today. It felt like she was full of fighting spirit and that the anger suppressed within her was about to explode at any moment. This was something to look forward to. You had better not lose to him. The audience still applauded for her. It's Petal Shower. Her singing is quite good. But it's only her falsetto that is good. How else can she compare to my Li Yu? True that. Li Yu is a singing god in Greater China. Yeah, there are only a handful of domestic singers who can be mentioned in the same breath as Li Yu. But I think it's unlikely that those people would come and compete on King of Masked Singers. Zhang Ye spotted where his parents were sitting in the audience. His father had a serious expression on his face. His mother and sisters were very excited and shouting about something, but Zhang Ye was too far away to hear them clearly. The lights dimmed. The studio suddenly fell silent. However, not everyone knew how to respect others. In the middle of the audience, a few girls were waving their LED boards and actually shouting Li Yu's name when Petal Shower took to the stage. Brother Li Yu. Sunflower, go for it. Li Yu, I love you. Then they started to giggle and laugh. Executive Director Hu Fei's expression darkened. The band had no choice but to stop and delay the start of the musical accompaniment. A program team employee immediately ran over and gave them a warning. In the wings, Li Yu's assistant gave a slight smile as she didn't find anything wrong with it. Look at this. This is what teacher Li Yu's popularity is all about. In his presence, it will be useless no matter who comes. Zhang Xia frowned. Amy kept shaking her head. What kind of behavior was that? Their impressions of Li Yu got worse. Spinach said angrily. Aren't they trying to stir up trouble? Yesterday's Daylily said. All this happened because of Li Yu's Weibo post. However, Zhang Ye could see that Petal Shower was not affected by this. She stood at center stage and closed her eyes. Then, all of a sudden, she raised her microphone. With the ruckus occurring in the audience, and with the studio not exactly quiet, no one expected Petal Shower to start singing in a cappella. Have you ever seen the sunrise? It's warm and cozy. When one day you see someone singing into the sunrise, Well, that might just be me. In an instant, everyone in the studio fell silent. Zhang Xia was taken aback. Amy nearly jumped. Wang Zhuishu was dumbfounded. Waiting in the wings, Spinach, Sunset Glow, and Yesterday's Daylily were all dumbfounded. The music played. Petal Shower sang loudly. Have you ever seen the blue skies? They're clear and they're real. When one day you see someone laughing under the blue skies. Well, that might just be me. It was her real voice. Petal Shower was using her real voice. Even Sunflower, who was in his waiting room, was a little shocked. This voice could truly be described as a keen blade. When the first word was sung, it stabbed right into the hearts of the audience, followed by thrust after thrust. This voice was very special, and it was powerful. It was a kind of power that most female singers did not possess. Zhang Xia figured out who she was. With this voice and singing style, there wasn't anybody else like her among the female singers in the music industry. It was her. She actually came to the show. Everyone's hair stood on end as they got shocked. All of them thought that Petal Shower could only sing well in falsetto and that it was her greatest weapon. But when Petal Shower started singing with her real voice, many of them were unprepared for the shock. How is that possible? It turned out that her real voice was even better than her falsetto. So Petal Shower had not been serious all this while. She had just been playing around all along. Even Liu's fans who were causing trouble earlier were dumbfounded by what they heard. Petal Shower was singing higher and higher. Have you ever seen the dark clouds? They're thick and gloomy. When one day you see someone roaring under those dark clouds. Well, that might just be me. The audience was so stunned their jaws dropped. Zhang Ye's parents gasped. Zhang Ye's three sisters went slack-jawed and forgot themselves. How amazing! This singing was unparalleled. Zhang Ye closed his eyes and could feel goosebumps rising all over his arms. Spinach and Yesterday's Daylily had been stunned for a while already. Meanwhile, on stage, Petal Shower went another octave higher. Have you ever seen the sunset? It's dusky and quick to vanish. When one day you see someone shouting their last cry into the sunset. Well, that might just be me. No, that's definitely me. Suddenly, her voice jumped another octave. Ah. Oh ah. Oh. Ah oh. Hey ah. Oh ah. Anger. Tenacity. Despair. Petal Shower's cries took this song to its climax. Many of the audience members could feel their bodies drenched with sweat. It was spectacular. It was wondrous. Right then and there, the audience erupted. Many of them stood up. Many of them began to scream. That's Me was not considered a popular song in the music industry, but had blossomed because of Petal Shower's cover. She sang it in such a godly manner. No one was a match for today's Petal Shower. She had surpassed the gods with this song. Chapter 1021, Petal Shower vs. Sunflower. Chapter 1021, Petal Shower vs. Sunflower. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Petal Shower. Petal Shower. Petal Shower. Petal Shower. The excitement in the studio was hitting a fever pitch. Many in the audience were shouting her name. Petal Shower did not say anything. She just bowed and exited the stage. Zhang Xia openly commented, "That was fantastic. There's only one such female singer like her in the music scene." Yao Jinkai quickly asked, "You've recognized her?" Zhang Xia smiled and said, "I'm quite certain of it." Chen Yidong said, "But her voice doesn't sound familiar to me. Why can't I tell?" Wang Zhuishu had also more or less guessed who she was. He was astonished. She changed her vocal register on purpose and made her voice sound different. He looked to Zhang Xia and said, "Is it really her?" Zhang Xia said in amusement, "Don't ask me, ask old Chen." Then, the judges looked over to Chen Guang. Chen Guang scoffed and threw his hands up, saying, "I don't know anything. Why would you ask me?" Amy said excitedly, "There's something to look forward to now? It's going to be difficult to predict who wins and loses." Wang Zhuishu gave a wry smile and said, "Yeah, Petal Shower just showcased her specialty. If we considered just this performance, no one could beat her except the clown since he's always so unpredictable. Since no one can predict what he's going to do, we shouldn't count him out." The vague meaning to this was not spelled out clearly, but Petal Shower had turned in a heaven-defying performance with this song. However, with Liu exposing himself and with so many fans supporting him, it would be difficult to predict how the audience would vote in the end. In the corridor to the backstage, Petal Shower was returning. Spinach said excitedly, "Big sis, Why, you were amazing. Yesterday's Daylily said, that was so cool. Senior sis, could it be you? Petal Shower looked at him. You are. Yesterday's Daylily said, I'm a newcomer to the company. If I haven't misidentified you, we even dined together at Dongzaiman last month. Petal Shower laughed. Oh, it's you. Yesterday's Daylily was shocked. So it's really you then? Io. But Spinach still could not recognize her. She hurriedly asked, You are? Sunset Glow didn't seem to have figured it out either and was looking at her deep in thought. The clown did not say anything and ignored them. He already knew who she was, so he was even less inclined to speak as he was afraid that he would get recognized. On stage, Dong Shanshan was saying, Let's welcome our next singer, Sunflower in the Starlight. At this, the audience raised another racket. Li Yu is next. He's facing off against Petal Shower? Io, this is so exciting. This. Brother Li Yu, you can do it. Li Yu, let's go? Li Yu will definitely win. Many of Li Yu's fans were screaming their hearts out. Sunflower walked onto the stage slowly as the crowd cheered him on. There was a sense of heaviness in his stride. After he came to a standstill, he took 2 deep breaths. Petal Shower's amazing performance had pressured him too much. He really had not expected that Petal Shower could sing a rather unknown song so well. It was an incredibly heaven-defying performance, and whoever took the stage afterwards to face her would have it quite hard. If this, as before, Sunflower knew that he would have lost to her for sure. But it was different today, since everyone knew who he was. With his popularity, as long as he could perform up to par, he would definitely become the masked king. Sunflower was convinced of it. Besides, he had chosen a song that would flatter him today. The lights dimmed. The music started playing. The title of the song appeared on the display overhead the stage. Mother said, It's a Mandarin song? Why isn't he singing a Cantonese song? Li Yu is definitely saving that for the finale. It's almost Mother's Day, so this song is a good choice too. But isn't it a rather niche song? Anything that Li Yu sings is good. So what if it's niche? The song that Petal Shower sang was even more niche. The audience was getting quite enthusiastic. However, when Spinach and Yesterday's Daylily saw the title of the song, they felt even more contempt for Li Yu. He had broken the rules, cheated by soliciting support, and even chose this sort of song to resonate with the audience on Mother's Day. He could really resort to any kind of method just to become the masked king? How could he still have the cheek to sing a song about a mother's love? Sunflower sang, Mother, oh mother, I've always kept your words in mind. I finally understand why you told me to be wary of those around me. Mother, oh mother, I've always kept your words in mind. You said that life is like an abyss that none of us can escape. This was a very gloomy song. It portrayed the singer's sense of confusion. Loneliness. I've gotten used to it. Hurt. I've suffered it. Can you tell me those words again? Mother, where are you right now? In the studio, some people started to cry. Zhang Ye's mother also felt a little touched and kept sniffling. Zhang Xia, Amy, and the others nodded lightly. Disregarding everything else, Sunflower's singing was really one of the best in the music industry. The potency of his high notes was striking, and his technique was good. He could consciously control his voice to insert a slight sobbing tone, which made his singing particularly catchy. The song ended. Applause rang out through the studio. Li Yu, Li Yu, Li Yu. A lot of young ladies were so moved by the song that they screamed as they shed tears. As today was Mother's Day, this song had clearly resonated with the audience. Sunflower was very satisfied with himself. He smiled to the audience while waving at them and bowed to show his appreciation. Dong Shanshan went back on stage and invited Petal Shower back on as well. Finally, the tensest moment arrived. The voting was about to take place. Spinach watched, not blinking. Yesterday's Daylily got butterflies in his stomach. Ho Gu, Xiao Lu, Da Fei, and others from the program team were all looking in that direction too. They were also looking forward to the results of the voting, but could not do anything to help. None of them wanted Sunflower to win and were wishing that he would get eliminated in this episode. Otherwise, if Sunflower really became masked king for every future episode, King of Masked Singers would end up a personal stage for him to build up his popularity. That would defeat the purpose of having their contestants appear in masks. But then, could Petal Shower really beat him? Could she really beat Li Yu's popularity? And so, the judges would play their roles to their greatest effect. Zhang Xia said, I like Petal Shower's performance. The only word that can describe her singing today is Perfect. Yao Jink, I commented. Although Sunflower's song was nice to listen to and the sentiment behind it is just right, it's just too pessimistic and depressing. I also prefer Petal Showers, that's me. Especially that last verse with the last cry. It was the best. To be honest, I've never heard someone who can sing this well. Amy expressed. Comparing the two of them, Petal Shower's performance was the more outstanding one today. The judges unanimously preferred Petal Shower. Petal Shower nodded in thanks. Sunflower remained silent. He did not seem to care what the judges were saying, as he still did not think that he would lose, so he let them say whatever they wanted. However, when the voting began, Sunflower's expression finally changed. The moment it started, Petal Shower went into the lead. It was not much, just 7 votes. Lee Yu's fans in the audience were infuriated. What the heck? Do you people even understand music? Give your votes to Lee Yu. Give them all to Lee Yu. Lee Yu. He should be the masked king. Lee Yu's fans flared up as his vote count soared. Sunflower overtook Petal Shower and went into the lead by more than 20 votes. The program team staff looked peeved. Spinach and yesterday's Daylily stamped their feet in frustration. The judges' comments were very professional. To be fair, Petal Shower's singing was really leaps and bounds better than Sunflower's. But due to Lee Yu's despicable tricks, many of those present in the studio disregarded the point of voting. They no longer cared about the singing and whether the song performed was good. Some of these audience members were even explicitly supporting the person and not the performed piece. No matter what Lee Yu sang, they would give their votes to him. Sunflower looked at the tallies and smiled. Petal Shower did not even turn around to look at the votes. Fortunately, there were still plenty of people in the audience who were rational. Zhang Ye's eldest younger sister said, "I'm definitely voting for Petal Shower." His father said, "Right." His mother disagreed, but Sunflower sang very well. His third sister said, "I didn't like Lee Yu's song as it was too pessimistic. Why does it paint everything in life so darkly? Why must we be cautious of the people around us?" Although I like Lee Yu, I still think that Petal Shower sang better today. The burst of votes from Lee Yu's fans was only temporary. For that moment, a lot of people gave their votes to Lee Yu, but it could not gather enough momentum. Petal Shower had sung too godly. She was so amazing that some of Lee Yu's not terribly diehard fans defected and voted for Petal Shower instead. Both their tallies kept rising. Finally, the results were out. Dong Shanshan said, "I hereby announce that the winner is Petal Shower." Petal Shower, 252 votes. Sunflower, 248 votes. It was only a difference of 4 votes. Petal Shower had won. Chapter 1022. Life's More Than the Grind. Chapter 1022. Life's More Than the Grind. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. This result shocked many people. Sunflower's expression darkened. Assistant Sue was dumbfounded. Spinach was so astonished that she nearly screamed out loud. Yesterday's Daylily and the employees on the Beijing television program team nearly laughed out loud. She won. She really won. What a release. This was a great way to vent their anger. Lee Yu lost. That's impossible. Who on earth is Petal Shower? Sunflower revealed himself. Yet he still couldn't win? Why didn't he sing a Cantonese song? If he sang a Cantonese song that he's skilled at, he would definitely have won. Yeah, Sunflower probably intended to save that song for the battle for the Masked King. How could he have known that he would run into a freak like Petal Shower and make an early exit? It's over. Lee Yu can't fight for the crown of the Masked King in this episode. He'll definitely make it through the elimination round, though, so he has to wait until the next episode. He underestimated his opponents. But there's really nothing to argue over about this win by Petal Shower. If Lee Yu had sung a Cantonese song, Petal Shower probably wouldn't have won. A lot of the audience members were giving their objective evaluation of the outcome, but a lot of Lee Yu's fans did not accept this result. What the heck? There's a conspiracy. Do they even understand music? How did they vote? It was clear that Lee Yu sang better. Why does it seem like no one understood that? Just like Teacher Lee Yu had sung in his song, life really is like an abyss. We're surrounded by so much darkness that even if we try our hardest, no one gives us any recognition. I'm pissed off. How could Petal Shower win? My heart aches for brother Lee Yu. Seeing that Lee Yu had lost, some of his female fans were heartbroken for him and crying. Crestfallen, Sunflower left the stage in a terrible mood. A few of the judges looked at each other, finding it rather funny. Executive Director Hu Fei felt very happy, deliberately planning for this to happen, to checkmate everyone, and even spending money on a PR campaign in the media, and openly soliciting votes on Weibo. But as it stood, he had lost in the first round. This was truly a slap to the face. This was truly painful. Zhang Ye laughed. That was beautifully done. Leave the rest to me. The uproar in the studio lasted for 5 minutes. After Dong Shanshan finally maintained a semblance order, she said, "Let's welcome the next contestant, the clown." The clown was the third to appear and was matched up against Spinach. This dragged everyone's attention back to the stage. Petal Shower did not return to her waiting room. She stood with Spinach, yesterday's Daylily, and the others in the wings and waited to see the clown's live performance. They were all very curious about this mysterious singer who had taken the throne of the masked king twice before, curious about his unguessable identity. There was not even a candidate they could think of. It was as though this godly person had suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the music industry, so much so that even Petal Shower dreaded him a great deal. Amy clapped. It's the clown's turn. Yao Jiankai had been looking forward to this and said, "Is he going to sing yet another original? I'm not sure." Zhang Xia stared at the lyrics teleprompter but did not yet see the title of the song displayed. The audience looked to the stage. Spinach was nervously observing the clown. The clown walked over to the house band and exchanged a word with them. Bai Yuanfei was taken aback. "You're really going to choose this song to perform?" The clown gave a determined, affirmative grunt. The guitarist said, "This song is too monotone and isn't a good choice." The clown smiled. "It's fine. I'm choosing it." The house band replied, "Okay." This song was one of the 4 songs Zhang Ye had chosen. Before this, he was still undecided on which to perform, but he could now make a decision. Looking at the stage, Zhang Ye's mother exclaimed in surprise. His father turned to her. "What's the matter?" His mother pointed at the clown. "Nothing much, but little Yi also seems to have that pair of shoes he's wearing." His father said, "Oh, really? I hadn't noticed." His mother said, "I bought them for our son. They're pretty expensive." His second sister added, "Of course, celebrities usually wear brand name stuff since they're all loaded." None of them cared, nor did they think anything of it. The studio quieted. 1 second, 2 seconds. The lights slowly dimmed. A nursery rhyme-esque melody played by a harmonica floated into the air. Zhang Ye stood at center stage with his eyes closed and smiled. He did not know why he was smiling. Thinking about sunflowers, mother said, which Zhang Ye had heard for the first time, he could honestly say that he really didn't like the song. Life was an abyss. Life was about suffering. Be wary of others. Get used to loneliness. Why was it like that? This wasn't what life should be about. This isn't what a mother's love should be like. At least, my mother's love is not like this. Zhang Ye thought of how his mother was stingy, long-winded, and loved bragging. He would never forget his first day at university when his mother went with him to report to the campus. She carried so many big and small suitcases along with her while looking for Zhang Ye's dorm room with him, and even helped him fit the bed sheets, pillowcase, and blankets. When she realized that the bed sheets were not properly fitted, she took them off and fit them again. After that, his mother's eyes inexplicably reddened. Zhang Ye had attended media college in Beijing, and he would be back home every weekend. It wasn't actually that bad since he was allowed to go home. Even Zhang Ye himself was looking forward to his time away from home and did not feel unsettled by having to stay away from home for the first time in his life. But his mother very nearly cried. "Study hard." She left after saying those words. At that time, Zhang Ye felt that his mother was just making a fuss. Zhang Ye did not understand what his mother had felt even when he was in his final year at university. But just now, as he stood on this stage, realization dawned on him. Zhang Ye understood what had gone through his mother's mind at the time and understood what his mother had meant by study hard. The guitar strummed. It drifted through the air with a youthful spirit. Zhang Ye opened his eyes and sang in a gentle voice, one that resonated through the studio. Mother sat at the door, humming to flowers and kids she'd cared for. Although it has been years, I still recall her tears. Those dark and gloomy years. That tenacity and those fears. At the door before departing, Mom looked into my eyes, imparting. The drums kicked in. Zhang Ye sang. Life's about more than just the grind. Poetry and distant fields we can find. You were born into this world with bare hands, to strive for that sea you cast off from lands. In the audience, his mother was stunned. The judges were stunned. The audience was stunned. You're singing a song related to your mother as well? Life's about more than just the grind. Poetry in distant fields we can find. These lyrics. His third sister put a hand over her mouth. Oh my God, his eldest sister said excitedly. This song is so beautiful. How can this type of song exist? During the rehearsal, the clown had just hummed through it. So the house band was hearing the clown sing the lyrics for the first time as well. They were instantly moved. The clown smiled. She sat across from me, head down, bidding farewell. Although it has been years, I still recall her tears. Times of those joyful beams. Times of those vows and dreams. Parting beside the street, she hugged me tight and said, life's about more than just the grind. Poetry in distant fields we can find. You were born into this world with bare hands, to strive for that sea you cast off from lands. His mother's eyes suddenly reddened. Amy looked deeply touched. Zhang Ye was affected by the images conjured by the song. An audience member was half listening to it when all of a sudden, she covered her mouth and started crying. She had been brought back to her teenage years when she insisted on coming to the capital city to chase her dreams. Her father had strongly disagreed and locked her up at home. Not even a hunger strike could change his mind. But she would never forget when her mother quietly unlocked her door one night and handed her an already packed suitcase along with 2,000 yuan. She told her, your dad fell asleep, so hurry and leave. If you don't make it in Beijing, just come home. This was what a mother was. The greatest person in the world. The clown had a very gentle tone that was not intended to show off his singing. It was as though he were reading a story, narrating at an appropriate clip. But it was exactly this plain singing, coupled with those poetic lyrics, that somehow managed to bowl them over and make their hearts flutter a bit. The story was still moving forward. The clown was still singing. I've traveled far and alone. Now I have a kid of my own. He is growing day by day, and will leave home someday. Watching as he grows up, watching him toughen and look back. I know that there will be a day. I'll smile to him and say. All of a sudden, the clown jumped octaves. Life's about more than just the grind. Poetry in distant fields we can find. You were born into this world with bare hands, to strive for that sea you cast off from lands. Life's about more than just the grind. Poetry in distant fields we can find. You were born into this world with bare hands, to strive for that sea you cast off from lands. Faith, hope, dreams, love, legacy. They were all mentioned in this song. Spinach smiled bitterly. It was her turn next, but could she win? With this guy singing this song, how could she possibly win? Many people were even more astonished because they had thought that Sunflower's defeat by Petal Shower was already quite face-smacking, but none of them expected for the clown to take the stage after that and give another vicious face slap. Sunflower's song had been about life's abyss, darkness, loneliness, and hurt. But the clown had outright rejected him by attacking him with his song. Life's about more than just the grind. Poetry in distant lands we can find. Chapter 1023. The Clown Admits Defeat. Chapter 1023. The Clown Admits Defeat. Translator, leg editor, leg. The music stopped. The song ended. The clown bowed and turned to walk off the stage. There wasn't any screaming in the studio nor the explosive atmosphere like after Petal Shower had performed. There wasn't even any shouting like after Sunflower in the Starlight's performance. This was a reflective song, one that was not sung in hopes of competing on this stage. However, a lot of people in the audience suddenly started to silently stand up. One clap, two claps. Han Chi was clapping as she wiped away her tears. Music director Bai Yuanfei was clapping with a smile on his face. Hu Fei, Ho Gu, Da Fei, Yao Jinkai, Amy, Chen Guang, Zhang Xia, and everyone else were clapping. It became a round of constant applause that didn't stop for a long time. Some of their eyes were brimming with tears, while some of them had a sad look in their eyes. This song had given them such a swirl of emotions that it was very difficult to speak or scream to express what they were feeling inside. Those who had similar experiences were moved by the song, whereas those who hadn't gone through such a stage in life and had been affected by Sunflower's gloomy and dark, mother said, were now baptized by this life more than the grind. They felt like their lives were suddenly brightened by an influx of indescribable emotions that felt very comforting. The clown is so great. I like him. I like him so much. Me too. His songs are just so full of feeling. But this song was neither intense nor lively. Will others be able to understand it? This song is not exactly suitable for a competition and was not a good choice. I don't care about others. In any case, I understood it, and I think it's wonderful. I can't use words to describe how much I love the clown. In my eyes, he poured in every ounce of his emotions into singing this song. The audience was chattering away. A wry smile hung from Chunguang's lips. He's sung so many songs, but no one can identify him from his voice. Zhang Xia shook her head. I can't think of who he might be. Amy said, irritated. I can't tell from his voice either. Yao Jinkai spread his hands and said with a laugh, if you people from the music industry can't identify him, then I definitely can't guess who he is. There were no deafening high notes. There was nothing uncontrolled in his technique. The clown used his extremely magnetic voice to tell a story without any hint of showing off. This song was so advanced. This singing was so advanced. Life's More Than the Grind one was performed by Su Wei in Zhang Ye's previous world, and Gao Xiaosong was the songwriter, with both the melody and lyrics written by him. Zhang Ye had not planned on singing this on today's stage and had prepared it as a backup piece. But when he took the stage, he could not suppress the thought of it. He just suddenly wanted to sing this song, so he sang it. In the waiting area, Petal Shower, Spinach, and the others were all there. As the applause did not stop, Dong Shanshan did not invite the next singer on stage, even though she was already there herself. She was simply waiting for the atmosphere to calm down. The clown returned to the waiting area. Petal Shower looked deep into his eyes. That was amazing. The clown changed his vocal register and said, Thank you. Sunset Glow looked at him. I really like that song. Can I cover it? The clown laughed and said, Sure. Spinach smiled bitterly. You guys are too good. Godly seniors, please lead the way for us. Yesterday's Daylily asked, Teacher Clown, which big name in the industry are you? The clown chuckled. I'm just a newbie in the music industry. He really wasn't lying. But how could others believe him? In fact, they were floored. A newbie? Stop pretending already. To Spinach and Yesterday's Daylily, the clown and Petal Shower both belonged to the type of singers with elite singing skills, even if they had completely different singing styles. It was very difficult to judge who was better and more of a case of beauty being in the eye of the beholder. But compared to themselves, these two teachers would definitely annihilate them in a singing competition. Spinach pulled a long face and said, I don't want to go out on stage anymore. The clown smiled and said, Sing well, and you're sure to win. Spinach said, Please don't try to comfort me. Who can beat you after that song? Yesterday's Daylily suddenly said in amusement. Teacher Clown's song was such a divine stab. He could not prevent himself from bursting into laughter. I'm dying of laughter. Spinach, Sunset Glow, and Petal Shower burst into laughter as well. Indeed, this stab was really too vicious. A coincidence? Bullshit. What coincidence? How could there be such a coincidence? Sunflower had just finished singing a song about how life was dark and a grind. And then you came along and sang about how life's more than just the grind. The clown must have definitely done this on purpose. Li Yu is probably in his waiting room, his face green with anger. Teacher Petal Shower is also amazing. Yeah, she straight up prevented Li Yu from advancing to the next round. Hi. But Li Yu will still be able to make a comeback next episode. Yes, he won't be stopped in the elimination round. If he sings a Cantonese song, then, yeah, it's difficult to say who'll end up as the eventual winner if that happens. Li Yu is really good at Cantonese songs. The masked singers were on quite friendly terms as they chatted. Li Yu's backstabbing had led the other contestants to become wholly united against him, and they grew close as a result. On stage, the audience was still applauding. Dong Shanshan had no other choice but to smile and speak into the microphone. Shall I tell everyone a joke? Only then did the applause lessen. Dong Shanshan said, There was once a host who wanted to tell a joke to her audience, but the audience did not laugh. That's all. That's the joke, so let's welcome our next contestant, Spinach. The audience was tickled. Uffed. What a bad joke. How is that a joke? Ha ha ha. But with that interruption from Dong Shanshan, the audience was drawn away from the emotions brought on by the song. Spinach took a deep breath. I'm going on, the clown said. Break a leg. Yesterday's Daylily looked at her with sympathetic eyes. Just do your best. Spinach forced a smile and quickly walked onto the stage. The music started. The melody was very familiar. When Zhang Ye heard it, he got slightly surprised and then smiled. Spinach sang softly, "To my dear mom and dad. How are you two? Have you been busy working? Are you healthy? I'm in Beijing. It's pretty good. Mom and dad, don't you worry for me." It was A Letter to Home, which Zhang Ye had sung at Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala. The audience was stunned. She was singing really well. She was singing it incredibly well. Zhang Ye, Yesterday's Daylily, and the others had not expected that Spinach could sing so well either. Her singing style was very silky, her crystal-clear voice sounding fantastical. When she sang A Letter to Home, it felt completely different from Zhang Ye's version. It carried a unique flavor. After the song was over, some of the audience were in tears. Soon after, the clown was invited back on stage. Dong Shanshan smiled. "Let's first have the guessing panel of judges say a few words." Chen Yidong was the first to speak. Spinach's singing and voice were quite good. The emotions were on point, and I was moved when she sang that last part of the song. But compared to the clown, she's probably not at his level yet. Spinach humbly bowed. "Thank you, teacher." Zhang Xia asked, "Spinach, have we ever worked together?" Spinach coughed. "Yes." The audience gasped. Zhang Xia immediately probed further. "Was it at that gala last year?" "Gala? What gala?" Nobody could understand what she meant. Spinach smirked and said, "The director isn't letting me answer." "All right, I get it." Zhang Xia said, amused, "So it really is you. No wonder. You can sing this well." But Chen Guang was not in the know. "Who is she?" Amy said, "Grandma Zhang, please tell us." Zhang Xia smiled and said, "I can't say who she is aloud, but I can give you a hint. This young lady is not considered as someone from the music industry or someone with a musical background." Then she told Spinach, "You sang very well, and us two are like old friends. But if I had to vote, I would still vote for the clown. Please don't blame Grandma." Spinach laughed and said, "It's fine, Grandma Zhang." The judges' attitudes were very obvious. The audience felt the same. Spinach was indeed not bad. She could sing well, her song was good, and her singing touched people. But the clown's song had already reached a level where it couldn't be distinguished between good or bad. He had sung to another plane. In the waiting room, Sunflower watched the television, utterly uninterested in the results. He knew that the clown would definitely win. In the next round, Sunset Glow was certain to get through as well. Then only he, Spinach, and Yesterday's Daylily would be left to compete in the elimination round. Since it came down to that, he knew that he would still be able to win even without singing. Therefore, he was not worried at all. He was in a terrible mood right now and had not expected that things would turn out this way, nor that Petal Shower would perform so exceedingly well. He had not managed to fight for the position of Masked King. Today, then he'd just have to leave it for the next episode, or the episode after that. In any case, he still had plenty of future chances. He would stop underestimating his opponent's talent in the future and sing the Cantonese songs he was best at to sweep everyone aside. In the studio, Dong Shanshan nodded and said, "All right, please get ready to vote." There wasn't much suspense to the voting, though. The clown was going to win this for sure. In the wings, Hu Fei started talking with his co-workers. Da Fei asked, "Brother Hu, do you think that Spinach can eliminate Sunflower?" Hu Fei shook his head. "There's no chance of that." Ho Go added, "Even if Spinach excels, she's still not a match for Li Yu. Moreover, there are so many Li Yu's fans in the studio today." Xiao Lu said, "Yeah, don't expect too much from Spinach and Yesterday's Daylily. Even if Sunset Glow somehow loses and goes into the elimination round, she still won't be a match for Li Yu. He is a tenor singer, and his next song will definitely be a Cantonese one. Even if Petal Shower went up against him again, I think it would still be difficult to beat him." Han Chi came over. "Then wouldn't Sunflower still act smug on stage tomorrow? He's so annoying." Da Fei said, "Then what should we do?" Petal Shower defeating Li Yu even when he had all the advantage was already a miracle. Other than Petal Shower and the clown, who amongst the other contestants can stop him? But a voice shocked everyone. The clown suddenly spoke up, and his words dumbfounded everyone in the studio. "Please wait a moment." The clown lifted his microphone as he said with a chuckle, "Spinach sang admirably this round. If the voting begins, I'm afraid that the votes would be too disproportionate and I would lose badly. So why don't we skip the vote, and I admit defeat instead?" Then he looked at Dong Shanshan and asked, I am allowed to admit defeat, right? Dong Shanshan was stunned. Hu Fei was shocked. Zhang Xia, Yao Jiankai, and the other judges were surprised. In the waiting room, the look on Li Yu's face became one of thunder. The audience exclaimed. Han Qi was dumbfounded. Petal Shower and Sunset Glow were stunned. Spinach nearly fainted on the spot. Admit defeat? You're admitting defeat? A second later, realization dawned on many people. He was doing this on purpose. He was definitely doing this on purpose. Petal Shower had gotten rid of Li Yu in the first round. And now, the clown wanted to follow up on it by taking him on in the elimination round. Damn it. Have you gone crazy? Isn't this as good as going for broke? Chapter 1024. A Sudden Turn of Events. Chapter 1024. A Sudden Turn of Events. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. On Weibo, Li Yu's fans were all laughing happily. Have they finished recording the show yet? I have no idea. Brother Li Yu is definitely going to be the masked king. Right, recording might have already ended. Just based on teacher Li Yu's reputation alone, who can best him? I really wanted to attend the recording and listen to Brother Li Yu sing. The media was still plugging this news. Many of the PR campaigns that Li Yu's team had spent money on were still bombarding the public space with news. No suspense as to who will become the third episode's masked king. Li Yu, the darling of the music industry. Sunflower has been holding back in the competition all this time. A sunflower that sings Cantonese songs is unbeatable. Only a matter of time before Li Yu returns to the A-list. Sunflower's popularity to usher in a career high if he becomes grand champion of King of Masked Singers. The speculation in the outside world was getting intense. Even the onlookers started to believe that Li Yu would definitely become this episode's masked king. But unbeknownst to them, Li Yu had already lost the right to compete in the third episode's battle for the masked king. Neither did they know that the recording studio was currently in chaos. At the studio, the clown's words had shocked everyone. Dong Shanshan forced herself to calm down and said, You want to admit defeat? The clown nodded. That's right. Dong Shanshan asked, Are you sure? The clown said, I'm quite sure. There aren't any rules about this, so I can't make the decision. I'll need to ask the program team. Dong Shanshan immediately looked to Hu Fei and the others in the wings. Many of the audience members stood up looking confused. Why is he admitting defeat? Afraid that you'll lose by too much? You must mean to say that you're afraid you'll win by too much. Why did the clown do that? He clearly sang really well. This song can easily sweep Spinach aside. Yeah, the clown would definitely have won. So why did he admit defeat? Didn't all the judges only have good things to say about him? This fellow must have gone crazy, right? If he admits defeat now, he'll have to go into the elimination round and take on Sunflower. Sunflower will definitely sing a Cantonese song, and then wouldn't the clown get eliminated? Then he'll have to take off his mask. Yeah, although I also want to know who the clown is, it's just the third episode. I don't wish for him to be eliminated so early in the competition. His mother was also stunned. What's going on? His eldest young sister said anxiously, I don't know. A lot of people were confused by what was going on, but some people understood exactly what was going on. Hu Fei and the others could vaguely guess what the clown was thinking. When the clown decided to admit defeat, it set their pulses racing with excitement. Li Yu had become a ticking time bomb that could bring everyone down with him. The program team could not wait to get rid of this cancerous tumor. But during their earlier discussion, they had concluded that among all the contestants, only Petal Shower and the clown had a chance to put up a fight against him, and that it was impossible for the others to win. Even though Petal Shower's and the clown's chances of winning were very slim, with Petal Shower performing exceedingly well and eliminating Sunflower in the first round, the program team staff thought that this was the best possible outcome and a miracle as well. They had not expected that anyone would be able to kick him out of the competition in the upcoming elimination round. But the clown came forward. No one could have known this would happen. Hoga said excitedly. Teacher Clown. Dafei stammered. This. Xiaolu was extremely touched. How righteous. Teacher Clown has such strong sense of justice. Han Qi was panicking. No, he absolutely must not do that. Another staff member said, What if the clown loses? Then, he's planning for it to be a death match. We're not talking about the first round here. This is the elimination round. Whoever loses will get eliminated. He's going all out. The clown is quite interesting. How brave would you need to be to do that? Fucking hell. This is super exciting. Director Who, what should we do? Director Who? Everyone is waiting. How are we going to handle this? The program team staff congregated and were in complete disarray. On the stage, Spinach experienced the most complicated of feelings as she finally understood what the clown meant when he said, "Sing well, and you're sure to win," before her turn to take the stage. At the time, she thought that the clown was just comforting and encouraging her as he was afraid that she would be too nervous. But she understood now that even before she'd gone on stage, the clown planned to concede the match. The clown knew that Spinach was definitely not a match for Liu, so he wanted to take him on by himself. Before the competition started, Petal Shower had said it. Why not just stop Liu from advancing to the battle for the Masked King? Why not just get Liu eliminated from the show? No one took her words seriously then. But now, they were getting closer and closer to realizing those words, especially after the clown announced that he would concede his match. They've gone mad. One was Petal Shower, who clearly knew that her opponent was Liu, but still switched spots with Spinach. The other was the clown, who clearly knew that Liu would sing a Cantonese song to the best of his abilities in the elimination round, yet still took the risk of possibly revealing his identity by admitting defeat so that he could knock Liu out in the elimination round. These two were lunatics. These were two lunatics who had very strong self-confidence and were fearless. Spinach quickly said, "Teacher, I..." The clown waved it off and laughed. Dong Shanshan communicated through her earpiece. All right, I understand." The program team staff had come to a decision. At once, everyone's eyes landed on Dong Shanshan. Amy was so anxious she was already standing. Honestly, she really liked the clown a lot and did not wish for him to go up against Liu. If that were to happen, the clown would be more or less done for. Liu's assistant was staring from the wings. Dong Shanshan spoke. The program team has decided. They will allow the contestant to admit defeat. Everyone flew into an uproar. The audience blew up. Dong Shanshan announced, "I hereby announce that the winner of this match is Spinach." No one applauded. Seeing this, the clown started clapping very hard and gave Spinach a thumbs up. Then he raised his hands and gestured for the crowd to give her their applause. With that, applause started to ring out in the audience. Spinach hurriedly bowed to give her thanks. However, Liu's assistant could not accept this. Assistant Su went straight to Hu Fei and the program team and sought them out. What is the meaning of this? Does the show have a rule about being allowed to admit defeat? Isn't this messing things up? He clearly did that on purpose. Hu Fei looked at her. Are you the director? Assistant Su choked. Hu Fei shouted, "This is our Beijing TV show. Do I need you to tell me what to do?" Liu and his team's arrogance had infuriated the program team staff beyond recognition. It was our show to begin with. You people breached the contract by taking the liberty of revealing who he was, broke the rules, used underhanded methods to ask for votes, and paid for PR campaigns. Yet you still have the balls to accuse us of messing things up? Breaking the rules? Fuck off. Who the fuck do you think you are? Did you think this show belongs to you? That you could do whatever you liked? Assistant Su was also angered and wanted to argue with them. Hoga called over the security guards. Throw her out of here. Da Fei said, who let this person in? This is a workplace for our employees and restricted for non-staff. Guard this place closely in the future and don't just let any Tom, Dick, or Harry enter. Tom, Dick, or Harry. I'm Liu's assistant. In the music industry, who doesn't talk to me courteously and politely? Assistant Su was furious. Great, just watch. Xiao Lu spit out. What an asshole you are. Assistant Su said angrily. Who are you insulting? Xiao Lu pointed at the assistant's nose and said, I'm insulting you. What sort of a television station was this? What sort of a program team was this? Assistant Su yelled, You're going to speak to me like this? Do you believe I won't expose you to the media? Xiao Lu stalked toward her like a little tigress and said, Go ahead and expose us. Do it. Da Fei sneered. You're fortunate that teacher Zhang Ye is not around today. If he were around, with that temperament of his, you'd probably leave this place on a stretcher. They were all Zhang Ye's old colleagues. In fact, their behavior and temperament were not like this in the past. Even if they were faced with some annoyance, they wouldn't have lambasted someone like they had now. Further, This person was even a former A-lister's assistant. It was only after they had been around Zhang Ye for a long time that they had changed a fair bit, so it was inevitable that they got influenced by some of Zhang Ye's bad habits. They might not have even been aware of this themselves. So perhaps this was where Zhang Ye's unique charms lay. Chapter 1025. I Really Hate You? Chapter 1025. I Really Hate You? Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. In the waiting area. As soon as the clown and spinach came back, they were surrounded by yesterday's daylily, petal shower, and sunset glow. Petal shower said in shock, "Are you serious?" The clown laughed. "Yeah." Sunset glow gasped. "How sure are you that you can win?" The clown shook his head. "I don't know." "You don't know, but you still did that?" Yesterday's daylily had to take his hat off to him in admiration. Petal shower thought for a moment before saying, "If Sunflower's first song had been a Cantonese one, I probably wouldn't have won. I've checked with Bai Yuanfei and Sunflower's second song is going to be a Cantonese one, so be careful." She had always known that in order to eliminate Sunflower today, it would take more than her alone because she could only face off against Sunflower in one round. She needed someone else who could sing as well as her to finish the job. But Petal Shower did not make this clear as she could only ask this of herself, not the others. She did not expect that someone would understand her intentions. And all the more did she not expect that someone to be the clown. This man had always felt especially mysterious to Petal Shower. He seemed familiar, like he was someone she knew, yet was somewhat unfamiliar because she had no impression of anyone like that at all. The clown was quite calm. "I will." Spinach clenched her teeth and said, "You must win." The clown chuckled. "Okay." Could he win? Zhang Ye wasn't sure, but he was also too lazy to think about it. He just found Sunflower to be unpleasing to the eye, and so wanted to knock him out. This was Zhang Ye's style. Even with a mask on, his attitude was the same as before. If this fellow saw something that he didn't like, he would have to get involved. Could there be anything more enjoyable than this in life? In Sunflower's waiting room, Assistant Sue came rushing back in anger. The camera in the waiting room was turned off as they requested not to be filmed. Assistant Sue said, "That clown did it on purpose." Sunflower grunted. "I know that. If he goes to the elimination round, his next opponent would be you?" Assistant Sue said in worry. But Sunflower simply smiled. "Do you think that I'll lose today?" Assistant Sue said, "But the first round." Sunflower said, "I'll be singing in Cantonese for my next song." Assistant Sue immediately rested assured. Cantonese? Then the win would be a sure thing. Even if the clown was a amazingly talented singer, he wouldn't be able to use a Mandarin song in today's setting and atmosphere to beat Liu, who was going to sing a Cantonese song. As the news had already spread, many of those who came to attend today's recording had the mentality that they would be listening to Liu sing a Cantonese song. With such anticipation, there would surely be an outpouring of emotion once Liu appeared on stage. At that time, it wouldn't matter who took the stage. In the clown's waiting room, on the television, the match between Sunset Glow and yesterday's Daylily began. Han Chi came back in all angry. "Teacher, you're taking a huge risk." The clown smiled. "It's not that bad," Han Chi said anxiously. "But this is Liu we're talking about. He's the biggest name of all the contestants here." The biggest name? That wasn't true now, was it? Zhang Ye chuckled, but did not say anything. Everyone thought that Sunflower was the biggest name of all the contestants on King of Masked Singers. But in reality, nobody, not even the program team, knew that this unknown clown was actually a much bigger name than Sunflower. Comparing who was more popular? Would I be afraid of you? Zhang Ye even had the confidence to say that if he were to take off his mask and reveal his identity, even if he were to sing the hottest ethnic trend one, he could take the throne of the Masked King. But there was no meaning to that. Zhang Ye did not come here to compete with popularity. He was not here to swagger before others. The point of the show was for the celebrities to cast aside their popularity and reputation to compete solely on talent. But of course, he didn't dare take off his mask at this time. He was afraid that it might halt the broadcast of the show. As such, when faced with an arrogant Liu who had resorted to using his popularity to beat the others, Zhang Ye despised him. "I didn't use my popularity against you, yet you want to use your popularity to stifle me?" It had been Zhang Ye who personally knocked Liu off the A-list celebrity rankings. So Zhang Ye found it rather amusing. Which song should I choose? Which song would be most suitable? Zhang Ye started pondering. He had prepared a total of 4 songs today, and Life's More Than the Grind was just used. Now there were 3 songs remaining. That one, or that one. Should he combat him indirectly, or clash with him head-on? He was a little undecided as it was difficult to make a choice. So he simply gave up on thinking. Zhang Ye turned his attention to the television to watch the match between Sunset Glow and yesterday's Daylily. He didn't feel anxious, but Han Chi said in panic, "Teacher, what are you doing?" Zhang Ye said, "Watching their match." Han Chi said in disbelief, "We're faced with elimination, yet you're taking things at your own pace? What if we get eliminated in the next round? Have you thought of which song you'll sing? I heard that you rehearsed." "For songs." Zhang Ye laughed. "Let's think about it when the time comes." "When the time comes. But it's coming right up." Han Chi gave up. She truly believed that the clown didn't have much of an advantage. If she were to be blunt about it, today's stage was Sunflower's home field. Even if the clown could sing a little better than Sunflower, he still couldn't beat him, unless he was like Petal Shower, who could crush him with both her song and singing skill. Singing skill? Everyone knew that the clown had that. But as for the song choice, what song could take on the Cantonese song that Liu was going to sing? Sunset Glow and yesterday's Daylily finished singing. The voting began. The results were decided very quickly. Unsurprisingly, Sunset Glow won by a huge margin. Yesterday's Daylily was not surprised. He smiled sadly as he congratulated Sunset Glow. This match was very exciting to watch, and the audience got quite a bit of enjoyment out of it. But when they thought about how the elimination round was coming up, much of the audience got distracted once again. Sunflower? The clown? Yesterday's Daylily? Of those 3, 2 had to leave the show. Only one of them could remain. How cruel was this? Can this episode get any more exciting than this? The clown and Sunflower were currently the 2 contestants with the highest popularity. In the eyes of many, these 2 were supposed to be fighting for the crown of the Masked King and were both capable enough to do that. But today, these 2 had ended up fighting for the right to survive on the show. One of these 2 had to be eliminated. This development came out of left field. The elimination round was about to begin. The audience was getting so excited it was like they were on an adrenaline rush. It's starting. The first round is over. It's time for the elimination round. Liu will prevail. There's no suspense to this. We don't even need to watch. Haha. Liu's going to perform the songs he's best at. Cantonese songs. Come and sing the Cantonese song. Yeah, we've been waiting so long. We came here today just to see Liu sing in Cantonese. The studio was heating up. Many of Liu's fans were waving their fluorescent glow sticks to cheer on their idol. At the panel of judges, Zhang Xia asked, "Who do you guys think will win?" Chen Yidong smiled and said, "Definitely Liu, I guess." Wang Zhuishu thought about it. "Actually, I'm hoping that the clown will win. But I can't think of a reason why Sunflower would lose. He has the advantage of being in just the right place, at just the right time, and as the just right person." Amy was worried. The clown is in danger. Yao Jiankai did not quite understand. He asked, "Didn't Petal Shower beat him just now?" Chen Guang explained, "Sunflower will be singing a Cantonese song. As a Hong Kong singer, him singing in Cantonese and Mandarin are 2 totally different things." Yao Jiankai simply said, "Oh, so it's like that." On stage, Dong Shanshan raised her cue cards and recited some advertising messages. Then, with a smile, she said, "Next we head into the elimination round. Let's welcome our first competitor, Sunflower in the Starlight." Cheers erupted instantaneously. Liu. He was incredibly popular. Even before he started to sing, a lot of those in the audience were already standing. Then, the title of the song was shown on the teleprompter screen overhead. When some of the audience members saw it, they screamed even louder. This was a purely Cantonese song. It was a love song. It was one of Liu's representative works. I Really Hate You. Lyricist, Su Fei. Composer, Liu. This was Liu's debut song. Back then, the song wasn't terribly well known but held a very special meaning for Liu. He performed this song at almost every concert. Since then, many fans gradually became familiar with the song and also started liking it. This is great. I love listening to this song. Liu's maiden work. I'm looking forward to it. There's no hope for the clown now. That's right. Chapter 1026. The Clown vs. Sunflower. Chapter 1026. The Clown vs. Sunflower. Translator, leg editor, leg. On stage, the man with a sunflower mask took to the stage slowly. There were screams and shouts coming from the audience, each one louder than the last. Zhang Ye's mother said, "I rather like this guy." His father nodded. "MHM." His second sister said in anticipation, "His Cantonese songs have always been great." It's starting, it's starting." His third sister held her breath. The music played, and the studio turned quiet. The audience was very cooperative and accommodating towards Sunflower. Those girls who had been making a racket during Petal Shower's performance were now covering their mouths, afraid that they would cause a disturbance and affect their idol. Cello strings, piano keys. A familiar melody floated on the stage. Many in the audience were so familiar with this song that they started humming along to it in their heads. Sunflower raised his head and gripped the microphone. "I really hate you. Those memories. I really hate you. Have forgotten me." A female fan looked enchanted. A lot of people had closed their eyes to listen to the song. They were enjoying it to the utmost. It was wonderful. This was what a Cantonese song should be. Previously on this stage, only the clown had performed a Cantonese song. It was done informally as he sang something about a hamlet or something, talking about the villagers and goats and cows. At that time, his singing pronunciation was rather inaccurate and had badly shocked many people. Thus, the Cantonese song Sunflower was presently performing would be considered the first true Cantonese song to be sung on King of Masked Singers. Compared to Zhang Ye's previous world, Cantonese songs occupied half of the industry's market share here and wasn't considered a niche market. The reason that no one had yet to sing a Cantonese song on this stage was not that Petal Shower and the others thought Cantonese songs niche, but that they couldn't sing them. Performance of these songs largely depended on the singer's hometown. If there were any signs of bad pronunciation during the song, it could easily cause the listeners to lose interest in the entire performance. But as Liu was a born and bred Hong Konger, there was no need to talk about his pronunciation. Moreover, he had started out singing Cantonese songs, and more than 80% of his released albums were in Cantonese. Since this was his livelihood, it would be a wonder if he couldn't sing it well. The audience was very receptive to his performance. At the judging panel, Chen Yidong praised, "Great singing." Amy agreed, "It is pretty good." Liu was considered a veteran in the entertainment industry. When everyone learned he was going to perform a Cantonese song, they all knew that it wouldn't be bad even without listening. He had the ability to sing well, and the song was good too. Zhang Xia commented, "There's no surprise here." Chen Guang stated objectively, "It's good, but I've heard him sing this song too many times, and it's always much the same. It's not a song that can really raise our spirits." Wang Zhuishu said, "Sunflower today seems." Zhang Xia replied, "Yeah, he's fairly average." Yao Jinkai turned around to look at the audience's warm reception and said, "But the audience seems to be buying it." Yes, a lot of the audience members were convinced by the performance. As long as it was Liu singing, they'd think it was good. They did not care about whether the tenor of this song was appropriate or if the particulars of the singing were handled well. On the stage, Sunflower knew it himself. He had been affected by the previous round, thinking that he should be fighting for the throne of the Masked King today. But with Petal Shower stopping him, he was in an awful mood and rather upset as well. He regretted not singing the Cantonese song he was best at in his first appearance, which would have ensured his victory. He had underestimated his opponents. These thoughts kept running through his head, even while he was performing, and it definitely affected how well he was doing. But fortunately for Sunflower, he was very experienced and had a good singing technique. That was enough for him to handle today's situation. As he got to the latter half of his performance, he actually sang better. "I hate you, I hate you. Why can't I forget the past? When you said you loved me, it was so beautiful. Why did you leave me in the end? I really hate you. Those memories. I really hate you. Have forgotten me." Some of the female audience members were screaming at this point. They stood up and clapped, thrashing their fluorescent glow sticks. Several of the judges on the guessing panel were stunned by this. They hadn't expected that Sunflower could readjust his emotions and handle the latter half of the song so exquisitely. If they had to give him a score, they would give him 85 points out of 100 for this performance. This was a very good performance, much better than the Mandarin song he had performed. Zhang Xia, Chen Guang, and the others looked at one another. This was the end for the clown. He didn't stand a chance. Sunflower was relying on his popularity with the audience. Even the Mandarin song he sung averagely almost evened out with Petal Shower's amazing performance, although he narrowly lost at the end. With this, I really hate you. The clown's chances of winning had nearly fallen to nil. No one was optimistic about his chances. Backstage, in the waiting room, Zhang Ye was listening to Sunflower's performance, not speaking. I really hate you. He didn't like this song either. Perhaps his values were far too different than Li Yu's, and they were two people who didn't go well together. So Zhang Ye stopped focusing on listening. Now that he was by himself in the waiting room, he found his bag and took out his cell phone, which he kept on silent mode. He had wanted to check the netizens' comments about the contestants, but saw some unread text messages that his mother had sent to him instead. His mother, son? His mother, where are you? Why don't I see you anywhere? His mother, didn't you get here really? Early today. Zhang Ye immediately replied, yeah, but I'm busy right now. Very quickly, his mother texted back, did you get the money? Zhang Ye smiled. Yes. Thanks, Mom. It was quite an achievement to get 10,000 yuan out of you. His mother, you rascal, don't spend it recklessly now. When you find a job, you must pay me back. It'll be a loan to you for now. By the way, Mother's Day is coming soon, but you don't have to worry about buying me anything. I don't need anything, and I don't like anything either. Consider that as a heads up in case you're thinking of planning something, got it? Also, if you have the time to do that, quickly find a job. Go out and network some more, ask around too. If there's still nobody who wants to hire you, then screw those idiots and come back and rest at home. You won't have to do anything anymore. You can even save yourself their incompetence. Zhang Ye felt his heart warm. I understand. His mother. Okay, I'm gonna stop talking now. Your dad and I are listening to Sunflower sing, and I think it's pretty good. Behind him, the door opened. Han Chi came into the room. Teacher, you're almost up. All right. Zhang Ye placed his cell phone back into his bag and exhaled. Then he turned around and walked out. Sunflower had finished singing, but the thunderous applause in the studio could still be heard backstage. Han Chi was very nervous. You can do it, teacher. Hu Fei saw the clown approach. The clown, break a leg. Da Fei cheered. Teacher, go get him. Xiao Lu added. You'll definitely do well. Petal Shower looked at him. Sunset Glow nodded at him. Spinach raised her hand and gave him a thumbs up from not too far away to cheer him on. However, in comparison to that overwhelming applause in the studio for Li Yu, everyone's cheers for him felt underwhelming. Could he win? A lot of the program team staff sighed. Today's Li Yu had turned completely shameless, paying for PR campaigns in the media, exposing himself, asking for votes, causing trouble, and he even performed his breakout song. Unless the clown had an even more astonishing song, he wouldn't stand the ghost of a chance of competing against Li Yu. What could he possibly do? So did Zhang Ye have such a song? The answer was a resounding yes. He definitely had one. In fact, he had many. The other times he was on stage, Zhang Ye had performed some of the less mainstream songs in the competition. But this did not mean that he didn't know how to sing mainstream songs. He just didn't bring them for the audience to hear because he thought it wasn't time for that yet. But today, Zhang Ye did not plan to hold back anymore. He was ready to bring one of them out to compete against Li Yu. Which song should he choose? He considered the song that Li Yu performed. Cantonese? I really hate you. Instantly, Zhang Ye made a decision. That one. Chapter 1027, The Clown's Cantonese Song. Chapter 1027, The Clown's Cantonese Song. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. On stage, Dong Shanshan smiled and said, let's welcome our next singer, the clown. Applause rang out. He's coming. It's the clown. How unlucky of him to have to appear after Li Yu. Haha, it doesn't matter what he sings now. Li Yu sang really well. But of course, that's his signature song. Li Yu is still the best when he sings in Cantonese. No one can sing Cantonese songs on this stage except for Li Yu. That in and of itself is an overwhelming advantage for him. Even if the clown performs exceedingly well, like Petal Shower did today, it's unlikely that he'll win in this round like she did in the previous one. This round will be decided by the type of song. And even if the clown sings really well, a lot of people won't compare his song to Li Yu's Cantonese song. There's no way to compare them as they are totally different styles and languages. Since there's no comparison, it won't matter who sings better. No one will be able to distinguish whose singing was better, so the only thing left to compare is their popularity. And how many people in the studio today don't know Li Yu? Who wouldn't spare him some face? Then is the clown definitely going to lose? Of course. He can only blame himself for admitting defeat just now. The audience was applauding, but it did not sound very enthusiastic and felt more like a symbolic welcome. Although there were still a lot of people who were not Li Yu's fans looking forward to the clown's performance and wondering if he would be singing yet another original. The outcome of this round was already very obvious to many of them. Li Yu did not return to his waiting room and just waited around at the holding area. He looked at the clown and sneered internally. He even admitted defeat on purpose so that he could try and knock me out in the elimination round. All right then, bring it on. What kind of Mandarin song are you going to sing this time? I'm all ears. The clown took the stage and walked straight to the house band. The band looked at him and asked, "Which song will it be?" The clown replied, "The third song we rehearsed." Music director by Yuan Fei was shocked. "Are you sure?" "I'm quite sure." Zhang Ye smiled. The band's guitarist said in a speechless manner, "Why are the songs you choose always the ones we don't feel optimistic about? Of the 4 songs you rehearsed, it was the other 2 songs we were optimistic about. So why did you choose these 2 songs to perform?" Zhang Ye said, "Because you guys haven't listened to me sing it yet." Indeed, the clown had just hummed along to the melody during the rehearsal. He did not actually sing. The drummer said, "Are you sure?" Zhang Ye said, "It must be this song." Bai Yuanfei nodded. "Okay, you're the singer, you decide." After changing scores, the band did a little warm-up. The audience became confused when they saw that. Looking at the stage, Zhang Ye's father asked, "What's the matter?" His eldest sister wondered, could he have only just decided which song to sing? His mother replied, "Can you even do that?" His eldest sister said, "Generally, no one does that because it's too risky." At the judging panel, Zhang Xia sighed and said, "If the clown gets eliminated, it would really be such a pity." Amy felt that this discussion of theirs would not be aired, so she did not hold back. More importantly, it's unfair. This isn't a music and singing competition anymore. With Sunflower's antics, it has turned into a popularity contest. Chen Guang said, "The clown has a chance to win." Yao Jinkai asked, "Oh? How?" Chen Guang said, "He can also reveal who he is by removing his mask on stage." Amy gave a bitter smile. The clown would never do such a thing. Chen Guang spread his hands. That's why he won't win. Under the premise that Li Yu had already exposed himself as a Hong Kong singer, and with this atmosphere, it's almost impossible for him to win if he uses a Mandarin song to verse Li Yu. Amy said, "There's no hope for him then." Everything was ready on stage. The band nodded to the clown. The lights dimmed. Everyone instantly focused their attention on the clown. 1 second. 2 seconds. The music did not start yet because the clown was still adjusting his breathing. Several of those female fans of Li Yu's started shouting again without warning. "Hurry up. Why isn't it starting yet? Let's go, brother Li Yu. Li Yu is the best." In the silence of the studio, those voices cut through the air. When they finished shouting, they looked at each other and laughed. In the wings, Li Yu was smiling. Backstage, Assistant Su was gloating. However, the judges frowned. Some of the nearby audience members looked at them in disgust. Zhang Ye, though, was in no rush to begin and did not seem to hear the commotion. He was no longer bothered by the outcome. All he could think about was his mother's messages from earlier. He couldn't refrain from raising his head and looking in the direction of where his parents were seated. He couldn't quite make them out in the distance, but he still managed to locate where they were sitting. His parents were looking at him as well. At this moment, he suddenly felt a pang of guilt. As Zhang Ye was in a good mood these days, he had helped them buy breakfast for 2 days and did the laundry twice. But in the end, his parents' behavior nearly made Zhang Ye laugh. They thought that there was something wrong with him. They thought that he was in need of money. They thought that he had something to ask of them. And they even quickly transferred 10,000 yuan to him. It was truly a very funny incident. But right now, Zhang Ye could not muster up a smile at all. He felt very guilty about how little his contributions to his family were. That just by doing a few minor chores at home, his parents felt overwhelmed by his actions. Thinking back on things, Zhang Ye felt very embarrassed as he suddenly thought that he had not been a good son. All of a sudden, he felt like he had a lot of things that he wanted to say. The music started. It was very soft guitar strumming. The title of the song was projected onto the teleprompter screen. The moment when they saw the title of this song, many audience members were stunned. I really love you one. Zhang Xia was stunned. Chen Guang was surprised. Petal Shower and Spinach were both taken aback. Li Yu was dumbstruck and a dark expression spread across his face. The audience stared and their jaws dropped. I really hate you. I really love you. Zhang Ye was facing his parents. He gently raised his microphone. The moment he sang the first line, everyone in the studio, including the program team, judges, contestants, and the audience, were dumbfounded. They could not believe what they had just heard. Some of the audience members even jumped out of their seats in shock. The clown sang softly, "Those hands that cannot be beautified, forever warming me from behind, nagging but still caring for me. I'm guilty of not seeing your love." Amy screamed, "Ah!" Zhang Xia stared, slack-jawed. Chen Guang stared wide-eyed. Petal Shower said in a speechless manner, "What?" Spinach said in a daze, "He." Hu Fei was dumbfounded. The audience was also dumbfounded. A Cantonese song. The clown was singing a Cantonese song as well. And why did his Cantonese sound so fucking standard? Why? Oh my god. Oh my god. Everyone in the studio looked like they had seen a ghost. The band playing the accompaniment was shocked. The clown closed his eyes and sang. Absorbed in music she did not like. But a mother's love never dies. With tenacity and joy, I strive to return your love at last. Your lessons and gifts still warm my soul, looking after me without complaint. Suddenly, the guitar accompaniment stopped. Half a second later, the drum beat kicked in as the guitar accompaniment came back along with the bass and drum set all at once. The music exploded through the studio. The entire studio was shocked. Everyone felt like their blood was erupting with energy. The clown pointed into the audience. "It's you. With those loving eyes. You taught me to face the future with grit. You urged me not to quit when I fell down. I can't explain how to return your love. Your immense love is endless. So, please, permit me to say I really love you. Dad, Mom, I'm not too good with words and don't know how to express myself that well. I can talk a lot with other people. When I meet my friends, I can chat with them day and night. If someone offends me, I can scold them for 3 days and nights. But in front of you two, I sometimes can't even speak a single word. I don't know what to say or how I should express myself. But I really love both of you. I really love both of you." In the audience, his mother suddenly burst into tears. For some reason, she had started to cry. Zhang Xia was also in tears as she looked at her pair of aging hands. Tears streamed down her face for whatever reason. When she reached up to wipe them away, she realized that her tears were increasing even as she tried to wipe them away. In the studio, a lot of mothers were crying. Many children clenched their teeth. They did not know what was happening to them, just that they thought this song was amazing. It was really great. Zhang Ye continued singing. "Those hands that cannot be beautified, forever warming me from behind, nagging but still caring for me. I'm guilty of not seeing your love. I still recall your loving hands, taking care of me unchangingly. My dream has finally come true. I hope I can share the glory. Your lessons and gifts still warm my soul, looking after me without complaint." The music stopped and exploded again. Zhang Ye sang loudly, "It's you. With those loving eyes." At this moment, a lot of people could not help but stand from their seats and wave the fluorescent glow sticks in their hands to the rhythm. A lot of them were shocked and had tear stains on their faces. No one could believe that the clown could actually sing such a song. "You taught me to face the future with grit. You urged me not to quit when I fell down. I can't explain how to return your love. Your immense love is endless. So, please, permit me to say I really love you." Screams. Applause. He was about to upend the studio. Suddenly, the music stopped again. There was no sound at all. The audience unconsciously stopped clapping and covered their mouths. Hypnotized, they stared at the clown on stage as the entire studio went eerily quiet. The clown raised his microphone. "Dad, Mom, thank you. Thank you for bringing me up. Thank you for teaching me right and wrong. I. The clown raised his microphone again and lowered it again. 1 second. 2 seconds. Everyone was looking at him. The clown raised his microphone for the 3rd time. "So please permit me to say, I really love you." Chapter 1028, Professional Face-Smacking Athlete. Chapter 1028, Professional Face-Smacking Athlete. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The clown's final line in a cappella unleashed an outpouring of emotion from many in the audience. Some of them started crying. Some were desperately holding back their tears. They all understood the song as its lyrics had triggered tears in many of them. The clown was not singing, "I really love you," or "I'm telling you that I love you very much," or even, "Do you know that I love you?" What he sang was, "Please permit me to say, I really love you. Please permit me." It was completely different from telling you. It was completely different from asking to say it. "Please permit me" had an apologetic tone that carried a sense of guilt, especially during that last line the clown sang in a cappella. He had raised his microphone twice and lowered it twice because he could not manage to sing it. It wasn't until the third time that the clown raised his microphone that he was finally able to sing it. That kind of emotional struggle, that sense of guilt and reservedness were all thoroughly portrayed in this moment. This was no longer a matter of singing skill anymore. It was a sublimation of emotions. There was no pretentiousness to it. There was no affectation. It was all natural. The emotions he displayed throughout the song were so real that everyone found it hard to believe. No one knew that the clown's parents were actually seated in the audience. The music started and ended with a cappella. The clown lowered his microphone and bowed deeply. The performance ended. His mother stood up crying. Zhang Ye also stood up in tears. Applause erupted. Cheers rang out. That was great. That was so unbelievable. It was a Cantonese song. It was actually a Cantonese song. The clown wanted to compete against Liu with what he's best at. I don't know what to say. Oh my god. Isn't this song too good? And it's even an original? Who the fuck wrote this song? Who wrote it? Earlier, I thought that Liu would win. But I'm thinking differently now. Me too. Who said that the clown would lose? There are two songs I've listened to this year that have made me cry. The first one was A Letter to Home, that Zhang Ye sang on the Spring Festival Gala stage. The other is this one. I'm not attracted by the singing, but by the lyrics and emotions poured into the song. It was so great and so amazing. Is this who the clown is? Everyone has underestimated him. I have no words. I can no longer express what I'm feeling. All of a sudden, someone shouted, "The clown." Then shout after shout sounded. The clown. The clown. The clown. The clown. The shouting was syncing up. The voices were getting louder. Zhang Ye walked off the stage. Han Chi rushed over to him. Spinach, Sunset Glow, and Yesterday's Daylily, and the others went up to him together. Her cheeks stained with tears, Han Chi exclaimed, "You're incredible. That was fantastic." Looking shocked, Petal Shower said, "How'd you do that?" Sunset Glow stared at him and said, "There are only two possibilities as to why he can sing a Cantonese song so well. The first possibility is that the singer already knows Cantonese, so he naturally wouldn't have a problem with the language. The second possibility is that if he is a singer who doesn't know Cantonese, he sings this song repeatedly and continually. He would have to listen to the original version hundreds to 1,000 times and then practice it dozens to hundreds of times to be able to have such a good pronunciation. Teacher Clown, you're way too astonishing. How'd you manage to do it?" Though she'd been in the competition for a long time now, this was the first time that everyone heard Sunset Glow talk so much. She was usually a reserved person who didn't talk much. Yesterday's Daylily said anxiously, "Yeah. How did you manage to do it?" The clown did not answer. He just laughed it off. Dozens of times? Hundreds of times? Surely it was even more than that. This song was extremely famous in Zhang Ye's previous world. All those songs he had sung would not have the reach and influence that this song possessed, even if they were all grouped together. How could Zhang Ye have only listened to it several hundred times? He would sing this song every time he went out for karaoke and would hear it at all kinds of places from time to time. If it were any other Cantonese song, Zhang Ye would probably not know how to sing them because he really did not know Cantonese. He could only understand some simple sentences, and his pronunciation was not good, in addition. But if it was, "I really love you" one, he could handle it without any problems. It would be impossible to get the song wrong. In truth, Zhang Ye had not intended to use this song. It wasn't that he didn't like this song, but because this song would seriously make him look like a bully. He had wanted to use a song that was mainstream. Yet how was this considered a mainstream song? It had already surpassed the boundaries of mainstream. It was a well-known classic in his previous world. But if Liu wanted to play dirty? If he wanted to bully others by using his popularity? Then Zhang Ye had no choice but to bring this song out. Moreover, Mother's Day was approaching. He had really wanted to sing this song so that he could convey some words to his parents. There were some things that Zhang Ye could never say to them under normal circumstances. Since he could not say them, then he would use this stage and song to tell his parents. The crowd was still applauding. The clown, the clown, the clown. In the waiting area, Li Yu's face turned green with rage. He never expected that the clown would choose to sing a Cantonese song. Not only him, no one else expected it either. Logically, as Li Yu was a Cantonese singer from Hong Kong, it was normal for him to sing a Cantonese song. Since that was his mother tongue, he could sing such songs almost effortlessly and had been doing so for a decade now. Even if they thought with their feet, no one should have used a Cantonese song versus Li Yu in the crucial elimination round. But that was exactly what the clown did. And his Cantonese was not even any worse than Li Yu's. It was too professional. His pronunciation was too standard. Even if it were Li Yu who went out to sing, it wouldn't get any better than this. Why? What the fuck was this? How did he know how to sing a Cantonese song? Li Yu had no way to understand it. No one could understand it. Could this person really be a singer from Hong Kong? But that was impossible. That was absolutely impossible. Everyone had thought that the clown would not win because they had taken today's atmosphere and circumstances into account. Everything was advantageous for Li Yu, and nothing indicated that the clown, who sang in Mandarin, could secure a victory. This was because Cantonese and Mandarin songs were two different musical genres that could not be compared. As long as they could not be compared, even if the clown's singing were better and he performed exceedingly well, things would be meaningless. A lot of the audience members would support Li Yu based on their feelings because of his popularity. But what shocked everyone was that the clown had fucking sung a Cantonese song. And even the title of the song was smacking Li Yu's face. The Beijing television program team staff saw that the clown had left the stage and were looking at him in astonishment, as if they were seeing some kind of kind. It's similar circumstances to your last song. He sang about how life was dark and a grind, while you sang about how life's about more than just the grind. He sang a Cantonese song. You also sang a Cantonese song. He sang, I really hate you. And then you fucking sang, I really love you. Fuck your big brother. Are you a professional face-smacking athlete? Are you planning to bash his face so hard that it becomes swollen? This is slapping him to his fucking death. Chapter 1029, Double Play. Chapter 1029, Double Play. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. In the wings. Yesterday's Daylily sighed and said, It's my turn. Spinach cheered, Break A. Leg, Brother Daylily. What kind of name is that? Yesterday's Daylily said, Hi, do I even need to go on stage? Spinach smiled and said, You can't make it through regardless, so let loose and sing. Yesterday's Daylily looked at her, speechless. Are you trying to console me? Spinach nodded. Well, yes. Yesterday's Daylily almost burst into tears. Thanks a lot. It took a lot of effort for the audience to calm down. Then Dong Shanshan immediately announced that the next contestant take the stage. Yesterday's Daylily took a deep breath and strode out onto the stage. He knew that he definitely stood no chance today. Whether it was against Sunflower or the clown, they were both much better singers than he was. Moreover, the two of them had already accumulated a lot of popularity on this stage. As a result, Yesterday's Daylily let himself go since this was his last song on the stage. All he wanted now was to show the best side of himself. Going into the performance with this thought, he managed to do much better than expected when singing his song. The judges were surprised. The audience was also surprised. Even Yesterday's Daylily did not expect it. He had sung his second song much better than his first, surpassing his usual level. The elimination round performances ended. Dong Shanshan smiled and said, All right, now let's welcome Sunflower and the clown back on stage. Sunflower and the clown returned. When the audience saw them, they gave them a thunderous round of applause. The clown. The clown. Li Yu. Li Yu. The shouting started again. Dong Shanshan maintained order. Everyone, please calm down. Shall we have the judges give their comments? Who are you cheering for in this round? Who do you think will make it into the next episode? The judges were silent for a bit. Dong Shanshan named one of them. Teacher Yao. Yao Jinkai chuckled and said, I'm just a layman, so I can't make any professional judgments here. Let's listen to what the other teachers have to say first. Zhang Xia spoke. I'll talk about Yesterday's Daylily first. I still can't recognize who you are, but I think that you should be somewhat well known in the music industry. You were a little nervous during the first song and overly cautious about making mistakes, so you didn't manage to perform to your potential. But for the second song, you sang very well, and the choice of song was good as well. You gave me the feeling that you're like a younger version of Chun Guang and full of potential. Yesterday's Daylily bowed his head. Thank you, Teacher Zhang Xia, but I don't deserve to be compared to Teacher Chun. Zhang Xia thought for a moment. Then, for Sunflower in the Starlight, a lot of people already know who you are. For you to be sing like that, I completely expected it. But of course, it did not manage to surprise me as a result. I believe that you did not manage to perform to your best today. As for the clown, I still have nothing else to say besides the fact that you're outstanding. This, I really love you, truly made me cry. Thanks to you and the team behind you for writing such a song. She was speaking without bias and on the performance itself. But Amy's comments were more skewed. If I were to choose, I would definitely pick the clown. Whether it's his singing or the song, they raised the bar over the other two performers. And I was disappointed with Sunflower's performance today. Although it was nice to listen to, it did not reach that quality I was looking for. Sunflower did not say anything. The clown kept quiet as well. Actually, Sunflower did not perform as poorly as Amy had said. It was because of Li Yu's behavior and extreme methods that Amy didn't have a good impression of him. How could you expose yourself outside the show? Paying for PR campaigns? Asking for votes? Using your popularity to muzzle the other contestants? All right then, us judges can do the same to you and restrain you on the show. Haven't you heard the saying, only the official is allowed to light the fire? Some members of the audience were not having any of this. What the heck? What are you saying? Li Yu sang so well. What lousy song was the clown even singing? Is there something wrong with your hearing? What kinds of judges are these? Are you sure they're professionals? Tui. Some of Li Yu's fans were annoyed by the judge's comments. Chen Guang did not care about the commotion in the crowd. He asked, the clown, are you actually a singer from Hong Kong? Wang Zhuishu also asked, are you? When the clown sang the Cantonese version of Our Villagers, his pronunciation was not too standard. It was even so funny that it made a lot of people double over with laughter, and no one thought that he was a Cantonese singer. But with today's song, he had confused everyone again. Who could he be? Just where was this singer from? Chen Yidong stared at the clown. Can you give us some clues? Amy asked as well. You mentioned that you were at least a B-lister? Is that true? Also, where are you really from? They were very curious. They were so curious about who this man was that they would die to find out. The clown thought for a moment before raising his microphone and singing. My home's in the northeast, on the Songhua River. There are hills and dales covered with soybeans and sorghum one. He could switch between two different accents. The judges and audience fainted. Bro, could you please stop messing around? Just stop it. What the heck was even happening? You were just a Hong Konger, and now you've become a Northeasterner? Everyone had to take their hat off to this person. They were completely taken in by this person's ability to sing spontaneously about anything. And he could even do it so convincingly. Dong Shanshan didn't know how to react as she stood beside him. What sort of person was this? Why does he never say anything truthful? Sunflower's eyes underneath his mask were staring coldly at the clown. Yao Jinkai looked at him curiously. This person was really too wondrous, wasn't he? In the entertainment circle, other than his longtime partner Zhang Ye, was there another person who was like this? Dong Shanshan quickly said, all right, let's begin the voting. As this is the elimination round, and there can only be one contestant who stays in the competition, everyone should consider their votes carefully before casting them. In a heartbeat, the atmosphere turned tense. Sunflower looked into the audience. The clown did not say a word. Give it to Li Yu. Give it to the clown. I really love you. That's the best song I've ever heard. Do you even know Cantonese? The lyrics were shown on the big screen. Can't you read? I Really Love You is the only song that I fell in love with immediately after hearing it. It's goddamn amazing. It even suits the occasion well. Mother's Day is coming up. These two songs of the clowns were incredibly touching. I could hear from his performances that he truly sang them from the bottom of his heart. I used to think that the clown was very godly during the last two episodes, but I've realized that he's even more godly in this episode. I like that life's more than the grind. Hurry up and vote already. Li Yu's ahead. What? The clown. The clown. Li Yu. The audience members were nearly coming to blows. Zhang Ye's father didn't really know how to operate the voting device. He was getting on in age after all, so it was difficult for him to pick up something new. As a result, he handed the voting device to Zhang Ye's eldest sister and said, "Dandan, help me to vote." His eldest sister said, "Sure. Who do you want to vote for?" His father didn't hesitate. "The clown." His mother also said, "Help me too. Who do you want?" His eldest sister looked at her. His mother said, "The clown." His third sister exclaimed, "What? You're all voting for the clown? Then me too." His mother said seriously, "Even if Zhang Ye were to come today, or whichever heavenly king, I would still give my vote to the clown." His second sister said, "Me too. I was actually here to support Li Yu, but when those two Cantonese songs were sung, it was too obvious who sang better. The difference between those two songs is too obvious. I really hate you. It was just a petty love song, but I really love you." This was a song about a great love. The tallies were ever-changing. Sunflower had taken the lead and never relinquished it. The clown was in second. Yesterday's Daylily was in last place. 10 votes. 50 votes. 100 votes. When Li Yu saw this, he heaved a sigh of relief. He thought to himself how his popularity was still holding up. No matter what the clown sang, he shouldn't lose. He used to be an A-lister after all, a big name who was famous throughout the country, so how could he possibly lose to an anonymous singer whose identity no one knew? However, when the voting was coming to a close, Li Yu's expression finally changed. The clown was catching up. Then, the clown overtook him. Li Yu's expression instantly darkened. What was happening? What the hell is this? Keep voting for me. All of you, give me your damn votes. What the hell are you people doing? Just what? Hurry up. Hurry. The clown, on the other hand, did not turn to look at the big screen and just stood there quietly. Close to the end, Li Yu was too scared to watch. His dark look was facing the audience, and he was really panicking now. He had chosen to offend Beijing television and the other singers by revealing himself, which had led to this situation, all because he wanted to get to the throne of the Masked King and become the grand champion of the show. He had wanted to use King of Masked Singers to garner more support and make his return to the A-list celebrity rankings. But right now, even he himself did not know why he wasn't in the versus round for the crown of the Masked King. Instead, he was actually facing the risk of elimination? How could this be possible? This didn't make any fucking sense. Finally, Dong Shanshan announced, "All right, voting has ended." The entire studio fell silent. A lot of people looked angry, but many others were gasping. "The winner is," Dong Shanshan announced, "the clown." Instantaneously, applause filled the studio. Sunset Glow felt excited. Spinach was screaming. Hu Fei shouted, "Great." Han Shi was so excited she nearly cried. "He won. He won. Teacher Clown has won. My God. This was too unbelievable." Petal Shower took the first round while the clown handled the second round. It was a double play. The two of them had killed off Li Yu. The task that had seemed impossible to everyone had been completed by Petal Shower and the clown. The Beijing television program team staff did not know what to say. Some of them could not believe it. Some of them were dumbfounded. Assistant Sue, who was backstage, almost smashed the things around him. Son of a bitch. On stage, Li Yu couldn't breathe. Why? How did this happen? Petal Shower? The clown? Who the fuck are you people? Dong Shanshan suddenly said. Teacher Sunflower, Teacher Yesterday's Daylily, sorry, but you have been eliminated. The two of you did quite well, and the judges have given both of you their comments. Right now, you can choose whether to reveal yourself or not. Would you like some time to think? Sunflower's face stayed under the cover of his mask. Dong Shanshan had to ask again. Sunflower said, I choose not to take my mask off. He stormed off the stage without even making a speech. How embarrassing. How face-smacking. Right now, Li Yu no longer had any face left to reveal himself. His face had been smacked swollen. Chapter 1030, Troublemaking Fans. Chapter 1030, Troublemaking. Fans. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Sunflower left the stage dejectedly. When many of Li Yu's fans saw this, their hearts broke. Brother Li Yu. Li Yu. How could you eliminate Li Yu? This is such a shady show. They were trying to take down Brother Li Yu. Unfair. This is unfair. Some of his diehard fans were having none of it. They started shouting and screaming as though they were intent on causing trouble. When Hu Fei and the program team staff saw this, they could only shake their heads lightly. This was indeed a case of a celebrity having fans of similar temperament. Li Yu's integrity was already questionable as he had started doing things unscrupulously. In order to fight for the crown of the masked king to garner popularity for his status, he resorted to underhanded methods. Looking at his group of fans, it seemed that many of their characters were the same as his. They did not know of the severity of their actions, nor did they care about respecting others. The program team staff then thought about teacher Zhang Ye. Looking at teacher Zhang's fans, they didn't usually show much support for him in normal times. Whenever he met with trouble, his fans would always appear to gloat at him first by fooling around and ridiculing him. But once teacher Zhang encountered real trouble, his fans would always gather their support and contribute their strength without a moment's hesitation. This was because they knew what respect was and could differentiate between the severity of an incident. They understood when it was right to make jokes or fool around and when not to do so. They knew better than anyone. This was where they were different. And this was the only difference between their fan bases. Yesterday's Daylily took off his mask. The judges were all shocked. It's you? Hey, so it's you. Shin Guang knew him. Amy also knew him, but was not really close. Yesterday's Daylily was not exactly a rookie in the industry. He had debuted in the music industry around 4 years ago, but hadn't made much of an impact so far. He wasn't that well known, but was given some songs to sing for a few movies and television dramas in the past year. Lucky for him, those projects were very well received and his songs became popular along with them. Perhaps not many would know his name, but if there was any mention of those songs, most people would immediately recognize them. I've heard his songs before. I like him. His singing's actually not that bad. Right, it was simply because his opponents were too strong that he got eliminated. Many of the audience members gave him their applause. However, Li Yu's fans started booing, with a lot of them noisily leading it. Beijing television could only send someone over to give them a warning. In the wings, the clown had just returned. Petal Shower, Spinach, and the others met up with him over here. Petal Shower put out her hand. Nice teamwork. The clown shook her hand. Nice teamwork. Spinach exclaimed, you two were really shocking. The clown and Petal Shower both shook their heads and laughed. That was Li Yu. That was fucking Li Yu, goddammit. He was knocked out the show just like that by these two people. He got eliminated. Especially the clown, who faced the former A-lister who specialized in Cantonese songs. Just who the hell was this guy? He managed to bring Li Yu to the point where he didn't even dare take off his mask. Actually, if the clown had beat Li Yu by just singing normally, Li Yu might not have ended up leaving the show in such a way. After all, he had come onto the show to garner more support. If he had taken off his mask, that would surely have helped him gain more popularity even though he had lost the competition. But as things turned out, Li Yu did not take off his mask. There was no way he could do it, because the clown had really been too much of a jerk. First, he took a hit while he was down. Then came another 2 blows. Life's more than the grind, and I really love you had given Li Yu a hard slap one after the other. He even destroyed him with a Cantonese song, the area Li Yu was supposedly most skilled in. If it were someone else, they would have chosen not to take off their masks too. How could they? Just why would they want to take off their mask? Han Chi came over. Teacher. The clown looked at her. Hey. Xiao Lu came up to them in astonishment. Teacher Clown did. You really win. Han Chi was finding it difficult to express herself. Ayu. Dafei also came up to them. I really love you made little Han cry again. In fact, it also made me crying. It was so good. That song was so damn good. Han Chi and Dafei often listened to songs, but had never cried because of one. They never once thought that anyone could possibly cry because of listening to a song. It wasn't until they heard the clown perform live, and after listening to Petal Showers and the others' performances, that they finally understood that listening to people sing live was a totally different experience. The song, I Really Love You, that the clown had performed today was earth-shattering. Sunset Glow suddenly asked, Did your agency write this song for you? Zhang Ye did not say anything. He just laughed. Spinach said in amazement, What kind of a musician can write a song like that? Petal Showers suddenly said, Could Zhang Ye have written them for you? Zhang Ye was startled and couldn't help letting out a chuckle, although he still did not say anything. Sunset Glow said, Yeah, Zhang Ye is very good at writing songs, but he doesn't write them for just anyone. Then she looked at the clown and said, Well, it's fine if you don't wish to tell us. We won't ask anymore. They had a lot of guesses. But none of them could have expected that the man standing in front of them was Zhang Ye himself. Not far away, Dong Shanshan could be heard saying, "Next up, let's head into this episode's battle for the Masked King." An hour later, the recording of the show ended. At some point in time, Zhang Ye, who had already changed out of his costume and taken off his shoes and mask, was walking around among the program team staff. Many of the staff greeted him. Teacher Zhang, why didn't we see you around all this while? Did you watch the recording today? It was wonderful. Petal Shower was the Masked King in episode 3. You know, the clown stood a chance as well. Teacher Zhang, I think director who was looking for you. Show recording was a very busy process and there were a lot of things to handle, so no one really took note of Zhang Ye and did not think much of his sudden disappearance or appearance. In an office, Zhang Ye found Hu Fei and went inside. When he came in, he saw that his parents and cousins were around as well. Obviously, Hu Fei brought them over from the studio after the recording ended. Zhang Ye smiled and said, "Brother Hu Fei pointed at him. Your parents have been looking for you for the longest time, but you couldn't be found anywhere." Zhang Ye said, "I was watching the recording studio side the entire time. Mom, Dad, let's go." His parents stood up and said their goodbyes to Hu Fei. Hu Fei smiled and said, "Auntie, Uncle, feel free to come by often." Then, he turned to Zhang Ye's cousins. "Come by whenever you want to watch a live recording of our show. There's no need to bother your cousin in the future. Just come and look for me, and I'll bring you in." Such treatment was not even afforded to the assistant directors. In the entire program team, only Zhang Ye's family members would have such preferential treatment. No one could raise any objections against it. His third sister exclaimed, "Thank you, Brother Hu." Zhang Ye raised his chin and said, "What? Just once is enough. Do you really think you'll be coming here every episode?" His second sister pouted, "Brother, you're really petty." Zhang Ye rolled his eyes. "Do you think that other people do not need to work? Stop giving them unnecessary trouble." Hu Fei said in amusement, "Don't listen to him. If you all wish to come, just come. I am the boss, and the entire program team listens to my decisions." The sisters cheered. Then they left the office. His mother exclaimed, "I got such a kick out of watching the performances." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "It's not too shabby, right?" It was great. His mother had experienced many emotions today, especially when the clown sang that, "I really love you." I just bawled. Then she glanced at her son and shook her head. "Look at him, then look at you. When will you sing something like that for your dad and me?" His third sister teased, "With that lousy voice my brother has, even if he tries to sing, would you want to listen?" His mother nodded in seriousness. "True. I guess he better not sing then." His family all laughed. Zhang Ye rolled his eyes again and tapped his third sister on the head. "How dare you trample over me?" When they were about to reach the exit, they could suddenly hear arguing. People were squabbling outside the door. There were over a dozen young men and women shouting and screaming outside. "This is such a shady show. You people rigged the results. This episode's Masked King should have been Li Yu. How can you eliminate Brother Li Yu? This is pissing me off. We need an explanation today." When Brother Li Yu left the stage, he was so crestfallen. "You people were such bullies. Get your boss out here right now. Right? Call your boss out here." These dozen or so people blocked the staff exit and did not budge for anyone. With them there, none of the staff could leave. A few employees on the King of Masked Singers program team staff were trying to talk sense into them. "What are you doing? This is a staff zone." Someone had called the security guards, and they came over. When the security guards were about to chase them away, Li Yu's fans started shouting, "Don't you dare touch me. The security guards are hitting us. Someone come here. Are there any reporters?" This program team is shady as fuck. They were completely shameless. More and more people had gathered by now. It didn't matter if anyone came to chase them off or talk with them. His third sister said, "What kind of fans are these?" His eldest sister shook her head. "These people are so awful." His father knitted his brows. "Right when we're about to go home too?" Nobody could leave. Some of them were pointing at the door, while others could not hold back from complaining angrily. However, that group of Li Yu's fans did not seem to hear anything and linked arms to blockade the exit. "If you people don't give a proper answer to Brother Li Yu, don't even think of leaving today." It was the same bunch of people who had created trouble during the recording. No one could do anything. Such irrational fans were the most difficult to deal with. Zhang Ye could no longer sit back. He squeezed through the crowd and pushed forward. His mother was taken aback. What are you trying to do? His father said, Little Yi. Beijing television staff spotted Zhang Ye coming to the front and made room for him. Teacher Zhang, look at them. Aren't they just trying to make trouble? Being shady? Even if there were someone being shady, it would be Li Yu. Here, in full view of the crowd, Zhang Ye made his way to those die-hard Li Yu fans who had formed up a human chain to block the exit. When they saw that it was Zhang Ye, all of them were stunned and instinctively took a step back. Zhang Ye simply stood there and stared at them without saying a word. You. Cough ahem. Those people immediately lost their hostility. A boy in the group tried to speak. Brother Li Yu was. A companion next to him quickly pulled at him. Let's go, the boy said angrily. Why do we need to leave? That person whispered. That's Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye, the hooligan of the entertainment industry that everyone was afraid to encounter. Causing trouble? Beating someone up? Scolding others? He had done all of that before. They knew that they could be unreasonable with other people because they were sure that Beijing television security would not risk laying a hand on them, and neither would the staff in front of them try to do so. But Zhang Ye was different. If he decided to get rough, he would even curse at the president. This isn't over. We'll talk about this another time. Just you wait. A few of them acted tough and shouted a few threats before turning tail. Zhang Ye turned around to his parents and 3 sisters. All right, let's go. A bunch of the bottlenecked staff didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Thank you. Thank you, Teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhang still commands the most respect around here. Director Zhang, thanks for your hard work. Haha, your appearance still works best. They had shouted at the troublemaking fans, called security, and even threatened to involve the police, but none of that worked. In the end, when Zhang Ye came over and stood there, the fans left without uttering another word. His 3rd sister blinked hard, then giggled. So your reputation really is that infamous, huh, brother? Zhang Ye had no response. What are you even saying? When the staff around them heard that, they broke into fits of laughter. Uft. Ha. Chapter 1031. The 3rd episode is broadcast. Chapter 1031. The 3rd episode is broadcast. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Saturday evening. The 3rd episode of King of Masked Singers was about to be broadcast. After the last 2 episodes build up, the show was getting more and more popular. Those who had not noticed or viewers who were not optimistic about the show at first were now attracted to it with the massive amount of talk the show had generated. Coupled with Li Yu revealing himself before this episode was recorded, the discussions on Weibo had exploded since yesterday after everyone knew that he was competing in the show. With today's official broadcast, it had pushed the show to its highest point on the trending lists. It's starting. I'm so looking forward to it. My brother Li Yu. Someone mentioned that Li Yu got eliminated? Damn, you really believe that? Haha, it must be a rumor. Even if brother Li Yu did not get crowned as Masked King, he definitely wouldn't get eliminated. Are you stupid? How can you believe that? That's right. There isn't even anyone who can eliminate as a talented singer as Li Yu on this stage, unless it's someone on the level of Zhang Yuanqi, Chen Guang, or Fan Wenli. However, when they saw that Petal Shower won her match against Li Yu, many people went crazy for a moment. It was totally unbelievable. What? God damn it. Petal Shower won. There's really no doubt about her victory. Petal Shower must have been on adrenaline today. I think I know who Petal Shower is. At the very least, it should only be a select few candidates. Petal Shower's singing was wonderful. Sunflower cannot be blamed for this loss. Still, there was no one who felt that Li Yu would get eliminated. Then, it was the clown's turn to take to the stage. Life's more than the grind. Isn't this face smacking? Fuck. Damn, the clown is way too mean. Yeah, Li Yu just lost, but he's kicking him when he's down. I'm so entertained by this song. Does he need to be so ruthless? But they had yet to find out that the even more ruthless event was about to place. The clown admitted defeat. A lot of the people were dumbfounded by this decision. Admit defeat? What's he planning? Oh my god. Within the music industry, at a recording company, many people's expressions changed. The clown intends to go into the elimination round. Has he gone crazy? He hasn't gone crazy. He wants to verse Li Yu. Isn't that crazy? He has no chance of winning against him. Unfortunately, he already did. How do you know? Yesterday's industry news. I heard that Li Yu's hand was forced to the point that he didn't even take off his mask and left the stage in dejection. That's impossible. I don't believe it either. Could it be a rumor? Just wait and see then. At a talent agency. Today, many people were watching King of Masked Singers while working overtime. It was not that they were lazing around, but that they had been tasked by their boss to do so. Ever since the premiere, this show was no longer treated as just a simple entertainment show. It had become an industry benchmark and a case study to follow. When did such a person pop up in the music scene? Who is this clown guy? Can we sign him? How mysterious. We don't even know which celeb he is. I've already contacted some of my friends at Beijing Television, but their mouths are all zipped shut and they won't reveal any information. It's possible to guess who the other singers are as there are some likely matches, but there are zero details when it comes to the clown. If we want to sign him from his previous agency, we'll have to establish his identity first. On Weibo, I really hate you. Li Yu has finally sung a Cantonese song. Yeah, he's finally used his trump card. Haha, he's definitely going to win. The clown was too confident. He should be dumbstruck now, right? Li Yu sang well. Yeah, Li Yu performed well. It's the clown's turn. What's this song about? Fuck. I really love you. Is he trying to contradict Li Yu? When was there ever such a song? Is this yet another one of his originals? Where did he get so many originals? Who could have written all those songs for him? Oh my god, it's a Cantonese song. It's a fucking Cantonese song. The clown is competing against Li Yu with a Cantonese song? Heavens, is he crazy? When it comes to singing Cantonese songs, who can beat Li Yu? Yeah, how many years has Li Yu been singing Cantonese songs? Does he think it's funny to do the same? Isn't this a joke? Stop chatting. Listen to it. This song. It suddenly went quiet online. When the viewers listened to the clown's performance on television, they were all stared and their jaws dropped. It's great. Holy shit, it's so good I'm crying. Please permit me to say I really love you. This singing my fuck. Can the song be any more amazing than this? It's time to vote. He won. The clown won. Li Yu really got eliminated? Fuck, I still thought that was a rumor. Is the clown even human? There's really no question about him winning. By performing this song, how can he expect anyone to compete against him? He can't really be a Hong Kong singer, right? Your home's in the Northeast? On the Songhua River? He said that he is a Northeasterner. Uffed, do you guys really believe that? This dude is full of bullshit. There was an explosion of comments on Weibo. The results of the third episode's competition exceeded everyone's expectations. In no time, the internet was filled with discussions related to this episode of King of Masked Singers. Whether it was on Weibo or the forums, they were similarly flooded with messages. The next day, the viewership rating of King of Masked Singers was out. The third episode had once again ushered in a significant increase to the viewership rating and was steadily climbing. The staff of Beijing Television were bursting with joy. Meanwhile, the King of Masked Singers program team staff were just as excited, and their celebratory cheers could even be heard in the hallway outside their office. The top Chinese music chart was also updated. On this day, the top Chinese music chart was once again dominated by King of Masked Singers. Number 1. The Clown's I Really Love You. Number 2. Petal Showers, That's Me. Number 3. The Clown's Life's More Than the Grind. From the 4th to the 12th place, more than half of the songs were from King of Masked Singers. Although Petal Shower became the third episode's Masked King, and it was her first time getting the title, the number 1 song on the top Chinese music chart still belonged to the clown. In fact, it was far ahead based on the statistics. I Really Love You had even shot up directly to the 4th spot on the monthly chart, with the 2nd and 3rd spots also belonging to the clown at this moment. They were Wild Rose and Opera, respectively, both of which had charted for more than a week now. According to this momentum, there was no doubt that I Really Love You would take the place of the monthly number 1. It might even storm onto the annual chart. Petal Shower followed closely behind. No one else on the entire chart was a match for these masked series of singers. It was too popular. The show, its singers, and the singers' songs had all become extremely popular. Even a lot of the well-known musicians and producers in the industry were tongue-tied and wide-eyed. Chapter 1032, The Ugliest Celebrities Rankings. Chapter 1032, The Ugliest Celebrities Rankings. Translator, Leg editor, leg. Monday. Zhang Ye woke up early. Zhang Ye browsed the latest celebrity rankings index and saw that his popularity had dropped a little again. Actually, it was not considered a drop as the popularity scores still rose. However, if it rose too slowly or remained constant, then with the other celebrities' overall popularity scores rising, it caused his popularity to appear like it had dropped. Although King of Masked Singers was created by Zhang Ye single-handedly, he was not credited as the show's executive director, nor was the host. He did not even appear on screen. As a result, even though King of Masked Singers became popular throughout the country, the popularity it gave to Zhang Ye was limited. On this point, he was not surprised and even felt that it was expected, so he did not treat it as something serious at all. As long as he did not go down in the rankings, things would be fine. Zhang Ye turned his attention to the other celebrities. Amy's popularity had soared. Yao Jiansai's popularity had soared. And it was the same for Chen Guang as well. The judges who were part of the guessing panel on King of Masked Singers all experienced an increase in their popularities due to the show's vast exposure and viewership. This was the most prominent for Dong Shanshan. As the show's solitary host, her position was a special one. Although she did not have many lines in the entirety of the show, she gained the greatest increase in her popularity score. It was the same for the contestants who had revealed their identities. After King of Oddity was eliminated in the first episode, his popularity kept rising and there were constant inquiries for him to take on commercial appearances. There was even talk about how his value had increased by 50%. Yesterday's Daylily, who revealed himself 2 days ago, also saw a surge in his popularity. In today's morning news, it was revealed that he was going to hold a nationwide concert tour, and his talent agency was already promoting it heavily. Before this, yesterday's Daylily's popularity would at most enable him to hold a medium-sized concert in a first-tier city like Beijing. But now, he was talking about holding a nationwide concert, though the attendance numbers were still in question. What about the clown? Petal shower? Sunset glow? As far as they were concerned, everyone knew that once these people took off their masks to reveal themselves, there would definitely be an explosion in their popularity. It would assuredly be much more than all the contestants whose identities were already revealed put together. And their popularity was still accumulating right now. As for who the final winner would be, it all depended on the latter part of the competition to see who could remain until the end and be crowned as the grand champion of King of Masked Singers in the grand finals. In any case, the show had made a lot of people even more popular than they used to be. Of course, there was also an exception, Sunflower Under the Starlight, Liu. Liu also gained an increase in his popularity, although it was not enough for him to get back onto the A-list celebrity rankings. Based on Sunflower's popularity and momentum before this episode, if Liu had revealed his identity on stage, his popularity should logically have experienced the greatest increase. But no one could have expected the factors of the competition to change so unpredictably. Who could have thought that Liu would lose so badly after Petal Shower and the clown worked together to team kill him? The clown was even the most vicious of all, kicking him while he was down, then repeatedly kicking his face so badly to the point that Liu wouldn't even remove his mask and just left the stage quietly. His Weibo had remained inactive ever since. This incident affected his popularity greatly and had paid the price twice over. Not only did his popularity not increase by much, his reputation was tarnished as well. He was now getting farther and farther from the A-list rankings and was unlikely to make a comeback anytime soon. That about summed it all up. Zhang Ye was still in a good mood and was humming a tune in bed. DD. The chat app notification on his cell phone sounded. Someone had mentioned him in the goof group. Ning Lan. Boss Zhang, are you still unemployed? Zhang Ye sent a smiley face. I've been sitting idle at home. When he looked at the chat history, he saw that a lot of messages had accumulated. Although this group consisted of the heavenly kings and queens, as well as A and B listers, it was always very active with the chat members constantly shooting the breeze. As Zhang Ye was not much of a chatty Cathy, he had muted the group some time ago. Ning Lan. Sister Zhang was looking for you. Zhang Ye wondered. HM? What's the matter? Zhang Yuanqi popped out. I'd like to ask you about someone. Zhang Ye typed. Ask away. Zhang Yuanqi. Who's the clown? Zhang Ye got anxious for a moment and lied. I don't know either. Ning Lan. Aren't you on the program team? Zhang Ye. I was only in charge of pre-production. I didn't take part in the production itself. Zhang Ye. At Qingguang, what about you, old Qin? Do you know? Qin Guang also appeared. I'm just a judge. If Director Zhang doesn't know, all the more I wouldn't know. I've also been trying to guess who the clown is. Actually, the entire music scene is trying to guess who he is. Fan Wenli showed up. Does anyone have any idea at all? I'm also curious. Spring Gardens Xiaodong. Sister Fan. Tell us the truth. Did you go on King of Masked Singers? Fan Wenli. I didn't. Ning Lan harumphed. Liar. Fan Wenli. Qin Guang tried to change the subject. Xiaodong. Did Li Xiaoxian from your group go on the show? Xiaodong. How would I know? Qin Guang. You don't even know about your team member? Xiaodong. And you don't even know about your wife? Qin Guang. Ning Lan. Boss Zhang. Did you write those songs for the clown? Zhang Ye blinked several times. No. Ning Lan. Is that so? At Huadongfang, was it your company's old he who wrote the songs? Huadongfang appeared as well. I don't think so. Old he rarely writes songs for people he doesn't know. Zhang Ye. What if it's someone he knows? All of the clown's songs were each better than the last. It's impossible for them to have come from nowhere, right? Quick, please tell me if any of you know who the clown is. Qin Guang. Tell me too. I'm already planning to work with him. Ning Lan. Old Hua. Are you the clown? Huadongfang, huh? What are you talking about? Xiaodong. Why do I get the feeling that sect leader Hua is guilty? Could it really be you? Huadongfang. There were all sorts of guesses and random accusations. Then, a big shot actor said, stop talking about the clown. Old Li is still in this group, so let's leave some face for him. Her. Hi, Old Li sure was. Unlucky. Forget it. Let's not talk of it. Everyone stopped speaking about it. Although a lot of them felt that Li Yu had indeed handled the situation improperly, they would still leave some face for him. However, they knew that Petal Shower and the clown were not to blame for getting mad over the issue either. There's a poll on Weibo again. Oh, it's that. Haha, it's time for that poll again. What poll? There's a link posted. See for yourself. Zhang Ye tapped it in curiosity. Weibo's front page popped up on screen with a headline that was extremely eye-catching. It turned out to be a celebrity attractiveness rankings poll held by Weibo, similar to the annual most popular and unpopular celebrity awards poll that was also organized by Weibo around the Chinese New Year period. There was always a lot of attention on these two polls each year. At 12 noon, the domestic celebrity attractiveness rankings poll officially began. The chat messages in the Goof group were flooding in. Xiaodong. Who participated in this poll last year? Huadongfang. Ning Lan was last year's champion, with Sister Zhang coming third while I was ranked 11th? Or was it 12th? Ning Lan was a little embarrassed. My company helped to boost my votes to create hype back then, as I had an upcoming movie. Please don't mention it anymore. Zhang Ye asked naively. You can even do that? Ning Lan. What did you think? Zhang Ye. This industry is a real mess. Xiaodong. Teacher Zhang, you're also part of the industry, all right. Qin Guang reminded everyone. How can Director Zhang possibly be in the same industry as us? Have you ever seen a person as carefree as him in the entertainment industry? Ning Lan. I'm not going for it this year. Old Shun, why don't you help your wife contend for it? It would do her popularity good. Qin Guang. She has no chance. I think I have a better chance. Ning Lan, dream on. I think you're better off contending for the ugliest celebrities rankings. Qin Guang. Zhang Ye asked. There's even an ugliest category? Ning Lan. Of course there is, Boss Zhang. You really don't pay much attention to the entertainment industry's affairs, do you? Although it's not an official ranking, there's always been a great deal of interest in it. The winner's sure to make a few headlines. Zhang Ye mocked himself. I've been busy fighting people at all times since I've entered the entertainment industry. Where would I have the time to pay attention to any of these things? At this, everyone cramped up with laughter. Ha ha ha. That's true. In the entertainment industry, the only person I'll submit to is Zhang Ye. Yeah, why don't you change that temper of yours? In the afternoon, his parents had made lunch. Zhang Ye was browsing Weibo while eating at the same time. His mother asked, Can't you eat normally? What are you so distracted with? Zhang Ye smiled and said, I heard that there's a ranking poll that's quite the talking point, something about a beautifulest celebrities rankings poll that ranks celebrity by their looks. I want to see if I'm in the rankings. His mother rolled her eyes. Why don't you eat instead? His father was speechless for a second. What looks do you have? When Zhang Ye finally found the poll, he saw that he was indeed not in the rankings. There hadn't been much attention on him recently, and he had barely had any public exposure as well, so his topicality naturally decreased. On the Beautifulest Celebrities Rankings poll, first, Zhang Yuanqi, 720,000 votes. Second, Hu Shui, 650,000 votes. Third, Petal Shower, 610,000 votes. A Heavenly King was fourth, and Hua Dongfang was seventh. Dong Shanshan had actually gotten into the rankings as well and was ranked 17th. Hu Shui was a female C-list celebrity who looked very pretty, but she wasn't considered very popular. Obtaining such a spot in her first appearance in the rankings was probably the result of getting outside help like what Ning Lan had done last year. What surprised Zhang Ye was that Dong Shanshan and Petal Shower had also appeared in the rankings. Dong Shanshan being in the standings was understandable since she was quite beautiful and was currently the host of the highly popular King of Masked Singers. But what about the third-place Petal Shower? She had not even shown her face yet. So how could the audience know whether she was good-looking? Could it be that everyone had already guessed who Petal Shower was? But that wasn't possible. Then, Zhang Ye moved his hand and tapped on the Ugliest Celebrities Rankings poll to browse through it. As of 12:30 p.m., the rankings were as followed. First, The Clown, 990,000 votes. Second, Zhang Ye, 710,000 votes. When Zhang Ye saw the rankings, he slammed his chopsticks onto the table and nearly cursed out loud. His mother was shocked. What's the matter? You're in the rankings. Zhang Ye went green with anger. Let me see. His mother took his cell phone and looked. She chuckled. The Ugliest Celebrities Rankings poll? You're in second place? Uffed. This isn't too bad. It shows that the people's attention is still on you. Although you don't have a job right now, your fans are still thinking of you. Zhang Ye fumed. What's the use of this kind of attention? His mother pointed at the screen. All right. You're merely in second place. Isn't there someone who's preventing you from becoming first? At the mention of this, Zhang Ye almost burst into tears. Your sister. First place is also me. Chapter 1033. Someone provokes the clown. Chapter 1033. Someone provokes the clown. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Goof Group. The big names in the group were engaging in intense conversation. Sister Zhang is in first place now, but she's not leading by much. Little Who is catching up too? Oh, that's right. She's promoting her new show right now. Haha. Quick, go and take a look at the Ugliest Celebrities Rankings poll. Boss Zhang has gotten onto the list again. In the most unpopular celebrity awards poll a few months back, Zhang Ye took first place without a doubt. Uffed. And now he's in the Ugliest Celebrities Rankings poll too? Second place? Not bad. I'm dying of laughter. Boss Zhang's social skills are terrible. Who told him to offend that many people? Yeah, just 2 days ago at Beijing television, he drove away those fans of old Li's as well. Why is the clown also on the poll? He's even in first place. These people sounded rather happy. Zhang Ye rolled his eyes and typed, "Don't bother me. I need some quiet time. This has gone too far. Why do I always end up on the negative polls? In the past, it was okay since the worst that could happen was me taking first place. But look at this now. I've taken both first and second place." On Weibo, the netizens were laughing nonstop. Zhang Ye has appeared once again. Ha 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 ha. There are always bits of Teacher Zhang in these polls. I nearly pissed myself laughing. Why did everyone give their votes to Zhang Ye? Teacher Zhang might not exactly be handsome, but he still looks decent and is considered average. Teacher Zhang has offended too many people. Just look at those comments of many of Li Yu's fans, all scolding him and voting for him. They're even calling on others to vote for Zhang Ye in the Ugliest Celebrities Rankings poll, so it'd be a wonder if he didn't have a ton of votes. But I'm not surprised that Teacher Zhang got second since those diehard fans of his are all people who enjoy such polls and would surely have voted for Zhang Ye as the ugliest celebrity. That's just how his fans are, treating Zhang Ye more ruthlessly than others would. Haha. But why would the clown be in first place? That's something I can't work out. The clown purposely conceded so that he could head into the King of Masked Singers elimination round to knock Li Yu off the show. That alone is enough for all the hate. So how would Li Yu's fans not answer the call? That's true. Besides, the idea of a clown one is already pretty ugly. Actually, I've done some analysis and found that the clown is likely not good looking either. Why? Here's my explanation. We've stated before that the clown mentioned on the show that he's at least a B-list celebrity. But after speculating for the longest time, and with all the comparisons, there wasn't anyone on the B-list and above who could sing that well, or even someone who matches his figure. Coupled with him singing those lines of "my ol' home is right in this hamlet, and my home's in the Northeast," we know that his words are untrustworthy. Rather, we should consider him a nonsensical person who isn't even a B-lister to begin with. Therefore, I have reached my conclusion. A person who can sing this well and has such good songs but still isn't at least a B-list celeb. He's managed to stay unnoticed by the audience all this while. There can only be one reason for this. His looks are probably not that good, or perhaps even ugly, so even if he could sing great, no one bothered to listen to him. Thus, he went unnoticed all this time. Godly analysis. Good reasoning. Right, that's very logical. Wow, you're right. Holy cow, godly prediction there. Give us your name. Name yourself. This thread will definitely go viral. When this analysis was posted, a lot of those who read it felt that it was a very justified and on-point argument. As a side effect, the clown's votes increased even further. By 1 p.m., the clown was far in the lead in the ugliest celebrities rankings poll. Meanwhile, the beautifulest celebrities rankings poll was still a very close and intense competition. The clown has already secured first place. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, there's no more suspense to the results. If there's anyone who could catch up, only Zhang Ye has a chance. Teacher Zhang, we're cheering you on. Go, 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 the clown. Let's see which of them will get ranked as ugliest. At home, Zhang Ye nearly vomited blood a few times as he browsed through the Weibo comments. Fight for the ugliest? Fight my ass. They're both fucking me. Who the hell came up with this poll? Could they be any more mean than this? Who in the world voted for me? Could they be any more awful than this? His own fans, Li Yu's fans, the fans of those celebrities he had offended, all of them were rushing to vote for him. Zhang Ye had no words. And yet, someone decided it was the perfect time to come and provoke him. Due to the masked singers not being able to reveal their true selves, Beijing television had even prepared some verified Weibo accounts based on their stage names. However, these accounts were not really used much other than the times some of the singers used them to say a few words of gratitude after they were eliminated. Out of the blue, someone posted on one of these Weibo accounts. The Weibo name was Masked Singer Flowing Time. Those who had watched King of Masked Singers until the third episode would know that Flowing Time and another contestant were the replacement singers for the fourth episode. They had been given a special introduction in a clip of the next episode's preview. In the clip's introduction, Flowing Time had left the deepest impression on everyone. The narration introduced him as someone who only came onto the show after great efforts by the program team to invite him. He was a very famous singer in a niche genre in the industry and had very few rivals in his field. As such, after the audience had seen the preview, a lot of them started guessing as to who Flowing Time was. But today, Flowing Time had fired a direct shot at the clown. I've been a good friend of Li Yu's for many years. After watching the third episode, I can't help but say a few words. Is this a tag team competition? How could Petal Shower and the clown take turns like that? There was even a need to admit defeat so that he could get into the elimination round. Is such behavior even allowed in the rules? And Petal Shower and Spinach switching their appearance orders, isn't that horrible? This Weibo post resonated with quite a few of Li Yu's fans. Those two bastards. Right, this is going too far. It was a tag team tactic. Brother Li Yu was cheated by them. Especially that clown, he's vile. Well said. Supporting teacher Flowing Time. There's finally someone who's willing to put in a fair word for Brother Li Yu. I can see that the clown is not a good person. Just look at how he's already first place on the ugliest celebrity rankings poll. Li Yu lost in such an unfair manner. Teacher Flowing Time, please avenge Brother Li Yu. Right? Kill the clown. Destroy him. Of course, more of the reactions were questioning voices. Quite a few people who saw the post were shaking their heads. Li Yu broke the rules by paying for PR campaigns and revealing himself. If you want to criticize others, why don't you criticize that so-called good friend of yours of many years instead? Li Yu is clearly a sore loser. After asking for all those votes, he still lost? I don't think that pedal shower and the clown went overboard. That's right. Liu was in the wrong to use his popularity to crush the other contestants. How laughable. Why are there still people trying to seek justice for him? Haha. Someone who doesn't side with reason has made an appearance. No wonder he's good friends with Liu. These two people are cut from the same cloth. They can't even differentiate between right and wrong? Or are they pretending not to know? In reality, the problem Liu caused had been resolved some time ago. After Beijing television broadcast the third episode, a statement was released to announce that Liu had breached his contract, thus his agreed-upon joining fee would be reduced by half. On top of that, Beijing Television's higher management also expressed that they would no longer collaborate with Liu. Liu's team had yet to comment on the matter. The media reported this. The fans discussed it. But no one expected that someone would come and defend Liu at this time. It was even one of the replacement masked singers scheduled for the upcoming episode. It could be seen from this that Flowing Time and Little Yu's relationship was especially good. And Flowing Time posted on Weibo again. What's happened has happened, and whatever said won't matter, so I won't harp on it. At Masked Singer the Clown, dare you compete honestly against me in the next episode? Dare you accept my challenge? The netizens were puzzled. Who's that? He's talking this arrogantly? Her. Could it be another big shot? That might be possible. This person should be a somebody. In the end, the Weibo of Masked Singer Petal Shower showed that she came online. She replied, I don't think it's nice to send a Weibo like this, is it? An honest competition? You make it sound like the match we had was not honest. If you're unhappy for Liu, let's meet on stage. What's the point of saying all this? The conversation stopped at that. The reason for that was because the posts on Flowing Time's Weibo were deleted very quickly after that. The same happened for Petal Shower's Weibo, so obviously, Beijing Television intervened. Such negativity and infighting among the show's contestants were definitely not something they wanted out in the open. These Weibo accounts were all officially registered by Beijing Television, so they naturally could delete any posts or take back the singer's access rights. But the netizens had already taken screenshots of the exchange. Instantly, another uproar broke out on Weibo. Flowing Time wants to challenge the clown. Yeah, the next episode is going to be exciting. Who could Flowing Time be? He's definitely a famous singer in the industry. Haha, the next episode's competition is going to be intense as well. Where does Flowing Time's confidence come from? Liu's good friend? Liu has too many friends. But if it's someone who is very close to him, there seems to be only one person? Could it be his sworn brother, Zhao Qiquan? Teacher Zhao Qiquan? That might be possible. Their tempers are also alike. The two of them are of the same mind. I was wondering how he could be so bold. But if it's Zhao Qiquan, then that's just how he is. Zhao Qiquan, a famous Hokkien 2 singer. In this world, Hokkien songs were considered a very niche market in the music industry. Not many people sang them, and there weren't a lot of good songs either. However, there were still famous Hokkien singers around. If there had to be one representative of Hokkien singers, then Zhao Qiquan would definitely be the first person to come to mind. In the genre of Hokkien songs, Zhao Qiquan indeed had no rivals. He was even very popular as a Hokkien singer and had a large score of diehard fans from the region. Could it be him? If it was him, it would be really difficult to say who would win and lose. The clown had been singing for 3 straight episodes, and starting contestants who made it this far into most singing shows would enter an audience appreciation fatigue period. The audience would know the style of the singer and how well they could sing by this point, so there was nothing fresh for them to look forward to. Unless you could step it up in your singing or come up with something novel, it would be very difficult to impress the audience. But it was exactly at this time that the incoming contestants had an advantage since the audience had not seen them before. As a result, as long as they could perform good enough, the audience would love them. And since Zhao Qiquan was obviously a supporting pillar of the Hokkien music scene, there were no doubts about his singing. There was also no one who could compete against him in this market, making him a unique personality in the industry. It was late afternoon when Zhang Ye found out that somebody had openly challenged him. The Goof Group also discussed this event. Ning Lan, is it really Zhao Qiquan? Hua Dongfang, it's probably him. I heard from a friend that Zhao Qiquan sidelined all activities this week and said that he would be coming to Beijing, so it should be him. Xiaodong, Big Brother Zhao is quite the rash person. Chen Guang commented. but he's a very strong competitor. Zhang Ye said, in the area of hockey and music, it's all about old Zhao. If the audience truly gets impressed by his performance, the clown might not be able to beat him. When he read that, Zhang Ye chuckled in spite of himself. I can't beat him. Bullshit. Zhang Ye was in a terrible mood today. Yes, if anyone placed first in the ugliest celebrities rankings, they wouldn't be in a good mood either. And now that someone had come to provoke him over an obviously unreasonable matter, how could Zhang Ye not get angry? Chapter 1034. Getting his hands on his girlfriend's house keys. Chapter 1034. Getting his hands on his girlfriend's house keys. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Tuesday. Early in the morning, Zhang Ye had set his alarm the day before. When he woke up, the first thing he did was check on the Weibo organized Beautifulest and Ugliest Celebrities Rankings polls. The voting had ended and the results were published. The Ugliest Celebrities Rankings polls. First, the clown, 10.7 million votes. Second, Zhang Ye, 8.85 million votes. Third, Zhao Xiaoyan, 2.7 million votes. There were no changes to the rankings whatsoever. All that had changed was the number of votes, with the numbers increasing from before. Whether it was the first-place clown's votes or his own votes in second place, the tallies were several times higher than the third place's votes. There was essentially no suspense to the outcome. The netizens were still gloating over it. Teacher Zhang's ranked firmly in second. I love what I'm seeing. So the clown still ended up in first place. This result is defying all common sense. Who voted for him? Damn, why are there so many votes? I did. I contributed 10 votes to the clown from my household. I contributed 7 votes to my idol, Teacher Zhang Ye. I registered several accounts and gave all my votes to the clown. Uffed. Do you guys have nothing better to do? The clown's name was really a hot topic now. Ignoring he was attractive or not for now. At least there were people who knew about him and paid attention to his happenings and thus gave him their votes. This was also a reflection of the clown's current level of fame. This was not previously seen on Beijing Television's King of Masked Singers official website when the show's contestants' popularity polls were held. The individual singers had each gotten hundreds of thousands of votes over several days at the beginning, which rose up to the millions later on. This was because the reach of Beijing Television's official website was small, and it was not accessed by everyone. But it was a different case for Weibo since virtually everyone had access to it. A singer who had not taken off their mask and who nobody knew could garner this many votes? This was a miracle that would never be replicated. At home, the main person involved in that poll was getting unhappy with the outcome and got up from bed listlessly. His mother was sweeping the living room floor. Why are you up so early? Zhang Ye mumbled in response. I haven't made breakfast yet, his mother said. I'll go out and eat then. Zhang Ye yawned and went into the bathroom to brush his teeth. His mother made a sound in understanding and said with a smile, What's the matter? Are you still angry over the ugliest celebrities rankings? Don't be bothered by it. They're all just having fun. Besides, this clearly shows that your popularity has not dropped. Zhang Ye said, I'd rather it dropped a little. He changed clothes and went downstairs to get his car. On the road, he called Wu Ziqing. Do. After 4 or 5 rings, the call finally connected. Zhang Ye. Old Wu, are you up yet? Wu Ziqing. I'm awake now. Zhang Ye. Were you still sleeping? It's about time to go to work, isn't it? Wu Ziqing. Yes. Zhang Ye. What time are you leaving? Wu Ziqing. At 8, but I'll be eating breakfast first. Zhang Ye. Don't bother making it. I'm coming over now. I'll get you something on the way. He heard a graceful-sounding yawn. All right, I'll get changed then. When he reached old Wu's house, it was just 7:15. In the villa, Wu Ziqing was already up and watering the plants in the yard. Zhang Ye ran in. Quick, eat it while it's hot. I got held up on the way here when someone recognized me. The breakfast stall's boss insisted that I give him a signature and even asked me in disbelief why a famous celebrity like me would eat breakfast. I didn't even know how to answer him. Wu Ziqing laughed gently and set the things in her hands down. All right, what did you buy? Soy milk and fried dough sticks. And there's also a tray of buns. Have whatever you like. You haven't eaten either? Not yet. I just got up too. They started eating. The two of them sat at the table and shared the food. As Zhang Ye ate, his gaze fell on Wu Ziqing's face. He was happy just to see her. How's the taste? I bought this from that roadside stall on Taiping Street. Wu Ziqing nodded. It's pretty good. Then she smiled and looked at him. If you're coming over in the morning next time, you don't have to go out of your way to bring me breakfast. There are quite a few people who can recognize you even if you have your sunglasses on. So just come over. There's food at home, and I can always make breakfast for you. Zhang Ye said happily. How would that do? You have to go to work early every day, so don't make yourself any busier than you have to. I'm just twiddling my thumbs at home nowadays anyway, so I have plenty of time. After breakfast, it was 20 till 8 a.m. Wu Ziqing suddenly said, How do I look today? She was dressed in a bog-standard gray women's suit over a white dress shirt. Zhang Ye took a look, smiled, and said, You look fine. Does fine mean middling? Hi. You look good no matter what you wear. Why don't you help me to choose something to wear then? Sure. I don't even know what I should wear to work these days. Let me think for you. I'm a professional. Zhang Ye volunteered himself and went upstairs with Wu Ziqing. He went to her wardrobe and searched through it, even lowering his head to a drawer and opening it. In there, he saw undergarments of all kinds of colors before coughing and quickly closing it. But Wu Ziqing did not mind and sat down next to him, smiling and watching him. A moment later, Zhang Ye took a pair of pants off their hanger and walked over to Wu Ziqing, gesturing to her. How's this? It's also gray, but it's slimmer than the one you're wearing. Those pant leg openings are wider and look ungainly. It doesn't seem all that put together. Wu Ziqing glanced at it. Okay. Zhang Ye nodded. Here, change. When Zhang Ye was about to leave the room to let Wu Ziqing get changed, he was startled to see that old Wu had already taken her belt off with a click after taking the pants from him. She's taking it off just like that? Zhang Ye got nervous and instinctively turned away. I won't look. Please change. Okay. He could hear rustling behind him. Zhang Ye could not resist the thought of turning around. Then he remembered that he had successfully proposed to her. So what would it matter if he turned? If old Wu did not avoid him or say anything, why couldn't he just watch? It would be such a waste to not look. After a moment's struggle, Zhang Ye turned around. He even tried to cover his actions. You're done. Her new pair of pants were up to her fair and supple thighs, although they weren't fully put on yet, and just slightly above her knees. Almost, Wu Ziqing said. Zhang Ye blinked. Wu Ziqing finally put her belt back on. Zhang Ye snapped his fingers. These pants look good. Wu Ziqing walked to the mirror on the front of her dresser and took a look. Then she smiled and said, Yes, this is pretty good. I'll wear this. She glanced at her watch and turned around, saying, All right, I've got to get to work. Any later, and I'll be late. Zhang Ye said, Hurry up then. That's right. Wu Ziqing said as she suddenly walked to her nightstand. She pulled open the drawer and took out a set of keys for Zhang Ye. These are the keys to my house. Whenever you wish to come over, you won't need me to open the doors for you anymore. She pointed at a large number of keys at the top of the set and said, This is for the main door. This is for the gate to the yard. This electronic one is for the garage. This one is for the master bedroom on the second floor. And this is the master key for the cabinets, although I don't usually keep those locked. Key to her house. Zhang Ye held the keychain in his hand. Are you serious about giving this to me? Wu Ziqing asked why. Nothing. Zhang Ye smiled. Then I'll tuck them away. Wu Ziqing said, Okay. Don't rush to get a job. Take a break for a while. Zhang Ye said, Thanks. Wu Ziqing said, If you're still sleepy, you can sleep here before you leave. You can sleep in the other room or my room, whichever one you prefer. I'll be leaving now. Zhang Ye smiled and said, I won't see you off then. If someone spots me sending you to work early in the morning, I bet the entertainment industry will blow up. Wu Ziqing smiled and said, All right. This was no joke. If someone found out that Zhang Ye and Wu Ziqing were going to get married, the SARFT would be thrown into disarray. The entertainment industry would be tossed in chaos as well. Chapter 1035, Teaching Taiji. Chapter 1035, Teaching Taiji. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. In the morning, after old Wu had gone to work, Zhang Ye stayed at her home and started thinking about which songs to sing on the show. He had to come up with 2 songs for the upcoming episode and practice them, as well as get a sense of how they'd do. There were some songs that were indeed good songs and classics, but they were unsuitable for him as everyone's voice was different. There were just some things in singing that you couldn't control. The timbre of vocal registers was also different. leading to a different type of feel which would determine whether that song was suitable for him or not. Zhang Ye had to try singing first before he would know. It was fortunate that Old Wu's villa had good sound insulation. He didn't need to worry that anyone would hear him. He could just sing as he desired, and even if he screamed, no one would care. Unlike at home, if he were to sing a little louder than normal there, the neighbors upstairs and downstairs would surely complain. This song sounds fine. Well, this song seems good too. He decided on a tentative 4 songs that he was quite satisfied with for the time being. As he could feel his voice tiring, he walked out of the villa and locked up before driving off. Since he had nothing to do at home, he decided to drive over to Rao Imin's and Yang Shu's place to have a look. He realized he hadn't been there in quite some time. Jiamen East. When he drove into the neighborhood, he was stunned by what he saw. In the neighborhood's public square, over 100 people stood in formation and were holding stances. There were all kinds of people in the dense crowd, with elderly men and women accounting for at least half the numbers. There were also young and middle-aged men and women, and some parents even brought their 10-year-old children with them. The district's public square was very large, but was almost entirely packed by these people. This formation of people was as large as you could imagine it to be. What's going on? Is there a multi-level marketing meeting taking place? Or is it a plaza dance event? Then Zhang Ye spotted Yang Shu. Yang Shu was standing in a stance that was different from the others. She stood facing everyone and was shouting some commands at them. Occasionally, she would gesture like she was demonstrating something. Relax your shoulders. Don't tense them up. Uncle Sun, your stance is wrong. Auntie He, don't keep your knees so straight. Little Wang, your stance is too rigid. Loosen a little. That's it. Come on, everyone, copy my stance. Yang Shu shifted stances. The crowd tried to imitate her. Do as I do. Teacher Yang, is this correct? That's correct, little Zhou. Well done. Master Yang, what about me? You're a bit off. Continue to work hard. All right. Only now did Zhang Ye understand what was going on. These people were all shadowboxing, which was a simplified form of Taiji fist. He was rather dumbfounded and rapidly parked his car. When he got out of his car, he observed them from afar for a short while. Every previous time Zhang Ye came here, he would get recognized by people and they would walk up to greet him. After all, Zhang Ye had lived here for quite some time and was considered a part of the community. However, no one recognized him today, probably because no one noticed him in the first place. They were all practicing Taiji under Yang Shu's guidance. Some people would take their child and leave the square from time to time to bring them to school. At the same time, people from other neighborhoods would come over and join the crowd, making the number of people gathered here increase. Ding! Behind him in the building's foyer, the faint sound of the elevator arriving could be heard. Qinshin's voice suddenly rang out. Zhang Ye, what are you doing? Zhang Ye turned around and saw Rao Imin dragging Qinshin as they came out of the foyer. He immediately said in surprise, I was watching them practice. What's going on here? Rao Imin was clearly about to send Qinshin to school. It's been going on for many days now. That junior sister of yours started teaching those people how to do Taiji some time ago. At first, it began with just 1 or 2 people learning from home. Then, 2 days later, even people from the nearby neighborhoods were attracted to her. Quickly take her in hand. Estate management has already come to me several times. If this carries on, the neighborhood's public square will be out of space soon. Zhang Ye wondered, how did she get so many people? Rao Imin tilted her chin upward toward Yang Shu. Did you forget about your apartment's windows getting smashed? When little Yang jumped out from upstairs to chase after the crooks and took the 3 of them on all by herself, many of the neighbors witnessed it. On that very night, someone approached little Yang to learn kung fu from her. She taught him a few moves, and then it ended up like this, with more and more people joining. Zhang Ye was secretly surprised. She seems quite charismatic, doesn't she? Within 1 kilometer, there had better not be anyone who speaks ill of your junior sis. If they do, they'll get ganged up on and scolded by a bunch of people. Rao Imin glanced at him. Even your influence in this area is no match for her anymore. All right, enough talking. I have to send this kid to school. Rao Imin led Qinshin away. Zhang Ye quickly called out, I'll be eating lunch at your place at noon. Yeah, Rao Imin said impatiently. Qinshin yelled to Yang Shu, Old Yang, I'm going to school. As Yang Shu turned to look and wave at her, she spotted Zhang Ye. Taken aback, a look of embarrassment appeared on her face as she busily instructed the crowd of people. She coughed, then shouted to them, All right, that's all for today. Go back home and practice on your own what you learned today. If you can't grasp the gist, practice more and you'll be fine. If you really still can't get it, you may come back and find me tomorrow. That's all then. Okay. Thank you, Teacher Yang. Little Yang, thanks for the hard work. Master Yang, thanks for all your work. The crowd had started dispersing and went their separate ways. Some of them were even sharing their experiences as they left. Yang Shu timidly walked over to Zhang Ye. Senior bro, Zhang Ye said expressionlessly. Let's go upstairs and have a talk. Upstairs, in the apartment. The moment they entered the apartment, Zhang Ye put on a stern face and criticized. Taiji fist is a martial arts meant for fighting. In this modern era, a lot of the other martial arts are being promoted as something to practice for the strengthening of one's body and mind. But as to what it really is, I would have expected you of all people to know better. Strengthening of one's body and mind is just a secondary effect. Taiji fist's primary goal is to inflict hurt on others and stop an enemy's attack. There were so many people downstairs just now, but did you question if any of their characters and minds are suitable to learn the art? Were you just going to teach any person that came along? How could you do that? What if you teach them and they use what they learned to go out and commit evil? There were so many of them. Did you test them one by one? Yang Shu lowered her head. I was just teaching them some simple moves, not real Taiji. Zhang Ye said, you call that simple? The set of moves you taught included techniques that could hurt others. Besides, with so many elderly uncles and aunties learning, you actually risk teaching them? What if something happens to them while they're practicing what you taught them? Are you going to take responsibility? That set of moves is totally unsuitable for older people. Something will surely happen if they keep practicing it. Yang Shu lowered her head even further and didn't make a sound. Zhang Ye got angrier as he went on, pointing at her and saying, you're really daring, huh? Not even discussing something this important with me? Yang Shu muttered, but you weren't around. Oh, so you can run wild just because I'm not around? Zhang Ye said, luckily, I came back today and found out early. If I came back a month or so later, there'd surely be trouble. In Zhang Ye's previous world, the Taiji fist that people popularly knew about was the simplified version of the original. It could be said that it was almost no different from common aerobic exercises and was indeed practiced to strengthen one's body and mind. There weren't any techniques that contained any lethality, and they all existed in many styles like the Yang forms and Shin forms. But none of these techniques were considered true Taiji fist since the true form was an internal style, the purpose of which was to stop an enemy's attack, and had a deadly lethality. Anyone who did not have a martial arts background and was too advanced in age would only hurt themselves if they blindly practiced an internal style. Of course, there were exceptions, but for most people, this was definitely not a good thing. Practicing an internal style was absolutely not simple. That was the reason why a lot of internal style martial artists did not teach the people outside of their schools. Even if they did, they had to see who the person was and judge if they had the moral character to learn the martial art. Yang Shu did not speak. Zhang Ye was afraid that she would not know the seriousness of the matter, so he rambled on for over half an hour. Don't go around teaching other people anymore. Today will be the last time. Rao came home from sending her kid to school. She pushed the door open and came in after hearing the yelling. Whoa, you're still on about it. Yang Shu finally raised her head. I was just hoping to spread the art of the Taiji fist, that's all. There are many other ways to spread the art. Zhang Ye reproached. You're too anxious to achieve that and brought harm to others in the process. I'm not. Yang Shu bit her bottom lip, feeling aggrieved. Rao smacked her lips and mediated. All right, it's not that big a deal. But little Zhang is right. You shouldn't be teaching internal style martial arts to people so easily. It's not that we're keeping this knowledge to ourselves and refusing to share with others, but that learning an internal style can be quite harsh. If it isn't practiced properly, it can cause one's body a great deal of damage. Then she added, but I've also seen the set of moves little Yang was teaching, and they're very simplified. Although, some of the moves, even if not to the extent of causing harm, are still not suitable for the middle-aged and elderly to learn since the movements are too sweeping. Yang Shu looked at her. Then, Master Rao, how can we further simplify Taiji fist so that we can teach it to everyone? Rao spread up her hands. It's not like I know anything about your Taiji branch of martial arts. There's only the two of you in this world that know Taiji Fist, so why are you asking me? Yang Shu immediately looked to Zhang Ye. Senior bro. Zhang Ye said what? Yang Shu said, you must know. Zhang Ye said in exasperation, why would I know? Can you help me simplify the moves of Taiji Fist? Yang Shu said seriously, I would like to let everyone learn it. Just look at our neighbors. All of them really enjoyed practicing it. Zhang Ye sat down on the sofa without replying. Senior bro. Yang Shu quickly poured him a cup of tea and brought it to him with great respect. Have some tea. Zhang Ye took it from her and drank. Yang Shu said, I understand what you were trying to tell me just now. I was too anxious and I realized that I was wrong. Senior bro, please guide me. Chapter 1036, Hiring a Female Bodyguard. Chapter 1036, Hiring a Female Bodyguard. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Giving him tea and pouring water. Yang Shu kept herself busy while she helplessly watched Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye knew that his junior martial sister had a one-track mind and was a somewhat rash person. If there was something she had made up her mind about, she would see it to the very end no matter what anyone had to say. Thinking about it, it was her life's goal to glorify the martial art of Taiji Fist. After arriving in Beijing and depending on him for so long, all she could do was stay at home doing nothing and also occasionally borrowing some money from Zhang Ye. Yang Shu probably felt dejected with nowhere and know-how to expend her energy. With people suddenly recognizing her, all the neighbors, and even people from the nearby neighborhoods were now coming to learn Taiji Fist from her. They even kept addressing her as Teacher Yang or Master Yang. So Yang Shu certainly found value in this, and also saw it as a way to promote Taiji Fist to the entire country, and perhaps even to the world. Naturally, she was being very diligent about it. Senior bro, please teach me. Senior bro. Zhang Ye was just about to speak. However, Rao Aimin smirked and said, even if you beg him, it might not necessarily lead to anything. He has to first know how to go about doing it. Are you trying to goad me? Her. Do you think I'll fall for that? Humph. All right, I'll really fall for it. Zhang Ye stared at her. Hey, who says that I don't know how? Yang Shu's eyes lit up. Senior bro, you really know how. If it were anyone else, they would probably not know how to go about handling this. It would not only require a lot of time to plan to simplify a set of internal style boxing techniques into something that could be practiced by the ordinary people, but would also require time to continuously refine and tweak it. Without spending 3 to 5 years, it would be impossible to complete the simplification. This was because it wasn't purely about simplifying the moves. After doing that, there was still a need to bring it in line with the essence of Taiji Fist and reflect the discipline behind it. Therefore, it was an especially difficult task, especially if a person was a master Taiji Fist martial artist. As they were already at a more advanced stage, it would be very difficult for them to see what the ordinary people were seeing. But it was different for Zhang Ye since he was from another world. In his previous world, Taiji Fist had long since been simplified into countless versions. Whether it was the 42-form Taiji or the 24-form Taiji, Zhang Ye had seen it all. He even knew that the earliest 24-form Taiji, which was introduced in 1956, had used the Yang-style Taiji Fist as its basis for simplification. Further, the country was involved with its implementation at the time. Led by the Sports Administration in 1979, another version was introduced, the 42-form Taiji, which also used the Yang-style Taiji Fist as a basis but added the essence of other Taiji Fist styles. These were the two forms of Taiji Fist mainly practiced by the people in his previous world. So he decided that he would teach her. There was nothing to hide anyway. Zhang Ye got to his feet and said, watch carefully. Yang Shu immediately widened her eyes in interest. Rao Aimin narrowed her eyes and also watched with great interest. This is the 24-form Taiji Fist. Zhang Ye then demonstrated the opening stance. First form, initiation. Second form, part the wild horse's mane. Third form, white crane spreads its wings. Fourth form, brush knees and twist step. He executed the movements in a flowing motion. Yang Shu was dumbfounded by what she was seeing. Rao Aimin's eyes narrowed even more. Zhang Ye continued. Next, this is the 42-form Taiji Fist. Initiation. Grasp the sparrow's tail, right side. Single whip, left side. Raise hands. As he went through the stances, he finally reached the closing stance. Zhang Ye asked Yang Shu. How much can you remember? Yang Shu replied, I've memorized everything. Zhang Ye was stunned. What? She had memorized everything? Did she need to be so full of herself? He said in disbelief, then show it to me. I want you to show me both the 24 form and 48 form sets. Yes, senior bro. Yang Shu seemingly turned into another person and looked sharp. She demonstrated both sets without missing a thing. Only then was Zhang Ye convinced. This was what talent was. It wasn't worth it to compare people. Yang Shu said excitedly, Senior bro, was that okay? Zhang Ye's eyebrows rose a little as he nodded and said, It was very good. Suddenly, Rao Aimin looked at Yang Shu and said, Are you interested in learning from me? Transfer to the 8 trigrams palm. I can guarantee that you will achieve the usage of concealed power within half a year. Yang Shu was stunned. Ah. Zhang Ye panicked. Hey, what's the meaning of this, old Rao? Are you trying to steal my people? Rao Aimin smiled and said, Your junior sister is a very talented person and quite suitable to learning the 8 trigrams palm. Her foundations are there, and she has also attained great understanding, so it's not a problem for her to start learning the 8 trigrams palm now. Even though Zhang Ye wasn't that fond of his freeloading junior martial sister and would talk to her impolitely at times as well as order her around, Zhang Ye would definitely not allow old Rao openly trying to steal her from him. There are so many disciples in the 8 trigrams palm school and only 2 left in Taiji, so why are you trying to steal her from me? Have you no heart? He immediately said to his junior martial sister, Don't listen to her and continue practicing Taiji fist. There's no point in learning some random lousy fist and palm techniques. Rao Aimin looked at him. Who are you saying has lousy fist and palm techniques? Zhang Ye stared at her and said, Whoever tries to steal my people. The 2 of them nearly got into a fight. Yang Shu quickly said, Senior bro, Master Rao, please don't argue. Master Rao, thank you for your kindness. Taiji fist was handed down through my family, so I definitely wouldn't learn any other martial arts. Zhang Ye nodded his head firmly. That's the right way. Even if Rao Aimin's social ties were extremely poor in the Chinese martial arts world, she was still a grandmaster. Besides, other than Chunxin, she had not taken any disciples of her own yet. When he learned that old Rao was eyeing Yang Shu, Zhang Ye was truly afraid that his junior martial sister would get stolen away. It wasn't easy for him to get a fellow junior martial sister, was it? Rao Aimin stopped trying and turned away. You can look for me anytime if you want to learn the 8 trigrams palm. Oh right, come over for lunch this afternoon. Yang Shu said, Thank you, Master Rao. Zhang Ye asked, What are we having for lunch? You're not invited. Rao Aimin strolled off. Zhang Ye had no response. Later that morning, Zhang Ye taught some more simplified Taiji fist sets to Yang Shu. Yang Shu virtually did not need him to repeat his demonstrations, as she could almost always remember the routine after observing it just once. Zhang Ye was fully satisfied and felt that Yang Shu was becoming more and more pleasing to the eye. That's about it. Take some time to digest what I've taught you. As for how you want to teach it to others or which sets to teach, I don't care. You can decide by yourself. Yang Shu gave a fist and palm salute to him and said sincerely, Thank you, senior bro. Zhang Ye said in amusement, We are both practitioners of Taiji, so why are you still being so polite with me? Yang Shu nodded solemnly. All right, then I won't be so polite with you. Then she looked at him and said embarrassedly, Senior bro, can you lend me some money again? Zhang Ye rolled his eyes. You're broke again? Yang Shu said, Yes. Zhang Ye said, You didn't collect any money for teaching Taiji fist? Yang Shu said, They all like Taiji fist a lot, so I was too embarrassed to collect any money from them. Then how can you ask money from me? Didn't you say that I didn't have to be so polite with you? Did I say that? Yes, you said that just now. I've already forgotten. Senior bro. Fine. I got it already. Here, take it. Thank you, senior bro. Seeing her in such a miserable state, Zhang Ye couldn't bear refusing her. When he thought about that, he took out all of the money in his wallet, which totaled over 10,000 renminbi. All right, I'll give all of this to you. Yang Shu furiously waved it off. I don't need that much. Zhang Ye said, I'm not sure when I will be coming over again, so just keep it for now. Remember, if you run out of money or meet with any troubles in the future, let me know. Taking the money from him, Yang Shu nodded. Senior bro, you're really nice. Zhang Ye said indignantly. Cease with the niceties. They're useless against me. You should find a job in your free time. You have to be able to support yourself before you can teach others about martial arts. Dispirited, Yang Shu said, I've interviewed, but nobody needed me. Zhang Ye asked curiously, what kind of job did you interview for? A bodyguard position, Yang Shu said. Zhang Ye said in surprise, Yang Shu spoke angrily. When they saw that I was a woman, they did not even give me a chance for an interview. Zhang Ye chuckled. As a Chinese martial arts master, why would you need to interview to be a bodyguard? Who could hire you? Even the head of state wouldn't have such a privilege, no? His junior martial sister probably did not think of it that way. But Zhang Ye knew that with Yang Shu's skills, she would belong to the top of the Chinese martial arts world. She also practiced Taiji, and could even be considered the most authentic successor to Taiji Fist in this world, yet she wanted to become someone's bodyguard? How shameful would that be? Yang Shu said, but I only know Kung Fu and nothing else. She then thought of something. She blinked and asked, Senior bro, do you have a bodyguard? Zhang Ye said in bewilderment. What are you planning? Yang Shu pleaded. Let me be your bodyguard. Zhang Ye said in a speechless manner. Will I be protecting you or the other way round? Yang Shu's excitement faded. That's true. Your skills are so much better than mine, so you won't need anyone protecting you. Then I'll just keep looking and see if anyone requires a bodyguard. Uft. You're still thinking about being a bodyguard? Zhang Ye could no longer bear to listen and waved her off. Come on. With your status, how can you think about becoming a bodyguard for others? Even if you don't feel ashamed, I feel ashamed for you. What about this? You can be my bodyguard, and I'll call for you whenever I have any activities or matters to handle. You just need to shield me from the fans and reporters. As for your salary, I'll pay you 50,000 renminbi a month for the time being, though that figure may rise in the future. That's right. Do you know how to drive? Have you learned how? Yang Shu immediately nodded. Yes. Zhang Ye decided. All right, it's settled then. In the future, you'll just need to drive and shield me from people. But of course, I won't call for you every day, so you can do whatever you need to as usual, since I won't need you for most situations. Open a bank account later, and I'll transfer your salary to you every month. Yang Shu was very happy. Understood, senior bro. A celebrity with Zhang Ye's status would usually have bodyguards and a full-time chauffeur. Even if they did not hire anyone themselves, their talent agencies would still arrange it for them. Today, Zhang Ye had finally gathered a full team of his own. His agent was a Chinese martial arts grandmaster, and his bodyguard and driver was a Chinese martial arts master. In the entire entertainment industry, there was truly no one else who could assemble such a team. Chapter 1037, recording the 4th episode. Chapter 1037, recording the 4th episode. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Friday. In the morning. On the day of recording the 4th episode of King of Masked Singers. On the way to Beijing television, Zhang Ye sat in the car with his heart in his mouth. It was Yang Shu's first time chauffeuring and bodyguarding today, and she was feeling quite nervous as well. Hey. What's the matter, senior bro? Drive slowly. Okay, senior bro. Hey, don't drive on the lane markers. Yes, senior bro. Turn right here. Understood. Are you sure you have a driver's license? Yes. It was obvious that Yang Shu was the kind of driver that had not touched a car since obtaining her driver's license. Furthermore, she was an extremely reckless driver, just like her rash nature. She would keep driving straight at an extremely fast speed and was a typical example of those women drivers who would send a shiver down one's spine. They arrived at their destination. However, there were quite a few reporters clogging the entrance. Perhaps they had received some news or they had just been waiting there, but when they saw the car, around 7 reporters immediately piled toward it. It's a BMW X5. It's the bulletproof version. That's Zhang Ye's car. Quick. As the car was blocked from entering, Yang Shu had to park outside. Zhang Ye said, get out and shield them off for a bit. Yang Shu immediately got out of the car. Please, could all of you make way? Make way. Yang Shu was dressed in a black suit and even wore a pair of sunglasses at Zhang Ye's request. She was dressed as a typical bodyguard. Zhang Ye also got out of the car. A male reporter immediately raised an audio recorder and asked loudly, Teacher Zhang, King of Masked Singers is getting very popular these days. As the executive producer, you deserve the credit. Would you accept an interview with us at Beijing Times? Zhang Ye smiled, and waved it off. I just did the pre-production. I haven't contributed much to the show itself, so let's drop the interview. But you guys can arrange one with director Hu Fei. A female reporter squeezed her way over to him. Director Zhang, the netizens voted you into second place a few days ago in the ugliest celebrities rankings poll. What are your thoughts on this? Zhang Ye walked forward while smiling. I feel lucky that I didn't come in first place. The reporters laughed. The clown got first place. Do you know anything about this contestant? I have no idea. Can you reveal anything about the clown to us? I don't know anything. The replacement singer, Flowing Time, has issued a challenge to the clown. Who do you think will win? The competition hasn't even started yet. How would I know? All right, I have to go to the program team now to discuss some things, so let's end it here. When Yang Shu heard Zhang Ye say that, she immediately took 2 steps forward and cleared a path for him. Please make way. Thank you. Hey. Reporter had wanted to squeeze his way past her, but when Yang Shu held an arm that was holding a microphone, that burly male reporter looked dumbfounded as he got pushed back by her. Another reporter wanted to rush up, but Yang Shu used the same move to stop that person. Inside a 2-meter radius, no one could get close to Zhang Ye. All the reporters were dumbfounded. Who was that woman? Did Zhang Ye hire a bodyguard? And why was she so strong? When he reached the television station's entrance, several security guards ran over to block the reporters and allowed only Zhang Ye in. Zhang Ye turned around and told Yang Shu, "You can drive back. I'll probably finish in the afternoon or evening, so pick me up when the time comes." Yang Shu nodded. Okay. A number of reporters got curious and quickly snapped some pictures of Yang Shu. Had Zhang Ye hired a beautiful female bodyguard? This was news too. In the television station's courtyard, Hu Fei and Xiao Lu saw what had happened. "Zhang Hu Fei waved at him. Zhang Ye walked to him. "Why are there so many reporters out there?" Hu Fei laughed and said, "The show is very popular. I was trapped out there for a long time too." Xiao Lu chuckled. "Director Zhang, did you hire a bodyguard?" "What a beauty." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "She's a friend of mine. Since she was sitting idle at home, I hired her to be my bodyguard." Xiao Lu wondered, "Can a woman be a bodyguard too? Does she have the skills?" "Her skills," Zhang Ye said. "Against ordinary people, she could hold off more than 20. Xiao Lu exclaimed, "That's such an exaggeration." Hu Fei also laughed. "More than 20 people? A woman? And such a beautiful woman?" Hu Fei and the others did not believe it. Zhang Ye just smiled without saying anything. There was no need to explain anything to these laymen. Even if he explained, they would not understand. Yang Shu was no ordinary bodyguard. Most celebrities whose bodyguards were tall and well-built, or knew some karate, taekwondo, or martial arts, or might even be retired soldiers, could not take even 3 attacks from Yang Shu. She was the genuine successor of the Yang-style Taiji fist, an internal-style master who was more legitimate than Zhang Ye. Hu Fei said, "Let's go in and talk." So, that day some of the contestants used our official Weibo accounts to make those posts. That was something we hadn't expected. When we finally got around to taking emergency actions to stop it, it was already too late. Zhang Ye said, "It's fine. Just treat it as promotion." Hu Fei looked at him. "Do we need to tell the masked singers to stop posting with their Weibo accounts?" "There's no need," Zhang Ye said. "It's unnecessary, so let the contestants settle it themselves." Hu Fei snapped his fingers. "Okay, I'll take your advice." Although Hu Fei and the King of Masked Singers program team had produced a lot of shows, the scale of those past shows had always been very small. They had never taken part in a project that had such a huge investment and had never produced a dominant show with such high nationwide viewership ratings before. Only Zhang Ye had experience doing so, even on more than one occasion. As such, Hu Fei went to Zhang Ye for his opinions on a lot of matters. Having known each other for so long, there wasn't really anything to be embarrassed about. Everyone wanted this show to succeed. An hour later, as Zhang Ye finished his work, Hu Fei and the program team staff started getting busy with theirs. So Zhang Ye disappeared from sight and changed into the clown's costume and mask. After a phone call, Han Chi rushed over. Teacher Clown. I'm sorry I was late. The band is waiting for you." "Okay, I'll head over straight away." He had already rehearsed one song yesterday and needed to rehearse the second one this morning. On the way over, Han Chi rambled on. That ugliest celebrities rankings thingy was pure nonsense. Zhang Ye smiled. Han Chi said angrily, You haven't even revealed your face yet. So how could they mess around like that? How could they vote you to first place in the polls? And it's even in some ugliest celebrities rankings. They have really gone too far. They bumped into Dafei and Hogo. Dafei stood still. Teacher Clown, you've arrived? The clown greeted him. Dafei said, please don't be bothered by that poll. Hogo added, it's just the netizens joking around. Hanshi said, just joking around? That was downright insulting. The clown said, it's fine. The masked sunset glow happened to come out of the rehearsal room at this exact moment. The two of them saw each other and exchanged a few words. The clown, hello, are you actually unattractive looking? In any case, I'm not handsome. Oh, I'm not pretty either. Hanshi was wondering why Sunset Glow would straightforwardly ask someone whether they were unattractive. But when she heard her next words, she realized that Teacher Sunset Glow was taking a different tack to comfort the clown. The impact of the poll that was organized on Weibo a few days ago was still huge. Many people had participated in it, which was obvious from the millions and tens of millions of votes cast. Zhang Ye had gotten second place in the ugliest celebrities rankings poll, but everyone already knew that he was quite an unconcerned man when it came to such things. Moreover, he had frequently featured as one of the front-runners in many of these negative rankings before, so everyone was used to it. But as it was the clown's first time in such a poll, everyone was unsure whether he had the mental fortitude to cope with the result. After all, not everyone could be as carefree as Zhang Ye. For example, if it were any other male or female celebrity who gained this title of being the ugliest, they would have long since cursed and sworn. Chapter 1038. An unforeseen situation at the venue. Chapter 1038. An unforeseen situation. At the venue. Translator, leg editor, leg. The door closed. The rehearsal room cleared out. The clown started rehearsing. Teacher, you're still not going to sing the lyrics? Yeah. All right then, let's begin. Thanks, everyone. The reason why Zhang Ye kept insisting on not singing during rehearsal was that he did not want to consume too much of his emotion and fervor. He was the type of competitor who would always do things spontaneously, which required him to be in the right condition to perform well. Sometimes, the more times a song was sung and the more focused one was, the easier it was to lose the original feeling for the song. That would only lead to a worse live performance compared to what was practiced during rehearsal. No singer could keep singing a song with fully invested emotion since they would get sick of it if they sang it too many times. So Zhang Ye needed to restrain himself as he hoped to leave his best performance for the actual stage. Music director by Yuan Fei and the Miracle Wheels band members were used to this. However, when they got the score and saw the title of the song, they glanced at the clown. This song? It's something worth looking forward to. Half an hour later, they finished rehearsing after practicing the song about 4 times. Zhang Ye did not waste any time as the next contestant was still waiting their turn. After thanking the band, he got ready to leave the rehearsal room. When he opened the door, he saw an unfamiliar man wearing a mask and resting on the sofa outside. His mask looked very similar to Zhang Ye's own mask. It was a very artistic, silvery mask and even had some ethnic cultural elements emblazoned on it. It was clear that the mask had been meticulously created by the designer. His costume was very colorful and eye-catching as well. Who was it? Could it be Flowing Time? As Zhang Ye studied him, the other person did the same. That person stood up and looked straight into the clown's eyes. You should have seen what I posted on Weibo, right? You even admitted defeat just so that you could eliminate Oldly. Was there really a need to go that far? It was Flowing Time. Zhang Ye chuckled. Flowing Time said, I don't like you. Zhang Ye grunted. Flowing Time said, you're a mainlander, right? Zhang Ye still did not say anything. Flowing Time said, since when did it become popular for mainland singers to sing Cantonese songs? Were you deliberately trying to knock Oldly out? We're all fellow industry peers. Did you need to be so extreme? You didn't even leave some face for him? Or leave some leeway for yourself? I also sing minority language songs. If you're so capable, why don't you sing another Cantonese song later? Zhang Ye gave him a look. Are you done talking? Flowing Time said, yes for now. Zhang Ye curved 2 fingers up, one after the other. First, I'll decide by myself if I'll sing a Cantonese song or not, and what song I will sing. I don't need you to tell me that. Second, if you're here to defend Li Yu's actions, feel free to do so. But there's no need for so much nonsense. Let's leave it all on the stage. He turned around and walked away. Flowing Time shouted after him, "Sure. Let's meet on the stage." When they walked far off, Han Chi, who was beside Zhang Ye all this while, said angrily, "Is that guy crazy?" Zhang Ye said, "Who knows?" Han Chi said, "Li Yu's punishment has already been decided. He was the one who didn't abide by the rules and interrupted our show's progression. Does he even think he has a case here?" Zhang Yi threw his hands up. Han Chi asked, "Is that really teacher Zhao Qichuan?" "I don't know. Since he said that he sings minority language songs, then he might just really be Zhao Qichuan. A lot of netizens were guessing that it's him. Teacher, I'll be cheering you on. Beat him." Zhang Yi nodded. Online. There was a press release with a picture attached. Zhang Ye's mysterious female bodyguard. Wow, what a beauty. Yeah. Although I can't see her face clearly since she's wearing those sunglasses, from her profile and that figure, she must definitely be a beauty. Did teacher Zhang hire a bodyguard? A female bodyguard? Is she just for show? Who knows? I heard that teacher Zhang's newly hired agent is also a very beautiful woman. Teacher Zhang has offended too many people. I guess it was about time for him to get a bodyguard. All I care about right now are the results of King of Masked Singer's 4th episode. Who on earth is the clown? The industry is still guessing as well. No one knows who he is. Flowing Time has challenged him. If it's really the Hokkien singer, teacher Zhao Qichuan, then it will surely be interesting to watch. It would be even more wonderful if they end up fighting. I wonder what song the clown will be singing today. I'm so looking forward to Flowing Time's performance. I still prefer Pedal Shower. Haha. I'll be headed to the studio soon for the recording. Ah, does the previous poster have a ticket? Yeah, I got it through my company. I'm so jealous of you. You got a stream from the studio. Even before the show's recording, it had drawn the attention of the people. As long as it was a topic related to the King of Masked Singers, it would be hotly discussed. In the afternoon, at Beijing television, the drawing of lots began. Before long, the matchups and appearance sequence for today were set. The order of appearance was as followed. First, Spinach. Second, Flowing Time, replacement masked singer. Third, Martial Persona, replacement masked singer. Fourth, The Clown. Fifth, Pedal Shower. Sixth, Sunset Glow. It was not yet time for the audience to be admitted into the venue. There was still plenty of time until then. As such, Executive Director Hu Fei decided to organize a simple tea party at a small backstage dining area and invited all of today's contestants. Afternoon tea was served with some snacks, even including red wine. This is the first time that all the contestants have gathered together. Let me briefly introduce our two new replacement singers. This is Teacher Flowing Time, and this is Teacher Martial Persona. So then, everyone please feel free to have some tea and chat. This part will not be broadcast anyway. Martial Persona was the first to greet everyone. "Hello everyone. I'm a newcomer. Nice to meet all of you." From his voice, he didn't sound that young. He was perhaps in his 30s or 40s. Flowing Time smiled and said, "You don't sound like a newcomer." Martial Persona laughed, but did not say anything. Pedal Shower looked at Sunset Glow. "The two of us are facing each other today. Please go easy on me." Sunset Glow smiled shyly. Pedal Shower smiled and said, "I was about to ask you the same. I'm not in too good a shape today." Sunset Glow looked off to the side. "Then today's main event will have to be between the Clown and Flowing Time." The Clown simply shrugged it off. Flowing Time chuckled, saying nothing. When the others heard that, they also looked at those two. Everyone already knew about the provocations by Flowing Time on Weibo and wanted to find out who would be the better singer between the two of them. But as they were not matched against each other, they would not get to meet each other in the first round. So the prerequisite was that the two of them had to get through the first round before they could meet in the second round. Outside, in the recording studio, the audience had started to line up in advance to get into the studio. Wow, the venue is so big. The set design is really nice. This is all Zhang Ye's creation. I heard that teacher Zhang personally decorated the set. It's just somehow better with Zhang Ye taking part in the production. He's currently the country's best television show director and producer after all. Ah, is that Dong Shanshan? It's her. She's testing the microphone. Where's Pedal Shower? And where's the Clown? Don't bother looking for them. They're definitely backstage. Suddenly, a large group of people arrived from outside. They all seemed like they knew each other and were even wearing the same outfit, which had a company's name printed on it. A rough estimate put about 70 to 80 people in the group. When they opened their mouths to speak, they were all talking in Hokkien. The audience members around them all turned to look at them. Many of the program team staff were momentarily stunned. With the clown attending the tea party, Han Shi was left with nothing much to do. So she came over to the studio to help out with work. However, when Han Shi witnessed this, she started to feel a little panicked and went to look for Da Fei immediately. Han Shi tugged at him. "Brother Fei." Da Fei turned around. "What's the matter, little Han?" Han Shi pointed to the audience. "Why are there so many Fuzzhanese?" When Da Fei saw this, he also found it a little odd and went to check with someone. Only then did he learn what was going on. He said to Han Shi, "They're from a company based in Xiamen and are a second-tier advertising sponsor for our show. They had asked for some tickets from us, so brother who allocated 70 to 80 tickets for them. We originally thought that they were going to organize a lucky draw to give away the tickets, which was what they had claimed as well. We hadn't expected that their company employees and families would come to Beijing for a meeting. They decided to organize a tour while they were in Beijing, and now they're here. The majority of the employees are from Xiamen, and they speak Hokkien over there." Han Shi asked, "Then will they be allowed to vote as well?" "Of course," Da Fei said. Han Shi was badly worried now. She ran off to look for the clown. When she got there, the tea party had just ended. "Teacher Clown, come with me, quick. There's something urgent." Back in the waiting room, the clown asked, "What's the matter?" Han Shi said, "There are nearly 100 people in today's audience who speak Hokkien." She related the matter to him and asked, "What should we do now? If Flowing Time is really teacher Zhao Qichuan, then he's one of the best Hokkien singers around. Wouldn't those 100 votes go to him almost by default? How could anyone compete with him if that's the case? Just think about it. If the abilities of two people are on par and the 500 audience members vote equally for each person, that will give them each 250 votes. Even with a slight deviation, 10 votes would already be a huge margin, not to mention 100 votes. But fortunately, Hokkien songs are slightly more niche. Other than this 100 people from the Shaman sponsor company, the rest of the audience members would probably not." All of a sudden, someone knocked on the door. Han Shi went to open the door. Xiao Lu was standing outside. She quickly said, "I won't be going inside. Just let Teacher Clown know that a company from Chaos Han with roughly 40 to 50 people has arrived. They came to Beijing for a meeting a few days ago. The program team hadn't expected that these two groups would come to the recording session together. I'll be going as I still need to inform the other singers. We've made a mistake in our planning by not properly arranging for the attendees." Han Shi was a little confused. "What's about the company from Chaos Han?" The clown spoke. "Teochew is a branch of the Min language. There's about a 60 to 70% similarity." Han Shi exclaimed, "What?" Xiao Lu sighed. "That's the issue I'm talking about." The clown said calmly, "I understand. We're terribly sorry. Apologize Xiao Lu before leaving in a hurry." "How can that happen?" Han Shi said. "Those 70, 80 people are already enough to mess the results up, but now there are another 40, 50 others? Wouldn't that be over 100 people in total? Wouldn't today's stage become Flowing Time's home field then?" Previously, the program team had been very particular with the audience composition. For example, when it came to age demographics, they would not only get young people to attend, they would invite people of all ages from their teens to their 50s. As for gender, it would basically be half and half with at most a 10% difference. As for the language they spoke, this was not a consideration at all. Since this was the mainland, they couldn't possibly bring in half the audience from Hong Kong and the other half from the mainland just to show that they were fair to the Cantonese singers. Moreover, Cantonese songs were quite mainstream and well recognized by mainlanders, so there was no need to do that. As such, what was happening today was indeed unexpected. No one had expected that such a coincidence would happen, that so many people who spoke Hokkien would come to attend the recording. And from the apologetic attitude of Xiao Lu, it was crystal clear who Flowing Time was. He was definitely a Hokkien singer. The other contestants gradually learned about it as well. Petal Shower did not say anything. Sunset Glow simply acknowledged that she understood. Spinach had the biggest reaction. She felt she didn't need to take the stage anymore. A lot of people were wondering if all of this was planned by Flowing Time himself. Could he have happened to know the CEOs of those two companies? So he got them to ask for more tickets for people to cheer him on, and that was why he dared to openly challenge the clown on Weibo, even though he had already been crowned Masked King twice? Was that how it was? No one knew. In any case, the other contestants could only be sure of one thing. In these circumstances, it was going to be too difficult for anyone to beat Flowing Time. Chapter 1039. Who is his opponent? Chapter 1039. Who is his opponent? Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. In the recording studio, all of the audience had taken their seats. The cameras were about to start rolling. Dafei found his way over. Brother Hu, some contestants have expressed their views on the matter. Hu Fei sighed. What did they say? Dafei smiled wryly. Last time it was Li Yu. Now it's Flowing Time. One of the masked singers said that if she were allowed to bring people from her hometown to attend the recording, she could even beat Petal Shower and the Clown. Brother Hu, what do we do now? Xiao Lu came back after informing the contestants. Hu Fei said remorsefully, what else can we do? All we can do is record. Since everyone has arrived, and they're from our sponsors, we can't possibly chase them off, right? We only have ourselves to blame for not clarifying and asking clearly what they needed the tickets for when they requested them. We just assumed that they would use it for a nationwide lottery event. If it was that, the gender and geographical demographics would have been more evenly distributed. Hi, we can only blame ourselves for being inexperienced at handling such a large singing variety show like this one. That's why it led to a series of consecutive problems occurring like it had. It was all due to my negligence. If Zhang Ye had been appointed as the executive director, such things would not have happened. If I had known that it would be like this, I would have made him accept the position of executive director no matter what. I'd have just stuck to being the executive producer and supervised from the side. That would have been so much easier. Dafei immediately said, we can't blame it on you. We don't have the necessary experience either. Xiao Lu wondered, has Director Zhang gone missing again? He probably went back? Dafei turned and looked around. Hu Fei said, let's just go ahead and record. Things can't be changed no matter what. I'll personally go and talk to the contestants after we finish recording. Come, we'll start record in 1 minute. Applause rang out through the studio. Hello, everyone. Welcome to this episode of King of Masked Singers. I'm your host, Dong Shanshan. Many in the audience started to scream in excitement, and a lot of the guys were wolf whistling. This scene was not planned by the program team beforehand. They had not requested for the audience to clap and scream to enhance the recording effects, but was rather the most authentic representation of the atmosphere in the studio. As Dong Shanshan had gotten very popular now, and the King of Masked Singers becoming the top-rated show in the nationwide viewership ratings, everyone was very excited that they could come attend the live studio recording where they could also vote to determine the life and death of the contestants. Their emotions were running high right from the start. Dong Shanshan was still wearing that black women's suit and those gold-rimmed glasses. After a string of advertising messages, Dong Shanshan looked at the audience and said with a smile, I saw on the internet that a lot of people are asking me why I keep wearing the same outfit for every episode. Quite a few audience members looked at her curiously. Dong Shanshan said, it's because the program team does not have any money. In return, the audience heckled her. Ha, no money? You're the richest program team in the country right now, all right? Hearing that, Dong Shanshan looked at Yao Jiankai, who was seated at the judging panel, and said with a smile, what a familiar sound this is. Teacher Yao, are they jeering at you? The other judges laughed. Yao Jiankai pointed at Dong Shanshan. This little Dong is even making fun of me now? The host had a bigger part in the recording of today's episode. It was rare for Dong Shanshan to get the opportunity to say more than a bit during the opening speech, even though it was just a few lines. I know that everyone has been waiting. Now, let's hand things over to the contestants, so please welcome our first singer onto the stage, Spinach. The contestant was ready and waiting in the waiting area. The audience started applauding. She's coming out. It's Spinach. She's the first one today. Spinach came onto the stage feeling a little unhappy, but she managed to recover from it very quickly after a few deep breaths while she stood on stage. Then she nodded at the band to signal that she was ready. The music played. She began to sing. It turned out that Spinach chose a song that was based heavily on opera music and was aptly titled Chinese opera. There were parts of the song where it was sung in the controlled pitch style of Peking Opera 1. When these notes went higher, the audience responded excitedly with round after round of applause. When she finished performing, Spinach bowed and exited the stage. Chen Guang exclaimed, "This?" Wang Jueishu was also stunned. "She is? Now you know who she?" Zhang Xia said with a smile. Chen Yidong said, "I think I've got it. It's her." Amy seemed to have recognized her as well. Zhang Xia enjoyed a good relationship with Spinach, and they had worked together a few times as well. So Zhang Xia figured out who she was during the previous episode, while the other judges finally guessed her identity today. Yao Jinkai commented, "Her singing is quite good." Zhang Xia smiled and said, "When she gets older, she'll definitely be even better." On stage, Dong Shanshan said, "Let's welcome our next contestant, Flowing Time." The audience immediately cheered and screamed enthusiastically. Compared to the reception when Spinach came on stage, it was louder by several times, especially in two areas where there were about 100 people. Many of them were wearing the same outfit and were cheering in Hokkien for Flowing Time. Maybe they had also read the online news, but a lot of them probably assumed this person was teacher Zhao Qichuan. Amy looked into the crowd. "They're all speaking in Hokkien. Why are there so many of them?" Yao Jinkai exclaimed. Zhang Xia knew a little about this as she had heard from the program team staff before recording began. They're employees from one of the sponsors. Then she filled them in on the situation. Chen Guang said, "There are this many of them?" Chen Yidong said, "It's going to be very difficult for the other contestants to win." "It's far more than very difficult," Amy said in a speechless manner. "If it's really teacher Zhao who has come onto the show, then the results are already set, aren't they? He practically has over 100 guaranteed votes." They thought the audience was too one-sided this time. Did they come and attend the recording session solely because of Flowing Time? Flowing Time took the stage. Applause sounded once again. In the end, Flowing Time slowly pressed his arms down to signal the audience to be quiet and finally halted the applause. Flowing Time smiled. At the same time, the music started. Everyone was looking at him and waiting for him to open his mouth. "Please look at me. Is this the person you loved so deeply? Why, when you were in your hardest times, did she turn to go? Please look at me. Is this the friend you trusted so much? Why, when you were down on your luck, did he never look back?" It turned out to be a Mandarin song. It was that very famous song called "Please Look at Me Too." The audience was very excited. It's in Mandarin? Shouldn't he be singing a Hokkien song? Could it be that he is not Zhao Qichuan? That's not right. Just listen to his accent. His Mandarin has a Hokkien accent to it. That's right, it's indeed so. It really sounds like it's from that area. It's really Zhao Qichuan. This is awesome. His singing is so wonderful. Looks like there's something to look forward to today. Teacher Zhao has really joined the show. Haha, the clown has met his match this time. The cheers of those shaman and Chaos Han people were especially deafening. The majority of them were Zhao Qichuan's fans and loved listening to Hokkien songs. When Spinach saw this from the wings, she felt only a sense of powerlessness. When he finished performing, Flowing Time bowed in thanks. He was clearly quite pleased with his performance today. Spinach was then invited back onto the stage by the host, Dong Shanshan. The judges began commenting. Zhang Xia said, "They were both great, truly great." Wang Jueishu said, "I felt very satisfied listening to those two songs. They were quite enjoyable." Chen Yidong said with a smile, "I like Spinach's performance more, and I think I have guessed who you are as well." Spinach nodded in thanks. Yao Jinkai said, "I prefer Flowing Time's performance more as I feel that he sang with deeper feeling. Each of them has their individual strong points, so it's really difficult to judge who is better." Chen Guang looked at them and said, Let's leave this difficult decision to the audience." The styles of their songs were completely different with no overlapping qualities, so it was really quite difficult to say whose singing was better. Spinach was superior in terms of her clearer voice that had more carrying power, while her operatic parts had a very special feel to it. Meanwhile, Flowing Time was superior in terms of his experience and the control of his voice, and the projection of his emotions was quite good as well. Therefore, the judges considered the first match quite even. Even if Flowing Time was slightly better, the difference was not that great. But when the voting started and the outcome was shown, the judges fell silent. The voting ended. Spinach, 107 votes. Flowing Time, 381 votes. Flowing Time emerged victorious. The difference was much too great. Almost all of the audience had given their support to Flowing Time. The program team staff looked at each other in dismay. The other contestants who were in there Waiting rooms looked downhearted. Clearly, the audience has already recognized Zhao Qichuan through his slight accent and voice, even though he had not sung a Hokkien song yet. He had only demonstrated a bit of his Hokkien accent through his Mandarin pronunciation, yet he had nearly 4 times more votes. With an advantage this overwhelming, if Flowing Time actually sang a Hokkien song, who would be his match? This home field advantage he had was simply too great. Chapter 1040. I'm ugly but tender. Chapter 1040. I'm ugly but tender. Translator, leg editor, leg. It was time for the next matchup. Martial Persona vs. The Clown. Yao Jiankai said, this episode's battle for Masked King is going to be a difficult one. Zhang Xia agreed, that's right. Qin Guang said, let's watch how this match will turn out. Amy said, let's see which other 2 contestants will advance to battle Flowing Time for Masked King. Wang Zhuishu asked, who is this martial persona? Qin Yidong said, his mask looks really good. Martial persona had already come onto the stage, dressed in an overpowering, martial outfit that grabbed everyone's attention. Backstage, Zhang Ye did not get affected by anyone and was getting ready for his turn on stage. He closed his eyes and did some Taiji breathing exercises to calm his mind. No matter who his opponent was, no matter where the audience was from, all he needed to do was to sing to his best. It was just that simple. No, his impulsiveness gone, he was now in great shape. A moment later, Han Shi knocked on the door and came in. Teacher Clown, martial persona, is almost done performing. After 2 seconds, Zhang Ye opened his eyes and stood up. All right, let's go. Ahead of them was the waiting area. Surprisingly, Flowing Time was standing there with his arms folded. No one knew if he was there to watch martial persona perform up close or if he was waiting for the clown. Flowing Time looked at him. I'll be waiting for you in the battle round. The clown glanced at him. Flowing Time said, but from the look of things, you might find it hard to advance. Somber, Han Shi looked to the stage. Martial Persona's smoky voice was extremely charming to listen to. He was singing, years after we're no longer together. I still can't forget your warmth. You said you weren't good-looking enough for me. Well then, I'll let you go. He finished singing. Many audience members were intoxicated by his performance. He's such a strong singer. He's absolutely an impressive singer. What a display. Great. The judges were also clapping as they found it to be quite a good performance. Zhang Xia said, have any of you recognized him? His voice sounds familiar. Qin Guang was thinking hard. Dong Shanshan announced, next, let's welcome the clown. Yao Jiankai was taken aback. The clown is going up against martial persona. Amy said, it won't be easy for the clown today, since he's facing 2 great opponents. If he goes through to the battle round, Flowing Time will be there waiting for him. The immediate problem is that he might not even be able to win in the first round. Zhang Xia made a noise in agreement, then analyzed, since it's already the 4th episode, unless he can come up with something extremely surprising. Everyone knows how well he can sing. Although the audience still likes him, there's nothing fresh to expect from him. They would also have higher expectations for his performances. Him and Petal Shower progressing to this point in the competition has actually made it more difficult for them to move on. Let's see what he'll sing today, since that's going to be the crux of the matter. Qin Guang said, getting first place in Weibo's ugliest celebrities rankings has surely affected him. In addition, at least, I think that some of the audience might change their view on him. Amy turned to him. That's just a poll for fun, isn't it? No way it'll be that bad, right? Qin Guang said calmly, because you're pretty, you don't understand how average-looking people like us find it hard to survive the entertainment industry. It's incredibly difficult. Amy replied, aren't you doing rather well now? Qin Guang laughed bitterly, but you didn't see how much we went through to get to where we are. Yao Jiankai was deeply moved. In this industry, even if we work 5 to 10 times harder than some people, we might not be afforded the same opportunities. Zhang Xia sighed. I can understand. Amy, Wang Zhuishu, and Qin Yidong fell silent. The clown slowly walked out and onto the stage. Han Chi was cheering in her head. Go, teacher clown. Go. Petal Shower went to the waiting area. Sunset Glow also went. The 2 of them did not expect each other to be thinking the same thing. Sunset Glow asked, what are you doing here? Petal Shower answered, any song that the clown sings should be listened to live. Sunset Glow laughed. Agreed. Petal Shower offhandedly asked, Is the clown really not good looking? Sunset Glow said, yup. When I asked him this morning, he said that it was so. Who do you have your money on? The clown. He always manages to surprise us. The audience's response was very different from the two contestants. Some were cheering. Some were booing. It's finally the clown's turn. I'm looking forward to it. What are you looking forward to? The image of my prince has been shattered. Yeah, I had imagined the clown to be very handsome. You haven't even seen him yet, so how would you know he's not? Someone online analyzed it and pretty much determined that he's indeed just average. I prefer a more handsome male singer. Me too. I actually quite like the clown, but I can't bring myself to like him now. I'm all about the looks. So, Marshall Persona is a handsome man for sure. That's right. I've already decided to give my vote to Marshall. I still can't decide. Is the clown really that ugly? The girls especially could not accept the fact that the clown was not a handsome guy. All of them were caught in a dilemma. The lights dimmed, but the clown did not start singing. This was a habit of his that everyone knew about, so the crowd fell silent. Flowing Time was watching him from the wings. This was his first time listening to the clown sing live. The judges and audience were also looking at the clown. Zhang Ye stood on stage and took in everyone's attention. For a moment, he did not know how to sing. A complex swirl of emotions seemed to roil within him. His journey so far had been very difficult. Others could see some parts, but not all. Zhang Ye had grit his teeth and walked step by step to get here. As he was just average looking, he had nearly tripped right at the start without getting into the entertainment industry. Due to his mediocre looks, he had experienced countless criticism and doubt, as well unfair treatment. There were even people who would judge his personality and character based solely on his appearance. He had seen this on more than one occasion. Some Korean celebrities got praised as kind and good people by their fans, who would go crazy all because the celebrities said hello, even though the fans didn't know whether their idols had gotten plastic surgery. Meanwhile, Zhang Ye, who had gotten into a fight over a bullied fan and scolded others as he sought justice for the people, had done a lot for others. He had done so much, truly, yet no matter what he did, he would always incur the wrath of others. Why? Why was it like this? Zhang Ye raised his microphone and looked down as he rested it near his mouth. The soft and gentle strings of a guitar thrummed. In the nightly wilderness of my dreams, I stand a proud giant. But every morning, before the bathroom mirror, I realize I'm living on the razor's edge. When everyone read the title of the song, they were stunned. Chen Guang was stunned. Amy looked shocked. The audience also looked startled. This song. Zhang Ye closed his eyes and sang. In a jungle of reinforced concrete, in a life of being ordered around, I think about the gulf between dreams and reality. Please believe me. Everyone, please believe me. I am not a bad person. I, Zhang Ye, really am not a bad person. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked at the audience. He looked at all of them as he thumped his chest. Then, he used his shocking voice to sing loudly to everyone. I'm ugly, but I am so tender. Cold on the outside, passionate inside. That's who I am. Listening to this, Chen Guang rose to his feet. I'm ugly, but I have music and beer. A little lowly, a little fearful, but I'll never cower. Amy was screaming, oh my goodness. Spinach was dumbfounded in the wings. What the fuck? Sunset Glow looked at Petal Shower in astonishment. Even Flowing Time was stunned. The audience was also stunned, to the point they even forgot to cheer and clap. How could this be? How could he still have such a song? Today, Zhang Ye was particularly sincere and couldn't control the emotions in his voice. Some of his pitch changes were all over the place as he didn't even try to control his voice. That was because this was a song he had wanted to sing for a while now, because this song contained all the things he had always wanted to say. Yes, I am not handsome. In this entertainment industry filled with all kinds of handsome men and beautiful women, I'm not at all considered good-looking. I might be a TV host, but there are times when I really do not know how to express myself. I do not know how I should tell you what I'm feeling inside. I, Zhang Ye, have never harmed anyone nor ignored my conscience. I'm willing to give my all for you guys. I can go through all kinds of hardship for my country and fellow people, but I just don't know how I should tell you. I can dig my heart out for all of you to see. Would you like to see it? I truly can dig my heart out for you to see. It's red, really, and scalding. Do you guys get it? Do you understand? Every morning, At the edge of the city, I wear a lonely mask, but in the nightly wilderness of music, I turn into a heartfelt, roaring giant. On a stage that stretches forever, on the other side of not being understood, I come alive with ego and dignity. All of a sudden, Zhang Ye grabbed the shirt over his chest, held onto it for dear life. He grabbed it with so much strength that it was like he was trying to dig his heart out. I'm ugly, but I am so tender. Dull in the day, eternal at night. That's who I am. I'm ugly, but I have music and beer. Sometimes soaring, sometimes humble, but always good at waiting. Yao Jinkai had at some point clenched his fists. Chen Guang's eyes had reddened without him knowing. All the things he wanted to say had been said for him by the clown. This song had given voice to his innermost feelings so much that wanted to rush up on stage with a microphone and sing along. The audience was getting pumped up. On the big screen, the cameras captured several male audience members crying as well. This was not done for the effect of the show, and they definitely weren't people recruited by the program team. They were crying from the live atmosphere in the studio and the clown's heartbreaking voice. It made those who were in the same boat lose control of their emotions. Yes, they were ugly and lowly, but they were really tender and would never cower. The girl who had said that she was someone who judged others based on their appearance was now wiping away her tears. I only like handsome guys. I don't like celebrities who aren't good-looking, have never, and definitely won't ever. But can anyone tell me what's going on with me right now? Why do I like the clown so much? Suddenly, the music stopped. The entire studio fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. Zhang Ye raised his microphone and, singing in a cappella, his voice reverberated through the studio. I'm ugly, but I am so tender. A little lowly, a little fearful, but I'll never cower. Flowing time was silent. He had been silent ever since the clown sang his first line. He asked himself if he could have won if he had used that Mandarin song versus the clown. The answer was no. He realized that he would probably not have won. No one could beat the clown and his song. Chapter 1041, Winning. Chapter 1041, Winning. Translator, leg editor, leg. The performance ended. Suddenly, a few female audience members stood up. I love you, the clown. I'll love you no matter how ugly you are. Applause rang out through the studio. Screams came from all places. This is so good. This song is so amazing. What a good song this is. I'm ugly, but I am so tender. I want to learn this song. I must learn it. The clown surprises us every time. Yeah, I thought that the clown wouldn't do well this week. When I read a lot of the comments by industry insiders and other people, they were all talking about how he had done too well. Now that we were into the 4th episode, the audience would no longer feel that he was fresh. That would only make it harder and harder for him to proceed and possibly even put him on the decline. But after listening to him sing today, I find that all those comments are bullshit. How could the clown not be good enough? Is this what you call not good enough? Is this what you'd fucking call a decline? Each of his songs gets better. What I most admire about the clown is that he tells a story through each of his songs. And the stories are always about himself and fit the situations to a T. How surprising. Where did all those songs come from? I don't know. Damn, who on earth wrote them for him? Even a master lyricist and composer like Wang Jueshu, who was on the judging panel, could not possibly come up with so many earth-shattering songs in such a short span of time. Could he? Could it be that Wang Jueshu, along with Zhang Ye and a dozen of those famous songwriters, fucking wrote all those songs for him? And they're even tailor-made for him and the situations that he's in? That's impossible. If it were that way, why hasn't anyone recognized him yet? The clown. The clown. The clown. The shouting came wave after wave. This song that had come from Zhang Ye's previous world was the famous classic by Zhao Chuan, I'm Ugly But Tender One, and it had shocked everyone in the studio. A classic would always be a classic. This song that had stood the test of time in Zhang Ye's previous world was also capable of shocking people here now that it had been brought to this world. The host came back on stage. Dong Shanshan smiled. Let's welcome Martial Persona back to the stage. Martial Persona came back up to the stage and gave the clown a nod. The clown nodded back to greet him. Dong Shanshan looked over to the guessing panel. Judges, what do you think? Chen Guang opined. My eyes turned red just now. After 4 episodes of King of Masked Singers, this is the first time I've felt my eyes turn red in the studio. I don't have much to say. This song affected me deeply. Martial Persona sang well today. In fact, he sang especially well. However, the clown's performance can only be described with two words: absolutely perfect. Amy said, earlier, Teacher Chun and Teacher Yao told us about how people who don't exactly have outstanding looks have it almost impossible in the entertainment industry. Although I personally feel that Teacher Chun and Teacher Yao are both quite handsome, after I finished listening to your song, I experienced a lot of emotion. I won't say anything more as there isn't much else to say. She spread her hands and said, I just like the clown very much, so much that I can't use words to describe my like. Zhang Ye talked from a technical point of view. Martial Persona is a very good singer and is very comprehensive technically. I can tell from his singing that he has a very strong foundation and should be a professional singer. His status in the music industry should also be quite high. Martial Persona smiled. Zhang Ye said, as for the clown, I really do not know who he is. There's no one I can match him to. Listening to his song today, it felt a little different from his previous two songs. There are even some parts where even the average person would think they could hear a mistake, like the trembling in his voice, the crack in his voice, but I don't think that's what it is. Wang Jueishu said, correct. Zhang Xia continued. The way the clown sang today was by using his emotions to drive the music. He used his raw emotions to sing and transmitted his innermost feelings to everyone through the music. I've already said this once before, but this is such a high standard and not something that every singer can hope to have. This song's difficulty lies not in its high notes or other aspects, but in its expression of emotion. Handling this emotional nuance is truly difficult, and I personally believe that I couldn't sing this song either. There can only be two outcomes when singing this song. Either it gets sung really badly, or it gets sung really well, of which the clown belongs to the latter category. Even if the pickiest person faced the clown's song today, they wouldn't be able to nitpick a thing. It's that good, just that good. The clown nodded to express his thanks. He wanted to say, you're flattering me, but suddenly remembered that he might say it with an accent since this was a commonly used phrase in the Beijing region. So he did not dare to say it since he was afraid that he would get recognized immediately. Yao Jinkai said, if I were to vote, I would also vote for the clown. It's just that simple. The judges were done commenting. Dong Shanshan followed up with, all right, we'll proceed to the voting now. The voting began. The audience picked up their voting devices. Martial Persona looked at the audience, as did the judges. Actually, no matter what their comments were, it was all useless since the voting depended entirely on the audience. They had to be convinced of a contestant's performance. Just like in the previous round where Flowing Time and Spinach were at a pretty similar level of singing with an unclear difference, the audience did not see it that way and voted for Flowing Time in a one-sided affair. The right to vote and decision-making laid in the hands of the audience. When the voting began, the conclusion became obvious. When a lot of the people saw the real-time tallies on the big screen, they exclaimed, the clown, 10 votes. Martial Persona, 1 vote. And then, the clown, 45 votes. Martial Persona, 9 votes. The difference was too large. There was basically no suspense as to how it'd end. In the end, when the final tallies were counted, the clown's total votes, 377 votes. Martial Persona, 123 votes. Dong Shanshan announced, the winner of this match, the clown. The clown bowed in thanks. Martial Persona applauded the winner. The moment he got off the stage, the clown was surrounded by people. Xiaolu was flabbergasted. Teacher, you were so awesome. Da Fei said sincerely. You sang great up there. Meanwhile, Flowing Time had gone backstage at some point in time and was nowhere to be found. Han Chi was beyond excited. Teacher Clown, why didn't you use this song for the next round? With it, you definitely wouldn't have lost to Flowing Time, even against 100+ Hokkien-speaking audience members. She was both happy for the clown and bemoaning the disadvantage he had. This song was incredible. But what about the next round? Flowing Time had challenged him. Even if Teacher Clown had done well in this round, when he faced Hokkien singer Flowing Time in the next round, he would still not have a good chance of winning. In Han Chi's opinion, this huge killer move should have been used as a last resort. But Teacher Clown had brought it out in the first round. However, Zhang Ye simply smiled, not saying a word. The next round? He had a song up his sleeve for the next round. Chapter 1042, Flowing Time versus the Clown. Chapter 1042, Flowing Time versus the Clown. Translator, leg editor, leg. On Weibo, someone broke the news. The clown won. Seriously? Yes, seriously. I'm at the fucking recording studio right now. The program team took everyone's cell phones, but this bro has 2 of them. I'm in the bathroom secretly connecting to the internet. By how many votes? 300 votes to 100. The gap was massive. What? The clown has been singing amazingly for 4 episodes now. How does he continue to be so awesome? This isn't scientific. He wasn't just awesome. The clown was godly today. I won't spoil for you guys, so watch it on TV tomorrow and find out for yourselves. Oh yes, Flowing Time also won his first round match. He won by a huge margin and steamrolled Spinach. And there was an unexpected incident that happened today. Your sister. When I saw the people attending the recording, almost all of them spoke Hokkien. I was dumbfounded. After I asked around, I found out that they were the employees of the show's sponsors from Shaman and Chaos On. There are close to 200 of them. I'll reveal a little more. Flowing Time's identity is as good as confirmed. He's the flag bearer of Hokkien songs, teacher Zhao Qichuan. Even though he sang a Mandarin song during the first round, we could still hear his accent. Almost all of the audience are Hokkien speakers. Damn, then what's there left to compete on? What are these circumstances? Flowing Time will definitely win today. What's wrong with Beijing TV? Who knows? What a terrible mishandling of things. These Weibo messages were deleted soon after they were posted. No one really knew if the messages were deleted by the person themselves or if Beijing Television found the person and made them delete them. At the television station, in the waiting room, Zhang Ye was watching the competition through the TV. Flowing Time was the first person to proceed to the battle round, while the clown was the second to get through. The fight for the last spot in the battle round was about to begin. Petal Shower versus Sunset Glow. In the previous episodes, Petal Shower had directly or indirectly come up against Sunset Glow. Based on prior experience, Petal Shower's chance of winning was up to 90%, and she held a big advantage. Petal Shower performed very well on stage today as she once again went back to the type of falsetto that she had used in the first and second episodes. As she sang entirely in falsetto, her voice sounded ethereal. Although she did not sing to her third episode's godly level, it was still remarkable, and she did quite well. Essentially, she had performed the song to her usual level. That was how the judges saw it. That was what the audience thought as well. Zhang Ye also felt that Petal Shower would win. But when Sunset Glow went on stage and raised her microphone, a lot of people were stunned. It was still a slow song like before. It was a love song. But the Sunset Glow today was just too amazing. Be it her singing skill, voice, or song selection, it gave everyone a completely different view of her. It was a heaven-defying performance, and she placed herself in a fantastic position. This was what it was like being a singer. Talent was only one factor. The ability to perform on stage was another. For example, Zhang Ye was the type of performer who always did things spontaneously. Normally, his singing would probably be average. But when he got into the right mindset, he was able to perform exceedingly well. Today, Sunset Glow was undoubtedly in this frame of mind as well. She had sung a very classic oldie called How Often Does the Sun Set in the West to a very godly state. She had been tepid in her performances so far and had been keeping relatively quiet for the past 3 episodes. But in the 4th episode's recording, Sunset Glow had finally broken out. Even Zhang Ye was utterly convinced after listening. In the wings, Petal Shower was applauding Sunset Glow. When the results came out, Petal Shower, 218 votes. Sunset Glow, 281 votes. Sunset Glow won her match against Petal Shower to become the 3rd person to get through to the battle round. This was something no one had expected. But when they listened to this matchup's performances, it was still within reason. Someone had analyzed that even if the clown were to go against Sunset Glow in the first round, it would have been very difficult to decide a victor between the 2 songs and who would win or lose. In this competition, it was not only the clown and Petal Shower who knew how to sing. Those who could appear on this stage were all people who could suddenly burst onto the scene someday. In fact, everyone was more or less at the same level. And the key reason that many people had analyzed the potential matchups before today's competition was that there was too much attention on Petal Shower. Ever since the first episode, discussions about her had never stopped. After 3 episodes, the audience had become all too familiar with her. singing, style, and choices of song. This led to their anticipation lowering. Instead, it was Sunset Glow who had never excelled so far to suddenly perform so well. This surprised the audience greatly. Thinking of this, a lot of people were feeling even less optimistic about the clown's upcoming performance. Like Petal Shower, there was too much attention given to the clown in the previous episodes. He was in the same situation as Petal Shower was earlier. Moreover, today Flowing Time also held the home field advantage in the studio. The first round ended. There was a 15-minute intermission between rounds. By rights, the next round should have been the elimination round in which 2 contestants would be knocked out. But soon, the singers received a notification. Hanshi knocked on the door and came in. "Teacher." Zhang Ye looked at her. "What's the matter?" "Please get ready." Hanshi said. "It's gonna your turn soon." Zhang Ye asked now. Hanshi nodded and said, "Teacher, Petal Shower has a bit of a stomach ache, so the program team decided to record the battle round first. That's why it's gonna your turn soon." Zhang Ye nodded. "All right." He was ready at any time. Hanshi cheered. "You can do it." In reality, she was feeling quite aggrieved and was not confident at all. If it were normal circumstances, she would feel that the clown wouldn't lose today. But the problem was that the circumstances were not normal. At least a small half of the audience present today spoke Hokkien. Under such conditions, how could the clown compete against Flowing Time? Even if he sang really well, it would still be a Mandarin song and the audience might not like it. In the studio, the judges were also notified of the schedule change. Dong Shanshan went up on stage and told the audience, "There has been a last-minute change of plans. We'll be moving up the recording of the battle round." With that announcement, the atmosphere in the studio immediately changed. They're going straight into this week's battle for the Masked King? Flowing Time is returning to the stage soon. This is great. I've been waiting for some time. Flowing Time is going to face off against the clown? I'm looking forward to it. What's there to look forward to? What's the matter? Just look over there and you'll know. There's no suspense to the results of this battle round. Many of the audience members looked over. They saw 2 groups of many people in the audience wearing the same outfit and shouting in Hokkien. Some of them were cheering while others were shouting Flowing Time's name. When they heard that Flowing Time and the clown were going to come back on stage next, the atmosphere at their spot in the audience immediately grew frenzied. Many of those who came to attend the recording today were waiting for just this moment. The challenge that Flowing Time had issued to the clown had caused quite a commotion throughout the country, and everyone was waiting to see how it would turn out. The cameras started rolling. The battle for the Masked King has begun. The host's voice resounded. "Let us welcome Flowing Time." A round of applause rang out. "Flowing Time, go for it. Teacher Zhao, you can do it. Can you sing a Hokkien song, please? Don't sing Mandarin songs anymore. Flowing Time, I love you." Flowing Time came out onto the stage with a smile. When he saw the audience's expressions and heard their screaming, he got into a great mood and became very confident as well, although this was no longer a matter of whether he was confident or not. On today's stage, it almost felt like he had home field advantage. Flowing Time didn't think that he would lose at all, nor was there any reason to think so. It was just impossible for him to lose since he was the only Hokkien singer here today. He already had an overwhelming advantage, so all he had to do now was sing well, and the title of Masked King would safely go to him. Just a while ago, the clown's performance had indeed left him stunned. Later, Sunset Glow's performance had greatly surprised him. If he had sung a Mandarin song, Flowing Time felt that he definitely wouldn't have beat the 2 of them. The 2 of them were in excellent shape today, but it would totally be a different story if he sang a Hokkien song. Even without counting those numerous audience members in the studio who could speak Hokkien, Flowing Time still had his own reasons to be confident. Although the Mandarin song he sang in the first round was very good, that was not his true talent. As a Hokkien singer, his forte was in singing Hokkien songs. His talent was totally different when singing in these 2 languages. It was like he was 2 completely different people. Translator's thoughts. Leg. Vote with your power stones, thank you. Chapter 1043. Strive hard to succeed. First half. Chapter 1043. Strive hard to succeed. First half. Translator. Leg. Editor. Leg. On stage. The music started playing. Flowing Time's stage presence was already entirely different from his first round's performance. The moment the music started, he skipped along to the rhythm as he danced playfully for a bit. Compared to his previous song, he was able to let himself go. This was who he really was. Ignore me. Squinty eyes. Hey ho hey. Flowing Time sang loudly. Authentic Hokkien spouted out with every line. When the audience heard, they immediately got pumped up. A lot of them were waving fluorescent glow sticks in their hands along to the beat. At the judging panel, Amy looked next to her. Is it teacher Zhao Qichuan? Zhang Xia smiled and said, he has to be. Wang Zhuishu nodded. I can confirm that he's definitely old Zhao. I've known him for many years, but I haven't had much contact with him for the past 2 years. I never expected that industry veteran old Zhao would come and join King of Masked Singers. This will be interesting. It's been a long time since I've heard him sing, but he's as passionate as ever. Chen Guang also nodded firmly. There's such a huge difference when Flowing Time sings a Hokkien song instead of a Mandarin song. Chen Yidong praised. It's indeed wonderful. Yao Jiankai was delighted from listening to the performance. Is this what the top Hokkien singer is all about? How legendary. How cool. This song was called Squinty Eyes. Not many people had heard of it before, because Hokkien songs were less mainstream in this world, and there were only a few well-known ones. Flowing Time probably considered how if he sang those well-known Hokkien songs that he had sung so many times whenever he got featured on television shows and in his concerts, everyone would probably be sick of them. It would no longer bring any excitement to the audience. So perhaps it was due to these considerations that he chose this song. The audience members who understood Hokkien were bought right into this performance. These people loved watching King of Masked Singers. Among them, there were some who liked the clown, and some who were fans of Petal Shower, Sunset Glow, and the others. But now that there was suddenly someone singing Hokkien songs on the show, it brought a warm and familiar feeling to them, and they would definitely give their full support to him. Right now, be it the clown or Petal Shower, they were both forgotten by these people. This was human nature and easily understandable. For example, when you meet your fellow people in your hometown, you would not feel anything different and might even feel annoyed sometimes. But if you went to a different city and suddenly heard someone speaking your hometown's language on the buses or in the streets, you would surely be overcome by a surge of affection. There was a man among them who was dressed differently from the employees. He obviously had the air of a boss and was likely one of the advertisers' upper management or even their CEO. He was probably a fan of Zhao Qichuan as he was currently standing and clapping with all his might. The atmosphere was great. Some of the audience members who did not understand Hokkien also got energized from listening. Although there was a language barrier, they could still look at the translated lyrics shown on the second teleprompter display behind the contestant. This teleprompter display was not meant for the contestants, but the audience to look at. Some of the Hokkien words could not be translated word for word, and there were even some verses that were very difficult to translate into Mandarin, so only a transliteration was possible. Squinty eyes. Smiling guys. Oh. When he was coming to the end of the song, Flowing Time even started dancing. This Squinty Eyes was sung almost to perfection by him. From the song, his singing skills, to the musical arrangement, everything was flawless. Although there were some people from Shaman and Chaos Han who felt that this song's lyrics were just average, and that Flowing Time should have sung one of his more well-known songs, they were still quite satisfied that they could listen to a Hokkien song at the live recording of King of Masked Singers. The song ended. Everyone stood up and applauded. Good. It was really quite good. Experience still counts for a good showing. I'm beginning to like Hokkien songs. Me too. It was pretty good. Even some of the audience members who did not understand Hokkien also came to be interested in Hokkien songs. This was because either only Cantonese or Mandarin songs had been performed on this stage. Everyone had heard them too often. So today, the audience was quite curious when someone suddenly sang a Hokkien song. They enjoyed it greatly. Flowing Time bowed and went off stage with a smile. When the audience saw this, they gave their most enthusiastic applause to him once more. Flowing Time did not return to the waiting room. After he left the stage, he waited in the wings as he still needed to go back on stage after the clown and Sunset Glow were done performing. Flowing Time kept his eyes peeled in the direction of the waiting area as he was quite curious about what song the clown would sing this time to compete against him for this episode's Masked King. At the judging panel, Zhang Xia asked, "What do you guys think the clowns and Sunset Glow's chances are?" Wang Zhuishu laughed dryly and said, "They probably don't stand a chance. When Chun Yidong turned around and saw those Hokkien audience members whose enthusiasm had not subsided yet, he also laughed. I think so too. How are they going to compete with him this way? He had practically brought all of his extended family along. A third of the people in the studio spoke Hokkien. Chun Guang analyzed. Actually, Sunset Glow still has some hope. Her form is very good today, and she has maintained a low profile in each of the last 3 episodes, so the focus on her is lower than the clown and petal showers. The audience also seems to be looking forward to her performance. But as for the clown, this round is much too difficult for him. Amy added, unless he can come up with some weird surprises again. In the waiting area, Zhang Ye listened as he watched without saying a word. Han Chi was anxiously stamping around. Judging from the audience's reaction, Teacher Clown was definitely done for. If this were a normal recording like any other day, Han Chi would have been fine with things as long as the clown was not eliminated. It was not like he had to be the masked king every episode. That would be quite impossible, since he had already won it twice. Today was different. Flowing Time had issued the challenge, and news of it had spread all over the internet. If Teacher Clown lost today, who knew what Flowing Time would say? He was here to seek justice for Li Yu after all. Han Chi did not like Flowing Time as she felt. He had been hyping up the incident for his own benefit. Although he had some status in the industry, he was still just a minority language singer. His popularity was considered high, and he hadn't appeared on television for a long time. Before this episode's recording, Flowing Time had challenged the clown directly. He even used the excuse of seeking justice for Li Yu to attract news and discussion interest onto himself. At the studio, he provoked the clown through speech on more than one occasion. Now that there were many audience members who could speak Hokkien attending the recording, Han Chi couldn't help but suspect that this was all planned by Flowing Time. How despicable. He was just using the clown to increase his own popularity. Did Teacher Clown offend you or something? Li Yu was one. Zhao Qichuan was another. There were really all kinds of people in the entertainment industry. Han Chi angered the more she thought about it. But the clown did not have much of a reaction. No one knew what he was thinking about. Dong Shanshan's voice sounded. Next, let's welcome the clown. Da Fei came over and said, break a leg, teacher. Xiao Lu apologized. I'm sorry, Teacher Clown. The program team felt quite apologetic as they believed it was their negligence that led to this match between the clown and Flowing Time starting off in an extreme state of unfairness. Zhang Ye smiled and said, it's all right. He slowly walked out on stage. Petal Shower had recovered a little and came over as soon as she could. Sunset Glow and Spinach were also standing in the wings. Everyone knew that it would be very difficult for the clown to defeat Flowing Time. Flowing Time was already breaking out into a smile underneath his mask. He was very relaxed as he gazed with great interest at the clown on stage. He knew that he already had this round in the bag. The audience was also discussing, as well as pointing at the clown. It's the clown turn now. It's time to decide who the victor is between the two of them. Actually, the result is obvious. The clown won't win. The lights turned off. The studio grew quiet. Chen Guang and Amy sat up straight. Even though they knew that the clown did not really have a chance of winning, they still couldn't help but look forward to his second song of the day. Everyone focused their attention on the clown. Everyone was paying attention to every move he made. Zhang Ye looked at the judges, then the audience. From the looks in their eyes, he could see many things. I can't beat him. These were the words Zhang Ye had heard most today. Someone mentioned it right in front of him, and he also overheard others who said it in their private conversations. He also knew that Flowing Time had home field advantage today, as many of audience members could speak Hokkien. But Zhang Ye never once thought he would lose. He could afford not to fight for the crown of the masked king today. But you, Zhao Qichuan, if you want to use me as a stepping stone to climb higher? You wish to use me to elevate yourself? Then of course I'm not going to let you have your way. You want to step on me by resorting to those petty tricks? You think you can beat me by getting some audience members who speak Hokkien? You have really underestimated me, Zhang Ye. I'll show you what you get for underestimating me. All of a sudden, Zhang Ye's entire aura changed. Zhang Xiao was taken aback. Petal Shower looked bewildered. Flowing Time frowned. The music started playing. This melody was still a song no one had ever heard of before. When they saw the title of the song, it was also a song that they hadn't come across before. Strive Hard to Succeed. It was obviously an original. Flowing Time smiled when he saw the title. Strive Hard to Succeed? What are you striving hard for? How are you going to strive hard? This is not something you can succeed at just by trying hard. You sure are, knave. All right then, I'd like to see how you are going to strive hard and how you are going to succeed. A Mandarin song? Or a Cantonese song? Sing whatever you want. The clown raised his microphone lightly. Then, when the clown sang the first verse of the song, Flowing Time received a bolt. The clown sang, "Don't despair when you're in the morn. Don't be afraid when you're forlorn. Passing time without any hope. Every day going down to taupe. A person without a soul is like a scarecrow." Chapter 1044. Strive hard to succeed, second half. Chapter 1044. Strive hard to succeed, second half. Translator, leg editor, leg. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. When the clown opened his mouth to sing, everyone was dumbfounded. Flowing Time was so shocked, he nearly fell down. Amy stood up in shock. Wang Zhuishu was stunned. Hu Fei and Xiao Lu's jaws dropped. In the wings, Petal Shower, Sunset Glow, and Spinach nearly lost their footing. The studio audience went slack-jawed. It was Hokkien. It was a Hokkien song. What was going on? What the fuck was happening? How could the clown possibly know how to sing a Hokkien song? This was impossible. It was just impossible. When did he learn Hokkien? Who could have written all those songs for him? The clown did not even look at how everyone reacted or the expressions on their faces. He just sang loudly and fluently in Hokkien. Life is like the waves on the sea. Sometimes up, sometimes down. Good luck or bad. We still must continue to work. 30% heaven's will. 70% hard work. Strive hard to succeed. One. Oh my God. Amazing. It was so goddamn amazing. The audience members who could understand Hokkien felt like they had seen a ghost. It was quite expected that Flowing Time would sing a Hokkien song, because Flowing Time was Zhao Qichuan. He was a professional Hokkien singer and had been singing Hokkien songs for over a decade. But who was this clown person? Who the fuck was this guy? How could there be someone else who could sing Hokkien songs in such a way? And be it his voice, singing, or vocal technique, all of them was even slightly better than the best Hokkien singer, Zhao Qichuan? This. And where did this song pop out from? Even though it was their first time hearing it, why was the melody so good? And the lyrics were good as well? The clown continued singing. Don't despair when you're in the morn. Don't be afraid when you're forlorn. Passing time without any hope. Every day going down to taupe. A person without a soul is like a scarecrow. 1, 10, 100. Many of the audience members started standing up, especially those who understood Hokkien. They had the greatest reaction out of everyone. Many of them were waving the fluorescent glow sticks in their hands madly as they watched, dumbfounded. This song was incredible. It was so good. Life is like the waves on the sea. Sometimes up, sometimes down. Good luck or bad. We still must continue to work. Flowing Time's face turned green from anger. When the nearby Spinach saw the look on Flowing Time's face, she burst out laughing. When Sunset Glow noticed Spinach laughing, she let out a giggle as well. Looking at the clown who was on stage and Flowing Time who stood in the wings watching, she had to give props to the clown. Chen Guang was impressed. Zhang Xiao was impressed. Yao Jinkai was impressed. The program team staff and everyone present were all impressed. They didn't know what words they could use to describe the clown with anymore. The clown pointed to the ceiling and sang, 30% heaven's will. Dong dong. 70% hard work. Dong dong. Strive hard to succeed. Along with the beat, the audience got fired up. Amy yelled, "Why does he even know Hokkien?" Wang Zhuishu said, "Who knows?" Chun Guang said in amusement, "This person has truly brought us surprise after surprise, over and over again. By the way, who was the one that said the clown would definitely lose this round?" Zhang Xia smiled and said, "You were." Chen Guang coughed, "Did I? I didn't say that." Yao Jinkai laughed heartily. Old Chen's trying to go back on his words. "Stop denying it." Chen Yidong said in a speechless manner. Who would have thought that he could sing in Hokkien and have such an original song lineup as well? I'm really impressed. Who in the world is he? As they listened to the song and chatted among themselves, they could not help but look to Flowing Time. Just by the shocked expression seen in Flowing Time's eyes behind his mask, they knew he could not have expected that the clown would actually sing a Hokkien song even in 100 lifetimes. It truly was a matter of striving hard to succeed. Everyone had underestimated the clown. In the previous episode, they could feel the pain on Li Yu's face. In this episode, they could feel the pain on Flowing Time's face. Han Chi was extremely excited as she waved her hands with all her might and screamed from the wings. Everyone thought that the clown would surely lose, but who could have guessed that he would bring out this song? Life is like the waves on the sea. Sometimes up, sometimes down. Good luck or bad. We still must continue to work. 30% heaven's will. 70% hard work. Strive hard to succeed. Flowing Time was already cursing in his head. He still did not wish to believe that the clown was really singing a Hokkien song. It was unlike the Cantonese songs that many people knew how to sing. As there were more good Cantonese songs around, those who liked listening to Cantonese songs would more or less know how to sing a few lines as well as pronounce the lyrics quite accurately. Flowing Time had sung in Hokkien, which was considered as a minority language. Moreover, there weren't many Hokkien songs that were especially popular in this world. So how the fuck did you manage to know how to sing this one? You can even goddamn sing something like this. Fucking hell, aren't you too multi-talented? You must be doing this on purpose. On the stage, the clown finished performing. The audience erupted into cheers and applause. The clown, the clown, the clown. The audience members who understood Hokkien were shouting the loudest. When Flowing Time saw this, his heart skipped a beat. He knew that he might actually lose today. The home field advantage he was relying on had turned into the clown's advantage. He had intended to step on the clown to win the competition, but who could have known that the clown would slap him soundly instead? Flowing Time really regretted coming onto this stage. He didn't gain much popularity and, from the looks of it, might even lose the initial popularity and status he had had. Although there were winners and losers on this stage, with even Petal Shower losing before, it was really no big deal. However, the current situation Flowing Time was in was different. He provoked the clown by challenging the clown to verse him. In the end, as a flag bearer of the Hokkien music scene, he got smacked in the face by a foreigner who sang in Hokkien. What sort of feeling was this? Just thinking about it made it unbearable for him to watch. How could it just be painful for his face? It was so painful that it felt like his balls were being crushed. As Flowing Time thought about it, his face flushed red and green. Zhang Ye quickly walked off the stage. Petal Shower gave him a thumbs up. Spinach raised both her hands and gave him 2 thumbs up. Sunset Glow laughed dryly. It was Flowing Time's misfortune to have bumped into you. Spinach nudged her chin in a certain direction. Teacher Zhao is almost in tears. Teacher Clown, you were so ruthless. That was really ruthless. Ha! Today's competition had been quite exciting. Someone wanted to die while others wanted to laugh. Everyone was even more baffled by the clown now. The urge to go on stage and pull his mask off grew even greater as everyone wanted to find out exactly who the clown was. You can sing Mandarin songs? You can sing Cantonese songs? You can even sing a Northeastern accented song? And now, you can even sing a fucking Hokkien song. Where did you learn all these from? Where did all these songs come from? Chapter 1045, An Extra Round. Chapter 1045, An Extra Round. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The clown had exited the stage. It was the next contestant's turn to go on. However, there were still some people in the audience discussing him in astonishment. Zhao Qichuan didn't turn out to be such a big deal after all. Just who is the true Hokkien singer between the two of them? The clown sang much better than Flowing Time. Yeah, without a comparison, no one would have known. But the moment they both sang a Hokkien song, I got shocked. So it turns out that Zhao Qichuan, the so-called best Hokkien singer, is only SOSO. It's not that his singing is good, but that there's too little competition in the Hokkien music scene. Not many people sing Hokkien songs, but once any of those elite singers sing in the language, any one of them would be better than him. That's not really how it is. It was only because the clown was so good that it made it seem like it. Right, the guy's incredible. How does he know how to sing everything? He has already sung pop songs, rock songs, folk songs, a song without lyrics, songs with lyrics, a Cantonese song, a Northeastern accented song, Mandarin songs, and even a Hokkien song. This is a singing show, but why does it feel like I'm watching a martial arts film instead? The clown is really versatile and skilled in so many areas. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. That was really enjoyable. This episode's gonna be wonderful. This is what a professional singing competition should be. The voice pales in comparison. It's Sunset Glow's turn now. Right, Sunset Glow is also a fearsome competitor today. Dong Shanshan smiled and said, "Now, let's hand the stage to Sunset Glow." Sunset Glow went on stage. The audience was very accommodating as they immediately quieted down. Sunset Glow nodded to express her gratitude. Then she looked at the band and nodded at them, signaling that she was ready to start. In truth, in this round of the competition, the Clowns and Sunset Glow's chances of winning were very slim. It was very difficult for the two of them to compete against Flowing Time, as he probably had an 80% chance of winning. This was because Flowing Time was a Hokkien singer, and a lot of Hokkien audience members had turned up for today's recording. But when the Clowns sang, "Strive hard to succeed," he ruthlessly reversed the situation and utterly broke up Flowing Time's chances of becoming the masked king. Further, with those two Hokkien songs performed, Sunset Glow, as the remaining singer, performing a Mandarin song, actually gained an advantage. This was because the audience's curiosity had been dulled, and the 100+ votes from the Hokkien-speaking audience were allocated between the Clown and Flowing Time. With such subtle changes to the circumstances, Sunset Glow instead became the one with the highest chance of becoming the masked king among the contestants. You asked me why I never cower. You asked me why I never panic. After just 2 verses, all the judges revealed astonished expressions. Was Sunset Glow on steroids today? Her form was spectacular. It looked like she had already familiarized herself with this stage. She did not feel nervous anymore and was able to let herself go. Perhaps this was what you call a late bloomer? No wonder even Petal Shower was taken down by her during the first round. Once the song finished, the studio thundered with applause. A lot of people were moved by the gentle and soothing voice in Sunset Glow's singing. This song was originally a rock song and was a song that had shot a male rock band to fame. Now, Sunset Glow had arranged it and used a quiet and womanly voice to sing the song. Be it the audience or the judges, none of them had ever heard anyone sing the song like this. It was extremely original, and everyone was very impressed with it. The audience was faced with a dilemma. This is too difficult to choose. Yeah, who should I vote for? They are all super great. Sunset Glow was so incredible. I didn't pay much attention to her before, but I could never have expected that she would be such an amazing singer. Sunset Glow should probably win this. Yes, she has really good chances of becoming the masked king. The interpretation of the song was very well done. It looks like the Clown will perish together with Flowing Time today. The two of them fought such a battle, and the victor has been decided. But Sunset Glow should benefit the most from their fight. Let's see what the judges are going to say. I still haven't decided who to vote for. Dong Shanshan went on stage. The Clown and Flowing Time were also invited back to join her. Dong Shanshan smiled and said, "Wow, I'm really enjoying today's competition." She gestured to her rear. "This is the first time that I've realized that live singing can really make one sweat." She looked at the judges and said, "I wonder what the judges think." Teacher Zhang Xia. Zhang Xia smiled. "In fact, I was sweating too just now." A smile hung from Dong Shanshan's lips. "You did too." Zhang Xia nodded and said, "When I listened to Sunset Glow's singing, I enjoyed it to the point of sweating. But when I listened to the Clown singing, I was sweating with shock." Everyone laughed. Indeed, a lot of people were shocked just now. No one could have expected him to sing a Hokkien song so fluently the moment he opened his mouth. At that time, even the Miracle Wheels band members, who were playing the live accompaniment for his performance, were shocked. This was because the Clown did not sing the lyrics during the rehearsal beforehand. Hence, all of them thought that it was going to be a Mandarin song. Zhang Xia thought for a moment. "If I were to vote, I would vote for Sunset Glow today. She was fantastic." Sunset Glow bowed. "Thank you, teacher." Chun Guang laughed and said, "The Clown is the singer I most admire today. I never thought that he would still have that sort of song. But if we are judging from pure singing skills and fine details, I would probably vote for Sunset Glow." The Clown nodded. Sunset Glow bowed again. "Thank you." Yao Jiankai chuckled. "I would vote for the Clown. I can't give any professional comments here. I just feel that Strive Hard to Succeed was just that good." The judges expressed their opinions. 4 of them supported Sunset Glow, while 2 of them supported the Clown. Standing next to them, Flowing Time was left hanging. Only Wang Jueshu, whom he knew from long ago, praised him a little, and even that was just a symbolic gesture. The other judges did not even bring him up in their comments. Actually, this was probably the best outcome for Flowing Time. Whether the singing, lyrics, or melody, Flowing Time knew that he was far inferior to the clown's Hokkien song. If the judges really used their professional point of view to analyze, Flowing Time would be even more disgraced. As the best Hokkien singer, he would have been even more embarrassed. Then the voting began. The tallies for each of them kept changing. The audience's shouts and expressions kept changing as well. The clown's votes went up. Sunset Glow is in first place now. Give your vote to Flowing Time. Vote. Sunset Glow. The clown. The voting ended. But Zhang Ye did not even turn around to look because he did not have the thought of competing for the title of Masked King in mind today. Nobody could be the center of attention all the time. He had to occasionally give the chance to other people. Besides, he was already making preparations for the King of Masked Singers Grand Finals by keeping a low profile. If he kept being the center of attention and the height of popularity and brought out all his killer moves this early on, how could he handle the grand finals of the competition? As a result, he felt great. This fellow was here today to teach Flowing Time a lesson, and his objective had been met. However, when the voting ended, he realized that the audience looked surprised. Dong Shanshan also delayed announcing the results. What was going on? What has happened? Did Sunset Glow win? The audience was stunned. The program team was stunned. The host was also stunned. This. Zhang Ye couldn't help but turn around to have a look. He was also slightly taken aback by what he saw. Flowing Time, 36 votes. The Clown, 232 votes. Sunset Glow, 232 votes. They tied. The Clown and Sunset Glow's tallies were exactly the same. Dong Shanshan giggled and looked over to Hu Fei and the program team staff offstage. This is the first time such a situation has arisen. We never expected that there would be a tie, so let me seek the program team's views on this. Offstage, the program team staff gathered together to discuss this. Flowing Time was the most tormented person on stage. His tally was so low that he could not bear to look on any further. It was really appalling to look at. Just choose a winner already and end it quickly. Why are you all still making me stand on stage with everyone? Are you people trying to ridicule me? Can't you come to a decision more quickly? The audience. Flowing Time lost so terribly. He was the one who started the clamoring and provoked the clown a few days ago. But in the end, the outcome turned out like this. He still intended to seek justice for Liu. I'm already feeling embarrassed for him. To the victor go the spoils. Flowing Time is no match for the clown. Yeah, it's useless even if he practices another few years since these two singers are on totally different planes. I never expected a tie. I thought that Sunset Glow would win for sure. That's right. Even the majority of the judges were supporting Sunset Glow. In fact, Zhang Ye himself was not prepared for this result. He also thought that Sunset Glow would be crowned this episode's Masked King. But he couldn't have expected that the audience would give him so much face. Zhang Ye was hoping that they would stop discussing any further and just declare Sunset Glow as the winner of this episode. He was willing to forfeit this round automatically. But he definitely could not say that as it would be showing disrespect to Sunset Glow. The last time he lost on purpose was because he was targeting Liu. But he couldn't do that again as Sunset Glow would definitely not agree with it. A few minutes later, the outcome of the discussion was decided. Dong Shanshan received the program team's instructions through her earpiece. MHM. Yes, I understand. Then she smiled and announced, since who becomes each episode's Masked King is quite important as it affects the order of appearance in the grand finals of King of Masked Singers, our program team has decided to implement an additional round. The audience got excited the moment they heard. Wow, an extra round? Haha, that's great. We get to listen to another 2 songs. I bet Sunset Glow will win. My bet is on the clown. That guy's abilities can't be fathomed. Dong Shanshan looked at the 2 contestants and asked, do you 2 have any problems with that? Sunset Glow was in excellent condition today, and she was highly competitive too. She glanced at the clown, then nodded and said with a smile, I don't have any problems with that. It looked like she wanted to compete with the clown to see who was better. Zhang Ye smiled and said in return, then I have no problems with it either. Chapter 1046, Deciding the Tiebreaker Match Song. Chapter 1046, Deciding the Tiebreaker Match Song. Translator, Leg. Editor, Leg. In the recording studio. The program team hammered out some details regarding the tiebreaker match. Then, Dong Shanshan received the information through her earpiece and announced the rules for the tiebreaker with a perfect smile on her pretty face. The tiebreaker match will begin soon. Due to the show's time constraint, each contestant will have 2 minutes of performance time. After they finish performing, 6 of the judges on the guessing panel will vote to choose this episode's masked king. The judges could vote? Have the rules changed? Chen Guang said with a laugh. We hold the authority today. Amy was also quite happy since they did not used to have the right to vote. They understood the program team's intentions. The team must have wanted to prevent the show from progressing too monotonously, always following the same rules. Otherwise, the audience would get sick of watching it. They could make use of this tiebreaker match to make an adjustment and let it become a rule to follow in the future. If a tie happened again, they could use today's rules to decide on a winner. Dong Shanshan looked at the clown and Sunset Glow. Our 2 singers? Sunset Glow said, Okay. Zhang Ye laughed and said, I understand. Dong Shanshan smiled and said, Then with the 2 of you. Please start prepping now. The 2 of them nodded and left the stage. The cameras stopped rolling. Dong Shanshan told the audience, We break for 15 minutes. Although the actual broadcast would seamlessly continue into the tiebreaker, at the live recording, there would definitely be a need to allocate some time for the contestants. As they had only prepared 2 songs today, and the need for a 3rd song was due to unexpected circumstances, it was absolutely necessary to give the clown and Sunset Glow some buffer time. It was easier for Sunset Glow as most mainstream songs would not be a problem for the band. They could easily play her accompaniment without much practice. But as the clown's song selections were a little more troublesome since he was always singing originals, the tiebreaker match presented more difficulties for him. Zhang Ye did not seem to mind as he was prepared to give up the title of Masked King. Perhaps Sunset Glow could already see it. She suddenly stopped in her tracks in the corridor and turned around to look at him. You don't seem too keen on winning today. Zhang Ye said, That's not true. Sunset Glow said seriously, I can sense it. Zhang Ye felt a little embarrassed. A woman's intuition was really not something that should be trifled with. In truth, he did not treat the tiebreaker too seriously and was planning to just sing a random song. After all, Sunset Glow was probably someone he knew personally, since she was in excellent shape. Today, he did not wish to compete against her for the title of Masked King. Sunset Glow said, I want a fair and square match. Can you oblige? Zhang Ye did not say anything. Sunset Glow looked into his eyes and said, Don't you concede to me. Zhang Ye gave a wry smile. I would never. Good. Sunset Glow nodded. See you on stage. Zhang Ye replied, Yeah, I'll give it my best shot. Sunset Glow was happy. I hope you'll walk the walk. I don't care for being the Masked King if you just hand it on a platter to me. Then she went to find music director by Yuan Fei to discuss her song for the tiebreaker match. In the clown's waiting room. Walking in, Zhang Ye felt a little embarrassed. Since Sunset Glow had put it so bluntly, what could he say? He also started to feel like he was disrespecting this stage and Sunset Glow. Concede? Go easy. Actually, were they really any better than each other? Even if he did not hold back, he might not be able to beat Sunset Glow today. The thought he had was already belittling others in and of itself. Zhang Ye was a person who could accept criticism and was also critical of himself. All right, I'll sing properly this time then. Whoever wants to be crowned Masked King this episode will have to depend on their individual talents. But which song should he sing? He had not prepared another song in advance. Immediately, Zhang Ye turned serious. Giving it some thought, the songs sung in this episode's competition were too impressive, and the audience's emotions had been brought to a high by the performances. If he had to choose a song for this tiebreaker match, Zhang Ye would not want to sing a fast song or one with high notes. He'd prefer to sing a rather calm song. Dong dong. Someone knocked on the door. Zhang Ye said to the outside, Please enter. 3 people came in from outside. They were Han Qi, Hu Fei, and Dong Shanshan. When he saw Dong Shanshan, Zhang Ye became nervous. Every time he met Dong Shanshan in the program team's workspace as the clown, his entire person would be wary, because she was not just anyone, but his university classmate of 4 years. In addition, after graduation, they had lived and worked together as colleagues, so Dong Shanshan knew Zhang Ye very well. He did not even dare to cross his legs in front of her, as he was afraid she would recognize him instantly. As a result, His speech and actions all had to be uncharacteristic of him. For example, he folded his arms in a way which he usually did not. Dong Shanshan said, "Teacher Clown." The clown looked at them. Dong Shanshan asked, "Sunset Glow is just about done preparing and will be ready anytime. If you need more time here, we can still delay a bit more." Hu Fei said, "If not, we can also leave the tiebreaker matches recording for after the elimination round is done." In any case, we skipped past the elimination round and went straight to recording the battle round just now. The clown said calmly, "It's all right." Dong Shanshan confirmed with him, "Are you sure?" The clown nodded. Dong Shanshan looked at Hu Fei. "Director Hu, shall we proceed as planned?" "Yes," Hu Fei acknowledged. Dong Shanshan smiled and said, "Then I'll speak freely later." Hu Fei said, "Sure. Thanks for the hard work." Dong Shanshan looked at the clown as she blinked and said, "You can continue preparing for now. We'll await your word then." Han Chi said, "Teacher, you can do it." The clown nodded and gazed at Dong Shanshan and the others as they left. As the door was not fully closed yet, he could hear Hu Fei talking to Dong Shanshan. "Teacher Shanshan, I saw the info on your ID card and know that your birthday is next month. What would you like as a present?" Dong Shanshan replied, "There's no need for that, Brother Hu. Then why don't we organize a birthday party for you?" Dong Shanshan seemed to want to refuse him. "There's really no need to. Actually, my birthday is not." That won't do," Hu Fei interrupted. "This is what our department's usual practice is. You're not exempt." The door closed. He could not hear the voices anymore. Zhang Ye was stunned. Dong Shanshan's birthday? Next month? How could that be? He immediately looked at the calendar and then laughed. He face-bombed and silently cursed at himself for being so harebrained. It was already that day. He had almost forgotten about it. He even forgot to send her his well wishes. As her old classmate of many years, an old friend, and an old colleague, he really did not deserve to be called all that. He was hoping to gift her a song now. But which song? Zhang Ye could not think of anything, but he remembered the lottery draw. So he simply opened the Game Ring's virtual screen and activated the Lucky Halo, upgraded. In Lottery Draw 1, he added 500 additional stakes. The wheel began to spin, spinning and spinning. It spun and spun. Finally, it stopped in the skills category region. Gold treasure chests, small, appeared. Guitar skill experience book, 500. Increases player's guitar skill experience. Guitar? How convenient. Piano? Guitar? He was now equipped with these two performance skills. After he deactivated the Lucky Halo, he narrowed his eyes to a slit. Guitar. Guitar. Why not that song? All right then, that song it is. Chapter 1047. Happy Birthday, Ms. Dong. Chapter 1047. Happy Birthday, Ms. Dong. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Around the stage, scattered voices were sounding from all around in the audience. Why isn't it starting yet? Hurry up, I can't wait anymore. Good things are worth waiting for, huh? Don't worry. It's already been 10 minutes. Just 5 more minutes, and it's gonna start. I'm really looking forward to the tiebreaker match between those two. Speaking of performance ability, Flowing Time really isn't comparable to the Clown and Sunset Glow. It's really exciting to see them both fighting for the crown of Masked King in this episode. I can't wait to see how it turns out. Who do you guys think will win? If we're talking about their form, Sunset Glow is totally unbeatable today. The contestants' form isn't everything. Do you guys still remember the competition's first episode? The then clown was so sick, and his voice had deteriorated so badly as well. So how could he be in good shape? Yet he was still crowned Masked King in the crucial first episode. The clown has always been someone who's really unpredictable. Are they coming on yet? The audience was getting excited and eager for the next match to begin. Everyone was waiting for the Clown and Sunset Glow to take the stage. In the wings, Petal Shower and Spinach were also watching. Spinach asked, "Sister Petal Shower, who do you think will win?" Petal Shower laughed and said, "I'm more optimistic about Sunset Glow's chances today, but I'd like to hear what the clown will sing." Spinach's eyes lit up. "Me too. I just want to hear what he'll sing this time." Dong Shanshan checked her watch and felt that it was almost time to begin. She went onto the stage in advance and had a short exchange with a few staff members to brief them on the things to look out for later. Dong Shanshan said, "Hand the microphones to the contestants at the waiting area in a bit." The staff said, "Got it, Teacher Shanshan." Dong Shanshan said, Those of you who are standing here, move a little to your right. You're blocking the third camera's view. Okay, understood. After everything was set, Dong Shanshan stood there to catch a breather. She suddenly remembered Hu Fei's words and could not help but reveal a helpless smile. On the way here to the stage earlier, Xiao Lu and Da Fei also seemed to be preparing for her birthday next month. The two of them did not put it clearly, but were trying their best to find out what kind of thing she liked. They were probably trying to prepare a gift for her. However, Dong Shanshan was too embarrassed to let them know that the actual day of her birthday was not next month. It was today. Today was the actual day of her birthday. Not many people knew this. Because of a mistake made during her birth in which her parents completed her birth registration late, the birthday shown on her household register and ID card was late by a full month. But as particulars were already exposed and her birthday was also posted for all to see online, no one knew that it was her birthday today, and everyone believed it to be next month. In fact, in recent years, Dong Shanshan stopped explaining. She had always been the carefree type, and since others thought that her birthday was on that day, she'd just let it be. Besides, she also felt quite helpless about it. Her earpiece crackled. All departments, attention. All departments, attention. The contestants are ready and standing by. 10 seconds and counting down. Dong Shanshan adjusted her suit and nudged her gold-rimmed glasses. Upward. 3, 2, 1. Instantaneously, a glittering smile appeared on Dong Shanshan's face as she announced, "Next, we'll be heading into the tiebreaker match. Let's welcome the clown." Screaming came from the audience. The clown. Break a leg. I love you. I'm so looking forward to this. I'm really looking forward to this. What song will he be singing? Will it be a Cantonese or a Hokkien song? Where did the band go? The clown walked on stage in his usual unhurried pace. Chen Guang noticed it first. Where's the band? Amy was startled. Oh yeah, why isn't the band there? Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the clown walk toward where the house band should have been and pick up an electric guitar from among the musical instruments. Spinach said in surprise, a guitar? Petal Shower did not expect this either. He even knows how to play guitar? Wang Zhuishu said, what's this supposed to mean? Yao Jinkai asked with interest. Is he going to sing and play at the same time? Zhang Xia gasped. He's quite brave. He's going to be playing and singing at the same time on this stage. Singing and playing a guitar at the same time, without any accompaniment, might be workable in street or pub performances. But on a grand stage like this with such a large audience, this way of singing and performing was much too risky. It wasn't something most people could handle. Dong Shanshan was stunned by this too. After she handed the stage to him, she went off and looked at the clown curiously. The clown had taken his seat on stage. He clasped the guitar and adjusted himself, while one hand strummed the strings to check the tuning. Everyone focused their attention on him. No one knew how he was going to sing or what song he'd be singing. Sunset Glow unwittingly made her way to the waiting area to look at the clown on stage. Zhang Ye shifted in his seat, then smiled. He wanted to dedicate this song to a certain someone today, a very important person to him, and was someone he liked a lot, someone who used to give him butterflies. He could still remember the first time they met. It was during an English class in university. It would be a wonder if Zhang Ye, someone who got into media college by tossing a pen to answer his English test's multiple choice questions, could understand the English classes in university. The teacher had distributed a set of papers on that day, which gave him such a headache that he was crying out in his seat with worry. That made the female student seated right in front of him turn around. She looked at him and smiled. Zhang Ye could remember that smile with perfect clarity. Even today, he still couldn't forget that smile of hers. It was very sweet and very beautiful. Zhang Ye smiled. As he strummed the guitar, a dulcet melody took to the air. Chen Guang was stunned. A ballad? Amy wondered, is he singing a ballad this time? The next moment, they were no longer talking. The clown started singing softly. Ms. Dong, you've never forgotten about your smile. Even if you're just like me, eager to get senile. Ms. Dong, when your lips curled downward, it's so pretty. Like the pure water under Anha Bridge in the city. Dong Shanshan froze. The judges and audience also froze. Ms. Dong? Which Ms. Dong? Amy instinctively glanced at Dong Shanshan. Many of the audience also instinctively looked toward Dong Shanshan. The clown smiled as he continued playing and singing. Ms. Dong, 2. Am a complicated creature. Saying one thing, replaying it inside as a feature. Ms. Dong. Time flew by that night at Gulu. Stranger, please give me a Lance Hao 1. On the day after their English class, that female student was very patient as she explained the questions to him one by one. In fact, thinking about that right now, Zhang Ye had not really taken in anything she'd said on how to answer those questions. He only cared about looking at her while replying with MHMs and ahs. But that female student still patiently explained things to him and even assured him that English was actually very simple. That was likely the most they had ever talked during their days in university. After their second year, there wasn't too much interaction between them. Zhang Ye knew that they were people from two different worlds. One was a fairy from heaven. The other was just an earthly mortal. But somehow, the two of them became best friends after graduation. She confided in him that she did not wish to get married and shared many other things with him. To others, she was someone who liked to laugh and didn't speak truthfully to people. But the person they knew was not the real her. I know the real her. Strong, carefree, with many stories to tell. Zhang Ye closed his eyes and sang. So, Ms. Dong, all those things may not be true. You aren't a schoolgirl with no stories to look to. Befriended a wild horse, but there's no prairie in my home. This makes me feel despair, Ms. Dong. A lot of people were covered in goosebumps. They were uncontrollably brought back to their days of youth. Qin Guang said, this. Wang Zhuishu's jaw dropped, and he stared. Who is he singing this for? In the wings, Sunset Glow and Petal Shower were looking at Dong Shanshan in shock. Dong Shanshan was stunned, her eyes reddening as she gazed unblinkingly at the young man singing on stage. All sorts of images were suddenly conjured up by her mind's eye. They flashed in front of her eyes one after another. Touched, dazed, shocked. Zhang Ye also experienced a lot of emotions. He remembered the times they were on campus when their group was chatting and fooling around. He remembered the times after graduation when that female student brought up those memories of their times on campus. That female student's expression at that time looked a little nostalgic and sentimental, or perhaps it was a look of sadness. Zhang Ye continued playing and singing. Ms. Dong, you closed your book and started talking about the past. You said to let the first half of life be, tomorrow's still at last. Ms. Dong, you know I've shared enough goodbyes. And on one May morning, I finally lost sleep likewise. So, Ms. Dong, all those things may not be true. You aren't a schoolgirl with no stories to look to. Tears were somehow rolling down Dong Shanshan's cheeks. Is this song for me? The clown. Do you know me? The clown sang in a cappella. Befriended a wild horse, but there's no prairie in my home. This makes me feel despair, Miss Dong. So, Ms. Dong, all those things may be true. Who's going to go out of their way to comfort that ignorant young man? I want to be like you, ignore all those reasons. Cheer up, Ms. Dong. The thrumming of the guitar fell silent. The clown's hands stopped moving. He suddenly looked in the direction of Dong Shanshan and sang, Happy birthday, Ms. Dong. The strumming of the guitar came back. The melody and voice resonated throughout the studio. When they heard the last verse, a lot of people were suddenly enlightened. Hu Fei laughed and said, So it's not a song for Teacher Shanshan. Xiao Lu wiped her sweat away and said, Yeah, I also got a fright. I thought that the clown and Teacher Shanshan knew each other. People in the audience also heaved sighs of relief. Dong Shanshan's birthday is next month, right? That's right, it's next month. Then that song isn't for her. I knew it, but that still gave me such a scare. However, when Dong Shanshan heard the last verse of the clown's song, she had a totally different reaction from everyone else. Dong Shanshan's hair stood on end at that moment as she was dumbfounded with an astonished expression. No one should know it. There were not many people who knew when her actual birthday was. At this moment, Dong Shanshan was almost sure that the clown definitely knew her. Happy birthday? How did you know? How did you know that today is my birthday? Who are you really? The clown. Just who the hell are you? Chapter 1048. Who is the masked king this episode? Chapter 1048. Who is the masked king this episode? Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. He finished singing. The clown put down the electric guitar and bowed before exiting the stage. Only then did the audience's applause gradually sound. Many people had not even come around from the images brought about by the vocals, but the song had already ended. Just 2 minutes. That was how short it was. I haven't had enough of it yet. Why is this song so good? I like it so much. Me too. I love this song to death. Ms. Dong 1. Who is the clown singing this for? Who is Ms. Dong? It doesn't sound like his lover, but it's definitely someone very important to him. This song has such a good feel to it. This ballad really brought me back to the time when I was still in school. Although I don't know what some of the verses mean or what the story behind it is, I'm sure that the Ms. Dong he is singing about would definitely understand. It's really good. Whose birthday is it today? Me. It's my birthday today. Is your surname Dong? No, my surname's not Dong, but my second maternal aunt's husband's is. Get lost. Who's asking about your second maternal aunt's husband? The stage was emptied. The audience was in heated discussion. The judges were also exchanging their opinions. Zhang Ye said, "This song is actually, how should I put it?" Chen Guang shook his head. "It's not easy to describe." Wang Zhuishu added, "Let's talk about this later. It should be Sunset Glow's turn now." Where's the host? Why hasn't anyone announced the next contestant? Sunset Glow was already on standby behind the door. However, Dong Shanshan was still standing offstage in a daze. It was as though her soul had left her body as she stood there thinking about something. She even forgot to announce the next contestant. Xiao Lu ran over. "Teacher Shanshan." Dong Shanshan turned around. "Oh." Dafei didn't know how to react. "What's the matter with you?" Xiao Lu laughed and said, "The clown has finished singing." Only then did Dong Shanshan come around. She immediately went back on stage and said, "Let's welcome our next performer, Sunset Glow." Dafei whispered to Xiao Lu. The song that the clown sang, could it really have been dedicated to Shanshan? No way. Xiao Lu blinked and said, "Teacher Shanshan's birthday is next month. The dates just don't match." Sunset Glow took the stage. The house band also came on. Zhang Ye did not go far. He stayed just off stage to listen to Sunset Glow's performance. Sweeping his peripheral vision, he realized that someone was watching him. He turned to look into the distance. It was Dong Shanshan. Zhang Ye smiled and looked away. He was very satisfied with today's song and had been very serious when he sang it. He modified some parts of the lyrics like "fell in love with a wild horse" into "befriended a wild horse." Then, there was the part of extinguishing your cigarette and reminiscing about the past that got changed as Dong Shanshan did not smoke, as well as that ending verse of "Happy Birthday, Ms. Dong." He had sung it according to his personal style, not the original version by Song Dongya or Zhuo Li's cover of Ms. Dong. He had performed this song based on what he felt in his heart. Sunset Glow's performance had begun. That day, we said nothing to each other. Standing at the bus stop, you frowned. When suddenly, I felt the urge to grab your hands. Yet I did not. I did not. It was another love song. It was still as good a listen. It was still as exquisite as before. The Sunset Glow today had truly performed in a godly manner. It was as though she had been enlightened and suddenly had a breakthrough. Her entire scope of singing skills was fully embodied into this performance. Even Zhang Ye couldn't help himself and wanted to shout about how good it was. The song ended. The applause continued for a long time. Zhang Ye was also smiling and clapping the wings. Dong Shanshan had gone back on stage at some point in time. "Let's welcome the clown back to the stage." Zhang Ye strode out and made his way up. Dong Shanshan still behaved very professionally. She kept a smile on her face and did not look at the clown a second longer than required. The tiebreaker match has come to an end. What do our judges have to say? Or perhaps we could also proceed straight to the voting. Remember, your votes will decide who becomes the masked king this episode. Please choose carefully. Yao Jiankai nodded. "Understood, Ms. Dong." Dong Shanshan said, "Please vote then, Mr. Bite." The judges laughed. The audience egged them on. Bite Building Materials. This was the name Zhang Ye had given old Yao during their crosstalk when he teased him. After some bantering, it was time to get to the main event. Wang Zhuishu started the commenting. "I feel that Sunset Glow performed really well today. There's nothing I can find fault with at all. It's just that good. Whether it's her singing or emotion, it was all on point. The clown's previous two songs were also especially good. But that third song called Ms. Dong, I feel that it's not as good as the other two when it comes to the lyrics and melody. Of course, that's just my opinion. As I am a lyricist and composer, I'm very picky on these two aspects. I understand that it's not easy for an original to do well, not to mention that every song you've performed thus far has been an original. Since it's everyone's first time listening to them, You're usually at a disadvantage, especially in a competition. But since you performed it on this stage, I have to evaluate it objectively. The clown laughed. Dong Shanshan looked at Wang Jueishu. Then who do you choose? Wang Jueishu said, I'll be giving this vote of mine to Sunset Glow. Sunset Glow bowed in thanks. The clown clapped next to her. Chen Guang spoke up. Let me say a few words as well. This ballad is a rather quiet one and usually wouldn't require an electric guitar. But I can understand why the clown would choose to play and sing simultaneously. It's due to the stage and set being quite large with a lot of audience members. And in this atmosphere, an acoustic guitar wouldn't be able to sustain the performance. That's why he chose to use an electric one. But even though he restricted the noise to a very low level and controlled the vibrations when playing, I still found it to be too noisy. Perhaps I was the only one with this issue, so I shall reserve my feelings on it. I'll also give my vote to Sunset Glow. Sunset Glow gave her thanks. The clown nodded and clapped. Chen Yidong said, I think the guitar part was all right. He played really well, and I can accept the change from it. Acoustic guitar. I do not think it's a problem at all, although I couldn't really understand the song. So, I'm sorry, but I'll be voting for Sunset Glow. Out of the 6 judges, Sunset Glow had gained 3 votes. The audience began to bellyache. What's this? Why are they all voting for Sunset Glow? Damn, I liked MS Dong. Me too. It's such a good song. What do you mean you can't understand? The evaluations of the judges had all been great, but I think that they've finally reached their limit this time. It's too unprofessional. If Sunset Glow gets another vote, she'll win. Honestly, I don't care who wins. I feel that both of them performed incredibly. But if you say that the song, MS Dong, is not good, then I'll definitely disagree with you. Many in the audience complained. However, the tiebreaker match's votes were for the judges to decide, not them. At this moment, Zhang Xia said, maybe it's because I'm old, but I don't really understand what MS Dong is trying to express either. Also, the song is somewhat mellow. The other ballads I know are like that too, but in the current setting, the song is definitely at a disadvantage. So I'll also vote for Sunset Glow. She definitely deserves to become the masked king today. For votes, Sunset Glow had won. It was Yao Jiansai's turn to speak. MS Dong is a rather nice song. But compared to the clown's previous songs, it was indeed a little lacking and couldn't showcase his technique as much. Although I've been supporting the clown all this time and like him a lot too, I'll also be voting for Sunset Glow today. 5 votes. Sunset Glow bowed. Thank you, teacher. But for reasons unknown, Sunset Glow showed no trace of happiness or excitement. Her eyes turned to the clown and seemed to contain a tinge of unhappiness. The clown smiled wryly. What are you looking at me for? What's up with that gaze of yours? Afterwards, the last judge commented. Amy was silent for a while before suddenly saying, before, even if I had a different opinion from the other judges, our general understanding was still quite similar. But that isn't the case today. She stood up, a little agitated, and protested for the clown. I know Sunset Glow and have confirmed who she is. Logically, I would vote for her since we've known each other for many years. But I really can't do so today. My vote will definitely and absolutely, 100%, be given it to the clown. There's no two ways about it. When many in the audience heard this, they suddenly started clapping for Amy. Amy looked at the judges next to her. So what if he used an electric guitar? Playing a ballad on an electric guitar is not something that nobody's done before. 1. This song was not nice. How can that be? By the time I listened to the 3rd verse, I could feel goosebumps rising all over me. She rubbed her arms. And they're still there now. BBA, 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 BBA. The audience's applause boomed again. Chen Guang lifted his arms and pressed them down and said with a laugh, calm down, calm down. Zhang Xia added, to each their own. That's quite normal. When Amy heard that, she sat down and said, yes, ballads are not considered mainstream, and most people would not use a ballad in a singing competition either, but this MS Dong is no ordinary ballad. The clown singing also wasn't ordinary at all, so I really can't accept this result. Wang Jueishu smiled and said, but it's 5 against 1. That's what the rules were. With 5 out of 6 judges saying that Ms. Dong was just ordinary, and with Sunset Glow already as today's masked king, whatever Amy said had no effect on the outcome at this point. Dong Shanshan smiled and said, Then let's congratulate Sunset Glow for taking the crown of Masked King this episode. Sunset Glow gave her thank you speech. The clown had already quietly departed from the stage. Looking at Amy, Zhang Ye smiled inside. He rather liked this girl as she spoke without qualms and seemed even more headstrong than him. In fact, Zhang Ye could accept this result. It wasn't that he was worse than Sunset Glow, but that he knew that back in his previous world, Ms. Dong wasn't an instant hit. Sometimes, after listening to it several times, one would start thinking of their own Ms. Dong. Afterwards, they would start falling in love with this song until it got out of control. This was why Zhang Ye did not mind the result. If he had really wanted to become the Masked King today, he wouldn't have chosen to sing this song. It was fine if the judges didn't like it. Even if the audience didn't like it, that was alright too. As long as Dong Shanshan liked it, that was all that mattered. As long as Dong Shanshan could understand it, it was good enough. Today, this song was meant for Dong Shanshan alone. Happy birthday, Ms. Dong. Chapter 1049. Zhang Ye, you're the clown, aren't you? Chapter 1049. Zhang Ye, you're the clown, aren't you? Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Later that afternoon, recording continued into the elimination round. In his waiting room, Zhang Ye called Yang Shu. Hello, little Yang. Senior bro. Come and pick me up. All right, I'll be there immediately. He had planned to leave after he finished recording his parts, but with Yang Shu saying that she'd be there immediately turning into half an hour later, he got a call from her. She sounded embarrassed. Senior bro, are you here? No, I'm still stuck on the road. Where are you? Zizaman Interchange. Wow, how'd you end up all the way at Zizaman Interchange? I got lost. But you dropped me off here this morning. But weren't you giving me directions this morning? Use the built-in GPS. I don't know how to use it. This junior sister of his was way too unreliable. Whatever. She can come whenever she arrives. I'll just wait. Zhang Ye was forced to stay behind to watch the competition between Petal, Shower, Spinach, and Martial Persona. Among the three of them, two would be eliminated. It was very cruel, but those were the rules. In the end, Petal Shower won to almost no surprise. Petal Shower was feeling a little unwell today, probably because her menstrual cycle had arrived, as she had been complaining of stomach cramps earlier. She was in average shape, but no matter how average she was still a strong competitor. She couldn't possibly lose at this stage. Martial Persona did not reveal himself and exited the stage, keeping the audience in suspense. Spinach chose to take her mask off. At the moment of the reveal, gasps of astonishment filled the studio. It was a very pretty young lady. She wasn't old and looked to be around 20, maybe even younger. Liaoiqi. It was Liaoiqi. Wow, it's her. What the how does she know how to sing? The judges had already figured out who she was, but many audience members hadn't. Liaoiqi. She was the granddaughter of a famous Peking opera master, a professional Peking opera singer. Liaoiqi was also very well known and had even gone on the Central TV Spring Festival Gala before, but of course that was to perform Peking opera. No one had expected that they would see her on this stage. Wasn't this crossover too huge of a leap? A Peking opera singer singing pop songs? And she even sang quite well? All the judges gave her a standing ovation. The entire studio audience also stood up and cheered for her. Liaoiqi. 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 Spinach's eyes reddened. She was very touched and clasped her hands together to thank everyone. She said, thank you, teachers. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Zhang Xia smiled and said, there's still the revival round. We'll be waiting for your return. Liaoiqi, also known as Spinach, looked at the judges. I definitely will. This reveal had greatly surprised everyone and left them in disbelief. Meanwhile, Yang Shu finally arrived from the upper side of Zizaman Interchange. She called Zhang Ye to tell him that she had arrived. In his waiting room, Zhang Ye was just about to get changed and leave. But there was a knock on the door, and in came Sunset Glow. Zhang Ye was startled. What's up? Sunset Glow gazed at him. Didn't I say to not go easy on me? Zhang Ye laughed dryly. I didn't. If you're like that, what's the point of me grabbing the title of Masked King? Sunset Glow said coolly. She wanted to become the Masked King at least once, but why did it now feel like she had been given the win? Zhang Ye finally understood why Sunset Glow had seemed a little unhappy despite getting crowned as the Masked King. So this was the reason. He said at once. You became the masked king today based on merit. Did you think that I didn't sing seriously? Sunset Glow quietly nodded. Your song was simply average. But Zhang Ye laughed. That might not be true. Sunset Glow looked at him with some doubt. Zhang Ye tacked on. You don't believe me? Then let's wait and see. So many people felt that Ms. Dong was just average. They even thought that I was holding back. You guys are really funny. Would I need to do that? Forget it. It doesn't matter what I say now. Let's just wait till after tomorrow's broadcast, and we'll know how this song does. Zhang Ye, in truth, did not agree with the judge's evaluation of the song. He was waiting to smack them in the face. But of course, it might be his face getting smacked. He couldn't say for sure since it was a different world after all, so who knew? 20 minutes later, Zhang Ye had quietly sneaked out of Beijing television. He found his car in the parking lot and opened the door to the front passenger seat and got in. Yang Shu looked at him cautiously. Senior bro. Zhang Ye said, drive. Okay. Yang Shu quickly started the engine. As they drove, Zhang Ye started criticizing her and also taught her how to operate the GPS. Then he continued scolding her. Yang Shu listened in silence. Later, when Zhang Ye realized that she probably couldn't recognize the roads because she had arrived in Beijing recently, he stopped chiding her. He started humming a ditty in a good mood. Yang Shu gave him a furtive glance, then heaved a sigh of relief. Yang Shu might act impetuously around others, but she was still very afraid of Zhang Ye. At this moment, a call came in. This was a call that Zhang Ye was rather unwilling to pick up. Right now, it was Dong Shanshan. Zhang Ye cleared his throat and answered with a chuckle. Hello, Shanshan. What's up? Who won today? I didn't get to watch the latter half of the recording since I went home. The voice on the other end stayed silent for a moment. Dong Shanshan then said, Go on, keep pretending. Zhang Ye faked surprise and said, Huh? Pretend about what? Dong Shanshan probed. You're the clown, aren't you? Whoa, Zhang Ye said in surprise. What are you talking about? The clown? You must really have a rich imagination. Dong Shanshan laughed and said, If it's not you, then who is it? Zhang Ye said, How would I know who it is? I would like to know too. Hey, why do you even guess that it was me? It's not like you don't know what my singing sounds like, right? Dong Shanshan rolled her eyes and said, You can even fly a plane, so who knows if you could suddenly sing too? I wouldn't be surprised if you did. Zhang Ye couldn't deny this. So tell me, don't lie to me. Zhang Ye coughed and said, It's really not me. Dong Shanshan said coldly. Today at the studio, that last verse of MS. Dong was to wish me a happy birthday. If it wasn't you, who would it be? Who else knows that it's my birthday today? Zhang Ye pretended to be taken aback. Huh? It's your birthday today? Isn't it next month? You don't know? Dong Shanshan blinked. Zhang Ye said, Why would I know? Have you ever told me when your birthday is? Dong Shanshan thought for a moment and suddenly felt uncertain. I haven't told you before. Then that settles it. Zhang Ye said, Since I don't know, does that mean the clown knows you? Could he be a relative of yours? Dong Shanshan said in a speechless manner. I don't have any friends or family who can sing that well. There's only you who's worth being suspicious about. Are you sure that it's not you? It's not me. Zhang Ye lied without even blinking. With Zhang Ye standing his ground, Dong Shanshan got confused. She said, Alrighty then, I probably guessed wrong. I'll go think about who it could be. After hanging up, Zhang Ye could finally sigh a breath of relief, and he laughed. Dong Shanshan had indeed not told him her birthday, but that did not mean that Zhang Ye did not know. When they were in college, Dong Shanshan had told one of her close friends that her birth date had been registered wrong. Zhang Ye was nearby at the time and accidentally overheard it. As he had liked Dong Shanshan at the time, he remembered this quite well. However, he had never given Dong Shanshan a birthday present in all these years. Haha, keep guessing, just guess whoever you want. In any case, this bro will never admit to it. Yang Shu said, Senior bro, we're almost there. Zhang Ye acknowledged her and said, Pull over to the curb and help me get some cigarettes. There's no more at home. Okay, senior bro, Yang Shu responded. All of a sudden, his phone rang again. Dong Shanshan said, Are you sure that it's really not you? Zhang Ye said anxiously, It's not. Dong Shanshan gave a plain sound of understanding and said, Swear to me. If it's really you, you won't be able to get breakfast when you want to buy some, and all the cigarettes that you buy will turn out to be fake. The same for any alcohol that you have. She rambled on for a minute about this. Zhang Ye was dumbfounded. Fuck, you're too ruthless. Hurry up and swear to it. Dong Shanshan urged. Zhang Ye stemmed his tears and said, all right, I'll swear to it. Only then did Dong Shanshan hang up. Yang Shu parked the car. Senior bro, what cigarettes do you want? Zhang Ye was about to burst into tears. Forget it. I don't want them anymore. Let's head back. Chapter 1050. MS. Dong is a hit. Chapter 1050. MS. Dong is a hit. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Saturday. The fourth episode of King of Masked Singers was broadcast. All over the country, countless people waited at their televisions and tuned into Beijing television to catch the broadcast. As the show went on, a lot of people were getting excited and astonished by it. There were many discussions happening online as well. It's starting. Wow, Spinach's singing is quite good. Someone revealed that she is Liao Yiqi. The Peking opera singer? Surely not. It's true. Just listen to her singing. It really sounds like her. It's Flowing Time's turn. Damn, there's already no need to guess anymore based on that accent. It's definitely teacher Zhao Qichuan. He's the best singer in the Hokkien music scene, so he can also sing in Mandarin this well. Haha, wait till he sings a Hokkien song. Then you'll know just how amazing he really is. It's the clown turn now. Let's see what he's gonna sing. The country's ugliest celebrity, LOL. That poll was so funny. I keep laughing each time I see it. However, when the clown's first song began, a lot of them could no longer laugh. At a recording company. Don't be like this, okay? Brother Lou, can you please listen to my song? There's no need to. You won't make it. The company won't sign someone like you. Brother Lou, give me a chance. Don't tell me anymore. I've already made it very clear to you, so just leave already. You don't have the looks, so my advice to you is to not take this route. You won't make it in this industry. The young man silently left the recording company. With the dark night sky hanging overhead, he walked on feeling quite lost. He did not know where to go and how he should continue on from here. That was already the third company he approached. Every time he sent a demo to the recording companies, he would always get invited for an interview. However, when they saw him in person, those companies all turned him down without an exception. This was all because he did not have good looks nor the face of a star. He liked music. In fact, he liked it so much that he felt that it was as important as his life. However, there was an insurmountable wall in front of him that he could not breach. He had no way of doing so. He really did not know what else he could do. Give up? Or maybe he should just forget about it. Suddenly, he heard a voice singing. The young man stopped in his tracks and looked toward a street food stall. When he saw the singer on the TV and heard his singing, he was shocked. I'm ugly, but I am so tender. Cold on the outside, passionate inside. That's who I am. The singer on TV put a hand over his chest. I'm ugly, but I have music and beer. A little lowly, a little fearful, but I'll never cower. The people who were eating at the street food stall were all dumbfounded when they heard the song. They could only stare in shock at the television. The young man was also stunned in his tracks. Suddenly, a gush of tears poured from his eyes. By the time the song finished, the young man's fists were tightly clenched. He wiped the tears off his face, then turned to walk off toward a bright light in the distance. His footfalls contained an unprecedented determination. Thank you, Mr. Clown. I know what I have to do now. On Weibo. How spectacular. Damn, this song is bursting with greatness. I'm ugly, but I am so tender. I cried listening to it. Holy shit, I was the same. I can't stop crying. God damn it, what song is this? It's such a nice song. He came up with this song right after he got voted as the ugliest celebrity. The champion. He'll definitely become this episode's champion. Don't forget that there's still flowing time. This, I'm ugly but tender, created a huge shockwave online. Countless netizens joined in the discussion as many of them were touched and inspired by the song. Soon after, when it was time for the battle for Masked King, everyone was once again shocked. Flowing Time really is Zhao Qichuan. This Hokkien song is great. Of course, this is Zhao Qichuan we're talking about. This is the easiest singer to guess by far. Let's see how the matchup between him and the clown will go. Have you guys noticed that a ton of people in the audience are speaking Hokkien? Just listen, they're all cheering in Hokkien. Yeah, what's with that? Then won't Zhao Qichuan win for sure? Will there be any suspense to the results? Then the clown sang. Don't despair when you're in the morn. Don't be afraid when you're forlorn. Passing time without any hope. Going down every day to tope. A person without a soul is like a scarecrow. The netizens were dumbfounded. The audience was dumbfounded. The industry insiders who were watching the show were also dumbfounded. It was Hokkien. The clown could also fucking sing a Hokkien song. And it was even an original that no one had ever heard of. This is bad for flowing time. How painful. I'm dying of laughter. Teacher Zhao Qichuan's fine reputation will be destroyed. Today, he has as good as fallen to the clown. He's worse than the clown, yet he still clamored for a match against him. Seems like he's the fool this time. This Strive Hard to Succeed sounds like an extremely good song. Godly tune. An absolute godly tune. He sang it so well. Where does he get all his songs from? Meanwhile, Zhang Ye was currently on the phone with her manager, Fong Weihong. Are you watching King of Masked Singers? Fong Weihong said loudly. I'm watching it. Who on earth is the clown? I was just about to ask you. Have you found out who he is yet? Fong Weihong said. I totally can't find anything. You're not the only one who is concerned about this. Everyone else in the industry wants to know who he is as well. But there are no clues to follow at all. And now he's even singing a Hokkien song too? He's a singer who knows how to sing Hokkien songs? This has widened the scope even further. The clues are too confusing. I suspect that the clown is deliberately confusing the public because he's afraid that he'll get recognized. He's purposely trying to mislead us. They were completely confused. At a recording company, a vice president of the company made 5 calls in a row. Check thoroughly. But, no buts. I want an answer as to who the clown really is. President Xi, I really can't find out. I've already asked everyone. Then ask again. I don't believe that he broke out of some stone. Who in the industry would not know a singer as amazing as him? How can that be possible? I want to know everything about him. If he doesn't have a contract with any recording company, we'll sign him immediately. If he's already contracted to one, then we'll steal him away at all costs. Can't you see? This man has the makings of a king. I understand. On TV, the voting for the episode's Masked King began. The netizens were either anticipating it or feeling nervous. Many of them were shouting for their favorite singer's name online. When the netizens saw that the final results indicated a tie between the clown and Sunset Glow, and with Dong Shanshan announcing the implementation of a tiebreaker match, they got excited. Awesome. We can get to listen to another 2 songs now. Go the clown, go. Sunset Glow, you can do it. Afterwards, the clown went on stage. The studio was filled with a song that became extremely popular for several years back in Zhang Ye's previous world, Ms. Dong. The clown strummed his guitar as he sang. Ms. Dong, you've never forgotten about your smile. Even if you're like me, eager to get senile. Ms. Dong, when your lips curled downward, it's so pretty. Like the pure water under Anha Bridge in the city. The next day, Sunday morning, the air quality today was quite good. When Zhang Ye looked out the window, he saw white clouds and a blue sky. Zhang Ye stretched his back before getting out of bed. Seeing the rather rare blue sky, he was feeling quite satisfied as he had played a part in contributing to it. Although he had been castigated and hated by a lot of people after the reveal of Zhang Ye's documentary on air pollution in China that eventually led to his soft ban, Zhang Ye did not feel a tinge of regret whenever he saw a sky like today's. After breakfast, he went to read up on Weibo. He was stunned to find that there were many critical voices on his Weibo notifications. For a person like Zhang Ye who often offended people on a large scale, his first reaction when he saw these critical voices was to wonder whether they were all aimed at him. This was because out of all those large-scale scolding battles that happened on Weibo, the forums, or Tieba each year, 60 to 70% of them were targeted at Zhang Ye. He was feeling a little guilty, but this bro hadn't really stirred up any trouble recently, had he? I haven't even appeared much in public, no? When he read more carefully, he realized that the online criticism was not aimed at him. The clown lost. Go fuck yourselves. Were those judges all blind? Do you all know music? How can MS Dong not be nice? Oh my god, I really have to give it to those judges on the guessing panel. Amy was the only one with taste. I could not hold myself back after I listened to this song once yesterday and played it on repeat over 20 times through the night. Over 20 times. How could the judges not vote for the clown? I really have nothing to say to that. That song was really great. There should be a version of a MS Dong in everyone's heart as well. But clearly, there's nothing at all in the hearts of those judges. The clown sang really well. Why wasn't he crowned Masked King this episode? I like Sunset Glow too, and I feel that she performed incredibly in the most recent episode. But I have to admit that for the two songs at the end, it was the clown who sang better. MS Dong was judged to be not good by Chen Guang, Zhang Ye, and the others. I'm speechless. The entire song tells a story. I don't know who the clown was singing it to, but when I heard the song, my tears fell. No matter who that lady is whose surname is Dong, I would also like to wish her a happy birthday, Ms. Dong. Countless netizens were refusing to accept the result. They were all complaining on Weibo, and some of them were even flinging abuse at the outcome. There were also sudden changes on the top Chinese music chart. The daily music chart's ranking had been published. Some people felt that Sunset Glow's second song should have been ranked first. However, that song was only ranked in third place. Some people thought that the clown's I'm Ugly But Tender should have been in first place. However, that song was only ranked in second place. Strive Hard to Succeed was ranked fourth on the daily music chart. As for which song was in first place, it was actually Ms. Dong, and it was even far ahead of the second and third place songs. This song had been a hit since last night, and today, it got even more popular, so popular that things got out of hand. All over the internet, people were discussing this song and the controversy of why the clown had not become the Masked King in the most recent episode. Old Chen's house. Fan Wenli had already made breakfast. You misjudged it, didn't you? Chen Guang looked at his phone and couldn't help but give a wry smile. I've been face-smacked, right? Yes, Fan Wenli laughed. Chen Guang rubbed his cheeks and could somehow feel a little pain. At other locations, when Wang Zhuishu saw the top Chinese music charts rankings, he was dumbfounded. Chen Yidong was speechless. So was Yao Jiankai and Zhang Xia. This ranking had caught them completely off guard. That Ms. Dong, which none of them had thought well of, turned out to be the most talked about and widespread song of the songs sung yesterday. Now, they could not deny it even if they wanted to. This was because the market's reaction to a work was the most direct and fastest judgment of all. They had misjudged the song. They had truly misjudged the song. This clown was way too scary. Chapter 1051. Attention and Speculation from the Industry. Chapter 1051. Attention and Speculation from the Industry. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. On this Sunday morning, the lyrics of Ms. Dong and discussions about it could be seen all over the internet. All over the country, any lady whose surname was Dong suddenly became popular without any warning. On the music platform that was working with Beijing Television, the single sung on the show, Ms. Dong, had already broken 10 million plays. And this was merely 12 hours after the broadcast. The song Sunset Glow sang in her match against this Ms. Dong had only garnered about 2.1 million plays. It was almost a 5 times difference. Thank you to the clown for singing such a touching song. This is my favorite song of the year. My wife's surname is Dong. My girlfriend's surname is also Dong. I finally know how I'll be proposing to her. I've already bought a ring, so I'll just sing this song for her tomorrow. Wish me luck, everyone. Congratulations. Good luck, bro. Best wishes. Back at home, even Zhang Ye found this turn of events a little unexpected. He knew that Ms. Dong was a good song that could be easily overlooked, but he did not think that it would be so well received in this world. Suddenly, his cell phone's text message tone beeped. It was from the phone meant for the clown. An unfamiliar number. Hi, this is Sunset Glow. Zhang Ye was taken aback, but replied, Hi. I got your number from the program team. I just wanted to let you know something. I take back what I said to you yesterday at Beijing TV. No worries. I'm not being polite here. Rather, I listened to Ms. Dong 7 to 8 times in a row yesterday. It really is a good song. Thanks. If the tiebreaker had been decided by audience vote, then you would have been yesterday's Masked King. Zhang Yi immediately replied, Not for sure. For sure. It's really not for sure. That song I sang was never meant to be a competition song. A good song is a good song. It has nothing to do with whether it's suitable for a competition. Perhaps. I'm looking forward to your song's next episode. Same here. I'm looking forward to yours too. Sunset Glow sent. See you next week. See you next week. Their text message conversation was very simple, But Zhang Ye was starting to learn more and more about Sunset Glow's behavior and character. In his mind, a vague figure was starting to appear that would match Sunset Glow. He had already more or less guessed who Petal Shower and Sunset Glow were. They were both people he knew, and one of them was even a rather close friend of his with whom he had a lot of dealings with. However, Zhang Ye knew that even though he could guess their identities, they would never be able to guess his. He had put up too many smoke screens, so even if there were anyone in the industry who did an extremely detailed analysis, they still wouldn't find out who he was. They would never even start to suspect him. Zhang Ye chuckled and felt that this was really quite interesting and fun. In the celebrity goof group, there was a flurry of activity today. Ning Lan. At Qingwang at Fanwenli Old Chun. Old fan. Are you two around? Chen Guang. Appeared. I just woke up. Then he sent a yawning emoji. Ning Lan. Do you have any tickets to the live recording of King of Masked Singers? Help me get 5 of them. A few of my friends who would like to attend the studio recording have approached me for help. Chen Guang. 5 tickets. Ning Lan. Yep, the more the better. Chen Guang said. I might still be able to get 1 or 2 tickets, but it's going to be difficult to get 5 or more of them. Hua Dongfang sent a nose-picking emoji. I want 3 tickets too. A few relatives from my hometown came to visit and said that they really wanted to attend the live recording. Old Chun, I'm depending on you. Another movie star said, I want a ticket too. Are there any left? To be a part of this celebrity chat group, everyone had to be at least a B-lister. In the industry, every one of them was more highly revered than the last. If they themselves wanted to attend the recording, Beijing Television would more than welcome them to do so and make all the necessary arrangements for it to happen. But as they wanted to get the tickets for their friends instead, they found it harder to approach the television station. First, it was unnecessary to do so. Second, a favor owed to a television station was not so easily repayable. It just wasn't worth all that trouble to get a few tickets. Chen Guang. Do you guys take me for a scalper? Fan Wenli spoke. It's no use approaching old Chun for help on this anyway.